What's up, everybody? Happy Tuesday. Junkies back with you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. We are streaming live on the free Odyssey app. You can also do that via iHeartRadio and TuneIn. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network, brought to you by our friends at Crop Metcalf. They're the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies, looking to be their next 5-star HVAC technician or plumber. Just visit cropmetcalf.com and you can join their team today. We thank you for tuning in this Tuesday morning, December 16th, 2025, marching towards Christmas. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Eric Bickle.
Good morning.
Looks like it's another two-man show. We thought Bish was going to be here, and it's a good thing that I came in because I've been battling this cold. It's not a big deal. I don't have a fever or anything. It's just congestion. You know, a lot of people get a head cold.
Yeah.
And it just was getting to the point yesterday where I'm just breathing from my mouth, and it's just hard to breathe. And I was like, I don't know if I can pull it off tomorrow. And Jason's coming in anyway, so maybe I should text the boys and say that I'm not going to be here. But
I'll tell you.
didn't do that. Figured that I'd wake up and I'd take a hot shower and kind of
That helps.
try and get everything out of there. But
helps.
it's still there.
I still have a little bit, but I was in the sauna last night, and I got out of it and was in the shower, and I was just blowing these huge loads out of my nose.
Right.
Just that time of year. What are you going to do?
Yeah, I think my right nostril feels okay. The left one, and it's just might as well just shut it down.
I also didn't sleep well last night. I got to sleep better, so that was okay, but then I was like tossing and turning from like 2 to 3, and I got up at like 3:45. Felt pretty good. And then I was just sitting there on my couch, just kind of perusing stuff. And I was driving in this morning. I'm telling you, I'm risking my life driving in some of these days and driving home. I just get so tired. I'm just
Were you
pounding
tossing and
caffeine.
turning, thinking about the Jaden Daniels decision to shut him down?
No.
We saw this coming last week.
Yeah,
we really
saw
did.
it. They showed us their cards when they started talking about, oh, there's not as many games anymore. So we knew this was inevitable, and it's fine because if they're gonna if they were, even if it was fake, if they were gonna just not clear them this week and then 2 games left, whatever, short week, whatever, you can make all the excuses. Fine, it's over. Just gotta have a big year next year. But at the end of the day, it should be duly noted that they shut them down the last 4 or 5 games. 5 games, really, with a sore left elbow, structurally intact, the sore, painful left elbow. That's what they shut him down for. Nothing else. Okay.
I'm fully aware.
Yeah.
I told you when Scott Abraham asked him that question and kind of flipped the script on Dan Quinn, I thought that Scott did a really good job with that. That when you heard his response, it told me it's coming from above. And he's not necessarily happy with it, but he's the company man. He's got to do what he's got to do. He's got bosses, right? He's got people that are ahead of him, and he's got to shut them down.
Cakes was here last week acting like he was going to tell the owner and the GM, he's going to stand up. Or, no, you're not. You want your job. You're going to probably listen, especially when you're in the middle of an 8-game losing streak. You're going to listen. So I don't blame him. It is what it is. It's over. But at the end of the day, they have babied him. And now it's a lot of pressure on him next year. Somebody was attacking me saying, you guys never wanted him to begin. I mean, just these outrageous clown takes. I love the guy. I think he's outrageous. But let's be real. He can't afford, I love him, but he can't afford to go out and play like 4 or 5 games and get hurt again and get hurt and have like 7 total on the resume next week. He's got to play like pretty close to full season because, then you're heading into year 4. Like he's got to show the durability again. And I believe he can. He did it throughout college. He did it through his first year, but they're putting a lot of pressure on him, and there's a lot riding on next year.
We'll be talking about it throughout the show. If you want to hit us up, you can always call us at 1-800-636-1067. It's the same number for the text line brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC. Equal housing opportunity lender. Since we're talking about it, Valdez, can we play a couple of these clips to start the show? Because this happened, of course, after we went off the air. Dan Quinn making the big announcement that Jaden Daniels will be shut down for the rest of the season. And the curious thing, and we've said this over and over the last week and a half, is the guy said that Jaden could have come back in the game 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
He went to the blue tent. He had a sore elbow after landing on it when he was kind of tackled or thrown
Which is-
down on the
which is
interception.
reasonable. It hurt.
He grimaced for 2 seconds, then he popped up.
Yeah, it hurt.
They sent him to the blue tent. They shut him down in that game, and now they're claiming, oh, the doctors haven't cleared him. But they cleared him for that game?
Yeah.
Here's Dan Quinn yesterday.
And the last thing I hit you on will be regarding Jaden, and we're going to sit him for the final 3 games. And I know your first question likely is, well, DQ, what went into that? And the answer is it was a lot, and part medical and part team. As of today, he still wasn't all the way cleared to play, so like last week, wouldn't have all the results until the end of the week, and then a short week next week with the Christmas game. So we believe this decision allows him to take advantage of the next few weeks in a different play. He wants to practice, and he will practice. He also wants to support Marcus in a way that Marcus has demonstrated and helped him. And so, I thought that was significant. We all know the best way to grow is during the games, but with that, not being the best way for us, there's plenty of ways for him to learn, over the next 3 weeks. And he's going to learn from this vantage point too. So I just wanted to give you all the info that I had.
I mean, I feel bad for him because he clearly wanted to play him. And he tried to sneak that in. So I watched that presser, and he's doing all the other basic stuff. Oh, it's great being a win in the locker room. Guys are, oh, no, by the way, we're going to shut down Jaden for the last 3 games. Now I'm going to leave it to you guys.
And he did leave it pretty nebulous that it's not his decision. It's not even the medical decision. He's admitting there's a lot of people that are part of this decision.
Well, he wouldn't answer, too, when Nikki or somebody asked him, well, if you guys were like 10-4 and you're fighting for a playoff spot, would he be playing? And everybody in the country knows he'd be playing. Everybody in the country knows he'd be playing.
So the Bengals are in a little bit of a similar situation because Joe Burrow, over the course of his career, has been in and out of the lineup. He has led Cincinnati to 1 Super Bowl, which they lost. But he's missed a ton of time, including this season. And he's not being shut down. He was asked about it in Cincinnati, the head coach, Zach Taylor, and his answer was, we want to win. They're
Right.
playing Joe Burrow.
Right.
Different situation here. It seems that the higher-ups are involved, whether or not it's Josh Harris or whether it is Adam Peters. Let's play cut 6 because he was asked about Josh Harris in particular. And a lot of people are curious if Harris is becoming a meddler a la Dan Snyder.
Yeah, Adam and I obviously keep him in the loop on all the things that are going through it. So it's good. We continue to have dialogue with him. We meet on a regular basis before the games, Fridays, Mondays. So we have a constant dialogue, Tom. So that's helpful. That it's not something that we have to go to on a big moment or anything. We just try to stay in a constant level of communication, and that has been really solid for us.
At one point, they clarified. I don't know if you caught that because they said something like, "So does that mean that you just told him, or you had a discussion about it?" And then he's like, "Yeah, I guess you could say discussion." And then he said, "But let's be clear, we don't tell the owner what to do." Like I guess you had to hear it. Maybe Valdez can find it.
I feel like this is the way that I picture it in my head. If the 3 of them alone are in the office, I'm sure there's other people. But if the 3 of them there, I feel like Adam's the one that is shutting Jaden down, and Josh is saying, okay, that makes sense. And then Dan has to go out and be the public face and explain it to the reporters.
Yeah, I guess that would be correct in the way that you'd say it. We talked and have discussions. I don't know if we notified him, but maybe a discussion's a better way to phrase that. We certainly don't have that kind of juice to notify the owner. Yeah, I better clarify that.
Such an uncomfortable laugh.
Yeah, he's very uncomfortable.
He was
very
uncomfortable last
he
week
was
dealing
very
with this.
uncomfortable. Yeah.
I was trying to figure out a way to articulate like why this is so weird. It's because it's not very football-y, right? Like load management and resting players, like that's for 162 games in baseball. That's when your pitcher's elbow blows up. That's when you're a 40-year-old basketballer playing 82 games and it's a long season. Like this, like just shutting someone down it doesn't really happen in football that much. I feel
Right,
like,
except here in DC.
unless they're have a major injury.
The other thing that doesn't
Yeah, they're
jive
shutting them
is
down for a sore left elbow.
the other thing that doesn't jive
It's honestly the weirdest thing.
is Quinn himself has said that taking reps in games is invaluable.
He's been outvoted.
And he's talked about the pros of playing Jaden Daniels in games, whether or not the team is eliminated or not. And then he has to shut him down.
And what also makes this weird is Dan is like a hard ass, right? He's like a man's man. You know what I mean? Like I know deep down like he doesn't want to do this. Like this just goes against his fiber of his being.
But it might be for the better. Look, if you go back to when they drafted Jaden Daniels, before they drafted Jaden Daniels, and I remember we had Coach Quinn on, and he called Jaden a game changer, but he made it clear he wasn't making the decision. He made it clear that he kind of learned from his experience in Atlanta, where he had to be involved in personnel more, that there was delineation of duties, and Adam has his job. And he would defer. Even though they would talk and they collaborate and they're a team, he would defer to Adam Peters. And I think Adam Peters here, my interpretation could be wrong. Adam Peters is the one who is saying, you know what? I'm looking at the big picture. I don't want to roll the dice on Jaden. He keeps getting hurt this year. Dan, we can't play him.
But that's why they're doing it. They're just doing it because they're scared. They're not really doing it. I mean, let's just be clear. They're not really doing it for a valid reason. They're doing it because they're scared. And that's fine. At this point, it might be the right decision. If he's not going to play this week, only 2 left, fine, whatever. You know, he just better have an unbelievable offseason. Adam Peters better have an unbelievable offseason because if, God forbid, you know, he gets hurt early and really, really struggles, plays sporadically, they're going to be in a real dilemma. So it's putting a lot of pressure on him. It would have anyway, even if he, I don't know. Let me see. Let's imagine if he played the last 5 games, but he played really, really well. I think it would have calmed people down quite a bit. But now we got to wait. Whole off season of questions. And I just think the pressure is going to mount.
I don't agree with it. In the end, they might be proven right if he has a great year next year and proves durability. And they don't care about the questions. And they probably shouldn't.
They don't care.
It's the fans.
They don't
and
care.
Look, there's 30% of the fan base that supports it. They wanted to shut him down 5 weeks ago.
Yeah.
It's just sad when you look at a season after such a great rookie season and you look at a sophomore season where he finished 3 games, played in 7, and in only 3 of them did he play the complete game.
Maybe it's right in the sense that just everything did go wrong this year, and let's just put it aside and just assume this is like a weird jinxed year. Start over. Let's do a clean slate, do over next year, because he is such a valuable part of this process, hopefully for the next 7 to 10 years. And if they went out there and it just something catastrophic, fluky happened, they would be kicking themselves forever.
No question.
But it would have had to have been a fluky thing. Again, I don't believe this sore elbow is a valid reason to shut him down. I don't. But I think with all the injuries that he's had, they just want a clean slate and a do-over and start fresh. And I can kind of understand it.
They're erring on the side of caution. They're playing it safe.
Yeah.
Which is not very football-y, as Valdez said.
No, it's not.
You got the Bengals who are going to play Joe Burrow. Those games mean nothing. They could protect him. He's
Burrow's also later in his career.
injury prone.
He's also later in his career. I mean, these careers are short.
He's not 35.
No, but
he's still pretty young.
Yeah, but these careers are short. The average NFL career is 3 years. Now, if you're a franchise quarterback, it could be 15 years. But you know, he's later in his career. You're just gonna, at some point, you got to play. Like, I tweeted this yesterday. The kid gloves are off now. Like, next year when his elbow hurts, he doesn't get to sit out for 5 weeks.
No, you can't keep doing shut him down.
No. He's got to play. He's got to play.
Coming up next, Diego Pavia has been in a viral controversy off the field for his behavior at the Heisman Trophy presentation and afterwards. Does it sink his quarterback's draft chances? We'll tackle that next here on the Junkies. All right, here's your no huddle money play. Northwest Federal Credit Union, the official credit union of the Washington Commanders, is putting $200 in your pocket when you open your first ever checking account and meet a few easy qualifications. No trick plays, no fourth downs, just a fast drive to free cash. Get in the game at nwfcu.org/score200 and take command of your money this season. Federally insured by NCUA. Membership eligibility required. Tua's got 50. Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. Should mention coming up at 8:45. Will Dawkins, Wizards GM, will join us. They're coming off a win. Ian Rappaport, who broke the story about Jaden Daniels being shut down, will join us at 9. NFL Network insider and reporter. Hey, we're days away from our holiday show. Definitely a lot of people are into it. Just getting emails from people that are going to be joining us. It's at Hyde Social in Clarendon, right there in Arlington, this Friday. We're going to be broadcasting live. The doors open at 6 a.m. Everybody stop by. Should be a good time. I'll have some books. You can start your holiday fun early with us, the Junk, 6 a.m. Friday at Hyde Social for our annual holiday show. It'll be the full crew. Cakes, of course, is off this week. Jason, kind of off this week. We thought he was going to be in today, but he's not. So that's this Friday at Hyde Social in Clarendon. All right, let's get into the Junkie Sports page brought to you by Open Road. Elevate your home bar with Open Road Distilling Company spirits, locally crafted in Reston, Virginia. You can find Eagle Eye Rye, Maple Old Fashioned, and Independence Bourbon now available at ABC stores in Northern Virginia. And we'll start with this Diego Pavia story. So Diego Pavia was the runner-up in the Heisman Trophy on Saturday. They had the Heisman Trophy award. Of course, Fernando Mendoza won it. Diego Pavia became kind of a sensation this year as he led Vanderbilt off to this great start, had a great season, finished the year with 27 touchdowns, just 8 interceptions, also had 8 rushing touchdowns, 826 yards. Very charismatic guy, smaller guy, finishes second in the Heisman Trophy presentation. But afterwards, a little controversy. Number one, on social media, he was responding to an emoji, I believe, and he wrote, F all the voters.
Yeah. He's just an idiot.
And then he was at a club, and he's having a good time at this party, and there seemed to be like some bottle girls or something that were holding something with Indiana, and he gave the middle finger. He flipped off Indiana. And people are wondering about his character now, and when you start getting into that area, you wonder, will this hurt his draft stock?
Well, I think it's going to hurt his draft stock as he's only 6 feet tall.
That's my first thought.
Yeah, I mean, he's a little guy. Who knows? But yeah, I think so. I think it just shows judgment. I don't know. Who knows? I have no idea. But he's clearly not savvy.
It would worry me a little bit. It's just very reminiscent of Johnny Manziel in terms of size. Yeah. So, and kind of his attitude. Now, you don't want to pigeonhole him. Like, in the end, he didn't do anything criminal. He's writing a stupid comment on Instagram, and he's being kind of funny. He's out at a bar, at a club, and he's just flipping the bird. Not a big deal, right? Individually, not a big deal.
Except that for the NFL, they're looking for someone to represent their franchise, and they don't want to deal with that kind of thing.
And we just saw Shedeur Sanders drop. Now, some people will say, well, Shedeur Sanders wasn't that good. Mel Kiper, who's pretty plugged in, had him as his number one quarterback over Cam Ward, who went number one overall. And for whatever reason, Shedeur Sanders slid down. Now, the haters love the games where he throws 3 interceptions. The people that support Shedeur, they're going to point out to a couple of his long bombs and say, well, this guy had potential. Why did he slide? They're saying it's all the outside noise, right? That he slid in the draft because of his dad, because of his brash personality. And maybe you're seeing that in Diego Pavia. Do you think this would hurt his draft stock? 1-800-636-1067 if you want to chime in. I'm with you, though. Look, I'm not a huge college football guy. Like, I'm aware of Diego Pavia, but he was a 0 star out of high school. And I know that doesn't necessarily mean anything. Cam Ward, who ends up being the number 1 pick last year, apparently was a 0 star coming out of high school.
Oh, yeah.
But, the stars do mean something in terms of talent, right?
Well,
they get talent,
he also
size.
have the physical traits that jump out at you right away that would get a high rank.
But I think that's right. The stars, it's not the be-all and end-all, but it's kind of just a analysis of guys, traits, their size, their arm strength, all those sort of things at quarterback. So unbelievable story for him. 0-star. He's got no offers from D1 schools, so he goes to a junior college. He went to New Mexico Military Institute for 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
And then he flips that into making it to the SEC at Vanderbilt. And Vanderbilt, generally speaking, is an also-ran in the SEC. And they get off to, a 6-1 start this year. They have a great year. So kudos to Pavia for that. I think that's the much bigger thing, though, when it comes to draft stock, is his size and his
Of course.
his attributes versus flipping off
Right.
flipping off basically a cake at Indiana.
I mean,
that says Indiana.
If he had Andrew Luck's ability or Jaden Daniels' ability, they look the other way. If he had those physical traits, they look the other way. Maybe he slides a couple spots. And who knows? I have no idea. Where do they even project him before all of this? Where do they project the guy?
Let me
Second
check.
or third round? I
I
mean, I
have
would
to
just
check.
guess.
Let me check a current mock draft.
I mean, he looks like he's got a nice arm. He's a tough kid, as you would imagine. You see him run. He can escape. I don't know. But you're 6 feet tall. It's just a little bit more difficult. You have to be special to play at the highest level at that size. Maybe he could do it. Who knows? But I just think it shows to his judgment. And, he could be a pain in the ass. Teams don't want to deal with a pain in the ass, especially if you're going to be a backup for most of your career. They just don't need to deal with it.
Yeah, I mean he's projected, honestly, as a late round.
Yeah,
draft
fifth or
choice.
sixth. Yeah. So this doesn't help, but whatever. I guess he doesn't care. I did think it was interesting to
I mean, he kind of has the physical traits of somebody like Taylor Heineke.
Oh, he's a little bit stronger. He looks like he's a little bit
Yeah,
thicker,
he's stocky.
a little
He was a
stockier.
high school wrestler.
Yeah,
Apparently, he was a 3-sport star in high school.
right.
But
He
for
looks
an
like he's
NFL
got a little
quarterback,
bit bigger of an arm
I just
than Taylor.
I just saw Tom Brady last week.
Yeah.
Brady goes on the Colin Cowherd show weekly,
Mm-hmm.
right? 'Cause he's a Fox guy, Fox Radio. And he straight up said that if you're 6'3" and under, it's much harder to be successful as a quarterback. They seem to
Totally.
delineate 6'3" because he was saying, just the whole, it makes
Just to
common
look
sense.
over the
You got to
line.
see over the
Yeah.
line. He said,
Yeah.
there are some great smaller quarterbacks like Drew Brees, but by and large, what Brady pointed out and I hadn't really thought about, he said the smaller quarterbacks, they really got to work the outside of the field more because they see it better. And the outside of the field is harder throws versus, throwing down the middle. Think of all those throws he threw to Gronk. Primarily, they were like over the middle, right? Or Julian Edelman cutting slants down the middle and
Wes
like yards after
Welker.
catch. But you can see over the center and throw over the top. And
It's just more difficult when you're a smaller guy, and especially when you're a smaller guy with the kind of pedigree that Pavia has. So I think it's crazy to pop off like that, but whatever. He's an arrogant kid. You need some of that swagger to play at a high level too. So if he can really play, he'll overcome it.
I think it's a cool story when somebody doesn't get any D1 offers,
Of course.
goes to junior college, makes it all the way to the Heisman Trophy. But we've seen it time and time again. There are guys who are really good college quarterbacks who never do anything in the pros. Some of them don't make the pros.
It's the
think of all
hardest
those college
position in
quarterbacks.
all of sports.
That played like in Nebraska 25 years ago, and they'd be great, and then it just doesn't translate.
The Tommy Frazier's of the world.
Yeah, I can't think of the other guy's name that's in my head. Was it Mike White?
Mike White was at Oklahoma.
Okay, Oklahoma.
Yeah.
But there were plenty of guys that are great college players who aren't ready for the NFL. And some of them actually have the physical attributes. I mean, Tim Tebow was arguably the greatest college football player in the history of the game. Some people say he's the number one guy. Some people would point to Cam Newton. Some point, there's a bunch of guys you could point to, but he's up there. His game didn't translate.
Didn't translate. Well, because he might have had physical attributes and he was big and strong, but he didn't have the quick release. He didn't have the developed passing game.
And he didn't
the
have any
read
of this
defenses.
baggage.
Yeah.
He had, I guess, a little baggage because the attention and the religious stuff, but nobody questioned his character. This question whether he could play. In the end, it's about whether you can play or not. I think if you're a great player, like you said, if you're Andrew Luck, you have Andrew Luck's traits, and you give somebody the finger here or there, you have a comment on social media, they're not going to sweat it.
No, of course not. If you're a baller,
But if you're a
they can look
munchkin,
the other way.
if you're a munchkin like Diego Pavia, you're probably not going to get drafted.
So I saw yesterday this viral clip. You mentioned Shador, and it resonated with me. And I looked it up, and it seems to be true. And the guy was like, "Now, because to a lot of people, it seems like from afar, Shador's been up and down, but he's kind of been on the wrong side of things. It seems like with the Browns from the jump." They've just never really embraced him. That's at least been the perception. Right?
He's definitely very polarizing, at least in kind of the social media world and the experts world, right? There are some people that
But I'm
back
saying
him.
even with Cleveland,
Yes.
Cleveland never really, specifically Kevin Stefanski, he never seemed to really embrace him even to this day.
There are some people that believe that Stefanski's sabotaging him, which makes no sense to me.
But here's a theory as to why there's no love lost. And it makes sense. Kevin Stefanski is the son-in-law of Tim McCarver. Tim McCarver had a legendary run-in with Dion, if you remember, when they won either the World Series or the NLCS, where Dion went in there and dumped ice bucket on him. Didn't like some of the criticism from McCarver, and
Okay.
there was a confrontation that was viral. You can look it up
Yeah,
right
no,
now.
no, I remember that.
Yeah, and he's like, "You're a tough guy." Like McCarver
So
was like,
that's his father-in-law?
that's his father-in-law. He married Tim McCarver's daughter.
So there's a grudge.
So then the team tells him, "You got to now marry the family, or you got to draft the family that you basically hate. You were basically taught to hate because of the way he treated your father-in-law, who was an icon, disrespected your father-in-law. Now you got to coach his kid." So you can see why Stefanski hasn't fully embraced him. It's been difficult for him. It makes all the sense in the world.
I think the bigger thing is he's not playing that well.
Well, that's also
And-
true.
and
Hold on, hold on.
I don't buy it.
That's also true, but that's
Yeah,
from
yeah.
the beginning.
I don't buy into the sabotage theory in this respect. Coaches want to win.
I'm not sure that he sabotaged him. I don't know if I believe that. I just think he hasn't embraced him.
He definitely hasn't embraced him.
That's what I'll go with.
But I don't know if
hasn't
he
embraced
treated him any differently than Dylan Gabriel.
So it kind of seems like he did. And I'm pro Shador.
He's got an interesting background. His pops played in the NBA, Ed Stefanski,
Mm-hmm.
and is an NBA exec. I know he
Mhm.
used to be part of like the Pistons front
Mhm.
office. I don't know exactly what he's doing
Mhm.
now. But man, there are some people that seem to be pushing the Shador can be great narrative, and they'll clip up a couple of his bombs because you'll watch a game. But I've always said you can take any quarterback and they can make throws. And so when you watch individual plays, you're like, oh my God, he's got a great arm. He's got whatever. You could find Taylor Heineke throwing a bomb, right? But you got to look at dozens and dozens and hundreds of plays.
I think he does have some attributes that
He
could be
definitely
successful.
has some attributes, but Dylan Gabriel might have some attributes. The odds are neither of those guys are the answer for the Cleveland Browns. Right now, Shador Sanders, if you were to look at game by game, he had the one game where he goes for over 300 yards, which is an accomplishment. It's not easy to just get to over 300 yards in the NFL. He threw for 364 yards in that Titans game. But here are his completion percentages by game. 25%,
I would throw out
55%,
the Ravens game.
64%, 54%.
I would judge him on everything post Ravens game.
Okay. Post Ravens. 55%, 64%, 54%, 51%. Those are his completion percentages.
Yeah.
He's got 5 touchdowns, 6 picks.
I don't think it's that unlike a lot of quarterbacks when they first play in the NFL.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Rookie quarterback.
Yeah. I'm not predicting greatness, but I do think he has some traits, and I do root for the kid.
And he's certainly not in a great situation. The Cleveland Browns are terrible.
Yeah.
But back to Pavia, I don't think he was going to be drafted high to begin with.
No.
If he had perfect character, if he acted
But
humble
it doesn't
at the
help.
Heisman ceremony.
It doesn't help.
It
If you're
certainly
going to be a
doesn't help.
5th or 6th rounder and you got all this, you're going to be a pain in the ass, and you think you're a hot shot, it will definitely hurt you. If you're just a borderline guy. And let's be honest, he's a borderline guy.
But remember Johnny Manziel when he had his workout? Do you remember his workout
Sure.
at the combine or
I remember it vividly.
individual guy? He had music blaring, and people were like, "Oh my god!" And you can kind of get away with it to a certain extent. You won the Heisman. And at that point, you still got drafted high when people believe in you. But you're right. When you're one of these fringe guys, and then you throw in some stuff like that.
Listen, I still think Johnny Manziel is a freak athlete. If Johnny wasn't addicted to coke and alcohol and strippers and everything else and just had his head elsewhere, I would like to see what he could have done in the league. I'm not going to predict greatness, but I would like to have seen what he could have done if he didn't have all those things.
Right.
No responsibility, an addiction to drugs and alcohol, and just very little interest in playing.
He definitely wasn't. Jaden Daniels, and we kind of made fun of it, but when Jaden Daniels was on the plane and he was already studying the playbook,
Yeah. Oh, my God.
Johnny Manziel has said he didn't even study the playbook during the season.
Complete opposite.
He was finishing a game and then flying to parties in Miami
It's the
and then
epitome of
flying
well,
back on
because,
Tuesday.
Listen, Johnny actually seems like cool when you see him in interviews. He seems like a fun guy. But he's still out just partying. Guy's got no job, no nothing. He's just living off the family money, and God bless him.
That documentary they did on him, I can't remember if it was on Netflix or whatever.
Yeah.
It was kind of sad because usually those documentaries end up with a turnaround. And his ended up with just drinking and hanging out with the boys.
Right.
And he really had advanced.
He's a great guy. He's great. Like to be one of the boys.
Right.
It's great to have in your foursome. He's
But he
great
had-
to go out with.
He hadn't figured it out yet.
But he doesn't really care about really doing anything, serious.
And turns out the whole narrative of him being super rich, like his family being super rich, was overblown. He
He
wasn't
still
really.
has enough that he's not
Yeah.
working.
It was enough. Well,
He flies
he's still
around.
Johnny Manziel. He can Pete Rose it, right? Go to autograph shows,
I guess.
sign things. And
I guess he probably gets appearance fees to go to
Yeah,
bars and stuff.
exactly.
Yeah, probably.
1-800-636-1067 is the number if you want to chime
Hey,
in.
can we get him to come Friday? Get him to hide
That'd be
social?
fun. Coming up next, a guy paid $52 at Chipotle. Are we officially getting robbed at fast food now?
All right, guys, EB here. FanDuel, the number one sports book for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel's the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. And right now, it's the perfect time to join because new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet hits. So bet on the players you love the way you want. All you have to do, head to FanDuel.com/EB to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/EB. FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. Present in D.C. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan. Remember, this Friday, you can join us for a holiday show, Hyde Social in Clarendon, starting at 6 a.m. That's when the doors open. Should be a fun time, so we hope we can see you, hang out, get festive for the holidays with the Junkies this Friday. So a lot of people dealing with affordability issues. And at fast food spots in particular, people are starting to get outraged with the prices. Now, I don't really categorize Chipotle as fast food, but I guess it is fast casual.
It's definitely. I mean, it's not a nice. I mean, it's not in a. I don't know.
To me, fast food needs a drive-through, and I don't really. Maybe there are some Chipotles that have drive-throughs.
I guess fast casual.
To me,
would qualify.
Chipotle is a sit-down place, but whatever. It's cheaper fare generally. Here's what one customer encountered at Chipotle.
Has Chipotle lost its mind? My son and I just got done at the gym with a workout. We went into Chipotle. We got 2 bowls and 2 drinks. And granted, we did get double meat, but we didn't get chips. We didn't get guac. $52.64 for 2 bowls and 2 drinks at Chipotle. This used to be like $11 for a burrito bowl. I know I saw a story the other day about them on the news where the CEO was saying that their stock was down 15% because Gen Z wasn't eating out anymore. It's not because Gen Z's not eating out anymore. It's because you guys have lost your damn minds. Where you guys are charging people over $25 to get a burrito bowl of cheap Mexican food.
I don't know how much they charge for double meat. Mar, you're a Chipotle guy. What do they charge for double meat?
Well, that's the thing. I feel like this guy's being a little vague because I would say a double steak bowl should run you anywhere between like 16 to 19. I'm not saying that's what it should, but that's probably exactly what it charges you. But he's probably getting queso, guacamole, and that's what's bringing it to like.
No. He
guac.
said no guac. I think where he's getting burned, and I do believe a lot of fast food places are doing this. The drink prices are outrageous now. Like if you get a soda, sometimes it'll be $3.50.
So let's
$3.95.
So let's say if it was $19, 38, and you get $5 each, 10, 48, then tax. Yeah, it probably comes out to 52.
I mean, he said it was. I mean, basically, it's $26 a person. So, like, if you split it, because he said his son got the exact same meal, he spent $26 for a burrito bowl
With extra
double meat,
double meat,
and I'm
and a
assuming
soda.
a soda. He said a
Probably
drink.
a large
Like
drink.
sometimes I'll tell you where
No, it was a medium.
where-
It wasn't
Is that
that
what he
big.
said?
where they can get you. Certain places will have kind of craft lemonades, and you'll see. I've been to Shake Shack, and Shake Shack will have these drinks that are like $4.95, and it's just the lemonade.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, they get you there. I want to throw this out there. Phone number is 800-636-1067. What's a spot where you get a good deal?
Your best bang for your buck?
Yes. There are a couple spots that I'll go to that'll have, like a box. We have a Taco Bell / KFC next to us.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know the exact name of the meals, but you'll see the sign, and the sign will say this box for like $8. Like I'll go for those. Popeyes has one. Popeyes, I think for $8 you can get 2 pieces of chicken and 2 sides.
Well, for sure, you could go and use like value meals, et cetera, at McDonald's, or maybe get like a kids meal, kids nuggets, or a little cheeseburger and fries. Or Coke might be like $7. I mean, I don't know if you feel it's not that much food.
No,
I mean everything's
I'm
shrinking.
actually, I'm very surprised by McDonald's and just how small the meals have gotten.
The
with-
fillet of fish is so small now. It's
like
crazy.
I was driving back from Pennsylvania and I needed breakfast and I got like the McMuffin meal. Number one, it's $8. Number two, it's about
Yeah.
the size of a baseball.
Silver dollar.
Yeah, silver dollar.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: you don't have to go. Like
I know.
Chipotle, Five Guys is similar. Where I'm a fan of Five Guys, and now I get the little cheeseburger. Now the fries are huge, the amount of fries you get. So if I go with my son, we'll split the fries oftentimes, but their fries are like $5, $6. So if you go to Five Guys and you get your burger and you get your fries and you get a soda, you're probably spending close to $20.
I mean, what do you consider a good deal these days? I remember,
Under 10.
I could go to Subway. I could get a 6-inch sub and probably a Diet Coke for.
The
under
Diet
10.
Coke and chips there, they
Yeah.
jack it up.
Only
I don't
the
need the
only way
chips.
you're doing that. Believe me, I go to Subway all the time. The only way you're doing
Telling
that is
me I
if you
can't get a Subway
if
club.
you get the Subway sub of the day. So they have a meal deal every day, but you're strapped into whatever their day is. So let's say you don't like tuna and you show up on a Wednesday and Wednesday's the tuna day. That's the only way
No,
you're
I'm
going to
not
keep it under
getting what
$10.
they want. I'm always going to get the same thing. I'm
Well,
always going to get the same
Then
thing.
you're probably going to pay $11 or $12.
For a 6-inch sub and a drink?
Yes.
One of the best deals around. Texas Roadhouse Early Bird Special, 3 to 5:30. They got like
What do you have?
they have like 8 items that are $11.99 or less, including a 6-ounce
But
sirloin.
you have to sit down. You have to sit down and tip and all that. I mean, it's great,
You can do carry
right?
out.
You could do carry out.
That's a place where I would sit down. Not that it's some high class.
I get sliced.
I would sit
with
down,
a chicken critter salad.
I would say the best deal in town is every day of the week at Harris Teeter. They have $5 meal deals, and on Monday it's a big ass pizza for $5, pepperoni or cheese.
One slice?
No, a whole pie. I'm telling you, this is a great deal. And then on Tuesdays, rotisserie chicken.
That's what
it
I'm
is.
talking about.
But
Back in
that
the
pizza
day-
deal, I can tell you this because we had a Harris Teeter where I used to live. I mean, I'm actually not that far from it now. But there would be a huge line. Like you'd have to show up, and sometimes they would say, "Come back in a half hour." Like then your pizza will be ready.
Back in the day, I would say, 20 years ago, when White Flint was still around, White Flint Ball, okay? 10, 15 years ago. Let's say 15 years ago. I would go to Jerry's Subs and Pizza,
Yes,
and you could get a pizza for $6.
on Monday nights, I think.
I'd go there for lunch.
Yeah.
You get a full pizza. Now it was smaller, but it wasn't like a personal pan pizza. Like it was a pretty good sized
Jerry's-
pizza, and it'd be $6.
Jerry's had a
and
good deal.
I did that a lot.
Jerry's had a good deal. All right, let's go to the phones. 1-800-636-1067. He may be an expert. I see Big John's online. You don't have to lead off with him. But.
Big John would know. Let's go to Dave Stafford. Dave, what's up, man? You're on with the Junks.
Hey, Dave.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey.
Hey, and I know y'all talking about good deals, but there's a place down by me. If you like seafood, it's really, really cheap. You can get a half pound of crab, shrimp. You get a bucket with corn and sausage and potato for $30.
Well, these might
that's
drive
really
down there.
good.
You're
Yeah,
speaking
they got
his
one in Maryland
language.
too. It's called Juicy Bucket. They got one in Maryland as well.
All right, we'll Google it.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Dave.
Who doesn't like a juicy bucket?
Hey, feeding a family for $30 is.
Yeah, that'd
Hey.
be good.
Dude,
I'm assuming the bucket feeds a family of 4.
it's
Look,
just
prices have just
Or
gone
one,
up.
or
they
one Big
just
John.
skyrocketed in the last 5 years. I mean,
Yeah.
the inflation and everything just skyrocketed everything, and
I go-
it's never coming back.
I go to a Peruvian chicken place. They have a meal deal for lunch, basically rotisserie chicken, and Peruvian chicken, and you get 2 sides, $10.99 and a soda.
Well,
It's not bad.
The problem is all the private equity companies that are buying into the food industry. Like when they went to Panera and they're sitting there and they're figuring out what's the way that I can maximize my profits while trimming the fat that goes into the sandwiches and goes into the soup. So not only are you paying more money, but you're paying for less food as well.
I'm telling you, if you want to cut corners, and this is nubby, but if these are places that you're going and you're going to bring the food back home, you don't buy the drinks. The drinks is, I don't know, Panera, for example. Panera, you see a lot of people get like the green tea or they have some lemonade set up. Those things are like $4 or $5.
Yeah, but oftentimes you're not getting that because you're close to home. Because if you're close to home, you just make it.
Right.
Oftentimes you're getting it because you're in a pinch,
But I'll be
and so
honest,
you need something to wash it down.
we have a lot of sports at night like you do, right? So it's just convenient to stop at fast food spots. And if it's a place right by my house, and usually at night, I don't drink soda only for lunch. So I don't drink that at night. I was getting water bottles all the time. Well, the water bottles over there are like $3, $4. So now I just don't get a drink because I just get home and
Yeah,
I've got my Costco water
If
bottles.
you're eating it at home, that's the perfect answer. But if you're stuck like me tonight, in the Chantilly, now I'm not really stuck because I got my Pupatella. But if you're stuck, and you don't have your Pupatella card, you're gonna have to pay for the drink.
If you want to chime in, 1-800-636-1067. We're the Junkies. Coming right back.
We're brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team Keller Williams Realty. Well, QB1 is done for the season. Dan Quinn made the official announcement on Monday. The Commanders are shutting down Jaden Daniels for the final 3 weeks.
As of today, he still wasn't all the way cleared to play, so like last week, wouldn't have all the results until the end of the week, and then a short week next week with the Christmas game. So we believe this decision allows him to take advantage of the next few weeks. He wants to practice, and he will practice.
Commanders play Saturday, 5 p.m. home against Philly. Monday Night Football, Pittsburgh beat Miami 28-15 to stay atop the AFC North. Chiefs QB Patrick Mahomes had surgery last night on a torn ACL and LCL in his left knee. His availability could be in question for the start of next season. Baseball, Nats made a trade Monday, getting pitcher Luis Perales from the Boston Red Sox. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network, and we're presented by Crop Metcalf. They're the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies. Looking to be their next 5-star HVAC technician or plumber, just visit cropmetcalf.com to join their team. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Eric Bickle. Will Dawkins will join us coming up at 8:45, Wizards GM. Talk about the direction of the team.
Ben, help us. Give us top 3 talking points. Of course, Ben does what? Locked On Wizards. Is that the name of the pod?
Talking points. Bub's playing more?
Well, you know, he does a daily.
Yeah.
Daily pod on the Wizards. I consider Ben Strober, Unfunny Ben, as big a Wizards analyst as anybody in the country. I don't think anybody knows the team better than you, Ben. How about that?
I appreciate that.
So give me the
Thank
top
you.
3 talking points currently with this Wizards team. What are they? 4-21 or something?
4-20
4-20. All right, give me the top 3 talking points
right now.
Yeah.
Okay. Will Riley has been seeing expanded minutes. Jameer Watkins expanded minutes, but guys are going to come back from injury. How's that going to shift the rotation?
When does Sarr come back?
They don't know yet. No timetable.
What about
yet.
Trey Johnson?
He's back. Starting to get
Is
him
he
in his
getting
groove.
minutes?
He's been on a minutes restriction the past 2 nights, but maybe you can ask to see if that's going to get lifted soon. They said he's not playing in pain anymore.
Uh-huh. And are they creating stuff for him, or he still has to do it all on his own?
He looked pretty good. They were creating for him the other day.
Yeah?
Yeah. And defense gave up 89 points. First time they gave up that low of a total in 4 years.
Why did that happen?
Jameer Watkins. Great activity defensively. Great positioning himself, always in the help side. Great at reading passing lanes. He's a stud.
If people want to follow you, how do they follow you? Unfunny Ben.
At Strober Sports on socials. And then the Locked On
I'm
Wizards
telling
podcast.
you, nobody knows the Wizards better than Ben. Nobody. Outside of the organization. I put him up against it. He does a daily pod on him.
I get it.
He has to talk for an hour about it.
I get it.
Every effing day.
Every day.
Yeah. He actually gets pissed when they blow big leads. He gets yelled at for being too harsh.
But he doesn't make that much money. So what is your best fast food deal, Ben Strober?
My best fast food deal? You got to get the apps. Every single fast food establishment has made it so you have to download their apps. They want to drive you
Is
to
that why
advertising.
they always ask you, are you using the
Yes.
app? Are you using the app? Are you using the app? And I go, oh.
Yeah, but that's the best way to do it. In
Yeah, you
fact,
get perks, you get a free cookie here, you get free whatever there.
you have to do it that way or you're wasting so much money. If you go to McDonald's and order two cheeseburgers
Yeah,
or something, if you do it without the app, it'll be like $8. If
Yeah.
you do it with the app, it'll be like $4.
You're kidding.
Not joking.
No, that's a lie. You're lying because I
that
do that
seems
all the
to be an
time.
exaggeration.
I always mock them when they say, "Are you?" that?" And I don't understand what they're saying, but they're saying, "Are you using the app?"
Do you do the buy one get one for $1? Or do they do it automatically for you?
What do you mean?
You
The
see,
2
you don't even-
cheeseburgers?
Yeah, you don't even know what that is.
Not really.
You should look into it. It'll save you some money.
So what's your go-to?
My go-to, I guess, would be if you go to McDonald's, you get buy one get one for $1. You can get a McDouble and a McChicken for like $4 or something like that.
But no drink.
No bet for me. Just water.
Do you ask for a cup of water? My mother asked for a cup of water. I'm always embarrassed.
I will shamelessly ask for a cup of water at places.
I mean, it's nasty tap water. I've been now groomed to think it's
Oh,
nasty.
jeez.
It's better than Dasani.
Do you think it is?
Yeah.
Dasani comes from the Potomac.
I don't know where it comes from. It's
But
not
why
good,
do you
though.
think Dasani's bad?
I don't like it. I
Okay,
don't like
that's just
Dasani
a you.
bottled
That's just
water.
a you thing. You could tell. So if I put, we've done this before. So if I put an Evian and all the others, you could tell.
I'm an expert water drinker.
I've heard this before. You really think you
No,
are?
Yeah.
There's definitely a thing where people think Dasani has a weird taste to it.
It's a thing.
It's definitely a thing.
So what do we have here? Do we have Dasani here?
I think we have Aquafina.
Aquafina's fine with me.
All right.
It's a Pepsi product. I don't know.
I've just
Coke
heard
product
this
water.
bravado from others, and I've seen them fail miserably. I've heard Lurch talk about how he knows all the different vodkas. He had no idea on the vodkas.
It's a long time ago. All right, let's go to the phones. A bunch of people want to chime in with what they say is the best deal in fast food or fast casual.
All right, let's go to Aaron in Sterling. Hey, Aaron, what's up, buddy? You're on with the Junkies.
Morning, Junks. How's it doing?
Hey, good. How are you?
Guys, I'm doing well. You cannot sleep on Sam's Club when it comes to getting a cheap meal.
Got to be a member. I'm not a member at Sam's Club. I'm assuming that's kind of like Costco. Like, give me your meal.
So we got 4 of us got all silly the other day, got hungry. It cost us $30 and change. So for roughly $7.50 a person, we got 5 hot dogs, 5 large drinks, 3 pretzels, 2 large meat lovers pizzas, and 3 sundaes.
All right, well,
That's
you guys
a lot.
just loaded up, but I mean, it's a lot of garbage food. I mean, hot dogs
It
and
is, but
pretzels.
Well, we're
$7
talking about
$7
fast
a person.
food.
I know, but sometimes you feel a little better if you get a chicken sandwich. You feel like it's not that awful.
It was glorious, guys.
All right. So BJ's.
No, Sam's.
Oh, he said Sam's.
I'm sure BJ's
Sam's
has
Club.
something
Sam's
similar.
Club, same thing. All right, thank you,
They got
Aaron.
they got memberships on Groupon for $20 right now, Junks.
Oh, look at you giving us all the deals.
Groupon. Groupon's still a thing. All right, let's go to
I'm
Kevin.
trying to think where a Sam's Club is around me.
Is Sam's Club associated with Walmart or no? Is it a subsidiary of Walmart or no? That's just totally separate.
I think it's separate.
Probably totally separate. Let's go to Kevin in Lanham. Kevin, what's up, bud?
What's up, my guys? How y'all doing?
Good. How are you?
Good, good. Yeah, Sam's Club and Walmart's the same company as Sam
Oh, yeah,
Walker.
there you go.
Yeah. So my thing is you got to buy the main food. Like if you buy the burrito, like they said, don't buy the chips, don't buy the drinks. My
Right.
kids kill these apps. I will not download no apps and none of the discounts. But all you got to do, keep a 12-pack of soda in your car. As cold as it is, it's already a
You can do that
refrigerator.
now. But they've scared us into do that when it's hot, right? They say all the plastic and the melting, and you get cancer.
I got a cooler. I got a cooler too, just like when I go, what's it called, the tailgating and stuff. But what I also do, you get that burrito bowl from Chipotle. I buy the little tortillas, the 20-pack of tortillas, and I stretch that thing, man. I play some Fujitsu on this food, man, because you got a ration out here like we in a war, man.
Right. That's hilarious. Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate it.
No
I've
worries.
been to
You're
Kava
welcome.
before. I'm a big Kava guy. And I've seen like little old ladies go up there and they go, and another scoop, and another scoop, and another scoop. And can I get the olives and another scoop? And they build these tall things. And they infuriate the workers, but they just load up on all the extras. You know, you get your
It's
chicken,
good
you
that
get
the
your
workers
rice.
are allowing that. They haven't
Yeah.
shut it down yet.
Let's go to Jeremiah in Fairfax. Jeremiah, what's up, bud? Go with the joke.
Hey, how y'all doing? Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, thanks, man.
So hear me out. Aside from McDonald's, which is its own debacle, if you're not using an app at any of these fast food restaurants, it generally comes out to $11 or $12. Five Guys has this thing. I don't know how new it is, but it's definitely within the last year. If you ask for the classic combo, after tax, you get a burger, drink, and fries for like $14, $15 after tax. If you're willing to pay another $2 or $3, you basically get twice the food. I know $15 for a meal is not the cheapest, but if you're looking at what you get compared to these other places, I feel like that's a pretty good deal.
At this point in my life, if I have a lunch for under 20, I feel like I did good. It's so sick.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say like if you have dinner for 2 for under 50, I feel like you came out ahead.
That's, you know, it's so funny. That's kind of my goal in my head. Like,
Yeah,
if Dee and I go out,
yeah.
I think if we go for 50, then maybe a tip on top. But you know what I mean? Or like the 4 of us go out to dinner. I say, if we, in my mind, I'm always thinking, all right, I'm not going to get a drink. I'm not drinking that much anyway. But if I do that, maybe we keep it under 100 for 4. It's
If you get a
hard.
drink, drinks
hard.
are like $18, $20 probably
Well,
for a cocktail.
Yeah, but you get, you know, like you get them for $10. But yeah.
Oh yeah, 4 dinner for 4 for under 100.
It's It's really hard to do.
It's a steal.
Yeah, it's really hard to do. Let's go to Big John. Big John, what's up, bud?
Hey, happy holidays, guys.
You too, buddy.
Happy holidays.
Well, the Chipotle thing, I used to get the dry chips and sometimes double meat. That really raises the prices. I've gone naked with the chips, and I get one of those Izzy grapefruit drinks, and it's like $14.
Yes.
So I'm good, and I also load up on the free forks and spoons.
They do have actually. I will say at Chipotle,
what's the point of that?
Chipotle has pretty good forks and
Yeah,
spoons,
but hold
like
on,
their
why
plastic
do you load
forks and
up on them?
spoons.
So you use them at home? Don't you have silverware?
I'm single, yes, of course.
So, yeah, so
But
Yeah,
probably
I don't
doesn't feel
want-
like doing his dishes all the time.
is that what it is? You just don't feel like doing dishes?
Laziness.
So
Now, last night,
Yeah.
by the way, they just put a Raising Cane's. I know you guys talked
Yeah.
about it. They put a Raising Cane's in my neighborhood
Did you try
this
it?
summer. I went there. They have the box deal.
Yeah.
$12 and something. 4 big tenders, crinkle cut fries,
And the
coleslaw,
bread.
Texas toast,
The toast
Texas
is so
toast,
good.
and a drink for 12 something. That's a very good deal.
That is a good deal. By the way, what did you think of the chicken?
Not my favorite. It's like number 3 in my rankings. Royal Farms is the best to me.
A lot of people rave about Royal
But don't
Farms.
you agree
What's
that it's
number 2? I'm curious. He's an expert. Big John.
He is an expert.
I like the Chick-fil-A I like the grilled nuggets at Chick-fil-A. People sleep
I
on
like those. I've ordered those before.
Where do KFC and Popeyes fall in to your rankings?
They're a little bit lower.
Wow.
Actually, the way up high, there's a grocery store called Carnes. Look for grocery store chicken. They do a good job, too.
Yeah, yeah. No, the thing with Cane's, I'm telling you, is it's juicier. They're bigger, chunkier
You're
slices.
a big Cane's guy.
I'm just telling
Like
you.
the birds are injected with steroids or
I
something.
don't know what it
Last
is.
Friday, I go to lunch
Thanks, John.
I go to lunch every Friday with Dylan, who's at University of Maryland. It's cool 'cause it's close, and he just eats chicken tenders over and over and over again. We ended up going to Iron Rooster because I wanted to try Cane's, but he'd gone the night before.
What, did he like it or no? He just likes anything with chicken.
Nah, he ranked it kind of mid.
I like their sauce too. Actually, let's go to. I'm a mark for it. Let's go to Mike in Winchester. Mike, what's up, bud? You on with the Junks?
What's going on, guys?
Where do you go for your best deal?
So I'm telling you right now, if you guys are not going to Chili's for the 3 for Me, you're missing out. You get unlimited chips and salsa, a drink, and a half-pound burger and fries for $10.99.
That's
Hold on.
actually really
Say
good.
that again. You gotta get out of your car though, right? There's no drive-through at Chili's.
No,
But
you
Chili's
can do it
knows if
sometime,
you're
though.
there. By the way, you're gonna have to throw a tip in, so it's more expensive than like a fast food spot,
You can't
right?
get it to take out. You don't have to tip takeout, do you?
I kind of tip at takeout.
Yeah, we have takeout.
You do.
What do you
Yeah.
do at Chili's? Do you sit down or you do takeout?
I do either or. I actually work there, so.
Oh.
Oh, you work there. All right, so he's a little plug.
All right, well, that's still a
But
good
still,
deal.
but can you say
Yeah.
the deal one more time? You said it so fast. I haven't
So,
been to Chili's in
yeah,
2
so
decades.
you get unlimited chips and salsa for an appetizer. You get a soft drink. You get a half burger with fries, all for $10.99.
A half a burger?
It's a half pound.
Half pound.
Like 2 patties.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Doesn't Chili's like give out like $5 Long Island iced teas too, or something like crazy like that?
No, that's Applebee's.
Oh, I'm getting my chains mixed up.
All right. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it, buddy.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, what do you call those genre of restaurants? You know, your Applebee's, your Chili's.
Chain
Yeah, just-
restaurants.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, like
Yeah, look, I go to lunch. It's my life leak is I go to lunch out to eat 3 to 4 days a week. And it's really just a habit. There used to be a period of time 15, 20 years ago when me, Cakes, Brett, CK used to go to lunch every day. And we would just rotate the places when we were in Fairfax. We'd go to Harris Teeter one day. We would go to Honey Baked Ham one day. You know, the whole discussion during the show is where are we going after? We go to Panera, all the places that were right around there in Fairfax. And I've kind of done that now. I just go solo. So I kind of know all the deals. The crazy thing is if you go to like these sub shops now, Subway is a little bit lower, but the Jersey Mikes of the world, You love Firehouse subs.
I'm a Firehouse.
I
like
love Firehouse subs too. I'll get a chicken cheesesteak, side of chips, and a soda. That's going to be $16 to $18. Lock it up.
Yeah, I don't know what it costs.
They're just
but-
pretty expensive nowadays.
Yeah.
You gotta make your own lunch, make your own dinners.
Of course.
Can't go out that much.
Shouldn't.
I
I
don't
just
really
told
go
you it's my
out-
life lead.
I don't really go out for lunch.
The way I
But I get a
don't-
lot of snacks here.
The way I rationalize this, and it shows, I buy no clothes. I just look like a bum.
Yeah.
1-800-636-1067 is the number. Coming up next, we'll hit the Skins and talk about the Commanders' big decision. Welcome back. Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. You know, I don't feel great. Breathing through my mouth. Nose is stuffy. And last night, I'm picking up my kid from her swim practice, and I see this dad that I've become friendly with. And he goes, "What's going on?" I was, just a little small talk. I was like, "Yeah, I'm not feeling great." He goes, "Yeah, you do look tired."
Mm-hmm. You know
What are you
my
gonna do?
mom told me yesterday?
What are you going to do?
My mom told me, this was 2 days ago. So listen, I know I smashed into the wall. There's no doubt about it. Used to be an 8, down to about a 4. I know that. I can accept it. But I get these bags under my eyes now, not unlike cakes, but not quite as puffy. I just get like wrinkled bags. And I think largely, I just don't sleep well. But there's a inherited level of it, all that stuff. My mom used to have them. I think it's okay if years ago, it's one thing my mother did. She had her eyes, like her eye bags reduced.
She had plastic surgery.
That's the one thing she did. She had their eye bags reduced. I don't know how they do that. I don't know what they do.
Uh-huh.
She said to me, "You need to do that, Eric." She actually said to me, she just looked at me out of nowhere. She was in my house, I had her for the last couple of weeks, just dropped her off at my sister's yesterday. And she just said out of nowhere, "Eric, you know what you need?" Like she was like telling me, "You know what you need to do?" She was basically ordering me, "You need to get that procedure
I saw
done."
something online on Instagram. I mean, you get these targeted ads. They know your age. You ever click on something? I mean, thank God. There was a while where I would click on like toenail fungus things, and they just kept coming and coming and coming, and then you have to stop clicking on them, and then they'll go away, right? But I've clearly clicked on something like age related, and I keep getting these ads, and it's Christmas season. They're like these. It's like a mask with red light that's supposed to help take it away.
Oh, I would do it if it
looks like a
works.
gadget. Like, can that really work?
I don't
Like,
know.
you'll see these side by side pictures. See, this is why I keep getting them, because I clicked on it one time, and then
Yeah.
I'm looking at it, and it showed like this, somebody like our age that has bags under their eyes, like yours, right? And then the picture right to the next, they're all gone. Probably Photoshop. Probably not the stupid mask that does red light for $75 or whatever it is, but kind of intrigued. It's much like I was intrigued. I never pulled the trigger, and now I'm going to start getting ads on it again. I used to get these ads it was like a gray hair shampoo soap bar. So it wasn't, you're not dyeing your hair. It was like you just wash your hair with this soap bar, and it's supposed to revitalize your hair, and
magically get dark.
Eventually the dark hair comes back, but
Yeah.
it's probably garbage.
I saw something. I'm gonna move on. We're going to do skins here. We're going to go on into Jaden. But I saw something this morning that now I got to do every day. Add to my list of humming and everything
jeez.
else. The guy says we got to squat, and I'm not talking about
I've
squat.
seen those
I'm not
ads.
seeing like squat weights.
All
Like,
right.
you got
Just
to
body squats.
squat. It says because all your food, all your stuff is all just stuffed in your. What did he say? All your inflammation and all your toxins and everything is just stuck in your body. And when you squat, he didn't say for how long. Let's say you squat for 2 minutes. It kind of helps you eliminate all the rotten food, the rotten parasites, and everything that just is stuck in your body. So this morning, I tried to squat for a minute. My knees hurt.
Of course.
I had to lean up against the couch. But I could only do it on my toes. I couldn't squat on my flat feet. Disaster.
All right, let's hit the skins. Cooked up by our friends at Oseo Korean Barbecue in the Lansdowne Town Center. Authentic Korean flavors, bold marinades, and premium cuts grilled right at your table. It's a dining experience that's as fun as it is delicious. Perfect for date night, perfect for dinner with the family. Oseo means come on in.
All right, I've lost my passion for this topic because you could see it coming the last couple weeks. But yesterday after the show, when Dan held his presser, he kind of gave an update on the team and how great it was to win on Monday. And then after talking for a minute or two, right before he went to the reporters, he just threw in this last little announcement.
Then the last thing I hit, John, will be regarding Jaden, and we're going to sit him for the final 3 games. And I know your first question likely is, well, DQ, what went into that? And the answer is it was a lot, and part medical and part team. As of today, he still wasn't all the way cleared to play, so like last week, wouldn't have all the results until the end of the week, and then a short week next week with the Christmas game. So we believe this decision allows him to take advantage of the next few weeks in a different play. He wants to practice, and he will practice. He also wants to support Marcus in a way that Marcus has demonstrated and helped him. And so, I thought that was significant. We all know the best way to grow is during the games, but with that, not being the best way for us, there's plenty of ways for him to learn, over the next 3 weeks. And, he's going to learn from this vantage point too. So I just wanted to give you all the info that I had.
I think he says Jaden wanted to practice, which I believe 100%, because that rules out putting him on the IR, right? If he puts him on the IR, I'm not sure if he's allowed to practice. So he'll be just, I guess, a healthy scratch. I think he's healthy. He's got a sore elbow. The one thing I will say, they're doing as much as they can to ensure a healthy Jaden to start 2026, to start afresh. They are benching him over the last 5 games. They're shutting him down for a sore left elbow. Don't get it twisted. He is not injured. He's got a sore elbow, no structural damage. They decided to just shut him down, though, because everything was just going bad. Maybe you could make that argument, but he's not injured. He's got a sore elbow. That's all I'll say.
And I think he's minimizing the amount of games he's missing. He's like saying the last 3 games, and technically, yes, you're right. There are only 3 games left. They shut him down for 4 games.
Well, really, 5.
Basically a
really
quarter
5.
of the season.
Really 5, because he should have come back.
Right.
He said he could have come back.
They shut him down for a quarter of the season. If you're going to go with that math, I mean, that's a lot of time, especially for a guy that missed a lot of games this year. He stepped onto the field for 7 games. And there are a lot of reasons why this season went south, but the simplest answer, if you just go Occam's razor, is your starting quarterback, your star quarterback, played in 7 games. So if we got to redo our season predictions, knowing that Jaden Daniels was only going to play in 7 games and finish 3 of them, none of us would have had them as a playoff team.
No,
kidding me?
If you told me Jaden was going to finish 3 games, I would have predicted 3 wins. And that's about where they are. They got 4. If you had told me Jaden was going to finish 3 games, and that says nothing about sort of the rest of the team, but the defense has been so bad largely for the year. Defense coordinator got fired. And then all the injuries.
The truth is, I would do it for almost all these teams. If you told me Bo Nix wasn't going to be available for the Denver Broncos for 7 games, if you told me Drake May wasn't going to be available except for 7 games, if you told me Josh Allen was only going to be available in 7 games, I wouldn't have any of those teams in the playoffs.
And only finished 3.
Right.
That's the most damning
I wouldn't have
statistic.
any of those teams in the playoffs if you're relying on your backup quarterback. And I actually hold Marcus Mariota in higher regard than you, which is not hard because you hold him in low regard. I just put
fine.
I put this up as our
He always makes mistakes.
poll of the day.
Big mistakes.
Brought to you by Surfside. Use the code JUNKS at store.statesidevodka.com. You get 25% off select merchandise, tees, hats, hoodies, and more. Use the code JUNKS at store.statesidevodka.com. Simple question. Do you think it's the right decision to shut him down?
I mean, maybe if I was invested in him and I used my number 2 pick, it's like sort of like I'm involved. This is my job. I got the franchise on the line on my shoulders. Maybe I would shut him down too, so I could get just a do-over next year. But from afar, as just a fan, I don't like it. But my career's not riding on it.
1-800-636-1067. We can take some calls. Do you think it is the right decision to shut him down? And I think the more fascinating thing is how this went down. Now, we played the clip earlier where he's trying to paint the impression that it was collaborative. But who ordered? I told Valdez, do you have the clip? It reminds me of A Few Good Men. Who ordered the code red?
Mm-hmm.
Colonel Jessup, did you order the code red?
And I wonder if we can get to the bottom of it, because do we think, originally I was an Adam Peters guy. And then as we talked about it, I started thinking, we started discussing it.
The NBA
basketball
influence.
angles. And did Josh Harris just sign off on this? Or was Josh Harris pro? I think Dan Quinn's con, right? Dan Quinn has said he thinks the reps are valuable in the games.
Dan
So
looks-
he's if he says that in one, if he says in one instance it's valuable to have game day reps, and if he's healthy, we're going to play him, and then he shuts him down. To me, that's not Dan Quinn making the decision.
He looks like a hostage when he's there at the press conference because he's under duress.
It's above his head.
He's kind of stumbling and bumbling with the words a little bit.
So who do you think ordered the code red?
I don't know. I think it's a combo of Josh and Adam. And
Who's
Bob
the
Myers.
leader?
I don't know, but I just think that Josh was very open to it. Like I don't think Josh has a problem with it at all. That's just my sense from afar because he's looking at it. Look, I got to sell tickets. I gotta have an exciting team to. And they just saw what happened to Mahomes and Micah, and that shouldn't influence you because injuries happen all the time. But the fact of the matter is, he's their most marketable player. They're going to build a new stadium. They're trying to have their faith restored. They can't go into next year potentially with Marcus Mariota as a starter.
I feel like Josh is a big picture guy, and he's shown that in the NBA with trust the process. And so the way that I see it,
well, that's a big
could be
picture
wrong. Is AP walks into his office and he says, "Man, we just can't keep this guy healthy, right?"
Right.
You can blame the player, you can blame the coaching, you can blame the whatever you can want to blame it on. But he's probably like, hey, season's gone south, but we just can't keep this guy healthy. We got to keep him healthy. He's our number one guy. We got to keep him healthy. And then Josh, in my mind, he's just behind the desk and just signs off on it. I don't think he's driving the bus on the shutdown. I think he's more. I think he's a delegator, which is a huge step. Because before we had a meddler. I don't think he's a meddler. I think he's but I think
like
he's a guy who delegates to his guys, and then his guys give a recommendation, he signs off on it.
I agree with that, but I do think that they kind of run it by him. They run it up the flagpole a little bit, and they kind of they try to catch his vibe.
Right.
Like insinuating the last couple of weeks, hey, man, we may just shut him down just so you know.
Yeah.
And then he's like, okay, got it. You know what I mean? Like they're feelers.
No, I agree
They
with
put
you.
the feelers
I agree with you.
out.
But I don't think Dan is the one who's there. Dan's coaching.
Yeah.
And I think that
he wants to win.
He established that when he became the head coach, and he established that when they were talking about drafting different quarterbacks. He said, "No, I'm the coach, and Adam's the guy running the show with the personnel."
Right.
And I think this, to me, it's an Adam decision. He might have Newmark in there and all these other people, and we've seen these things on Hard Knocks. I have like 8 guys in a room.
Justin Herbert had surgery on his hand on Monday, played on Sunday. Aaron Rodgers is playing with 3 fractures in his hand. Daniel Jones was playing with a banged up leg. He may have contributed to the Achilles, but he was playing with something wrong with his leg.
Philip Rivers was playing with fat.
Philip Rivers hadn't played in 5 years. They just threw him to the wolves. Yeah, he was obese.
Right.
But Jaden's off-throwing elbow hurts. And by the way, I don't blame Jaden at all. Like 0. Other than I wish when he fell down, he would have popped up quicker. He created the whole thing by staying down there for the extra 2 seconds.
If we play the clip again, Quinn's wishy-washy. The doctors didn't shut him down. He says the doctors are part of the equation.
Yeah.
Like sometimes doctors shut it down. They say, hey, you cannot play this guy. And then Quinn would say, the doctors have told us he cannot play. Yeah. In this case, he's very nebulous because that's what happens when you have to create a narrative, right? You just start throwing stuff out there.
By the way, I wouldn't care if there was structural damage in his left elbow. It's his left elbow. It's meaningless. All he needs to be able to do with that is handoff. Help with the handoff. And he could probably figure out a way without it.
I think you're overstating it's meaningless because
the stiff
arms and certain things.
Whatever. You can still stiff arm.
He can
still
how you
stiff arm.
run.
Maybe not very effectively, but he can still throw it out there.
But you certainly can play with it. He's going to practice.
Of course.
So he's fine to practice. They just don't want him on the field because they're scared that he could get hurt again.
Let me just say this. I wanted him. I was adamant from the jump that I wanted him to play. And he needs to play. He needs to remind everyone. He needs to remind himself. He needs to remind the team, the front office, the fans, that he can stay healthy like he did last year, like he did for 55 or 57 games in college. But I will acknowledge there is a little bit of relief in the back of my mind knowing that at least we're going to start next year with our superstar under center, barring something crazy in the offseason.
Right. All right, let's go to the phones. 1-800-636-1067. You can also vote at Junks Radio or text us on the Main Street Bank text line. Do you think this is the right decision.
All right, let's go to Ryan in Ohio. Ryan, what's up, buddy? You're on with the Junkies.
Hey, what's happening, guys?
How are you, man?
Good, doing well.
Good.
I agree with the whole Jaden Daniels thing. We should have done the same thing with Burrow.
Go ahead. Give me
No,
your
it's just-
rationale. Why?
Why not? You're not winning anything. You're playing for no prize.
But Burrow is
Protect
much
him.
more experienced. He's been in the league a long time. And by the way, they're going to play Burrow because, according to Zach Taylor, they
Yeah,
want to
I'm
win.
saying I agree with sitting Jaden. I wish they would do that with Burrow. Go get a draft pick. Better yourself.
So
in the
you're a
draft.
Bengals fan.
Huge.
Gotcha. All right, appreciate the call. His
Thanks,
perspective
buddy.
is
Well-
shut Joe Burrow down, too.
All right, let's go to Liam in Gaithersburg.
Hey,
Liam, what's
Josh,
up?
Good morning. Good morning. What's up, guys?
Hey, buddy.
So I'm okay with the decision, but if you're going to bench him, you got to bench all your starters that are going to be here next year, like Terry, and so forth and so on.
That's a fair
Well,
perspective.
the only, listen, I hear you. I know exactly what you're saying because if Terry's out, we already see how devastating that is. If Larry Tunsil's out, we know how devastating. The only difference is we all acknowledge that quarterbacks are different than the others. They still are, at
Right.
the end of the day, more important.
Now, how about this? I was thinking about it. How about is this decision? I know JD's mom likes to protect him from the females. You think she's also trying to protect some of that?
No, my understanding is
Campbell soup money.
No, my understanding is that
No?
Jaden's mom wants him to play.
So his
Oh.
perspective is you think that Jaden's mom could have ordered the code
No,
red.
I'm telling you that's not
Yeah.
true. From someone that covers the team, Jaden's mom and Jaden both want to play.
Okay, that's interesting. Maybe that's okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Who's
maybe that's
reported
keep the
that?
locker room going,
I've been
maybe.
told that behind the scenes. Hasn't
Okay.
been reported.
All right.
Huh?
Sure.
All right.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Thanks, pal. I hadn't really thought about the
someone
Jaden's
could do an
mom.
official report and it proves otherwise, but I was told specifically that behind the scenes.
I hadn't been told the Jaden's mom perspective, but it reminds me that about a year and a half ago, and you asked me to ask my friend who's a personnel guy in the NFL his perspective on the prospects coming out. And he loved Jaden.
Didn't like
and
the
he
mom.
loved Drake May. But the difference maker between those two, and he didn't love Caleb, was the mom.
Yeah.
And it wasn't necessarily a negative thing. It's just that she's over
She's
involved.
gone public. She doesn't like the RG3 comparisons. She's publicly said that. She loves being on the sideline. She loves being a part of the whole deal. It makes sense to me that the mom wants him to play. Makes sense to me.
But she also wants to protect him. I mean, I could see that argument. But
Okay.
I have no reason to disbelieve you or your source.
Ask her on the record.
Right.
Ask her on the record. Let's go to Brandon. Brandon, what's up? Brandon, real quick.
Hey, what's
20
what's
seconds.
up, guys? Hey, I called in yesterday. I was the guy who said not to play him. And I'm glad to see my intuition is sticking with the pros on this one up in the front office. I think this is the right move. We earned nothing out of playing him other than him getting some additional reps. I get it, that's huge, but he's not even doing it with our main guys, in the wide receiver front. So this is a big win. Now we get to go into next season knowing that we have Jaden 100%.
Hey, I'm curious.
And that's a big
I'm
win.
just curious. What if he suffers the exact same injury in week 1, and then he sits out the exact amount of times, and then plays a half and gets hurt again? What do you do?
That would be devastating, but
No, but what would you do? Would you then sit him out the next 3 games?
If he has a sore elbow?
If he can come back into a game in his week 4, let's say. So he gets hurt in week 1, he dislocates
it's
the
a-
elbow, they put it back in, he misses weeks 2 and 3, and in week 4, he lands on his elbow and it's sore. What do you do?
Trying him back out.
Of course we do. I want to hear what he does.
I hung
Oh,
up
you
on
hung
him.
up on him?
Yeah, because we're late.
Because I'm
'Cause we're
just
back
wondering
up.
what these people are going to keep doing. Are they going to keep him in bubble wrap next year too?
No, I
Anytime he
think-
gets hurt?
I think the bubble wrap stuff ends. This is it.
1-800-636-1067. We're the Junkies. Be right back. Welcome back. Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. Time now for the Junkies Blitz, brought to you by Offenbachers. Football season, of course, is here. Cooler nights are calling. Score big with a hot tub and fire pit, warmth, comfort, and the perfect game day vibe. Let Offenbachers help you upgrade your backyard today. And don't forget, Offenbachers now carries indoor and outdoor saunas. Yours is right there underneath your deck, right?
Correct.
Kind of like right outside your sliding glass door.
Correct.
How long do you have to be outside before you pop into your sauna?
It's about 3 seconds.
Yeah, that's a cold 3 seconds.
Especially when you're drenched in sweat after a session. It is that's
so
my cold
getting
plunge.
out of the saunas. Yeah, you need
That's
to
my
build
cold plunge.
You need to build like some sort of like a tunnel from the sauna to the inside of your house.
I saw there's a viral video of a fireman. Firemen are tough guys, right? A built fireman, and one of his fellow firemen was trying to get him to cold plunge, and it was the funniest thing you'd ever seen. He was so uncomfortable. He kept trying to get out of the damn thing because cold plunges are a nightmare.
I
don't
did
know
a
how
cold
people
plunge
do it.
once. Wasn't for me. I didn't love it. I got through it, and I didn't feel some sort of great effect afterwards. And that was just a single time.
I don't think,
but especially, I've got bad knees. I've had 5 knee surgeries. People would say that might be good for inflammation or whatever. I didn't feel like it was some sort of secret sauce.
I don't think doing anything one time is
probably true.
It's going to help anything.
Probably true. I'm much more of a heat guy.
Yeah. Yeah, me too.
All right, so you had a Monday Night Football game last night, and the Steelers, they don't look particularly good this year. But Aaron Rodgers said after they beat the Dolphins 28-15, we're playing meaningful games down the stretch. That's why I came here. They get the win 28-15. Rodgers, couple touchdown passes, completes 23 of 27 passes. You look at his numbers, like he's not putting up the numbers that he was putting up 5 years ago where he'd throw for 350 yards and have, a 40 touchdown season. But by and large, he's taking care of the football. 22 touchdowns with only 7 interceptions this year. On the other side of the ball, Tua and the Dolphins, of course, bounced back after a terrible start. They had won 4 in a row. Guy's got 15 interceptions this year. So we know that turnovers is, if not the biggest, one of the biggest factors into winning in the NFL. And Aaron Rodgers is taking care of the football. He's really happy about the reclamation projects they have. They added Adam Thielen to the mix, but you look at some of the players they have, he called them cast-offs, people like Marquez Valdez-Scantling, Asante Samuel Jr. These are guys that are contributing. Kenneth Gainwell.
Right.
The Steelers, they don't appear to be great, but it would be an interesting story. And in the AFC, you've got the top 2 teams are led by inexperienced quarterbacks. Top 2 teams are the Broncos with Bo Nix, the Patriots with Drake May. Could a team like the Steelers with a veteran quarterback like Aaron Rodgers get into the playoffs? If you win the division, you have a home playoff game. Could they upset a team like that?
It's possible. We'll find out a lot about them in a few days when they play Detroit. They have Detroit, then Cleveland, you assume they'll win. Although you never know what could happen, right? Division game. And then the Ravens.
Yeah, they close the season with the
game.
Ravens.
That'd be a huge game.
I'm guessing, and Valdez, you can let me know, is that game going to be flexed? Weren't they planning to have the Commanders as the night game at the end? I'd imagine they'd move the Ravens-Steelers to be the last game.
I would think so, but I didn't know. I'm not sure if they do night games on the week 18.
Yeah, you might be right.
Because you want everyone to have the equal kind of advantage.
Rest. So maybe they flex it to 4 o'clock or something.
I know they do that, but I'm pretty sure they don't do Monday night. They don't do Monday night games.
I think you're right. Now, that game might not mean anything if, like the Ravens, you look at their schedule, not easy. They've got the Patriots this week. Then they go to Green Bay. Now, Green Bay lost Micah Parsons, but that's still a really good team. And you're going to Green Bay, and then they close with the Steelers. So, Steelers right now at 8-6, Ravens 7-7. Both teams need to win the division pretty much to make the playoffs based on the playoff picture. But interesting, and I think, I've kind of been sleeping on it. Aaron Rodgers is kind of having a sneaky decent year.
Yeah, quarterback rating in 98. He's completing 67% of his passes. He's not throwing for a lot of yards, but a typical, pretty darn good touchdown interception ratio, 3-1. Yeah, I mean,
it's a flawed team.
He's been a
It's a
veteran.
flawed team, but it'd be interesting to see if they could pull off an upset. They'll have a home playoff game if they win the division. Of course, the Ravens can still win the division, but we'll see how it plays out. Patrick Mahomes, they didn't waste any time.
Yep.
Underwent successful surgery Monday night in Dallas to repair his torn ACL.
I always think that's the move. Sometimes people, I know someone that just recently tore their ACL, and they waited weeks to get the surgery, and they're an athlete currently competing. And I'm like, I know they say wait for the inflammation to go down, et cetera, but I mean, you didn't have to wait that long.
I was told to wait 2 weeks for the swelling to go down, but they didn't wait with Patrick Mahomes. Maybe they beat the swelling. Who knows? Speaking of quarterbacks, this one's not NFL related. Well, kind of is. Arch Manning's going to come back to Texas.
I'm not surprised at all. He doesn't need money. He's making a ton. His family's loaded. He wants they value the college experience. Makes all the sense in the world. I'm happy for him.
You know what's interesting about Arch? Before the season,
He needs the experience. He needs the
maybe
reps.
based on name, maybe based on his kind of his height and like the skill level. People hadn't really seen him play that much. He was projected as a guy who could potentially be the number one pick. And then early in the season,
Struggled.
they faltered. But if you take a look at his numbers, he's got 24 touchdowns, 7 picks.
Yeah, no, he's quietly turned it around.
Now, some of it would be against lesser opponents.
What do they list him at? Is he like 6'3"?
6'4".
Oh, 6'4"? Okay.
6'4", 220.
Yep.
So 24 touchdowns, 7 picks. We know he's pretty athletic. He's also run for 8 touchdowns. So 32 touchdowns this season. It's actually, if I punched up Fernando Mendoza's numbers, they're probably not that different.
Is he technically a sophomore? Because he was a redshirt freshman, then a
Sophomore.
freshman, so he's a sophomore. Next year will be his junior year. I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, if he came back for one more, just for the game reps. The family, I think they value it. Give him the experience before you go to that NFL level. He doesn't need to rush if he's not ready. Now, if he balls out from start to finish and he's clearly ready, then I think he'll go.
So Mendoza finished with 33 touchdown passes, just 6 picks. So definitely better, but I think kind of like what I said about Aaron Rodgers, Arch Manning, sneaky decent numbers for, the perception was, overrated at the beginning of the year. He's terrible.
We're so hard.
Not so bad.
We're so hard on people. We just write them off after a couple starts. It's terrible.
Coming up next, Christmas season's here, and there's a new tradition that I might like. We'll get into that next here on the Junkies.
Let's start with the big football news. It's official. Commanders head coach Dan Quinn with the word on Monday. They are shutting down Jayden Daniels for the rest of the season.
We're going to sit him for the final 3 games. And I know your first question likely is, well, DQ, what went into that? And the answer is it was a lot, and part medical and part team. As of today, he still wasn't all the way cleared to play.
With Daniels done, it means he will end up playing only 7 games this season. Monday Night Football, Aaron Rodgers threw a pair of touchdown passes. Pittsburgh beat Miami 28-15. Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes had knee surgery last night, ended up being a torn ACL and LCL in his left knee. He may not be ready for the start of next season. Hockey, the Caps are back on the ice tonight, hoping to snap a 2-game skid. Capitals play at Minnesota, 8 p.m. face-off tonight here on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. In Richmond, you can listen to us on 910 The Fan or 105.1 FM. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. And brought to you by friends at Crop Metcalf. They're the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies. Looking to be their next 5-star HVAC technician or plumber. Just visit cropmetcalf.com to join their team. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Eric Bickel. Just a quick little NBA note. I know we're not going to spend any time on it. I'm an NBA guy. Cooper Flagg had 42 points last night.
Balling, it's the most points ever for an 18-year-old in the league.
18 years old.
No one younger has ever scored more. And
that's why we spent all that time on poop for Coop.
Yeah.
And all that time hoping that the Wizards would land Cooper Flagg. And Trey Johnson might be a fine player. Might turn out to be an all-star. But Cooper Flagg, there's certain guys that you know are going to be transcendent.
Yeah. I thought Bobby Marks' response on Twitter was funny when someone pointed out, it was a 42-point game or whatever. He commented and he goes, pretty good for a guy who's going to go 6th in the draft this year, allegedly. That's the rumor.
Yeah.
Remember, this is a guy who dominated kind of as an unknown, right? The Olympians, remember? Dominated them. And they're like, they were
I don't know if he was
scrimmaging.
unknown. I think a lot of people have known about him, but he was proving that he's legit.
He was like the best player in the court by many accounts.
Yeah, so thought that was interesting. And we will talk some basketball later this hour. Will Dawkins, the Wizards GM, will join us at 8:45.
Because I believe, am I correct? I believe he was still a high school player at that time. I don't think he had played at Duke yet.
Correct.
Yeah, and dominated. So, yeah, it's impressive.
Just a little nugget. Just wanted to throw out there. Scored 42 points. And he's
Are
18.
these clips of Curry one-handing it from the corner, like at the exit, and that's the real? He hit that? That didn't just like hit the bottom of the net or whatever?
Yeah, those guys are amazing. I mean,
so
Luka
sick.
does that kind of stuff all the time.
I
Steph
know, I
does
see them.
it. I saw you tweeted Jokic shooting a left-handed 3.
Like it was nothing.
Yeah, they're sick.
Like it was nothing. Steph did the same thing. Steph was shooting. He ended his little workout with a left-handed 3.
Well, didn't Arenas back in the day have like a bet with one of the other
That
Wizards?
was one-handed. I think he was just one-handed.
Oh, I thought he might have thrown in left-handed.
He might have done some lefties too, but I believe he did like an ungodly in a row or 90% out of 100 one-handed.
Something absurd.
Crazy. Yeah.
Yeah. So wanted to get into this new Christmas tradition, and it's funny because Valdez put it on the outline that I might be into it. So, I'm not a guy who likes clutter. I don't know if I'm a true minimalist to the extent, but I don't like to have
Pretty close.
extra.
You could live in one of those modern houses where they just had like sparse modern like boxy furniture and nothing. Like
Maybe,
just
but
clean
look,
cabinets everywhere, nothing, can't see anything.
I like things to be organized, and I don't like to have stuff that I don't use.
You don't like that?
There's-
I have my wallet on my little bar in the kitchen, and then I have my vitamins, and then I might have my watch, and then I might have my water bottle. I mean, I just have stuff.
That's fine. I mean, whatever.
just
You've
tip of the
been to my
iceberg.
house. It's not
Yeah.
it's not immaculate, but I like it to be organized and clean. So there's a
mine's
new
lived
trend
in.
here for Christmas, apparently. and it's what they're calling the naked Christmas tree. But it's not truly naked, and I kind of like the idea, but it's not totally me. But I'm wondering what you think about this. It's people that on their Christmas tree, they basically just have the white lights, and that's it. Do you like that? So
Sure.
not like a ton of ornaments.
I have to tell you, my wife would tell you this. It's irrelevant to me either way. It has no impact on me. It's not meaningful to me. It's not important to me. I don't observe it. I'm oblivious to it. But if you asked me, do I think that someone with white lights does their house look pleasant? If you forced me to look at it and have an opinion, I would say sure.
If it's on the outside of the house, I do prefer.
Do you notice it as you're driving
I do
through
prefer.
your neighborhood?
Yes.
Are you sort of evaluating each person's decorations?
I mean, I'm not. I mean,
I
yeah,
don't. I just drive to my house.
Of course I notice it. And I like certain styles over others. I definitely like. I think they would describe it as more like the elegant look, where it's kind of spotlight, maybe a big wreath, the white lights, pretty simple. For a tree, though, I got to tell you. Now I didn't do any of it. I just took it out and I set it up. We've got 2 fakies now. My wife's allergic to trees. We did real ones for a while and she would just be miserable for a couple weeks. So now we've got 2 fake trees. Because we have a room that has high ceilings, and she was like, we can't just use this regular 8-foot tree in this room. It'll look tiny. So she suckered me into. We've got this big ass tree that I had to go on the top step. I'll probably die at some point. That's will be my to put on the ornament at the top, right? What do you call that at the very top?
The angel,
the
or
topper.
whatever?
I guess it's called the topper. We had a cardinal for some reason.
Okay.
But we've had an angel. We've had a star. We have
Mhm.
different choices. I think my wife was anti-cardinal this year, but I feel like we had this red bird at the top of it last year. I kind of like, though, ornaments. Like I have a little sentimentality where my kids have certain ornaments that they've had, and now they're older. Like Kelsey's 25, but each year we would almost have like an ornament dedicated to the kids. Like I know that there's a SpongeBob because Dylan was into SpongeBob at one point. So it was like maybe when he was 8. And then there might be like a soccer player
So
with
to
Kelsey.
acknowledge
So-
a milestone in their life.
I kind of like that. Like, I mean,
All
I
right.
don't know that we've done it every year, and we certainly haven't updated it the last couple of years. But I know that Kelsey has a soccer player because she used to play soccer, and actually, it's ridiculous because he's not a fan of that team anymore. But there was one year when Dylan was like 5 when he was an Eagles fan. So we've got some sort of an Eagles ornament there,
You
and
still
we've
put
got
it up?
yeah, because you know what? It just kind of reminds you of those times. So I do kind of like that. Our big tree, that's kind of my wife's debacle in terms of decorating. She gets on the ladder and she fluffs out everything and she puts kind of like flat, like it has more of that elegant, classy look. But I'm okay with like a naked tree. Some trees look
What do you
really
mean
good.
a naked tree? Who
they're
has
just
a
saying,
naked tree?
They're just saying they would just have the white lights around it.
In their house or sort of outside?
Inside, outside. I know when I drive by houses, I do enjoy. Jason used to always make a point on the show of saying his Christmas tree was always by the window. And I think because the way I grew up and just the setup of our house, it wasn't a situation where our tree would be by the window that you would see it, right? Because the rooms which showed to like the street were bedrooms. Your house, I think, growing up, you guys did have it by the window, so maybe if you were driving by, you would see it.
Maybe, but it wasn't.
It wasn't that important
It
to me.
wasn't by design.
But I do like when I drive by, like my neighborhood, the houses that have the trees that you could see in the windows. I think it's a good look, and I generally do like the white lights. I'm not a blinking lights, all the different color lights.
I mean, I think if you went,
and I think I grew up with the blinking lights and the different colors.
you drive by like a classy neighborhood in like Chevy Chase or something, right? A nice, if I had to have an opinion, a nice house is one where they have like maybe something like spotlights from the grass, like kind of on the house,
right?
And then you have something in the windows, and
Wreaths.
it's just classy, not over the top. It's just well lit, the few lights in the windows, some wreaths. That's it.
That's the look I prefer too.
That's the classy look.
I agree. By the way,
We do it, we
I
just
heard that
throw
the
colored
guy,
lights everywhere.
the guy that we had on the show, Horn, what was his first name? Valdez. Such a terrible
Mike.
memory. Mike Horn. I heard they won that thing on ABC. Did he win money?
Was it for like 50
Can we get
grand?
a confirmation on that?
I think
If anybody watched whatever it is, the Great Christmas Tree, whatever the heck it was called,
I think
on
they did win
ABC.
money. I think they did win money. Was it like 50 grand?
I don't know.
I think they did win money.
Give us a call, 1-800-636-1067. So I thought he was a good sport on the show. Then his wife got bitter on Facebook, and then I Facebook her back, and she was cool with it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because we might have made fun of him. Could he throw a spiral? And
Well,
made
I
fun-
know he can.
Right.
I mean, I would bet my life. My life.
The guy starts putting up lights on Halloween for
Yeah.
Christmas.
Yeah, yeah.
It was called the Great Christmas Light Fight, and Thursday night they won 50 grand.
50 grand.
I mean, you know what?
I mean, how much do you think it cost him in lights, though? Like, to buy all that stuff?
He wouldn't. They weren't
He wouldn't
revealing.
say.
Remember,
He
I
wouldn't say.
asked. He
Yeah,
wasn't.
yeah.
Say, he was acting like the electric bill wasn't that big of a deal.
It might not be because of the low voltage stuff.
I don't know, man. He had huge LED light displays on his roof.
Yeah, but isn't that stuff supposed to be cheap? The LED stuff? I don't know. Maybe not the lights themselves. The lights themselves, I think, are expensive. But I think the electric on your bill should be low.
I don't know. So I don't know if I'm a true minimalist because I do like putting ornaments on a tree. And I didn't do it this year. I haven't done it. But it's kind of a cool family thing when you kind of all do it together. I'll be honest, this year it's been all Jess. 100%. I just was the guy that took out the boxes.
I'd say for the last 15 years, it's been all my wife and my kids. I'm not into that.
Valdez, what is your Christmas tree tradition as a kid and now?
As a kid, I would always hang ornaments with my family, and I would have a bunch that I would make in art class growing up. Also, really big, the family vacation, the family trip. You always got to get an ornament from wherever you're going. If you're going
So
to
hold
Hilton
on,
Head,
if you're doing a winter trip, like a
no, like in the summer.
Yeah,
Oh,
no.
summer.
You know what? See, I'm a little bit like you. Like we have. That's another deal. Well, we'll have ornaments. Be like,
A
okay,
trinket to
here's one. Yeah.
memorialize
Like
the
we'll go
Yeah,
down
like-
in Hilton Head. We go get ornament of the big lighthouse or something to go.
Yeah.
So that's the tchotchke that you bring home, is an ornament to put on your tree.
Oh yeah. Anytime you do a trip wherever, like North Carolina, Florida, wherever you're going, you go find an ornament to kind of commemorate the time that you had,
All right.
and then you sit around the tree talking about it as you decorate
Yeah,
it.
but what if
growing
you go
up.
to Hilton Head every year?
Well, then you just stop by. Yeah, you stop by.
One to cover it. I mean, look, I also inherited. My mom was big into Christmas, and EB's gotten some of that from my mom. My mom used to give them the Charles Dickens
Let me say,
houses.
I don't really care about trees. I love those houses.
the little
I
mini
love the
cities.
houses.
Right.
So I have to get all the stuff, and I'm a Grinch, and I groan, and I complain, and everyone hates me in my house because I don't like doing anything. But when they get the houses
The
out,
villages.
I
Yes.
get so excited. At the club, they have one with a Ferris wheel. I'm like, how
pretty
come we don't have
pretty
one?
sick.
They have one with like skaters, like ice skating.
Yeah.
Hey, you want to make my Christmas at Hyde Social? Get me one of those houses with the, but it's not a house, but it's in that, it's in that.
So
it
I
fits in there with the Ferris wheel.
I have a full bin.
I love that thing.
My mom used to set
And
up the
then a train-
village.
Then I don't want a train set.
It's a lot of effort,
dude.
But you know, my mom used to set up that village
Yeah.
on the old school bar,
We
which I now
have it
have at
all
the
over our
house.
piano
and she
and
used to
everything.
give
Oh, yeah.
you one every
I
year
love
for
it.
Christmas.
I love the houses.
but
I get the most excited about
Yeah,
that.
you have the fake
and
snow
I
down.
just want to wrap a train around it.
But like to me, the naked Christmas tree, and you can call us at 1-800-636-1067. You lose that, right? So you're getting stuff from Hilton Head trips. My mom also used to get. I inherited all my mom's decorations. Like I guess I could have tossed them, but I've kept. And so that's kind of a way to be sentimental. She used to get like every year a new White House ornament. So we have a bunch of like these. So that's kind of like the classier one. But we also have, the Atlantis or whatever.
Now I stopped putting tinsel on the tree. We used to do that all the time growing up.
I don't even know if
We've
do
never
tinsel.
done tinsel.
I don't think we did.
But I would agree that your tree is incomplete unless you have a train around it.
Do you have a train around?
Oh
here?
yeah, I have a train around it.
You don't understand. Listen, I'm kind of. I have a.
There's something about
a train set that hit. I'm 55 years old. I would probably cry if you gave me a train set.
You are into trains.
I want a train set.
Do you remember?
You're like Bobby. You're gonna be like Bobby
And I
Bacala.
want to make a big one. I want to make it go all around everything. Down to the basement, up the stairs.
Mine just goes in a circle around the tree.
No, I think I want a bigger one. I think I want one all over the house.
Yeah,
you know,
you're-
like
you're-
I'm at some sort of like old country tavern or something.
Do
I
you
just want one.
remember? I think it was after Fraser's wedding. I'm not sure. So when my dad first came to America,
I mean, I love trains.
when my dad first came
Toy
to
trains.
when my dad first came to America, the Italians would get located with other Italian families, and I don't remember the exact story, but he comes over in the 1940s with his brother. His brother went to the coal mines, and he ended up in Roanoke, Virginia, and he stayed with this family. And I believe you were, for some reason, I think you came with us. And we stopped at this family that housed him when he was like a teenager, and they had this huge train set. And I remember how fascinated you were. You've already forgotten.
I've been to a few
I
places.
feel like it
where
was
they
after
have,
Fraser's wedding.
Could be.
'cause-
I've been to a few places where they have massive train. I think I remember what you're saying vaguely. And
Yeah.
yes, I am blown away by like sick train sets that people have in their
Yeah,
basement.
very
or whatever.
elaborate.
And guys just. I mean, let's
Like
be
going
honest,
through
the guy-
going through
But
tunnels.
isn't that
the guys
kind
are
of
losers? But
I was going to say, isn't it kind of nerdy?
It's the nerdiest
Everything
thing.
you're against is kind of like
it's the
Legos.
nerdiest thing that I'm into. I'm so into it.
I have another tree tradition that's necessary, is that the man of the house has to put the tree topper / star on. That's reserved for the guy of the house.
No, I mean,
I'm
because
gonna, you know what? I should take a picture.
Why? Because it's a little taller. You don't want him to fall down. It's a manly
I don't
thing.
know. It's just my dad. My dad would always swoop in, not help a single bit, and then all of a sudden,
That's kind of like me.
and then all of a sudden, put the big old star on top of the tree.
Yeah.
And that's how I grew up. Is that the man of the house is in charge of putting the star on the tree.
Right. To top it
To top it off.
Yeah, to finish it off.
The finishing touches.
I'm telling
it's
you.
officially Christmas when Dad does that.
That's what I should take a picture, and you will see how harrowing it is to put the tree topper on, because this tree is so damn tall. I tried this year to put it together on the floor and then lift it up. Couldn't do it. I'd need like some sort of a pulley system to figure out. So I put it together, and maybe I should put the star on before, but I got to go up to the top step, EB. Not the top, like the top.
Mm-hmm.
Stand on it. Lean on my tiptoes to get this stupid tree topper on.
No, I'm telling you, you're jeopardizing yourself. Especially as you get older, you have dicey balance to begin with.
Absolutely.
You have dicey balance.
No,
right now.
I'm calling my shot.
Yeah.
I'm going down at some
what
point.
was that? We had the Hall
But
of
I
Fame.
think what I would
Remember we
do
had
is
the what Donkey Hall of Fame or whatever we would do
Yes.
with guys, the stupid ways they die.
Donkey of the Week.
Yeah. In the Hall of Fame is guys that die doing stupid things.
I think I would just dive onto the tree, maybe. If I fell, just dive onto the tree.
Just cushion your blow.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, I want everyone to tweet Eric pictures of your train set
Oh,
today.
if you have a train set, I will be envious. You'll put a big smile on my face. If you have a train set, it's like your Christmas train set.
What was the
or whatever,
company? Is it Lionel? Who was like the silly train sets when we were
think so.
kids?
Lionel. I'm looking on Amazon right now.
Yeah.
What are they called? Like you get
But
there's
it is-
different models, like the H2 or something. And the
It is-
H1.
It is a little fascinating that like you just joan on people that do Legos and Star Wars.
Oh, yeah,
and
I'm
all
not-
these things. But that's your
The
thing.
train set is trains are my kryptonite. There's something
Would
about
you put on the conductor hat or whatever?
no.
Yeah, I don't.
No.
I don't remember.
No.
But I do remember that family, whatever that Italian family that we visited, it was like in Roanoke, Virginia.
I think I do remember that.
That they had like a garage, and it was like nothing but like these trains all around. And EB, he lit up like when we talk about nudist colonies. It got all fired up.
I'm telling you, of all the nerdy things, that is so fascinating to me. I love it.
I just texted you a picture of my tree with the train
This
set.
is your train set?
Yeah.
All right, let me see. But I mean, I can imagine it's just a little tiny one. Let me see.
Yeah, it just goes in a
Does it-
circle
now,
around.
when do you turn it on? Just like when you're hanging out in there. So like
Yeah.
Christmas Day, it'll
Yeah,
the train will be-
at nighttime, I like to turn it on and watch the train go
Now
around for a
that
couple
is
minutes.
not the. See, I'm more.
I know,
I like
yeah.
the small, like the H2. I think that's what it's called. And this is going back to my childhood.
Now you're nerdy.
This is
The
going back to my
H2.
childhood. I think that's what it's called, the model with the smaller tracks. This is the big one. I mean, this is like, is this even electric?
Yeah. You turn it on, just goes in the circle around.
No, I want to get one, and I want to have all the different trains. I want to have the
Yeah,
big.
you want the
big
diner
gas
cart
thing,
and the
diner
caboose.
car. I want all that. The caboose. I want all that.
But then you just watch it.
Yeah, I'm telling you. No, but then I think I would want to have it going through the town.
Right.
and having-
You got your village. You already got your
Yes.
villages.
I would have. I'm telling you, I would get off.
Look at
on
you
that.
getting in the Christmas spirit.
That gets me in the.
1-800-636-1067 is the number. Coming up next, the guys from Barstool, Wake Up Barstool, the morning show that nobody's really watching on TV, they had a redraft. We'll get into that of the NFL quarterbacks, including Jaden Daniels, and then we'll tackle what we think about that next here on the Junkies.
All right, guys, EB here. FanDuel's the #1 sportsbook for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel's the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live all in one easy-to-use app. And right now, of course, it's the perfect time to join. New customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love the way you want. Head to FanDuel.com/EB to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/EB. FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. Present in D.C. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
So I think the most news that the Barstool Sports morning show has received in a couple of weeks or a couple of months, however long it's been on the air, is that it was very, very lowly rated, right? I can't remember. I mean, years ago on Fox Sports 1, it was Skip Bayless was Shannon Sharp, right? And then Craig Carton took over, and he did okay. And then they replaced it with the guys from Barstool Sports. And EB's pointed out Portnoy's only on Mondays.
They have a lot of the, in my opinion, the B-teamers. So God bless them. I don't know if these guys just don't have a Q rating, you know?
I have no idea who any of those guys are that are on TV. They're on right now. No idea who that guy is with the beard. There's some kind of like chubby guy sitting down there. No idea who he is.
That's Eddie, second from the left. I'm not sure. I've seen the guy on the right. I don't know his name.
But I'm not a Barstool Sports person. I don't listen to Barstool Sports Radio. I don't follow them on Twitter.
That doesn't exist anymore.
Anyway, I do know Dave Portnoy. And Dave Portnoy on Mondays comes on that show with Greg Olson and John Gruden. I know those guys. So that's their heavy hitter
he doesn't
show.
do it with the D-list guys?
On Mondays, he's got John Gruden on, and he's got Greg Olson on, NFL player, NFL coach. And they were talking about the second-year quarterbacks, including Jaden Daniels. And here is their redraft.
Caleb, Jaden Daniels, Drake May, Michael Penix Jr., J.J. McCarthy, Bo Nix. You're redrafting this quarterback class right now.
I'm thinking Drake May as my number one guy. He does everything I want to do at the position.
Okay.
Hands down, I'm taking Drake May.
Drake 1. Greg, who do you got at 2?
You know, you don't want to be a creature of the moment, right? Last year, everyone's saying Jaden Daniels is the best. You know, now this year it's Bo Nix. So I think we had unfortunate, we all kind of live in the moment we're in. If you put a gun to my head right now, I'm probably taking Caleb Williams.
I'm taking Bo Nix. And not just off of yesterday's performance. This guy, I watched fourth quarter game-ending situation performance. Bo Nix is he's improving as a passer. Sean Payton's bringing out the best in him. I love Bo Nix.
So that would be huge value. He went 12th. He was the last quarterback taken in reality. You'd have him at 3. Greg?
I'm taking Jaden Daniels. This year has been tough. I don't think Washington is necessarily overly talented around him. Obviously, he's been injured, of course. I do think at some point you need Jaden to start playing almost more like Caleb Williams, under center, play pass, boot pass. I think him standing stationary in shotgun every single play is just virtually impossible way to play quarterback in modern NFL. So I think a change of style will help him, but I think, you know, a year ago we're saying he should have been the number 1 pick.
Yeah, easily people are saying that. And then the last 2,
All right, so they've got Jaden Daniels 5 now.
I thought he had 3.
I mean 4. Sorry.
Hold on. They had
Drake,
May
Caleb,
1,
Bo Nix.
Drake, Caleb, Bo Nix. Okay. 4.
Jaden Daniels 4th. What is your response to that? If you want to chime in, 1-800-636-1067. If you had a redraft right now, they're right. The prisoners of the moment, and it wasn't. Here's the thing about that redraft. It was Gruden and Olson going back and forth. It'd be interesting to hear Gruden's individual list and then Olson's individual list. You had Jaden Daniels atop your board, right?
Yep.
When we did that?
Yep.
I actually had Caleb Williams atop the board. Jason had Drake May. We all had it. I can't remember who Cakes had. Look, it's hard not to put Drake May atop based on what you're seeing this year and based on his durability.
Yeah.
Drake has the athleticism. He's big. He's got a big arm. They're winning games. It'd be hard if you did a redraft to select Jaden Daniels above Drake May.
You
right
want to
now.
put Drake May ahead of him? I can't argue with you right now.
And
because I got no ammo. I got no ammo. My guy doesn't play. My guy has a boo-boo on his elbow, and they don't play him.
1-800-636-1067. Now, he did show you that he's got all the tools in the tool bag last year.
Right.
And he has that extra level of athleticism when he's running, but the injury factor gives you a great amount of pause. I do agree. Look, I didn't even know that clip. I do agree with Greg Olson 100%. I think they got to tweak the offense, and I think he would thrive in like a Shanahan system. You know what I mean? Where you're running those bootlegs and you're putting him out, play action, rolling him out a little bit. Like think of like a John Elway.
Well, hopefully they evaluate all of that.
Like he could do, John Elway was a bigger guy, but he could do the same type of things on offense that John Elway could do.
I think he can do everything. I don't think there's anything he can't do other than stay healthy.
And I know if Cakes was here, he'd go, well, look, last year he was under center or in shotgun all the time, and it worked.
Yeah,
well, you got to evolve.
Yeah.
You can't just do the same thing over and over and over again.
Right.
And especially for a guy that he's this year at least has been injury prone.
Yeah. I have no leg to stand on other than
Caleb,
if you take injury out of the question, I would take him at worst 2.
At right now, so you would take at worst 2.
At worst 2 if you took injury out of the equation.
Bo Nix, I mean, he just had a 4-touchdown game, and it is hard not to be prisoner of the moment, but I've seen some of the analytics, and his numbers aren't that great. I would put JD5 over Bo Nix for sure. Caleb was an interesting one because, like, so far, Jaden Daniels has been better than Caleb Williams. But Caleb Williams has played in every game, as far as I know. I mean, maybe somebody's going to correct me. I don't think he's missed a game.
I think he's been available, yeah.
And, you know, he's a stockier guy. If we just talk about kind of like his physical attributes, I think he's a little shorter, but he's a little thicker.
Mm-hmm.
His level of improvement this year with Ben Johnson, it's not showing up in completion percentage. He has a low completion percentage. But his big thing was he was taking a ton of sacks last year, not taking the sacks. Both seasons, he hasn't thrown many interceptions. Now, he doesn't have high touchdown numbers, but his level of, like, spectacular throws, his second touchdown this week, now some people would say terrible decision, right? He's rolling to his right. He's on, like, the 35-yard line, and he finds DJ Moore in the back of the end zone just over top of a defender's hand with another defender right there. Like, and you talked about that going in. He's got this thing where his highs are higher than almost anybody else, like Patrick Mahomes. That's why they compared him to Patrick Mahomes. He makes absurd throws at times. But then that completion percentage is low. So, like, it'd be a close call between JD and Caleb right now. Big picture-wise, I think I would take Caleb because I just trust him being around longer. Like, if you asked me, is Jaden Daniels going to be thriving at 35? I don't have any confidence in that.
Well,
he might.
We'll have to see.
He might, but I would bet that Caleb Williams will still be playing when he's 35.
I would, if it based on talent alone, I would take Jaden over Caleb. I think Jaden's more consistent. I think he can be every bit as spectacular. I do give Caleb the nod in terms of availability, though. So that's a factor. But in terms of if all things being equal, be on the field, I take Jaden over him.
I think Caleb has less of a chance to completely flame out and be out of the league by 30. And I'm not saying that there's a high likelihood for Jaden Daniels to happen that, but if he gets injured over and over and over and over again, you know, the league moves on. Teams move on.
Yeah,
like if he had,
let's say that's a disaster. Let's say that's a disaster scenario. He could be Marcus Mariota, though. He could just be a backup.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. If he chooses to do so.
Why wouldn't he? What do you want to sit around the house, do nothing?
I don't know.
The guy likes to play ball.
Let's go to the phones. 800-636-1067. If you had a redraft right now, you just heard John Gruden and Greg Olson do their redraft. They had Jaden Daniels going 4th after Bo Nix, after Caleb Williams, and they got Drake May number 1, which makes sense. Drake May might win the MVP this year.
The only one I would maybe argue with is Bo Nix, but it's hard to argue when those guys play and my guy doesn't play this year. And they just sat him down for a non-throwing arm boo-boo. All right, let's go to Elijah. Elijah, what's up? You're on with the Junks.
What's up, fellas? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure, man.
Of course, I'm going to pick my guy. Some of it for me. Every fan likes, and even coaches, every fan likes a different quarterback for a different reason. Certain guys are more efficient in certain ways, and certain guys, when you cut on SportsCenter the next morning, you wiping your eyes and you seeing a highlight. Certain guys are just going to pop on a highlight reel, which can feed fans during the year. Sometimes, for me, I'm a Super Bowl guy. I would love to have a Super Bowl. I don't need you to be popping off the screen in certain type of ways, but it's still a field thing.
Why do you choose Jaden over Drake May?
Well, for me, the style I do enjoy that 12-5. I don't think another quarterback. And y'all can correct me. I don't know how y'all feel, but how I felt post game or certain moments with the swag and certain things, the complete package, what he was able to do when he's at his best, JD5. I like the complete.
He has a
package.
different. I mean, when you're talking about like post game, he does have a different charisma, and it's not like
Thank
he's
you, Elijah.
outspoken, but he's got a certain vibe. And look, the run that he had for the last 5 games of the regular season, and then the last 2 playoff games. I'm excluding the NFC Championship game, and he played well in that game too. I mean, it was an incredible run. That 7-game winning streak, down the stretch, and he had incredible games last year.
I don't think those are flukes. I think he can do that again, but he's got to stay healthy. That's my only
I don't think they're
question.
flukes either, but I still would tweak the offense. Let's sneak in another phone call real quick. We've got Will Dawkins joining us coming up at 8:45.
All right, let's go. Let's go to Doug in Potomac. Doug, what's up, buddy? You on with the Junks?
Hey, guys. Look, I think the most important quality of any quarterback is durability, because you can have the best arm strength, you can process defenses, but if you're not in the game, then none of that stuff matters. And I think that if I had to do
I
this
think it's an
over,
important
I would
one, but I don't think it's the most important, because if you're
I think it
durable,
is.
but you
I
can't
honestly-
process, what's the point of having you out there? Right?
Well, but if you're not out there, then you're not processing. If you're constantly injured, then all these skills don't really matter. You have to be on the field. And if you're not you're the leader of the team, and if you're constantly getting injured, then, you're not going to be able to, none of the skills matter if you're not playing. I think you could apply that to pretty much every
So what
position,
would your
but quarterback-
redraft be?
I would do Drake May, I would do Bo Nix, and then I would do Jaden, and then Caleb. I
So
think Jaden
Jaden
is
third.
probably the most talented, but he's got to stay. I mean, he's got to play a full season. And
I agree
He
with
did
that.
last
he
year.
does that.
He did last
I mean,
year,
to
and he
be
played
fair.
55 games in college,
Yeah.
which I think means something.
And that might be one of the problems. Is he played 55
Too much wear and
games in
tear? I
college.
don't think these are wear and tear injuries. But
Appreciate your call.
thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a close call on, like, right now.
Well,
I
right
think it's
now-
a close call on Caleb and Jaden, because we saw more from Jaden than Caleb. Caleb's more of a
Put it this way: when
flashes
both
guy,
guys are,
but he's
when both
played
guys
every
are
game.
playing, both guys are healthy. Who do you want? I want Jaden. When both guys are playing and both guys are healthy.
Yeah, but I think
The
Caleb,
only reason why Caleb wins over him is because he's playing.
Caleb's arm talent is another level. It just is.
It's a roller coaster. He's a roller coaster.
Yes, but if he harnesses it,
He
I think
harnesses it, then
he
he's
could
gonna be a
be
Hall of Famer.
like, to
if
me.
he harnesses it,
To me, like, arm wise, he reminds me a little of Josh Allen, where he can roll around, and just throw just a bullet, a seed 40 yards downfield with the defender draped over a guy, and he puts it right in the spot. It's just and Jaden can make great throws. He's a great deep ball passer. We saw it throughout last season. Saw it a couple times this season. That would be a tough one. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. Coming up next, we'll talk a little hoops. Will Dawkins, GM of the Wizards, joins us here on the Junkies. Coming up at 9:45, going to give you a chance to win a $50 gift card to Oseo Korean Barbecue. So that's coming up at 9:45. Who doesn't like that? All right, let's talk a little hoops. Join us right now on the Rude Gus Hotline. Rude's the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. It's Will Dawkins, Wizards GM. What's going on, Will?
Good morning, fellas. How we doing?
Good. You're coming off a win. How good does that feel?
Good. But I've learned something new today listening to you guys.
Okay.
No.
Really, really important. I've learned that
Let's dig
I've
in.
never had a full, complete Christmas tree growing up
Because
I've never had a train around it.
you need a train.
You're missing out.
You need a train, buddy.
There's something
What's the
homely
thing
about
the
it.
Train?
Did you?
There's something homey?
Homely about
Homely?
it. Homely,
Got it,
like
got it.
I don't know. There's just like the kid in you. You know, like a kid likes to see a train or something. I don't know. There's just
What
something.
was something nerdy you did as a kid, Will? What were you into? Were you a Legos guy? What?
Yeah, probably Legos. So that counts. That counts. My daughter's into it now, so it's cool.
That's normal, though.
Bring it back.
Yeah.
I feel like that's normal. Now, I think if you're going out and you're buying the Star Wars thing, and then the next Star Wars thing, and then the next then I think you're reaching a different level.
For like
No, we didn't have the complete sets, but
Yeah, you just
I
had-
like the tinsel. We used tinsel. We definitely let the man put the star on the tree, so I was enjoying that while dropping my kids off this morning.
he knows.
The family traditions.
What are the Wizards doing for? You guys always do stuff for holidays. Is there anything special?
Yeah, our guys this year have actually really crushed it, individually, but also team stuff. The normal give backs to the schools, and 3 different players and teams have visited the hospital at different times and brought kids to the games, those type of things. But making sure our staff, we actually put together a wish list for families of people who were incarcerated and couldn't take care of their kids this Christmas, and made sure we fulfilled their Christmas list. And then a few of our players, John Thompson and I, actually went to the jail and visited some of the residents there and talked to them. So it's been very active. Trey had an event just yesterday. Like it's nonstop. Our guys have been in the community. I'm really proud of them.
You gotta say hello to JT3 for us. That's our guy. JT doesn't like to do
It's
media.
amazing how many people love John Thompson. He is the best, but I will say hello to them.
Please, he didn't like to do media. He didn't like it.
Okay.
He loved coming on our show.
What was his intro? He was like a Dougie Fresh guy,
He was
right?
a Dougie Fresh guy, and he would give us skids updates. I mean, he let us come out to Midnight Madness. I mean, I can
love
tell
that.
you, he loved us. I'm
If
just
you guys are
telling
in
you,
our
he loved
office,
us.
you hear us
I love
so
it. Instead of
much
you
more.
saying I loved him, you're throwing a he loved us.
Well, no, we
loved
him
him too.
No, but what's interesting about
It went both ways. Both ways.
No, but what's interesting about it is I
He's
know
a good
guys
dude.
that went to school with him or whatever, and they're like, trust me, he doesn't like the media. He doesn't like doing that stuff. He loves coming on with you guys, and you could feel it. So
Yeah,
say,
we
I
had
miss
fun.
him.
No.
I miss him. That's what I mean.
For
We had
sure.
fun.
I'm going to go knock on his door next
Don't knock
door
on
and
his
tell
door
him.
when we wake him up. All right, so you guys are coming off a win over the Pacers. And by the way, I think I've told you this before, but Unfunny Ben, he does the Locked On Wizards. I consider him outside of anybody in your organization, the number one expert on the Wizards. Like this guy, he does an hour on you guys every day. When there's
He's
nothing
locked
going
in
on
for sure.
in the off season, he's locked in like no one. So he always
the
preps
perfect
me
word
for these
for him.
interviews. He always preps me.
Okay.
And I'm
Okay.
aware, obviously, that you guys.
What's Ben got today then?
He's got a lot. All right.
Okay, where are we at?
All right. Well, first of all, this is just my own question. How do you hold the Pacers to 89? That's what we're looking for. That's what we're looking for, Will.
Yeah.
I know that's rare, but I mean, under a Hunsky, great.
Yeah, you're right. I think that was clearly our best defensive effort of the season. When you have 3 quarters where they're 15, 19, and 23 points scored, like that's huge for us and markers. I'll say this, Coach Keefe had the guys in the right mindset. They didn't like what happened that last time we went to Indiana, and I think they responded and reshaped and had a more determined effort, and I think you saw that. But it was a great team effort because obviously we're down a lot of bodies, but the players that got their chances really stepped up, and I was just proud of how they competed, the energy, the effort, connectedness. But I'd say the last 3 games since that Boston game that no one really liked the taste of that. We've been a more resilient group. We've tied or led in the fourth quarter all 3 of those games. Again, if you have a tie at that point or a lead, you have a chance to win, but more importantly, chances to learn and stack opportunities. So I think we're trending in the right direction, and the culmination came with the passing and the defense in Indiana.
Well, there's a lot to like, and Even though I was kind of even teasing on Twitter the other day when I saw that, like, the last 3 years, you guys have been like 3-20 at the 23 game. It's just like so annoying. But I know there's a process. We're getting there. I can see the light. I see all these young players, including Will Riley, which you guys might have you might have pulled one, a rabbit out of you, right? With Will, where you got him in the draft and what he's showing.
Guy's still growing.
Yeah, I mean,
he said he's feeling growing pains.
He's one of those young guys that's contributing, and he's really starting to blossom. What do you love about Will?
Yeah, I love his approach, to be honest with you. Will's young, but doesn't act that way. He's an everyday guy. There's a few guys that are in the gym all the time, morning, noon, and night, and he's one of those guys. He just really loves basketball. But I think what he's showing is he's taken what he's been able to learn and the experience he's gotten with Cody and the Go-Go to use his high-level IQ and his high-level competition and motor to just impact the game. And the last 5 games when he's gotten real minutes, he's obviously producing, shooting well, but also scoring. I think it's averaging double digits over the last 5 games. So, again, Will's someone when we drafted him, we knew it was going to take some time. He's still not close to who he's going to be, but the fact that he competes and brings it every day and makes his teammates better with positive energy on top of the skill set that he has to play on the ball, off the ball, make shots, and really make reads is why we're so high on him. When you mix in the size and that he's still growing, like you guys said, like we feel pretty good about that one down the line.
Talking to Will Dawkins, Wizards GM. I want you to take us inside a front office decision-making process, right? We've been speculating on Jaden Daniels being shut down, right? The NBA is kind of known for this and decision-making and load management and all those sort of things. So let's say hypothetically you guys have to make a decision on a player. I mean, you do it all the time, right? Guys are injured. How does it go down in your front office? When does an owner get involved? You know, you guys have different players sidelined, and you hear from doctors. What's it like inside the front office?
Yeah, I think it's a collaborative approach. I don't know how Josh runs things, but I have spoken with Adam Peters, and I'm sure they're making the most informed decisions possible. And organizations typically put the players first. I know that's something we do. So when it comes to serious injuries, and unfortunately we saw so many of them this weekend in the NFL with like real all-star caliber Pro Bowl players, when you start seeing those things, you want to make sure you're protecting your players and doing right by them. And you typically meet with them, you meet with the doctors, you get your own opinion, then you go get a second opinion outside, and then typically inform the agency, the player, and get a third opinion. And from there, you put everybody in a room and make the best decision for the player. And I truly believe that's what the Commanders are doing as well.
I think they're a little scared. They're just being a little bit scared, to be honest with you, Will.
So real quick,
you bring him back for one game and he gets hurt again. Like I've been there. I understand. You
no, I know. For one game, I got you. But he's got a boo boo in his left non-throwing elbow for 5 games. I mean, come on, nothing structurally wrong.
What is the status?
The
what is the status on the guys you do have information on, like Alex Sarr? When will we see him back on the court?
Yeah, so still banged up a little bit. I think you will see Bilal come back here pretty quickly. Hopefully Alex at some point at the end of this week is trending, if not early next week. Chris Middleton right around that same page. So we're starting to get guys healthy. It was good to see Trey get back there, even though he was on that 15-minute cap pretty much. But he'll start seeing a little bit more there. And then Corey with his broken thumb has started progressing, doing more on the court. So I think Chris, Bilal, and Alex are probably within the week to 10 days, hopefully sooner, and then not too much further after that with Corey.
All right, Will, always fun talking to you.
Thank you, Will.
Get that train for around your Christmas tree.
Amazon. Going to Amazon now. Thank you, guys.
There you go.
Thank you,
Merry
Will.
Christmas.
All right, buddy. You too.
All right, coming up next, the guy who broke the Jaden Daniels story that he's being shut down for the rest of the year. We'll talk to Rap Sheet Ian Rappaport from the NFL Network, insider reporter, next here on the Junks.
When it comes to your money, what's more valuable than peace of mind? At Trajan Wealth, that's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Their fiduciary advisors know that your financial journey is personal. Whether you're looking for a second opinion on your portfolio or want to build a plan for steady income in retirement, Trajan Wealth has got you covered. CEO Jeff Jr., a Marine Corps veteran who knows the meaning of true independence, founded Trajan Wealth so their advisors could always put your interests first. Turn to the professionals at Trajan Wealth for a custom-tailored plan to reach goals on your timeline. Schedule your complimentary introductory meeting today at trajanwealth.com and start working toward the retirement you've always imagined. That's trajanwealth.com. You owe it to yourself to get a second opinion on your financial future. Don't leave your retirement to chance. Call Trajan Wealth today. 202-929-6600. That's 202-929-6600. trajanwealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client, paid advertisement, additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
We're brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. When Jaden Daniels returned to play a couple of weeks ago at Minnesota, the Commanders were hoping he would finish out the season. That's not going to be the case, as we found out Monday from Dan Quinn. They are shutting down JD5 the final 3 weeks.
We thought we had a good plan, for the next 5, and just what the saying go, like man plans and God laughs. It was you adjust, and that's what you do.
So Daniels will end up missing 10 of the 17 games this season. Monday Night Football in Pittsburgh last night. Steelers beat the Dolphins 28-15. Hockey, the Caps hope to snap a 2-game skid on the road at Minnesota tonight. 8 p.m. face-off here on the Fan. NBA, the Wizards are back on the floor Thursday night at San Antonio. And baseball, Nationals made a trade Monday, getting right-handed pitcher Luis Perales from the Boston Red Sox. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. In Richmond, you can check us out on 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're brought to you by our friends at Crop Metcalf. They're the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies. Looking to be their next 5-star HVAC technician or plumber, just visit cropmetcalf.com and you can join their team. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Eric Bickle. And happy to be joined on the Rude Guest Hotline now. Rude's the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. By Ian Rappaport from the NFL Network. Of course, you can watch The Insiders with Ian. Airs Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Friday at 7 p.m. on the NFL Network. Good morning, Ian.
What's going on? How you guys doing?
Yeah, doing great, man. Thanks for coming on.
Everybody grappling with the Jaden Daniels shutdown. Were you surprised by this organizational decision? And kind of, look, we've been speculating. Tell us what you know about the decision. It felt like us last week that this was going to happen, just in the way that Dan Quinn was answering questions, that probably somebody from above told him, hey, maybe we're going to shut him down.
First of all, I don't get the sense it was like that at all. From my understanding, Dan Quinn was like very much involved in the conversations, and you know, when you're making these,
I think he was involved.
When you're making these big sweeping, sort of organizational decisions, there's a lot of people involved, and a lot of people's viewpoints that need to be heard and should be heard, from Dan Quinn to Cliff Kingsbury, Adam Peters, Josh Harris, Jaden Daniels, obviously, would get a say as well. I would say I wasn't surprised, but I don't know that it was definitely a slam dunk. This is something I've been kind of tracking and following, I would say, for the last 5 days or so, or maybe even a little longer. And there's definitely a couple different times I was like, all right, there's a real chance Jaden plays next week. And then it was like, all right, there's a lot of things that go into it. Like Laramie Tunsil gets injured a couple of times during the game. Does that play into it? There's nothing to play for. He's been injured 4 times with 3 injuries. And then there's the other thing, which was around 6:45 or whatever it was Eastern time on Sunday. You had Patrick Mahomes tear his ACL and LCL. You had Micah Parsons tear his ACL. And you're watching, and I'm knowing that this decision's coming Monday, and all I keep thinking is is that worth it? Is anything worth it that would affect 2026? And I guess the answer is no.
Yeah, I do get a sense that when those injuries happen, I think a lot of us thought, yeah, that's it. They're not going to do it when they see that. And I understand it at this point. My only beef is, as a fan, is DQ said he could have come back again in that Viking game, and it was getting out of hand. I get it. And then there was no structural damage. Look, it hurt. He had a gruesome dislocation. We all saw that. But luckily, it was like a miracle. It was a 1-outer that there was no real damage. They could get it back in there, just have to heal up. Didn't heal up quite enough, I guess, in the sense that it's still painful. So I feel like they're holding him out for something that's just a pain tolerance thing. But now here we are. We're just a few days away from a short week, and they're going to shut him down. At this point, I get it.
Well, yeah, and it's sort of like everything else, you can weigh the upside and the downside. The upside is, well, as a fan, and I might not be a fan of the Commanders. I don't care. I'm not a fan of anyone, but I like watching good players play. And last year's Jaden Daniels season was extremely awesome to watch and just fun in so many ways. He is a bright young star. didn't look so good. Bryce actually kind of looking good. And this year they both had their moments. And then it's like, all right, let's just take a deep breath. You know, I think the same thing with Caleb. I think everyone last year knew Caleb was like a work in progress and maybe wouldn't be what they thought. You watch him this year, and he's for sure had some crazy moments. And then other times you're like, all right, is he definitely better than all the others? And then Drake May has had a lot of great. So it's like you really have to take a step back. But what I know is that all those guys are going to be good. All those guys. Now, Penix, maybe. JJ McCarthy, we'll see. But all the guys we're talking about,
They all still
I think
have a
are all going
chance.
to be franchise guys. So, like, you know, is it 1 and 1A? Who knows?
Right. Where does Cliff Kingsbury stand in all this? I mean, some of us are kind of hoping he gets another opportunity. But it's hard to get an opportunity when you only score 22 points a game, and last year you scored 30. Maybe his offense isn't the right fit for Jaden in terms of maybe keeping him upright. I don't know. What's sort of the league perception? What is sort of your best guess as to how DQ seems like a pretty loyal guy.
He does seem loyal, which is why, like, when he, you know, sort of took over the defensive coordinator duties this year, like, I definitely took notice because that's not something he would do lightly, especially to one of his very good friends.
Right.
But I think he wants to win. And so, you know, I think the answer is if they decide that's what's best for the team in the offense, they'll make a change. I haven't sensed any momentum toward that. And, like, you know, obviously the offense hasn't been as good, but Jaden also hasn't, you know, has missed, I think that was his 7th game on Sunday. If
He's
I remember
finished
correctly.
3 games, Ian.
Yeah, think
3
about that.
games he's only finished.
That's crazy. So it's like, that sort of makes sense, you know, and like, even like Marcus Mariota is a very good backup quarterback. I would say based on what I've seen this year, he's like a top 3 backup quarterback, which
He's
is
definitely up there.
amazing because like they all lose games. Anyone who has a backup quarterback comes in and loses. Even the Bengals, who had a great backup quarterback in Flacco, still lost for a different reason, but still. So it's like, you know, what Cliff has done with Mariota has been impressive. I just know it's hard to judge when I didn't even realize he's only finished 3 games, but
Yeah.
you know, that's all of that is really hard to judge and figure.
Let's talk about some league things. It's interesting you mentioned Caleb Williams. That Bears team at 10-4. A couple weeks ago, looking at the record, and they snuck up there as the 1 seed for a little bit. And I was like, well, they really haven't faced top competition. I could see them sliding back. Where do you stack them in the NFC? You know, Eagles just had a shutout win, but it was against the Raiders. How do you kind of stack Chicago into that NFC picture? And I think Green Bay, without Micah Parsons, you got to slide them down a little bit.
Yeah, I would say I'm not so sure about Green Bay because if Green Bay had never traded for Micah Parsons, let's say he just did not exist on the radar, I would say I think this is a good team that could go deep into the playoffs.
Okay.
So, like, look, they're going to have to get a little more on offense, but they have Christian Watson back. They have Jaden Reed back. They're starting to look better on offense and a little more explosive. So I'm not writing off Green Bay. And I would put the Bears in the same category as I would put, like, the Broncos. And it's so interesting. It's like if you just, you know, those 1-possession games, those 1-score games, it's not a coin flip. There's definitely something about winning close ones. But there's definitely ways that it could go either way. And if you could just manage to squeak some of those out, when you do figure it out, you look back and you have a great record. And I think, you know, Bears and Broncos are in that same category. So, you know, I think the Bears are good enough. I think they are definitely ahead of where I thought they would be. But because the playoff picture is so good and so high level this year, like, they could still be the 7th seed. They could lose this week.
Right.
And be the 7th seed. And it's like, it's not fair, but I don't know that it really matters in the end. Just get the best teams in and let them all beat the heck out of each other, you know?
So last night, Aaron Rodgers only has 3 or 4 incompletions, couple touchdowns, and, you know, just kind of casually following him this year. I'm like, he's not what he was 5 years ago. But then I look at the numbers. He's pretty damn good game manager, at least 22 touchdowns, only 7 picks. When you look at the playoffs, let's say Pittsburgh wins the division, and who knows, they're going to play the Ravens. But let's put Pittsburgh in there. They're going to have a home playoff game. And you're going to have Aaron Rodgers with all that experience going up against, you know, probably a quarterback with less experience like a Bo Nix or Drake May, depending how it shakes out, right?
Yeah.
Maybe he's got a shot. What do you think?
I mean, I think so. So I sort of had the same takeaway from last night's game where I was like, look, he's not firing it downfield. You know, it's not. Aaron Rodgers has one of my, like, 5 favorite throws of all time, to throw to Cook in the playoffs all the way down the sideline, you know.
Yeah.
But to me, like, it's not like that. But this is the wheelhouse. This is his happy place. It's like short, accurate, get the ball out, move the chains, find your trusted receivers. And, like, you know, the Steelers have some game breakers. They have DK, but they got a lot of possession. You know, they're either receivers or tight ends, but it's the same. And this is kind of what I think the offense should be. So if I was like a Steelers fan last night, I would be encouraged. And yeah, I mean, I would say I could see them being dangerous. I happen to like Mike Tomlin a lot, just as, you know, I respect him a lot. And so I would kind of like to see them win a playoff game so people could stop talking about it. So I could see, and especially if their defense is going to play like it did last night, I could see them being pretty dangerous.
Talking to Ian Rappaport, NFL Network insider and reporter. You can watch the Insiders Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 7 p.m. on the NFL Network. Who do you like in the NFC? Because the Rams right now are the 1 seed, right? Stafford might win the MVP. We were talking about the Bears, the Packers, and of course the Eagles are the defending champion. You know, who do you like?
I mean, the Rams are great. And I would say, to me, they could for sure win it all. I like Seattle a lot. You know, I mean, I also just up for the Amazon pre- and post-game show, and that's our game this weekend.
Nice.
Or this weekend, this Thursday, which is unbelievably fun. So I'd like to see who comes out of that game, but I like both those teams a lot. I like the Packers a lot, probably more than most people, like I was saying, even with Micah out. And then, like, the Lions are really interesting to me. They might not make the playoffs.
Right, they got to get in. They're 8-6.
They got to get in. But God forbid they get in. I feel like they're going to be the team that nobody wants to face. They'll be like last year's Bengals, who didn't get in. And still everybody would have hated to face them. I don't know if they're going to get in, but they are as explosive a team as it gets, and they are super fast. I don't know. That'll be – these playoffs, like, it's weird because usually you get to this time of year and it's a whole bunch of teams jockeying. It's not really like that this year. I think in the AFC, it's really only the AFC North, and then the NFC, it's really just the Lions. It's like there's not a lot of, oh my God, who's going to get in?
I mean, you've got the Buccaneers, Carolina, but nobody really cares nationally.
You got that one, which I think is more interesting than anything else. Like, it's just interesting, but, like, you know, I don't know what playoffs are crazy, who knows, but these are both some really high level playoff fields.
Yeah, and then, you know, it's kind of a sneaky team that could make a run, and they're only one game back of the teams that we just talked about, the Rams and the Seahawks. The Niners. I mean, they've been there, done that. Purdy just had a 3-touchdown game. Nobody's really considering them a threat, but why couldn't the Niners go on a run?
I mean, as I'm going through that, I sort of didn't consider them either. And they've been weird. Like, you know, if you were to say to me, like, what's the Niners' record? My guess would, without really looking or studying, my guess would be like, oh, you know, 1 or 2 over 500, but they're not.
Right.
Like, you know, they're good.
And McCaffrey stayed healthy.
Yeah. And, like, they are an unbelievably well-coached team. And it's just, you know, I don't know if Kyle Shanahan will win Coach of the Year. My guess is probably not. Because usually the established guys don't really win that award. But God, he's awesome.
But here's, you know, kind of to your point about Chicago winning close games. I just looked at this, right? So the Rams and the Seahawks, who you would put as the favorites, their point differential plus 159 points and plus 163 points, 11-3. The 49ers are 10-4, so just one game difference, plus 51. I mean, it's 100-point difference in point differential.
That's crazy.
So that's why you kind of see those teams as more dominant, but the Niners have been there, done that, and they're just a game back. So it should be really interesting. Of course, you can check out Ian Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays on the Insiders at 7 p.m. on the NFL Network. And like you said, before the Thursday night game. Ian, always great talking to you.
All right. Thanks, guys.
All right. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate
Ian Rappaport, NFL Network Senior Insider. Yeah, the NFC is going to be uber competitive. I mean, 3 of those teams in the NFC West, LA Rams, Seattle Seahawks, San Francisco 49ers. I mean, two of them 11-3, one of them 10-4. But then I don't know that you can discount the Eagles. I know they've had a little rough patch, but they could get on a roll.
Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens this week.
Sucks that Washington's not in the mix this year.
Definitely not in the mix.
It was definitely more fun last year when they were in the
Definitely
mix.
not in the
but
mix.
the playoffs are still always fun. All right, coming up next, we'll open up EB's entertainment page here on the Junkies. Don't go anywhere.
All right, guys. You know me. I'm always out there on the golf course, backyard, hitting balls, playing tennis, whatever. But I'm old. Injuries happen. I just get sore. Knees bothering me, my hips, back spasms, joint pain. That's why I trust Vantastat. Whether you need urgent advice after an injury, help understanding symptoms, or you just want a connection to over 400 plus CAO orthopedic specialists, Vantastat is there for you. Their urgent ortho helpline is open 365 days a year. Don't wait. Call this number, 844-VANTA-365. That's 844-VANTA-365. Trust me, I've seen how much of a difference they can make.
Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan. In just a couple days, Friday, we're going to be partying at Hyde Social in Clarendon for our annual holiday show. Should be a lot of fun. Broadcasting live starting at 6 a.m. That's when the doors open. So you can start your holiday early with the Junkies. I know the last time we had it with a bunch of people was a great time. So should be fun. And I believe I'll have some books with me. So that'll be cool. All right, let's get in the entertainment page, driven by BMW of Fairfax.
All right. Oh, that's right. Sorry. I got to read. Relax. No big deal.
I'm relaxed.
Cakes panics if I don't read it right.
I feel like
Within
dirt,
2 seconds.
but
he
I'm
panics.
relaxed.
The entertainment page, driven by BMW of Fairfax, DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner. For the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine, get over to BMW Fairfax. Ask for my girl Miriam. She's the general manager. Because you can check out their entire selection of certified pre-owned and brand new vehicles right there on their website, bmwfairfax.com. My buddy Lucas, pretty sure he closed the deal on his car, and it's being shipped out to Tampa.
Congratulations, Lucas.
I have a question for you. So you know how you get these codes on your cars, and it says, oh, you need this, you need this, you need this,
sure,
whatever. I told you a couple of weeks ago on one of my cars that my kids drive, it's a Jeep Cherokee, to get it fixed, it's like $7,000. So I decided, you know what, I'm just not going to get it fixed, and I'm just going to drive it locally. Except I took it to emissions, and the codes popped up, and they said you got to get it fixed or it won't pass you. Can I just take it to a local guy and have him clear the codes and then take it back to the emissions, or is that against the law? I just want to get the codes cleared.
I mean, I think that's...
Is that against the law?
I don't know if it's against the law or not, but I know if you go to Advanced Auto Parts, they'll clear it, and then...
And then can I go to emissions, pass emissions, and then I can drive? I just want to drive it locally. It's just got a temperature gauge thing that's not working, and it's got something else, but it's like $7,000 to do it all. So...
I don't know the answer to that.
I feel like it's illegal to just get the codes wiped.
It seems unsafe.
It feels like when you were trying to skirt the reckless driving charge years ago when you had to recalibrate your speedometer.
Hey, standard move. Just did what my lawyer told me to do. I didn't recalibrate it. I just went and had it tested, and they said it was off a couple.
Right.
It was off a couple, which got me under the 90 threshold.
Dropped it down to 88.
88. Over 90, lose your freedom. Over 80, lose your license. Over 90, lose your freedom. So I was very critical that I got it under. Do not mess around in Fairfax County.
I went to the courthouse with you
Do
because
not mess around.
You thought there was a chance you weren't going to be able to drive home.
Well, I mean, they did. I did. I lost my
Yeah,
privilege
you
to
lost
drive
your
in
license.
Virginia. Now, what
You could
was
drive to
funny
work.
about that is I got a waiver to drive to work. What was funny is that as I'm so stupid, I thought that also included Maryland. So I had my wife driving me around Maryland for a couple days, and that wasn't a good situation. And eventually I realized, I go, wait a second, that's just in Virginia. And then I called, I can drive around Maryland wherever I want.
She's seriously been your chauffeur for years and years.
Maybe that's what it
It's
started.
crazy.
Maybe that's what it started. All right, so terrible
When
news.
you first dated, did you drive?
Of course.
Did she pick you up on your first date?
Drove a silly Chevy Beretta, stick shift. Yeah. You know, a mutual friend of ours, I'm not going to say his name, it doesn't matter, but it races Porsches now. Did you know that?
No.
And he says that, and we were just talking about it, he got a used one, but he's flying around, and he says they don't really do stick anymore. The auto is so good now that you can't manually
Can't keep up with it.
You can't beat it, man. I didn't know that.
Races like on tracks, like real racing, or you just
it
mean he's
goes to,
racing
like,
around?
Told me like West Virginia, and it's like
I can't figure out who
it's
this
like-
is. Somebody that I know.
Yes, it's they do like I don't know what's the one, the F1 or whatever, where they go around the
Sure,
windy
like
stuff.
Grand Prix.
Yeah. So it's like windy, then you have straightaways, and windy or whatever, and it's a whole thing. You got numbers on the car. and
Who would
everything.
I know that have Porsches and drives?
I think it'll
Can you just give
actually
me the initials?
No, it will actually blow your mind when I tell you.
Really?
Yeah, because it just doesn't seem like something that this guy would do, but he's into it, and I think it's great. I'm not
But I
knocking
know
it.
their regular car. Like
No,
they just have
I
like
don't,
a-
I don't think so. I don't
Okay.
think so.
So I don't know them that well.
All right. So terrible news in Hollywood. Rob Reiner and his wife Michelle appear to have been slaughtered by their son Nick. I think they have 3 kids.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's another one from another marriage or whatever. Nick, the only thing I know about it is that he had a lot of problems with drugs.
Yeah.
The dad had been trying to help him. The mom had been trying to help him. They did a documentary even, I think, or some sort of movie years ago where they tried to document and talk about, battling drug addiction and coming back from it. And I guess it's just one of those situations where it went downhill, never really fully recovered. The reports I read were that he was having mental issues. They were kind of at their wits' end. And tragically, after attending like a party of all places at like Conan O'Brien's house, big Christmas party, they got into a big fight. And apparently they went back to the house. The son, who was like 36, I think, he's in his 30s, who's living with the parents, appears that he
slashed their throats.
Yeah, that he slashed his parents' throats.
Yeah,
So
just a terrible,
the
terrible
worst
story.
kind of story you can read.
And obviously, Rob Reiner grew up, famous, but I love When Harry Met Sally. It's one of my. I mean,
Well, his
I've never
resume-
done, in my top 10 movies of all time, but I got to believe When Harry Met Sally's up there. I really like that movie, and he's done a lot of great work. And obviously, I don't know how old he was when he was in All in the Family. That's a little bit before my time, but I was aware of it.
I get those All in the Family clips on my, and they're politically incorrect. They're hysterical. If you could just,
Yeah, Archie
understand
Bunker was a bigot.
They
He was a racist.
were hysterical clips. I don't mind racial humor. It makes me laugh. All the stuff, the women stuff, be in the kitchen, whatever it is, that all makes me laugh.
I mean, I can't tell you that I've ever watched a full episode of All in the Family. I was aware of it. It's kind of before my time.
I think I would watch. I think my dad got a kick out of it.
Right.
I think we did in the 70s. Right? Is it when it was out in the 70s?
Yeah, I mean, I think we were so young, like all that era of like All in the Family, Mary Tyler Moore, Dick Van Dyke. I was aware of it, but I didn't really watch it.
Make fun of white people, make fun of anybody. I don't care. I like it.
But give me his resume because I'm
His
stuck on. I know
resume is
Spinal Tap. Some people love Spinal Tap.
Well, his resume is sick. So
Did he also do Mississippi Burning?
He did. So after he did All in the Family, he did This Is Spinal Tap, which is kind of like a mockumentary, right?
Yeah.
He did Stand By Me, which was like an iconic film.
Just
He
watched
did
Stand
The
By
Princess
Me.
Bride. He did When Harry Met Sally. He did Misery. He did A Few Good Men.
Misery.
I mean,
Oh yeah, those are
it's
just home runs.
It's just
home run after home run.
It's just insane, and frankly, I didn't realize that he was quite involved in all of those. I know he's very, very active politically, and so he was very, very polarizing that way, in the latter part of his life. But as a professional in the world of Hollywood, in terms of putting out smashes, there aren't many bigger. And
He
just
he was
terrible.
on doing an interview with Stern, like it would resurface. I think it was a couple of years ago. He used to say when he was like 16 years old, he used to pitch jokes and ideas to his dad,
Carl.
Yeah,
Carl
which I
Reiner, who was
thought
iconic.
Yeah, which I thought was wild that you're 16 years old and you're already like
It's a different world when you're
writing
not in there.
stuff.
Yeah, different world. This one is going to hit JP, not going to hit you, Valdez. Anthony Geary passed away. You know who that is?
I do. That was he played Luke in General Hospital, and during the Luke and
Was
Laura
it Luke
years.
Spencer? I think it was Luke Spencer, right? Luke and Laura Spencer?
Yeah, I think
it
you're right.
was. Yeah.
His boy was Robert
he won
Scorpio.
8 Emmy Awards. Most known for his role as Luke on General Hospital. He also had appearances in The Partridge Family, The Mod Squad, All in the Family, The Young and the Restless. But the deal is that when we were coming up, we were kids. We were 12, 13 years old or whatever.
I think
for
younger
some
than that.
reason, the soap, the General Hospital, kind of took the country by storm, and the Luke and Laura romance kind of took the People magazines of the world just by storm. It was a massive storyline. I think early 80s.
I think it was.
12,
I think it
11,
was. I
12,
think it was.
13?
I think it was the late 70s because we were in elementary school, and my
No, they got
mom.
married in 1981.
My mom went back to work, and I had a babysitter.
1981.
Okay.
That's what it was. 1981.
Well, I just read that
30
he started
million,
General
think
Hospital.
about it. 30 million people tuned in when Luke and Laura got married.
That was the wedding, but like the height of the whole Luke and Laura. If I recall, like it was kind of, maybe Luke was kind of a bad guy, and I don't remember the whole history of it. But EB and I, it's terrible, but General Hospital was on from 3 to 4, and we went to an elementary school that ended at 3 p.m. And when I had a babysitter, I guess the babysitter was in the general hospital, and Eric and I would run home from school to watch stupid General
Dude,
Hospital.
I was a General Hospital guy. I like Scorpio. That's what John Stamos I think made his acting debut.
Yeah.
I believe Demi Moore was on there for a second. A lot of people starting the soaps. People joan on the soaps, but those guys, they crank out episodes.
Of course.
Day after day after day after day. It's a great way to learn your craft, I would guess. George Clooney is in the news.
I think he used to be on a soap opera.
I don't doubt it. I know he did One Life to Live? Is that what he was on? The one with Schneider. Is it One Life to Live? No, that's not right. Day at a Time. Day at a Time. Is that what they called it?
One day at a time.
One day at a time. Anyway, George Clooney says he's going to stop kissing women on screen now after a heart-to-heart with his wife. I guess he said that once he turned 60, he sat down with his wife, and he said he wants to kind of go the route Paul Newman did, do like classy stuff, doesn't want to be out there making out with chicks on screen anymore.
Has anybody seen his? And maybe it's not out yet. I think he has a movie on Netflix right now. Valdez, you watch everything. Have you seen the latest Clooney work?
No.
Okay. I think it's called J something.
Hold on, what is Mar? What's the movie that you got me intrigued for the other day? It's like opens on the 19th.
Housemaid.
Yeah,
That's with Sydney Sweeney.
right. But it's kind of like a thriller or something, or there's something about it.
Billed as a thriller mystery.
Yes, it actually. Do you remember what it?
I think I was a little wrong trying to describe what it was.
Oh, you did?
I was
You
saying,
botched it?
No, but I was saying like she was hooking up with someone in the family. I don't think that's it at all.
No, I think the family just has a mysterious past.
Yeah.
And she's working for him.
Is
She
it-
she looked silly.
Is
on the
it
red
get, how's
carpet.
it on Rotten Tomatoes? Is it getting good reviews?
Let me check real quick.
I don't think it had reviews yet when I looked.
Because I think you said it starts on the 19th.
So
I
Clooney
think.
has a movie called J. Kelly, which also stars Adam Sandler. I believe it's out on Netflix, or maybe it's about to come out on Netflix. But nobody's seen it here, so who knows?
Hey, Valdez, did you find that song I asked you to find? This is just funny to me because I've heard of this phrase. I didn't know it was a song. Carl Carlton passed away, unfortunately, at age 72. And I guess he's most famous for this song. She's a bad mama jamma. Let me hear this. Does this ring a bell?
I've heard
It does?
that.
Mama Jamma. Mama Jamma. Mama Jamma. All right, so there you go. Pour some out for Carl Carlton. Passed away at 73. And then last but not least, Jim Carrey's in the news. I don't know why. I guess it's the 25th anniversary of How the Grinch Stole Christmas. And they're saying that back when he was doing that movie, he was in the midst of terrible panic attacks. And he offered to return his $20 million salary and quit the movie because he didn't want to deal with his panic attacks. That's how debilitating panic attacks can be for people.
It's a lot of money. $20 million. But you know what? He ended up sucking it up and took the $20 million.
I think
He found a way to power
I
through.
think he hired a Navy SEAL to teach
Be
him.
there?
No, to teach him how to withstand
breathe.
torture.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah. Panic attacks. I have family members. that
Torture me with $20 million.
Right.
They're pretty debilitating.
I would do a lot for $20 million.
I know, but what if you think you legitimately think you're gonna die? Like you legitimately think you can't breathe. That you're breathing your last breath.
That 20 milli.
You'll get through it.
I'll get through it.
0.2 million.
Right.
Hey, here in the nation's capital, AV is creating solutions that protect our troops, our homeland, and our way of life. From autonomous unmanned aircraft and counter-drone technologies to advanced satellite communication systems and next-gen missiles, they're delivering innovation where it matters most. Battle-proven, warfighter-trusted, engineered for the future. And proud sponsor of the Washington Commanders, Capitals, and DC United. Visit avinc.com to learn more. All right, we told you at 9:45 you need a chance to win a $50 gift card to Oseo Korean Barbecue. You can call in now. Caller number 10 gets that gift card. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. Oseo Korean Barbecue in the Lansdowne Town Center. Bring the crew, bring your appetite, and mention the fan when you order for a complimentary starter. Oseo means come on in. That's Oseo. So next week, we're both off, EB. You're heading to Florida, right?
That's right. Fly out.
I'm
Saturday
so
morning.
jealous, man. It's so cold here.
I don't even know what it's like. Usually it's in the 70s.
It's funny.
Tampa.
Yesterday, my 8-year-old all of a sudden goes, I want to try karate. I don't know what inspired that. She does a bunch of sports.
Good
but
for her.
All of a sudden she said karate, and she's like playing around, kicking around. And then I told her, well, they're different things. I was actually kind of trying to steer her to BJJ jiu-jitsu because I know people that do that. I've got we have a good friend that's a black belt in jiu-jitsu, and Dylan does some jiu-jitsu and wrestling. And then she's like, well, what's jiu-jitsu? And she didn't seem into it. She's like, I just want to do the kicks. And I look, taekwondo. Anyway, I call my Uncle Carlos, who's a karate. He's done karate his whole life. And Isabella says hi. She hasn't talked to her great uncle in a while. And she goes, how many degrees is it there? And he goes, oh, I don't know, 85? I'm like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Because I had to get out of the car, take her to swim. It's like so cold. Like you said, even you're 3 feet to the sauna. From your sliding glass door to the sauna, it's so cold. It's miserable.
So cold.
What are we doing? So I'm so jealous you're going to be in Florida.
Yeah. I'm not bringing my clubs. I just feel like bringing them. Going to be 4 days out there. I just want to chill. Don't want to lug my clubs around.
Does your friend have like a pool in the backyard, or
they live in a really bougie condo that has all that stuff?
Oh, okay, nice.
Yeah. So it's like staying in a resort. So that'll be nice. Although we're not staying with them, we're staying with Airbnb, but we'll have access to all their stuff, I'm sure. But yeah, it's nice to get away. For some reason, we've gotten in the habit of getting away like that week of Christmas or week before Christmas, and it's a super expensive week to get away. But as your kids get older and they're in college or they work at a place where that's where they can get off. It's a time when families can travel, actually. So even though it's like the most expensive time of the year, we find a way to get away for a few days.
So Christmas Day?
I'll be coming back Christmas Eve.
Okay, you're back Christmas
Eve day.
And then, your mom is going back and forth. I was texting with her last night. You gave her a copy of the book. She sent really nice complimentary texts and back
I didn't
and
know
forth.
what page she was on.
She's on page 22.
Okay.
I think it's 21 or 22.
She was very upset you didn't sign the book. Or actually, Dina was. Dina was like, how come you didn't sign the books? I go, I don't know.
That feels weird. I don't know. You guys are like friends and family. I signed. Like, it's just kind of a weird bit.
I guess you just.
But I
feel
can
like-
sign it.
I guess she feels.
I need
like
to take your mom to
if you-
lunch.
If you know the author should sign your book.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just gave you the book. I actually threw it to you in the air yesterday.
Honestly, I didn't think about it, but my wife did.
I saw this story yesterday, which made me think of you, and it's from Australia, but I think it is your biggest nightmare. I don't know if you saw the email I sent. A venomous snake coming out of a toilet
Where?
in Australia.
Yeah, I'm telling you, Australia. I'm out on Australia. I'm out on Australia. It's a nightmare. I don't know how.
Look
it
at that thing.
happens.
That's a full-blown snake coming out of there.
I don't know how does it get in there? Is this like broken pipes or something, and they crawl in?
Had to under the ground
They
and
find a broken pipe somewhere. Yeah, I mean it's just horrifying.
I've never thought about that sitting in the toilet. I want to get inside your brain.
I think about it at night. So let's say at night, like all of a sudden, this rarely happens, but like all of a sudden I may get a wave or something that's dark, and I go sit down, and I'm like, it's dark. You don't know what
but
you're sitting on.
you think snakes like
I don't think
come out
that
at
it's-
night?
I don't think it's
more?
common. No, it's just that you can't see.
Oh.
You're just sitting down. You're just taking a hope and a prayer that there's not a big python in there. I don't know.
I don't think it's ever
just a
entered my
weird,
brain.
Bizarre fear that I have. You don't have like a bizarre fear like that, like something.
I would
something
actually,
like fall on your head or something.
I would actually be more concerned about snakes like in your car. 'Cause I've seen that, not personally, but a snake climbs like near the engine because it's warm and they want to get warm. And
But that's okay. I'm just driving. I'd be oblivious.
I know, but they could come through like your vent.
Well,
That's
Oh,
what.
like a baby snake.
Yes.
I guess that would weird me out. I still remember we found a baby snake in my kitchen. It was maybe this long. My wife started freaking out. I
So it's a
started
big
freaking
worm.
out. It was like a big worm. Maybe it was this long. Okay,
Right.
but it's a baby snake. So I go chasing it. That son of a gun went into my washing machine, and it's
Never to
lost.
be found again.
It like got in behind it,
Right.
and it's in the center console of my. I probably have 27 snakes. It's somewhere in the walls.
If there's a baby, there's a mama somewhere.
Yeah.
There was a little period of
Yeah.
time, like I've talked about having traps for the mice, and I mean I've probably over the course of the last couple of years probably killed 10 to 15 mice.
Mm-hmm.
My wife freaks out, and there
I know
was a
my wife
period of
doesn't like
time
mice
where
either.
in our basement you would hear you could almost hear their little footsteps, and you'd freak out because there's
Well,
a
that
foot.
is
But I
gross.
think I've effectively. I haven't heard any for a while.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but they come back. They do come back.
I've pummeled that family.
Yeah. When you hear that little tapping in like the HVAC system, that's very unnerving.
Exactly, in the
Yeah.
HVAC system.
Speaking of, I had crop out yesterday, and they hooked me up, got it running, made it
Nice.
more efficient. But I do have to say this: it's on its last legs.
Oh, really?
It's on its last
Band-Aids.
and I will Band-Aid it to death. But I asked the guy, I go, well, so, what are these things? He doesn't really like to quote anything, but I heard like 10K. 10K.
Hey, did you see this kind of like a little goofy little Sharon Moore story?
Yes.
So, I mean, terrible story.
Right.
Of that led to him being arrested
He
and
hollered at
everything.
another chick right
yes.
after he got
no,
right after he got released from
according to this
prison?
one story that during
Jail.
the national championship game,
I know, I heard he was texting.
he was
DMing.
sending DMs
Was that
to an
confirmed?
OnlyFans model.
I didn't
The
know that.
OnlyFans model said it was innocent.
Yeah.
During a game, he's hollering on
He
his
wasn't locked in.
phone.
He wasn't locked in. But I also saw that when he was in jail, or right after he got out of jail, he was DMing some chick, allegedly. Setting up the next rendezvous. Meanwhile, I saw him just with the poor wife, walking one of their kids in a stroller or
Yeah.
something.
Yeah.
That picture went viral.
Crazy.
What?
And then I saw Bill Belichick at another cheerleader competition.
Oh, that's so humiliating. I mean, it's awful. It's awful. What did they finish this year? About 4 and
I
something?
think they might have had 5, either 4 or 5 wins.
man,
Got a little
that's
bit better at the end.
That's humiliating.
All right, we got to
Come
get
on,
out of here.
Bill.
For EB, I'm JP. Coming up next, it's B. Mitch and Finley here on The Fan.
man plans and God laughs. It was you adjust, and that's what you do.
A lot of plans have gone awry for the Commanders this season. They take on the Eagles. Saturday game, 5 p.m. kickoff in Landover against Philly this week. Commanders are a 6.5-point underdog. Capitals are back on the ice tonight. They're hoping to snap a 2-game skid on the road at Minnesota. You think it's cold here. 8 p.m. faceoff for the Caps tonight against the Minnesota Wild on the Fan. Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes had surgery last night to repair a torn ACL and LCL in his left knee. Typical recovery time for that is 9 months, so he may not be ready for the start of next season. Monday Night Football, Pittsburgh beat Miami 28-15. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Be sublime. You're in the Corky Bunch.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. We are out west. Ashburn, Virginia, the Big Bear.ai Performance Center. Getting ready for the Commanders to take on the Philadelphia Eagles. Short week, funky week. Game is on Saturday, 5 o'clock, so they're practicing on a Tuesday. Obviously, the biggest news in town, maybe there's some political stuff. The biggest news to me in town is Jayden Daniels shut down for the remainder of the season. Brian, I checked in with some folks yesterday after we got off the air in anticipation of Dan Quinn's press conference. Just kind of like, hey, man, are we expecting any news here? And the reply I got was simple, but it was, yeah, expect some news.
Yeah.
And as soon as I heard that, I was like, all right, well, they're shutting him down.
Yeah.
Because there's no other news they can provide. I didn't think they were going to play him on a short week. And I always said if there were 2 games left, it's not worth it. And they're saying he's not going to be cleared for Saturday, which only leaves 2 games left. And one of those is on another short week going into the Cowboys.
Yep.
The reality is you're 4-10. The young man's dealt with injuries 4 different times, 3 different injuries. I'm okay with the decision.
I'm okay with the decision, and I think people need to just take a chill pill and relax and understand that they don't decide when the team decides to do something. I think the injury to Pat Mahomes and the injury to Michael Parsons.
You think that had a part of it?
I think it had something to do with it. They may say it didn't, but when you see those catastrophic injuries happen to players, and he had to I think what you said last week when he had a repeat injury of the same injury, then all of a sudden I think you start looking at it differently. I don't think it was one person. I think everyone is trying to figure out who made the decision. Who cares who made the decision? I think every time a decision is made with a person of that ilk, it's a multiple amount of people making decisions. So I think it was front office, ownership, coaches, everybody decided on, listen, and the doctors as well, that this is the time to just do it. I think even with the time when Dan didn't take him out soon enough, that wasn't just a decision that Dan makes by himself. I think every time a decision is made with the quarterback, multiple people make that decision.
And, dude, there's levels to this, right? Like, the decisions that would be made for Marcus are not the same decisions that are going to be made for Jayden.
No.
Jayden's the number 2 overall pick, had one of the great rookie seasons ever. This season has not gone the way anybody wanted to, but it doesn't change the long-term viewpoint with Jayden. I also think a part of this and I don't think this would be the deciding factor for them to announce he shut down for the season, but the fact that Laramie Tunsil came out of that game Sunday against the Giants, and Dan Quinn yesterday said it's an oblique issue, we'll see where his strength is at, and you couple that with Mahomes, you couple that with Parsons, a huge factor in this is that they're 4-10. You're 4-10. Like that, you want all the game reps you can get. I understand all that, but you're not playing for anything this year. And Dan Quinn said a couple things yesterday to the media that I thought were pretty important and told the story. He said of the decision, so this is Dan Quinn yesterday. The first question likely is, well, DQ, what went into that? And the answer is it was a lot, and part medical and part team. As of today, this is yesterday, as of today, he still wasn't all the way clear to play. So the clearance level that the team is requiring, that could change. They might need him at 99 freaking % at this point.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, they can continue to raise that bar and just be like, oh, he's not cleared. But I think when he said part medical, part team, was really telling the truth. Because, yeah, the doctors are involved, but at some point, and DQ talked about, Adam and I talked through everything. And then he was asked, was ownership involved? And he's like, dude, we don't tell the owners anything. We have conversations with the owners. And it gets really easy to parse all the words, and there have been inconsistencies in the discussion here. But these dudes are not, at a Senate hearing. They're allowed to frame the story how they want. Mm-hmm. And I think the best line Dan Quinn had yesterday was talking about when they brought Jaden back against Minnesota. And he said, we had a really good plan for those 5 games. And what's the line? Man plans and God laughs. Because they had a plan. Dude, go back to the Minnesota tape. Yeah. There was no designed quarterback runs in the game plan. I was told that pregame. If you watch it before Jaden gets hurt, not a one. There was no RPO. There was nothing. Now, he took off running because he was scrambling, and it's who he is as a player. The injury was off a pick where he tried to chase down a returner. Mm-hmm. Maybe in the offseason they have a conversation about, hey, dude, don't do that. You're too valuable to try to make a tackle. But, this season with Jaden has been such a series of weird, fluky things that I don't think you need to try to extrapolate too much. If you want to say, my concern coming out of the draft was his lean body style surviving in the NFL, and you feel validated by that position in year 2, okay, but where were those concerns year 1?
Yeah.
Because he started every game.
That's the question I've been asking everyone that wants to say everything they want to say. Because no one's cared about that last year. But the thing I say is this. If he was not hurt at any point this year, he would be playing at 4-10. 4-10 doesn't make a difference. It's the fact that he's been hurt and they're 4-10. I think we have to realize that the injuries and then watching other people go down, that all plays into it. If he had been at this point right now and he didn't have the knee or the hamstring or the elbow, he plays at 4-10. I think we got to stop making things like, 4-10, it's 4-10 with the injuries. If it wasn't injuries, he plays.
Right. Like, if he was fully healthy and they were having a bad season, if he was fully healthy all year, I think the record would be different. But, if my aunt had wheels, she'd be a bicycle or whatever the phrase is.
Nah, it's something else.
Yeah, but I'm saying the version I can say on the radio.
It's a little bit something else on that one.
Somebody asked DQ, if this team was 10-4 and not 4-10, would the Daniels decision be different? And he shut that down immediately. He said, "Yeah, we're not." So we didn't have.
See, the thing is this though. Why is it this is where I get upset? Why is it that people can't discuss what we're discussing? It's like, you're damn if you do, you're damn if you don't. They're 4-10. This is where they're at. Why would I speculate if we were 10-4? Because let's be real, if we were 10-4, guess what? He probably wasn't hurt. If we're sitting at 10-4, probably other people wasn't hurt. You probably hadn't seen anything. So why? It's like it's never you can deal with what the topic is. The topic is they shut him down. Okay. And I think the answer is simple. We've decided at this point it's the right thing to do.
Do you think it's the right thing to do?
Yes. I think at this point, yes. Because what I kept saying they have a right to change their mind. okay? Because I think just like what you were stating, as you get closer to the end, and then you start to see the injury stuff, and you start wondering, okay, why now? Like the fans, like, well, why now? Like one guy tried to sound, looking at the thing, well, people pay their money to go see people play, blah, blah, blah. Well, they can pull a guy at any time they want if he has any injury. You don't dictate when a guy plays. So at this point now, they got better, they got more information, and I will go to my grave saying it. When they saw Pat and Micah go down, that just refreshes their mind. Boom, it's done. Because when you see things happening to other guys, you start worrying about your guys. Now, it's easy to say, well, you shouldn't let that stuff bother you. Well, you do. Human beings always let something else that happens to somebody else bother them.
I think.
For some reason, this thing is not getting up.
Whoa, pause.
You
need that Bluetooth, dog.
My computer needs Bluetooth.
I think they reserve the right to change their mind is so accurate. And the difference between 5 games left, where as much as it seemed highly unlikely, statistically the probabilities were damn near zero, they weren't eliminated yet going into Minnesota. They were coming off a bye. He wanted to play. He's a super competitive dude, and you never want to dampen that spirit, right?
Never.
But a couple weeks later, the situation is very different. And honestly, I think if they hadn't looked so bad against the Vikings, the situation would have been different.
Mm-hmm.
I do not have a ton of problem with this. I think what's unfortunate in a lot of ways is we have 3 games to get through, cover, watch. You do wonder what, if any, impact shutting Jaden down has on other veteran players. Like, if Tunsil's fighting this oblique injury, I find it harder to believe he's going to play. And then, Bobby Wagner's been gutting through this knee thing for weeks. Now, Bobby's got a consecutive game streak that's pretty outrageous. I imagine he wants to keep going. But, we get to week 18, and if somehow Terry and Debo are inactive, I won't be shocked what else transpires here.
Yeah.
But at the same time, one of the hardest parts of this is the biggest questions we have now for Washington won't be answered until February or March. Because the biggest questions about the organization and where this thing is going are not dependent on the final 3 games, 2 against Philly and 1 against Dallas.
I think a lot of things need to be decided moving forward has already been discussed. I think every player on this team understands they're going to handle the QB different than everybody else. I think every
QBs get
every player on this football team understands that's how it has happened since Little League. Okay? It's no strain to those players inside that locker room when things like this happen. It's a strain to the people outside the locker room because they want to assume that, the other players are going to feel, why don't I? Other players don't care about that. They know the quarterback is treated differently. They understand, just like when Jaden was drafted, what did everybody to a man say as we opened these phone lines? We finally got that piece. We got the piece we need. You don't say that when you draft another position. No matter how good the guy is. You say that when you draft a quarterback. So I think the whole uproar,
it's the most important position in sports.
It's the most important position, but also the most dependent position.
I know that
it's a
part.
weird thing, but it's just like the uproar when it happens. I don't understand it at all. I'm serious. At this point now, we know when they got closer, as they moved closer to the end of the season, this was a possibility, and I think everybody understood that. But when it happens, then people act like, oh, Lord, I can't believe. You were expecting it to happen at some point. So whether it happened at the point you thought or the day before or the day after, it's the same damn situation that was decided the same decision that was made. So it doesn't make a difference if it's 1 week or 2 weeks. It's the decision that you thought was going to happen anyway. Many people. And I speak in you saying it because of everybody out there that want to now act like, I can't believe this. Well, you were expecting it the whole time.
I think the majority of people are good with it, understand how this landed here, and like if there are concerns, like okay, after Minnesota they said he could have come back in, then they said he wasn't able to play the following week. One, like things can change during those 24, 48, 72 hours.
Yeah.
And two, like we could try to analyze this a million ways. We could try to parse DQ's words a couple ways. Like I get all that. But we're going to have to open the phone lines up. We got a busy show. Kelly in Vegas joining us next. Joe B at 11. Doc Walker going to join us at noon. I look forward to hearing from Doc. 1 o'clock, we'll open the phone lines up for the rest of the day. I don't think there's a big bulk of people mad about this decision. In general, I would think most fans are somewhere between supportive and at least understanding. And I made a point of asking Dan Quinn yesterday how Jaden took the news. Because if there's one thing you and I...
He was probably pissed.
I think you and I both know how competitive he is and that the joy of his life is playing football and he wants to be out there. And I asked DQ, how'd it go when you told Jaden?
I would say disappointed but understood as well. Like, this guy's a competitor, JP. That's what, like, always stands out about him. I think the fact that, like, wanted no part of IR to practice, be there with the guys, doing that, I think that speaks of the teammate and why. And so that was important to him, to show that support and wanting to do it as well. So that told us a lot, also about it, because it would have been the easy way to say whatever, and like that's not how he is at all. So I like the fact that he's competitive. I like the fact that he wants this time, and so that's an important piece to it.
Of course he's disappointed. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think it'd be more worrisome if he wasn't. But I believe it's all adults in the room making these decisions. I don't think we've gone back. I mean, since they hired everyone, like since Harris hired Peters, I feel like everything has been intentional with this group.
Mm-hmm.
And certainly the intention this year was not to bottom out and go 4-10 a year after going 12-5. But like, I don't think this is a haphazard, willy-nilly process to arrive at this decision. I think Jaden had to have some idea it was possible. And I think they're just trying to be best for the organization and the young man going forward.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you have a tremendous problem with it, like, oh, he needs the work, he needs the reps, like, I'm not saying you're wrong. I think he wants the work. He wants the reps. He wants to play in the games. But I think it's difficult to see this decision and be, like, really upset.
He may need the work. He may need the reps. But they have a long-term plan. And he is a vital part of that plan. And I think you try to make sure that you get that plan, that person involved with the things as you start to continue what you probably should have done this year, but they didn't. Like the continued building of the foundation of this team, the base of this team. They're going to continue doing that, and he's a major part of that. Because if he just gets back to what he was last year, stay out of harm's way, he can go where he wants to go. Listen, I've seen a lot of people gain 20 pounds, gain 30 pounds, gain 40 pounds. For what? 20, 30, 40 is going to now allow him not to be the person he is. When you really look at this thing, you go to a 5, 10 pound, just make different decisions on the field. And also, as you get older, you get tougher. You get a little thicker. You start to gain a little bit more body fat instead of just being all lean muscle and bones. So things are happening a little differently.
So, got this tweet from Ike Dog, right? And he says, man, y'all switched up quick. What happened? It can't be scared to play football. My stance has always been if it gets to 2 games, it's not worth it. And at 5 games, I felt very differently. They're saying he's not going to be cleared for this game, which only leaves 2 games. That's
I don't think
where I've
anybody
been.
is changing up quick. The whole thing of the matter is this. Jaden wants to play, right? I said football players play. That's what I said. He wants to play. And I also said the people have to sometimes protect players from themselves. Did I not say that?
Yeah.
So in this situation, it's obvious somebody else made the decision. He didn't make the damn decision.
No chance.
I've said again, if you listen to the show instead of always trying, this is why I get so pissed off at fans. They always think they're going to get it. I got you. You ain't got nobody, okay? I always said you got to calm. I'd rather calm a fool than resurrect a corpse, okay? In this situation, I'm not calling him a fool, but I'm saying he's a guy that wants to play no matter what. So somebody else has to come in and say, no. We got to hold you back just a little bit. So if the people that's paying him the money decides that it's more valuable for him not to play than to play, I don't give a damn what any fan has to say. And you could call me and you could say what the hell what you think I said. I don't care what you say because those people are the ones that really matter. They're spending the money. They're making decisions. They're building this thing. It's not what the hell we think, to be totally honest.
You are listening to B. Mitch and Finley, checking in with Kelly in Vegas. When we return, Joe B. at 11. Caps have a big game tonight, looking to break a 2-game skid. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. So the Commanders, it's a short week. Remember, Saturday evening football against the Eagles. So they are right back to work today in Ashburn. Last night, Monday Night Football, Pittsburgh beat Miami 28-15. Steelers with the win stay atop the AFC North. Chiefs QB Patrick Mahomes had surgery last night on his injured knee. It's an ACL and LCL repair. So recovery time for that 9 months. He may not be ready in time for the start of next season. Hockey, the Capitals are on the ice tonight. They're playing up in Minnesota. Caps trying to snap a 2-game skid. 8 p.m. for Caps hockey tonight here on The Fan. If your office setup is looking like a busted play, call the pros at PVI Office Furniture. They'll come to you to help design a game plan that actually works. No hassle, no stress, just a game-changing upgrade. Score big when you call today. To score 15% off your purchase, get your office in championship shape at PVI.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
All this cash. You forget your man. Give me that sweet, that nasty, that gushy stuff.
Shout out to Hove. B. Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Ain't no telling. Shout out to everybody watching on the YouTube chat. We're having some internet trouble trying to get B on the stream, but I'll say what's up to the folks in the chat.
We're good now.
I'm
good.
You in business? All right, B should be joining shortly. Shout out to everybody watching on Monumental Sports Network. Big Caps game tonight, 8 o'clock. I think they're in Minnesota. Joe Beninati going to join us to give us a little preview of that. Caps had been red hot, fell back a little bit, lost 2 in a row, but that's a long season, man. I think the Olympic break is going to help Washington. They're going to have some guys play, but dudes like Obi and stuff can relax a little bit. So
relax a little.
As we, I think Kelly in Vegas, who is a major just kind of football better person, is going to be joining us shortly, I think. I did want to ask you, B, did you watch it all last night?
I watched some of it. I was doing the show and
yeah, where were you? DC Prime last night?
DC Prime.
How was that?
I was eating, and the TV was set in an area where I couldn't really look at it greatly. But I think Aaron Rodgers came to play. He came to play, and I saw a little clip where you saw the Dolphins all running around in the snow, playing around. They didn't really like that cold last night. You could tell that too.
The Dolphins came out tough. They were hitting hard.
Yeah.
They were running the ball well.
Everybody could do that early. You gotta sustain that thing though.
The second half though was just different.
Yeah.
Yo, Rodgers at one point was 18 of 20. He finished the night 23 of 27, 224, 2 touchdowns. Kenny Gainwell can play. I don't think he got in the end zone from my man White Brian.
Brian, we're sorry, bro.
But Kenny Gainwell running hard. I thought
He's always ran hard like that, man.
I thought he looked better than Jalen Warren, but I get that they want to run both those guys just for the different styles.
But see, the thing of it, like Miami came out there with that initial, let's go get it. But they went back in their locker room.
Warmed up
and
a
you
bit.
know what? A person that has been hanging out in Florida sun, you know, it's going to be, 77 degrees down there. And in Orlando area, it's 75. So it's probably
could go
warmer
for it.
down in Miami.
Dude, I woke up this morning and I got out of bed and I said to Lauren, I was like, I want to move to Florida. I was like, it's not going to be warm till April. And she was just like, shut up and go downstairs.
yeah, you need to stop saying stuff you know ain't going to happen. But I just think you got to be able to really psych yourself out for that second half. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they were not able to do that.
White Brian, give me AFC North odds because I'm curious. So the Steelers are now 8-6. The Ravens are now 7-7. Obviously, big games coming up down the stretch with 3 games to play in that AFC North race. The Pittsburgh team that played last night, however, that's a tough team, man. They run the ball well, play good defense. This weekend, Pittsburgh goes to Detroit, a Lions team desperate for a win, and the Ravens host the Patriots on Sunday Night Football. I mean, I almost feel like both of those teams could lose.
They could.
Detroit right now would be out of the playoffs. They're a game. Not only are they a game behind the Packers for the wild card, but the Packers have the advantage of that tie.
Yeah. I think, but you look at the way that New England played in that game against the Buffalo Bills, they may have come out and be a little flat in this next game, I believe. When you play against your rival and you go and you were up 21-0 and then you end up losing that game, that's going to be hard to bounce back from.
Sure.
And you're going to be on the road in Baltimore where it's a little crazy out there.
Well, what do you think? And I mean, the Ravens are desperate.
Yeah.
What do you think Pittsburgh's going to see going up against
Detroit?
Detroit, who's
I
desperate,
think that
but they've also lost a couple.
They've lost a couple games, but I think Detroit's defense is better than Miami's defense. You know what I mean?
You think?
Yes.
I don't know. That Lions D gets shredded routinely,
Hey,
dude.
man, they're better than the Lions.
I think
than the Dolphins
Detroit's
defense.
offense is way better than Miami's offense.
Their defense is better than Miami's defense. Believe that.
Miami got hot there for a little while. They won 4 in a row. I never thought they were going to make the playoffs, but I thought maybe they could win enough to save McDaniel's job. You think he's out at the end of the year?
I don't know, man. You know, that with that coach there, you know, I mean, with that owner, you don't know what could happen with him.
Yeah, Steve
So,
Ross is
I
kind
don't
of a
know.
character, to
He
say
could
the
be.
least.
I mean, but the thing of it, if it comes down to performance, they haven't performed very well in a long time. So he could be.
I mean, there are a stack of loaded games this weekend, just major playoff implications. Obviously, Washington's not one of them. The Eagles, however, could clinch with a win Saturday. Thursday night's the best Thursday night game, maybe ever. Rams going to Seattle. The weather looks like junk in Seattle. Devontae Adams tweaked his hammy. Real questions for L.A. going to Seattle that barely survived Phil Rivers and the Colts. I kind of think that was a look-ahead spot for the Seahawks. So you got Thursday night Rams-Seahawks. Saturday, Packers go to Chicago. The NFC North is very much up for grabs. The winner of that will be back in the first place in the division. Sunday, now the NFC South isn't as sexy, but you got Bucks at Panthers. They're both 7-7 down the stretch we come here. 4 o'clock, Steelers at Lions. 4 o'clock, Jaguars at Broncos.
That's a good one.
That's a good one. Now, I thought that was in Jacksonville. I might have messed that up. No, Jaguars going to Denver. Hard to like a Jags team going to Denver.
That's a long flight, bro.
That's
a long flight right there.
Jags at Broncos at 4 o'clock. Pats at Ravens at 8 o'clock. And then Monday night, Niners at Colts. So this is a loaded weekend. John Keim asked me if I'm going to ignore Washington and Philadelphia. For playoff projections, yes, John, I am. I don't know what happened with Twitter, and the only other dude amongst us that's probably on it as much as me is White Brian. Did Twitter change their algorithm? I'm not getting any, timely tweets anymore. White Brian, do you have any information on this? Because it is super annoying.
Yeah, I don't know why, but I noticed it too. It's like I get tweets from 10 hours ago instead of recent.
Yeah, I don't know what they're trying to
They're
do
trying to
there.
get y'all to spend some more money. That's what they're trying to do.
But it's not like a money thing. Twitter's usefulness is the immediacy of it. Like, it's a news source. And in this I understand when they rolled out the For You model, that gave a different option. But if you're just going to force For You on everyone, I think people will flee the product. At least I will. Or just use it way, way less. And it's tough because Twitter's kind of been this home base for sports media. And I don't know, man. I think it might be cooked. How real of a threat do you think this Steelers team is? Rodgers is playing pretty well all of a sudden. They are throwing the ball downfield a little bit. DK's showing up a little bit.
Yeah, but they showed up a little bit in certain games. They go up and down. They're not consistent, I think. So how much of a threat? I don't think they're like a person who I think is going to go win the Super Bowl. I don't think that.
Do you think they're a team that so White Brian got me the odds. The Steelers are now minus 140 to win the division. Ravens are plus 110.
Yeah.
So that's the first time we've really seen a little bit of separation there, because now it is it's one game.
It's one game ahead, but I think if
they finish Week 18 playing each other.
If they had the same record, they'll be buddy right at even.
Oh, for sure. I think if they had the same record, Baltimore would be favored. But because they're one game back, you see that little bit of separation. Pittsburgh finishes at Detroit, at Cleveland, and then hosts the Ravens. The Ravens play the Pats this week at home. Then they go on the road to Green Bay, on the road to Pittsburgh to finish the season. And the Ravens haven't really looked right. I mean, Lamar in 11 games only has 18 touchdowns, and it's not that much more on the ground. Lamar only has 2 rushing touchdowns this season.
Mm-hmm.
That's way off for
way
him.
down for him. And then it's just this whole season hasn't been anything like you expect him to be.
No.
So something happened.
So, for me, looking at the Steelers last night, with Rodgers playing well, and Rodgers just super accurate. You know what I heard? The stat they said last night that I found surprising. Rodgers is the most sacked quarterback ever. Now, they've only been keeping track of that stat since '82, and Aaron has now played probably close to 20 years, so I kind of think that's a longevity thing. Just if you play that long, you're going to take sacks. But isn't that a little bit surprising? Because he's always been fairly nimble in and around the pocket.
But Aaron waits for the ball. He waits to throw balls down the field a lot, too.
Yeah.
And Aaron will just give himself up instead of taking that hit a lot
Sure.
of times. You know, when he was early in his career, he wasn't trying to get battered. He'll just go down.
Joe Beninati going to join us at 11 a.m. Watch. B. Mitch Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Listening to us live on the radio or on the apps, wherever you might get them. Odyssey, iHeart, whatever it is. Checking us out on Monumental Sports Network. Hanging out with us on the YouTube stream. We are off and running on a big old Tuesday where Jaden Daniels got shut down. I don't think it should be a surprise. I think it's funny how people start to, like, make these big insinuations about everything. And one thing I've heard is DQ has said repeatedly nothing is better than game reps. And that's true. I just think I am not worried about Jaden Daniels' ability to play quarterback. You know what I'm saying? Like, this year was a wreck in all capacities.
Yeah.
I still think Jaden's damn good.
I think he's damn good. I just think that it's like this.
Not that you can't get better, of
This
course.
show is called B. Mitch and Finley, right?
Yes.
You and I can't decide to do whatever the hell we want to do, right? We have a producer that'll say something. We have the cluster buster say something. We got a GM over there. There's always a boss telling you something.
Right.
So, yes, DQ did say the best reps is game reps. And, hell, I agree with that. And I believe that, too. But I also know there's a GM over here is probably thinking he better not get hurt again. And then there's an owner like, look, this is our future right here. We're about to go build this stadium, and we want this guy to be quarterback when that stadium comes along. And then your mind can be changed in a way where, yes, we know what you're saying is right, but let's make a group decision here and see what's best. So instead of getting the right answer, they got the best answer. Let's just shut him down right now. Marcus is playing well. The defense seems to be playing a little better. We could probably just finish the season out strong, but we're not going to put him at risk anymore. And I would ask the question to the person who is now the manager at your company, and you want to go just do something. Do you just do it? If your boss come tell you can't do it, or your person you report to tell you we should do something else, do you not do what he say? That's just as simple as it is. So, yes, like this, the little thing everyone says now, two things can be right. DQ is right, but somebody else gave him more information and made him understand the decision they're making is better. Make sense?
Yeah, people are like, oh, you can't not play a dude when it's time to play him. But when you get this late in the year, like, a lot of it was people wanted him shut down after the Seattle game and then after the bye week because what's the point of any of it, right? Well, one, they weren't technically eliminated. Two, he should play if he could play. But now there's this, like, other line of questioning where it's like, well, he's lost a year of development. In 4 complete games. Sadly, he's only played 4 complete games. And one of those he finished, he was clearly hurt against the Packers, but he still finished it. In those 4 games, like, I guess where I push back is the consternation and concern if he's still good. In the 4 complete games he played, he had 7 touchdowns and 1 pick.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
I've been listening and hearing a lot of stuff, okay? And I don't know if it was a young lady or a man that I posted something online, and the question was asked about no one has discussed one time about him losing his friend, Lacey.
Yeah.
And when I saw that, it hit me like a damn bag of bricks. That could affect the hell out of a person. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And we don't discuss. It hadn't been discussed, but I don't think you could just gloss over it. That, like, I know a lot of times we said, oh, when he went in there, he doesn't seem the same. He could be screwed up a little bit in the head, because that was tragic to take your life, and he was very close to that dude.
And that situation was a mess.
And I heard Malik, and then you look at all the stuff around it. Then you've heard Malik Neighbors talk about it too, and the problem is everyone wants everybody to deal with their situation, look at them. But an athlete never ever gets that thing. So I never really thought about it until I saw it on the thing last night, and I was like, damn, that is something that could be a problem. It could have been something that affected. But all we care about is get on the damn football field and play. But
now didn't you play right after your brother passed?
Yeah. Some people it works for, some people it don't. And I said this when Brett Favre died.
Yeah, and he played that
he
Monday
played.
night.
But there are people who go out there and try to play, but they can't. It can affect people in different ways, So some people are motivated in different ways. Like me, I normally zoom in on something or zone out of everything when I'm dealing with something. So if you are really close to me and if you know me, when I'm distant, I'm dealing with something. Or if I just start doing something repetitively, you go, damn, I'm getting into it because I'm trying to get away from something. And I don't think a lot of people understand that aspect, but I never really even thought about that one time because we have never focused on it. It just happened, and I think we've gotten to a point where we are so numb to things that happen anymore. Somebody gets shot, and the next day we rolling on again like it doesn't ever happen. Something tragic happened, we just roll on like nothing happened. That stuff affects certain people. And I don't know if it is or not, but I'm saying it could be something.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to crunch the numbers during this next break because I think the focus on, looking at the totality of Jaden's season, I think it's more relevant to look at the 4 complete games he played. I know they went 2-2. He had 7 touchdowns against 2 turnovers. Obviously, the most costly of those turnovers was the fumble against the Bears. Mm-hmm. There's some real irony in the Hail Mary last year broke the Bears. They went 1-10 after that moment. Washington may be on the same track, honestly. They played the Bears in Week 6. I won't be shocked if they go 1-10 after that game. Mm-hmm. Because it's like they've got the 1 now. They've got 3 left separating them from the 1-10. I don't know, man. It's interesting parallels in life. The Capitals have a big game tonight. Voice of the Caps, Joe Beninati, joins us next to preview the game.
Brought to you by the Aero Environment, built for defense, built for DC. So QB1 is done. The Commanders shutting down Jaden Daniels officially on Monday. Dan Quinn saying his QB1 was disappointed.
He's not happy that, he's going to be out, but that's where we're at, as we're going through it right now.
Saturday football coming up against the Eagles. Daniels, by the way, will end up playing only 7 games of the 17 this season. Hockey, Joe B coming up next. Capitals on the road playing at Minnesota. Caps hope to snap a 2-game skid. 8 p.m. face-off for the Caps tonight here on The Fan. College football, ESPN says Arch Manning will return to school and play at Texas next season. AV is built for DC, built to innovate at the speed of intelligence, built to deploy solutions that give our warfighters the edge, built for now to defend our future when the mission matters most. DC turns to AV. Visit avinc.com to learn more. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
B, you think Joe B requested 50 as his walk-up music?
Yeah, man.
B. Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fan.
Joe is well-versed in everything.
Absolutely, absolutely. We're excited to talk to Joe Beninati from Monumental Sports Network, Capitals play-by-play announcer. Caps are in Minnesota tonight. Joe B, I was just in Minnesota. It's cold out there, dude. Take your big coat.
You could say that, but when you come from Winnipeg, JP and B Mitch, where it was no bull, minus 25,
whoa,
this feels like San Diego.
Oh,
well, you know what, Joe? You're ready for it then.
Minus 25, B Mitch in Winnipeg. There's no getting ready for that. It goes right through you. It was going right through the gloves. It was almost like acid.
Man.
It was. I mean, that's how we walked 75 yards from the hotel to the arena. It's just that's where it is downtown in Winnipeg. And honestly, your chest, lungs, eyes, nose, mouth, they all freeze.
Oh man,
it's preposterous. So I think it's going to be a 19-degree day here in Minneapolis, St. Paul area, so that feels sort of balmy.
Joey, was it minus 25 wind chill or just minus 25?
So here's the fun thing, JP, is that normally Winnipeg is as windy as it gets. And when you get their temperatures there, you add on another 20 degrees negative with the wind. We were lucky it wasn't that windy. It was legitimately... I'm not sure the Fahrenheit conversion to the Celsius conversion, but trust me, minus 20 at a minimum. And if it was breezy, you really were in big trouble. Happy to have moved on. Glad to be in St. Paul, Minnesota today.
Damn, man. Anytime Minnesota's warmer than where you previously were, that place is cold.
Significantly warmer, 40 degrees plus.
Joby, you talked about the weather in Winnipeg cut right through you. Well, the Jets kind of cut right through the Caps in that Saturday night game. 5-1. The Caps had been red hot. I was at the home game against the Canes. That was a tough shootout loss, and Washington had a lead late in the third period there. Now they've lost 2 in a row. What's happened on this little bit of skid, and how ready are the boys to get back out there tonight?
Yeah, they're sputtering a little bit. To say that, I think, is fair and true. The game against Winnipeg was not by any stretch their best effort. It's been, I would say, one of their 2 or 3 worst efforts of the entire season. First of all, I can't believe we're at game 33 tonight, but in that stretch recently where the Caps have been playing very, very well, that one stood out. So that's the sore thumb. And Spencer Carberry and his coaching staff, the team, they've had a couple of days to focus and refocus on some things here in the St. Paul, Minneapolis area, in the Twin Cities area. And normally this squad, the way it's been built over the last few years, normally they don't come back-to-back, clunker to clunker. This will be a great test for them tonight. Minnesota is playing extremely well. They're riding the high of making a major deal, and we can talk about that, I'm sure, before we're through. But for the guys tonight, what's been wrong of late? Offensively, not nearly clicking to the degree they did when they went on that super hot streak. And these things are cyclical. These things do catch up. But when I see the Caps play the way they did against Winnipeg, it wasn't just offense. It was defensive coverages. It was mistakes. Those were the kinds of things that mount up. And you can't do that in this league. These teams are all too good. There's no more easy 2 points on anybody's schedule. And the way the schedule has been, it feels like the Caps have been playing 3 games, 4 nights, 4 games, 6 nights, 5 games, 8 nights. Nobody's going to give you an excuse for that. Everybody has to deal with it. Washington's turn is right now to do so, and they need a big bounce-back effort tonight.
Well, their goalies, Minnesota's goalie, sitting at 9-1-2. How would they have to attack him? Because, sitting like that seems to be a guy who knows what he's doing.
Jesper Wallstedt. They've been waiting a while for him, Brian. His nickname for the longest time, as soon as they drafted him, they called him the eventual Wall of St. Paul. The Wall of St. Paul has put some more bricks into his effort of late. He's been dynamite, and he reminds me, and please don't say that Joe said he was Carey Price. He reminds me of Carey Price and in size and stature and the way he moves around the goal. And Jesper is highly regarded. It'll be the first time he's seen the Caps and vice versa. So that'll be an interesting sort of subplot to tonight's game. His ability to take control of games has been terrific. When you think about mid-November to where we are now in mid-December and such, the Caps have been the best goal-scoring per game team, and Minnesota has been the best and lowest goals against average team. So it's strength against strength tonight. Let's see how it plays out.
Yeah, it's interesting looking at this stuff. The Wild have also won 4 in a row. What is that barn going to be like tonight? I imagine, correct me, I imagine Ovi only gets out to Minnesota once a year. Maybe it's twice. But, I imagine the kind folks of the Twin Cities will be ramped up to see the Caps.
JP, they don't call it the state of hockey for nothing.
Right.
This sport means so much here, from the grassroots level to the high school level, collegiately and pro. And with the move that they made recently, General Manager Bill Guerin made the move to bring in Quinn Hughes, who's an extraordinary defensive talent. You talk about Alex Ovechkin. In the time that I've known Alex and in the time that I've watched him play in this state, this is pretty cool. I want to say he's played 14 games in this building in his life. He scored 15 goals. So he likes playing on this stage. This is one of the places that has always brought the best out of him. I remember in particular when Bruce Boudreau, the former Caps coach, was coaching in Minnesota. Alex had 3 power play goals in the same game against Gabby, and Gabby never lets him forget about it. This is one of the areas where Alex lights up, and as part of the leadership group of the team, where the Caps only have 1 win, I want to say, in the last 4. It's up to the leadership core to get together, to come together and snap everybody out of it. Obviously, this is a place where Alex likes to take the lead.
I think we could use that, and then you've also got Tom Wilson
trying to running mate go with him.
Well, and trying to fight his way onto that Canadian national team, which is probably the most competitive in the world, I imagine.
Be careful when you say trying to fight his way on.
That's a poor choice of words. That's fair. Trying to earn a spot on the Canadian national team.
Thank you for the correction, B. Mitch.
Where is Willie's game heading into tonight?
He's been, I think, from the outset of the season, right there with Logan Thompson, 1 and 1A as far as MVPs for Washington in the first 30-plus games. Tom's got points in 8 of 11. I don't think, like I said, I don't think any of the Caps would tell you that they were at their best in the Winnipeg game. And Willie is the kind of player who, by leadership, will sit there and say, hey, fellas, follow me. And all the while, I think Tom knows there's a great deal of Team Canada scouts, management, brass that's constantly watching him, constantly watching Logan Thompson with regard to potentially playing in that tournament in February. And Wilson wants to, desperately so. And I think he can give Team Canada a little bit of an edge in terms of that physicality that he brings. He is an all-around player for the player who began his career. Now, what's Tom? Tom is 31 years old. He's played 13 seasons. At the beginning, he was a rough-and-tumble fourth-line guy who played maybe 8 minutes a night. Now, JP and B. Mitch, he's an all-facets player. He plays in every situation. He delivers. All of a sudden, he's your team's leading goal scorer, leading point producer, leading penalty minute guy. That kind of snarl normally is not what you would associate with Olympic play, but if it does get physical and if it does become more of a, who needs to throw the big hit to change momentum, I want Wilson on my team. And thankfully, Caps fans have had him in that position for a long time, and I hope he gets to do it to represent his country.
But the way he plays now, how can he run away from that old mantra of what they thought he was? Because right now he's not that guy unless he needs to be.
Well, I've said this, B. Mitch, from time to time, and I think I can soften my stance in recent years because most NHL fans, most coaches and managers and such now realize that Tom has been misunderstood for a long time. I don't use the word goon very often, but a lot of people referred to him, hey, that guy's just a fourth-line goon. No, you've got the wrong person there. Mm-hmm. That's not what this player is. He plays an incredibly physical game. He does, does he cross the line from time to time? Sure he has in his career. He knows how to approach that line and back off of it. But when you see what he can do for you, again, in all facets, and at the same time, he's got a great sense for where the game is, in particular, inside of those 60 minutes. If his team needs a boost, he knows how to provide it, whether it be with a great defensive play, with a big hit, if he has to drop the gloves, whatever it is that he needs to do, he knows the right time to do it. He has a great sense for the temperature of this team, and I think he could only help both his own squad here in Washington, but especially when push comes to shove at the Olympics.
Do you think, the Olympics, there's no fighting, right? Like it just doesn't happen. The rules are different. The ice is a little bigger. Do you think?
Well, not bigger this year. They said it's going to be shorter.
They shrunk it.
They didn't do it on purpose. It just happened to
be. There's a little bit of an oopsie that they're talking about.
I thought they were trying to fix it, right?
Yeah.
It's not built yet.
I'm not sure if they have enough time to fix it. Normally, an NHL ice surface is 200 by 85. Normally, an Olympic ice surface is 200 by 100 wide. I'm told this one in Milan is 3 or so feet short from that 200. Things will happen faster. NHL.
So it's shorter.
The NHL's just played an out of venue or international series game recently on an ice sheet that's very, very similar. I don't think it's going to be the big deal that people were making it out to be. But yes, if it's shorter and the dimensions are such, things will happen quicker, especially in the neutral zone, meaning more body contact will happen. And again, I think that plays right into Tom Wilson's hands. If we're campaigning for Tom to be on Team Canada, a smaller ice sheet, again, favors him.
Mm-hmm. Well, talking with our friend Joe Beninati here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can follow Joe B at Joe B PXP. You can watch him tonight on Monumental Sports Network calling Caps Wild from St. Paul. Joe B, it's interesting. We're talking about Willie on the Canadian team, and I think there's a lot of hope and excitement that maybe LT, Logan Thompson, the goalie, could make the Canadian national team. I know enough that Hockey Night in Canada, those Saturday night games are a really big deal, and they're broadcast across the country, and I feel like they get ratings like Sunday Night Football does in the States. How much did LT not having his best performance against Winnipeg maybe impact his spot for the Canadian national team?
No, I would hope not. Again, nobody's perfect in that sense, but he's been that good this season, JP. If you look at the Capitals and you find them in the standings where they are now in third place, I think a lot of people will tell you first blush that Logan's been the most valuable player in that 32-plus games now, getting towards where we are in the season. I'm not going to hold that against him. If you look at the grand scheme of things, I think he's allowed 2 goals or less 17 times. I mean, his play has been extraordinary. And I know Team Canada has noticed it. I know from specific conversations I've had with Team Canada's head coach, John Cooper, that they value Logan Thompson a great deal. I'm curious to see when they're going to make that decision and finalize it. I know Logan's on pins and needles, so is Tom. Everybody is. But if you ask me, I would say Logan has a better chance of making Team Canada than Tom does. And I don't think that a misstep on a hockey night in Canada in Winnipeg by the entire team would be held against Logan. No, his body of work, if we're going to talk about the body of work in the first 2-3 months of the season, he's extraordinary.
Couldn't it also help Willie? Didn't the dude Bedard for the Blackhawks get hurt? Wasn't he a possible Canadian national team player? You don't want somebody hurt, obviously, but
no. The forwards for Team Canada, and obviously Tom's trying to get into that mix. The forwards for Team Canada are amazing. That's where they are deepest. And the question is, do you want to bring in more flash and dash offensive players, a la Bedard or the young teenager from San Jose, Macklin Celebrini? Do you want to go more flash and dash, or do I need a guy who's 6'4", 225 who can really clean things up along the boards? They're making that decision, and they have so much offensive flair. I think they could use a little bit of that blue-collar, two-way kind of performer that Tom could be. I think Tom could be a great penalty killer for that squad. You've got so many show ponies up front for Team Canada. You do need some people who are going to get in there and do some dirty work. To me, that's Tom. So I think there's an advantage there. But I'm not picking that team. The people who are in good shape, though, because there are so many different things and different players to consider. They could field 2 teams and medal, I'm sure.
How much does the pressure of a looming Olympics impact regular season games? Like the Caps tonight need a win because they've lost 2 in a row and they just got trounced by Winnipeg. How much of the focus is that versus like maybe the back of their minds, man, we got this Olympics coming up in 6 weeks or whatever?
Yeah, guys, it's a great question, and I choose to focus on, how quickly time flies. Like 2025 to me has gone by in 8 seconds. Before you know it, the guys are going to be playing in that Olympic tournament in Milan, and before you know it, they're going to be back on the ice, and you're not going to have any time, or very much time, it will feel like, to gain ground in the standings. And if you look at the standings, especially in the Metro, they're packed. They're very, very tight. But once we get through the Olympic break, it's going to feel like a complete sprint to the playoffs. That, I think, is going to be great for hockey fans. The excitement level is going to be through the roof for it because you're going to feel like you're just racing towards the best part of the season, which is the postseason Stanley Cup tournament. But with the way the schedule's laid out and all of a sudden going on a nearly 3-week hiatus in February, once you come back, it's going to be like, whoa, put the pedal to the metal, straight to the floor. It's going, what do you mean? What do you mean we're at game 82? There's not going to be a lot of time to recover. So it's a long-winded way of me for saying that now is the time for the Caps to pick it back up, find another hot streak, another good spell before we get into February's Olympic break.
How much time do they have? I mean, the guys that are playing in the actual Olympics, how much time do they have before they back on the ice getting ready to play? Like the guys that aren't playing in the Olympics, they got a lot of time. But the ones that are actually playing, do they just like I'm thinking like when I'm riding the bike, and we're ahead of people and we stop, we wait for them. As soon as they pull up, we like, let's go. Like,
yeah, I wish I could tell you, B-Mitch, I wish I could tell you when the gold medal game is. It's not on my radar to know that exactly the gold medal game is February blank. I don't know specifically what day that is, but by the time you get back into it, the Caps, when you look at their February schedule, it's incredibly short.
I just pulled it up, Joe. They come back. They play February 25th, 27th, 28th. Then, these stretches are crazy. They play March 7th, March 9th, March 11th, March 12th, March 14th. And this ain't hoops, load management. This is hockey.
And
these dudes are killing each other.
JP, it's been that way the entire season. And that's the sacrifice that the league and the Players Association, when they are both gung-ho and thumbs up to being part of an Olympic tournament, and I love it, but when you do that, the schedule gets so compressed that you're going to see an awful lot of that. Once we get past the Olympic break and the gold medal game, you're going to have every other night. It's going to be like the playoffs before the playoffs even begin.
Listen to this stretch in March. March 18th, 20th, 22nd, 24th, 26th, 28th, 31st, April 2nd, April 4th, April 5th.
Damn.
That's great. Dude.
That's tough on the back. I see, that's what I'm saying. The guys that play in the Olympics, when they get back, do they just go? I mean, they don't get.
You would think, Brian, from a physical standpoint, and obviously from an emotionally charged standpoint, of the electricity that goes into an Olympic tournament, you would imagine that the guys that come home, please give me they're not asking, but these guys don't ask for nights off.
No.
These guys will not ask for a night off, but they could sure use it. When JP lays out that kind of schedule post-Olympics, you get what I mean. The league is asking an awful lot, and the players know it. They knew it going in. They knew how this would impact the schedule. Well, look at that schedule when you come back.
Wow.
And it's not like it's a cakewalk leading into it.
Nope.
Joby, where's your restaurant of choice in Minnesota? You're in St. Paul, so I don't know that area as well.
We actually stay on the Minneapolis side. The restaurant was the one that we love. It was beautiful again last night. Zello, Zelo, in Minneapolis, outstanding. And then we've gone there 2 or 3 times. It never fails.
What does Locker get? Wings?
Locker checked out last night. He wasn't there. And by the way, Locker has company in the booth tonight. TJ Oshie in the booth tonight all game long.
Okay.
Oh, very cool. All right.
Oshie said, what's up, man?
We'll be watching tonight, Joe. Thanks for the time, man. Stay warm out there.
Yeah, that's good luck doing that. Take it easy.
Thanks. That's our friend Joe Beninati live in Minnesota ahead of tonight's Caps Wild game. Big-time game for Washington tonight. Nobody go anywhere. Maybe we open these phones, talk a little Jaden. Doc Walker's going to join us at noon. Hey, it's JB Finley. You've heard me talk about my friends over at Metropolitan Moving and Storage. I've known these guys, John and Justin, since we were in high school. They run a great business. When I had everything going on at my house in the fall, they called me right away and were like, dude, how can we help? They helped me find a contractor that could help. They helped me move some stuff out of my house. That's the kind of service you get with Metropolitan Moving. They've helped everybody at the station, and they can help you and your family or your office, whatever it is you need. Say you just need to store some stuff. Say you want to get your house sold, so you want to stage it. Hit up Metropolitan Moving and Storage. And if you are looking to move, whether it's local or long distance, Metropolitan Moving and Storage needs to be your #1 pick. They can pack your boxes, they can build custom crates for anything you need shipped, and they can even send a moving consultant to your home or office to discuss your move first and provide a free on-site estimate. Now, if you're going for a long-distance move, you got to go with Metropolitan Moving and Storage because you'll get a dedicated truck and crew for your long-distance move. This means you're not sharing truck space, and you get a pinpoint delivery date and time of your choosing. The best and most efficient way to move long-distance, period. No one gets you there better and faster than my crew over at Metropolitan Moving and Storage. Take it from me. Hit up Justin. Hit up John. 301-279-0090. That's 301-279-0090. Or you can check them out online at dcmetropolitanmoving.com. That's dcmetropolitanmoving.com.
This update is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. Not much time for the Commanders to celebrate their win Sunday over the Giants. It's back to work today with a short week. Saturday football coming up for the Commanders, 5 p.m. in Landover against the Philadelphia Eagles. Monday Night Football last night, Pittsburgh beat Miami 28-15. Steelers stay in front in the AFC North. You just heard Joe B. Caps hockey tonight. The Caps playing at Minnesota. Don't you know the Caps trying to snap a 2-game skid? 8 p.m. face-off for the Caps tonight on the Fan. NBA, the Wizards play again Thursday in San Antonio. Spurs tonight play the Knicks for the NBA Cup Championship in Las Vegas. For over 65 years, Ted Britt set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area. Hands down, Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home of Ted Britt for life. Lifetime vehicle coverage and all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Yo, man, it makes big.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Thank you to Joe
Y'all
Beninati for
can't
joining
help
us.
me.
Watch that Caps game tonight, man. It's a big one. The Wiz play tonight, too? Wiz got the Spurs tonight, or is that tomorrow?
Women came back with a vengeance, man.
Yeah, man. I kind
Shut
of
down the Thunder the other night.
When do the Spurs come to town? I might need to go see Wemby in person. Would you be up for a Wizards game, Brian?
Yeah.
Maybe we get one of these Vault Suite tours.
Hey, man.
So the Wiz,
Tour, we're going to sit in it.
the Wiz. So here's the thing with the Vault Suites. They're super dope, but you don't get to see the game in there. You then get dope-ass tickets that go with them, but it's kind of like a back-and-forth thing. I think we should ask for courtside if we're gonna, right? Like, if we're gonna do this, let's do this. So, B, we could maybe actually pull this off. You know when the Spurs come to town? Sunday night. We ain't got no game because Commanders play Saturday.
All right.
Sunday at 7 o'clock. Spurs Wiz. Oh, Jeff decided he's available.
Of course.
I'm always available to hang out with my boys.
Jeff assumed if we go in and we got a ticket, yeah, he available.
Jeff, would you be available at the Wiz? We're playing the Grizzlies.
I'm available anytime B. Mitch and Finley going out. We having a good time, baby.
What? You never invite me to the club?
JP, if you want to come to the club, you can.
I need the club to start popping at like 9. Not midnight.
There's not a club that exists like that. I mean, I don't know what the hell you talking about. You better go to a happy hour.
I know a club out on River Road. 9 o'clock is perfect.
It's not a club.
It's a club.
That's a restaurant.
It's a restaurant.
It's a country club, but it's a
That ain't no damn club, man.
It's a club.
Nah,
9 o'clock is perfect.
And there's no
There's
music.
not a DJ though.
All people doing is just talking.
That's prime. I'll go hang out with Dennis Kane. All right, so the Wiz play tomorrow night against Spurs. Oh, no, I guess Thursday. Today's Tuesday. My internal calendar is off being out here on a Tuesday with a Saturday game. Like, from September to January, I live on the NFL calendar, which is very weird because my wife and children do not. But today is my Wednesday, even though it's Tuesday. But the Wizards play.
It's Tuesday, bro.
The Wizards play Thursday.
You overcomplicate stuff.
Oh, definitely.
Just it's
in
Tuesday.
all facets of life.
Don't worry about what all those days you talking about. It's Tuesday, damn it.
Okay. Today is Tuesday.
Yeah.
The Wizards play the Spurs Thursday night. Then they're on the road. It looks like back-to-back roadies for the Wiz. They got Thursday against the Spurs, Saturday night in Memphis, because I'm walking in Memphis, then Sunday night against Wemby and the Spurs.
Here.
Now, this is officially requesting. We're on Monumental Sports Network. I also don't know that I can do this with my beautiful wife, but whatever, we'll see.
So I've always told you this.
Oh, dude, I got a
you
thing.
need to learn how to listen.
I got a thing.
I always say, dude, don't talk about stuff before you know. And since y'all got this shared calendar, look on your little calendar first and then do it.
I think I have to go. If someone's my wife's cousin, is she my cousin? My cousin-in-law?
Yeah, that type of thing.
Shout out to Megan. Megan and George got engaged, and I think I have to go to Megan and George's engagement dinner.
Have fun.
What if I just get George a ticket to the Wiz Spurs game?
George would be happier with that. See, the thing about me, look, all that little engagement stuff, that little foo-foo stuff, I don't do all that.
I mean, it's just dinner at their house. It's not
That's
particularly
foo-foo stuff.
foo-foo.
I don't do all that.
You hold on, Bree did. If Bria had an engagement
That's
party,
my daughter. That's totally different.
if Gil's kids have an engagement party,
Probably not.
Monica's gonna book you a flight to Louisiana.
No, she not.
Yes, she is.
No, she won't.
Ray
Why
Brown's daughter have an engagement party.
That's my goddaughter.
Right.
That's different. It's not just somebody's cousin being in whatever. If it ain't the first cousin, almost call me.
It's Lauren's first cousin.
Okay, well, you cool. You go do that.
Here's my bigger issue is, do I know Wemby's going to play Sunday night?
More than likely.
Man, I don't know. The NBA, you just, you want to go see the stars.
They don't really get into it. Well, Wemby just got back. He got a lot of energy. He don't need no damn time management right now.
I doubt that. So
load management, not time management.
And, well, the Spurs will have, they'll have had an off day on Saturday. All right, so Lauren and I are going to negotiate.
You're not going.
Me going to see Wemby. I assume the Spurs only come to town once a year, right?
Let me just tell you the answer. You're going to be at that damn party.
Well, can I ask you?
You may as well just get you a Dr. Pepper Clear.
There'll probably be a couple
and
of those.
chill. Yeah.
Lauren knows her family. She's driving. That's how that rule goes. Another follow-up question for you. Even if I didn't have George and Megan's engagement party, would you guarantee my attendance at Wizard Spurs at Cap One on a Sunday night?
If you tell me you're going,
and
I decide to go, yeah, you're damn right you're going to be there.
So
or something going to happen to
whenever I 100% firm say I'm in, then I never back out of that.
No.
But I very rarely give 100%
If you and I were
firmness.
talking on a Tuesday and we planned something for Sunday and you didn't show up, Monday you might not want to come to work.
But I wouldn't tell you for sure unless I was for sure going to go.
No, but that's the thing about it. You got to stop trying to plan stuff like that.
My standard answer is firm maybe. That's where I live.
Well, you know what? I'll
Firm
just say,
maybe.
To hell with JP. I'm going to call Ahmed. Ahmed going to go. And Jeff, we'll probably might let you come.
What about White Brian?
Brian don't leave his house. All Brian does is work.
White Brian, would you go with Brian to see Wemby?
He works, sleeps, and walks the imaginary dog.
Who's in there? They're showing the producer room. Who all's in there? Is that Chris in there?
Heavy Metal, White Brian, and Jeff.
Do you want to roll Wemby night?
Bro,
Jeff's got his ski bibs on.
That's a weird crew right there. That's a motley crew.
Yo, you know what? I will wait for the break to ask Jeff if I can ask him a question on air. I'm gonna be good about that, Jeffrey. I'd like to go see Wemby.
At first, I thought he had on the same outfit he had on when he was doing this double job the other night.
So weird how you had two jobs in one night, and then
two jobs in one night, then he could go to the other.
You go to the other job. I'm just shocked. I mean, when Jeff texted us that he had stuff happening, me and B just immediately checked his social media. What was he doing last night?
That's what happened.
No, crazy thing, I wasn't doing nothing Sunday, but watching us win. Because no matter how bad we got whooped, we are not losing to the Giants.
Dude, back-to-back sweeps to the Giants. That's something.
We're back Thursday, right?
In studio.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hot dogs will be too.
Hot dog day.
I thought Jeff said he's off.
Yeah, Jeff, you off Thursday?
Oh, yeah,
Jeff, you said you were off.
I am off Thursday. But I can come in. The reason why I was off, because I asked Landini, I was like, yo, I got to work a half a day on the 18th because I got community service. I got community
legal
service.
purposes?
No. Every year I try to do.
What are you eating right now?
Barbecue Fritos.
Hold on. Just now tapping into the barbecue Frito box without us in studio?
I couldn't handle the salt and vinegar today, bro. So I had to get it.
Why do you have community service on Thursday?
Because I always give at least 2 days. And my boy, he helped me with something last year. And I said, yo, whenever you have yours, just let me know. I got you. So he hit me last month and was like, yo, the 18th.
Sounds kind of like a legal issue.
Can't plan these things. Can't plan these things on like a Saturday or Sunday.
Yeah, why can't you do that on days you're not scheduled to work?
Because the kids get out of school. It's for the kids, man.
Yeah, Jeff love the kids.
Just love the kids.
Yeah. But we going to have coverage in here, you know?
Yeah, but don't you want to be there when White Brian has to eat 8 hot dogs?
And I'm buying footlongs.
So I think I'm going to come in because I don't have to be there till noon. Because that's what I was originally going to do. I was going to come here for half a day. But since I don't got to be there till noon, I'll come here till 11:30.
At Dodger Stadium, they sell a 16-inch jalapeno cheddar sausage hot dog.
That's the kind we should buy for
Yo,
White Brian.
if we could find a 16-inch glizzy, that'll make up for all 8.
No. It is a 16-inch glizzy. You got to eat 8 of them.
Yo, the best hot dogs are from Omaha Steaks. You ever had those Omaha Steaks hot dogs?
Yeah.
Those are so good.
Yeah. Don't worry. I'll buy the dog.
I can bring my air fryer in.
Huh?
Nah, man.
That's not doing no half smokes.
Half smokes will wreck my man.
That's
8 of them.
good. No, he not doing that. He getting hot dog.
I will bring the air fryer in.
The long boys.
8 hot dogs for White Brian. Jeff may or may not be there due to his community service schedule, but that's happening Thursday. When we return, Commanders making some roster moves. Then we're gonna talk to Doc Walker, the one and only Rick Doc Walker, at noon. Nobody go anywhere. This is B. Mitch and Finley. You're watching us live on Monumental Sports Network. You're listening to us on the Odyssey app or the iHeart app, checking us out on the YouTube stream. We'll be right back.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. FanDuel is the #1 sportsbook for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. And right now is the perfect time to join because new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love the way you want. Head to FanDuel.com/Brian to sign up today. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
D-Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan, and we're excited to jump on the Rude Guest Hotline and talk with Kelly in Vegas. Kelly, sorry for the time mix-up. How are you?
Hey, doing well. How are you guys?
Well, I took the Dolphins last night, so I'm not doing all that great. But it was a good weekend in general.
Well, we can't be perfect. Every once in a while, the favorite does have to win.
I know you've got a lot going on with the splash down picks and like all the cash people can be making. What have you noticed? I mean, you are a serious NFL gambler all over Vegas, doing it all. Like, what kind of trends have you been playing this year?
The reality is the good teams just keep winning. We saw it again last week, and I think there has been a big shift. So I've been in this industry for probably 15 years. I would say maybe even a little bit longer. I've always kind of been a gambler at heart. But the reality is the betting public is getting smarter. They have more access than they've ever had before. They have more knowledge than they've ever had before. And right now, the teams that are passing the eye test, the Chicago Bears, the Denver Broncos, and so forth, these teams that kind of came out of nowhere, depending on how closely follow the NFL, those are the teams that are making people money. And those are the teams that the general public wants to keep backing, where the wise guys, are so old school. They're all power ratings driven. They're all analytics driven. They're betting on teams like the Browns. I just, it's tough. It's been one of those interesting shifts in the industry, and I'm really trying to adjust myself because I was also one of those idiots that took the Browns on Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, I had Green Bay. I thought I was outsmarting Vegas, so I get it.
Are you noticing that since we got all this access, are the bettors winning more or not?
The problem is they're never going to win. And the reason why is because they do dumb things like money line parlays with 10 teams, right?
So
they
dumb.
do things like teasing that are not advantageous, right? You can tease minus 110, right? And most books don't even offer that anymore, so you need to check your teaser pricing. They do things like tease off of key numbers. And that's not what you want to do. You want to be going through key numbers of 3 and 7. I mean, that's an old school model. And the reason why the book changed their juice is because it works. And it's been working a lot this year. If you're teasing favorites down below a field goal, teasing certain underdogs up above a touchdown. Another thing that they're going to do is they're going to chase. So they may go 0-3 in the mornings, and the wise guys are going to go, all right, enough for today. I'm good. And they're going to go into the afternoon. Then they got to bet Sunday night. They got to bet Monday night. And, what's looming around the corner? Thursday night football. Let me go ahead and add that to my money line parlay. So that's the problem. The recreational bettors lack discipline. And trust me, I'm not trying to sound like a hypocrite. It's taken me a long time to become disciplined.
Well, I got a friend of mine that always think he's going to outsmart Vegas, and I just let him know every time I go to Vegas, it's a new building. Okay, so they're not losing very often. And I work with him every day. So
yeah, that's me.
I notice he comes to work every day, so he's not winning very often like he think he is.
Just grinding it out. I'm smart enough to not do money line parlays.
Slot machines. Yeah, I mean, listen. Every time I see my dad and he's put money in the slot machine, he can't wait to tell me about the big slot ticket he hit, right? But I don't dare ask how much money it costs to go into that slot machine to win said big ticket.
All right, I just pulled it up. I am winning 55% of my NFL picks in this pool I'm in. So 55% is the number to stay profitable. That barely, but you're grinding it out. And then sometimes you bet more, sometimes you bet less. So this year so far has been going okay. The one thing I was really interested, Kelly, that you guys have going is the survivor pool is it for the college football playoffs specifically? Because that sounds awesome.
So the one that's coming up that ends on Friday at 8 p.m. when Alabama and Oklahoma kicks off is college football specific. I do a ton of stuff with these guys, so we're going to have more for the NFL coming up. We have tons of stuff for NBA. We'll get into baseball season. It's become year-round, and what I've really enjoyed most about doing these contests is you can put in a little to win a lot. Right? Like, I love the Vegas-based contest, and then these guys brought it more mainstream. They're available now in 40 states. So you don't just have to be in Vegas to, at the Westgate Superbook or at Circa to get involved in some of these contests.
Yeah, that should be really cool. Who do you like to win it all in the college football playoff?
So back in late July, I do a show on Wager Talk called Bet on It. And back in late July, I said, man, who spent almost the most money this year in college football? Who's going to take the biggest step forward? And which conference is the most wide open? I said, well, that's the Big 12, and that's Texas Tech. So I have this crazy 100-to-1 ticket for Texas Tech to win it all.
Oh,
I don't
wow.
think they're going to do so. Yeah, I know it's not for a lot. I just threw a flyer on it. I kind of wanted to go outside of the box. Everybody else on the show was giving out LSU at 14-1 and Clemson at 8-1, and I said that's no fun. I want somebody that's a long shot to win it, and I don't know if Texas Tech is going to be able to get it done. I do think that defense is really improved, and I'm excited to see them. I went to Kansas State. They're technically a rival, if you will, but I am excited to actually cheer for that team. I do have a 10-1 ticket on Georgia. I did bet them after they lost to Alabama. What was that, about 6 weeks ago? I said, you know what, I think this Georgia team is going to be able to go deep into the playoff. So those are the two tickets I'm holding. But listen, you never want to count out Ohio State and Ryan Day. I know that they kind of have shown some moments of just absolute unbeatableness until they played a little team named Indiana. Indiana's another team you don't want to count out. I think Kirk Sidnetti as an underdog has been just absolutely epic since he was back at James Madison. So there's a lot of exciting matchups that I think we're going to see over the next few weeks, which is why this playoff survivor is going to be so fun. I personally am in 3. They're $100 each. You can win $250,000. That is guaranteed money. So whether the contest fills or not, it doesn't matter. But I like to work it backwards. So in 2 out of the 3, I put in Georgia, and 1 of them I put in Indiana. So I'm working them backwards because you gotta map out your path, and you get one wrong and it's over. It's just like a traditional survivor.
That's cool. That sounds like a lot of fun. Kelly, we appreciate you making time for us. Good luck with the college football playoffs, and maybe we'll talk as the NFL playoffs heat up.
Yeah, I would love to. Thanks, guys.
All right.
Appreciate it.
That's
Thank
Kelly
you.
Stewart. You can follow her at Kelly in Vegas on X and Instagram. When we return, the one and only Doc Walker joins the program.
Uh-oh.
Brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Short week for the Commanders. Saturday football, home against Philadelphia. Moves already made today. Wide receiver Noah Brown injured again last week, placed on IR today. Wide receiver Chris Moore has been activated from the practice squad. Of course, the big news this week was Monday. Jaden Daniels shut down, the franchise QB, playing only 7 of the 17 games this season. Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes had surgery last night to repair a torn ACL and LCL in his left knee. May not be ready for the start of next season. Hockey, the Caps play tonight in Minnesota, 8 p.m. face-off. Caps hockey tonight on The Fan. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000, 800-763-3000. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Amaral Forsey on The Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia. Points up and down the eastern seaboard. Me and B out in Ashburn at BigBear.ai Performance Center. Should hear from Commanders head coach Dan Quinn in a half hour or so. Big week for Washington. They've got 3 games left, all NFC East opponents. And helping us make sense of all of it is our friend, Mr. Rick Doc Walker. DOC, what's up, dude? How are you?
Oh, gentlemen, I know you guys are seeing, I can't believe it. He's back and they won. You guys enjoyed having me on that losing streak, but we changed that quickly.
Well, no, we had you on because we knew you would change the streak.
Well, thank you, Brother Mitchell.
That's all I'm saying.
Well, after a win, we had to have you on because last week you said we only called you after losses.
That's basically the way you guys treated me.
Where do you want to start, Doc? Talking about the game that was, the game that will be, or the decision that was made?
Hey, man, I follow Landfill. Whatever he's scripted, that's what I follow.
He's not there today.
Not even here today.
He's always there. His presence.
No, we got
there.
your cousin in there today.
Dr.
Brother
Jeff Walker.
Brother Will, either way.
Doc,
hey, guys, we got to deal with the fact that how we close it out individually. I mean, if you're on that team right now and you were a non-starter and they were losing every week and now you get to play and they win, it's about next year. It's about your future.
Yeah.
I got to find 40 guys that are willing to sacrifice it all to play the best they can play, because I got a lot of positions that are wide open because I have a lack of talent. And so when I see Senate go up making a big kick, I was screaming and hollering how happy I was that finally these people have been released that they had picked, because I'm starting to question all of them. If you can't pick people the right way and then you don't play them and train them once you get them, why the hell would I be concerned about having a higher pick? I got to find some players that can come out and compete so I can win a championship. And so I was real proud of the effort that I saw. And I need new faces in new places immediately.
Doc, the one thing I mentioned yesterday was like, yes, this is a team sport. But when these coaches are breaking down these final games, they're looking at people individually.
You were right.
And so the thing of it is, like, I know it's team, but how do you show yourself individually while staying in the team mindset? You get what I'm saying?
Mitch, I heard you. And what I'm saying is that the people that were playing before you that couldn't stop a dead man, if you're not better than the people that have been playing, I don't even know how you're on the team. So when I see guys coming in and immediately making an impact, I keep saying, what did it take so long? And are you seriously thinking about bringing everybody back intact? Somebody's got to pay for what happened. I'm not washing this off. I don't blame management. They said get the crown jewel off the field because they don't trust them. And with Tinsel being potentially injured as well, A blind man could have figured that one out.
You think the Tunsil part played a role in the decision to shut Jaden down? Because I do.
I do, because it's a panic. What you're saying is that I no longer trust you with my asset. So I'm going to protect it's football. It would be like NASCAR pulling a driver out to because they don't trust the car. What are we talking about? It's a reckless sport. Nobody talks about protection. We talk about playing hard and hoping. This is not a run-scared sport. What they're doing right now is protecting, in my opinion, protecting an asset, because I no longer trust you to protect it.
Doc, when you look at the big picture of this thing, they finally beat the Giants last week, snapped an 8-game losing streak, hadn't won in 70 days, which is pretty remarkable.
Long time.
How significant is the fix here? Like, how big of an overhaul is required? Or how much do you look at injuries kind of sunk this season as well?
I kind of needed to end to make a real assessment, but I look at Jacksonville. What do you think about Jacksonville?
They look pretty good.
Yeah, now they do. How about last year?
Yeah,
they were garbage last year.
Yeah, so teams do that. Only the Browns stay stuck on stupid forever. So if you can't fix this, then your management needs to be beheaded, because this is a competition business. Everybody's judged on results. So it took them too long to react to things. That's their fault. They have to look at themselves internally once this is over. That is, if you want to win next year. Because there's no way in the hell you can look me in the face and tell me, well, we're going to be fine. Well, wait a minute. You got the same people doing the same thing. Without change, I'd be stunned. Somebody's got to come in and institute something that was lacking. Or you can blame it on mistakes. And then I think we all know that's bull malarkey, because people come back and win. You didn't have the right people, but yet you're picking the people, you're training the people. So who are you going to blame?
Yeah. I mean, they're in a very unique position. I don't believe anybody's job is in jeopardy. And I think you see that by the actions. Like, if Dan Quinn's job was in jeopardy, he would be wildly uncomfortable with the suggestion of shutting down his best player. You know what I'm saying? Like, he'd be like, we get him on the field.
And I'm not firing people either. I'm just saying, whoever's in charge, it's your investment. What do you see?
Yeah. Well,
you can also say, well, look at last year. Because they're Jekyll and Hyde, I give them the benefit of the doubt. Was it really just one guy that propelled them? I don't believe that. I believe it was more than that made them so good last year. So you have to at least look at it and go, I think they've earned the benefit of the doubt with some corrections. Because there's some people on their staff that I'm convinced won't change. And they don't seem to have the ability to adjust them. They would be under big scrutiny if I were in charge. Because I'm not going to beg you to do something I need you to do if I'm in charge. The question is, who's really in charge?
It's a fair question. And I think what's unfortunate with 3 games remaining, including 2 home games, where, especially that Christmas Day game, people paid a lot of money for these tickets, and now, you're probably not seeing the game you expected, to say the least. But
I think you haven't seen the team you expected, so you can get over that.
Sure.
Yeah.
But I think
I'm with you. But how about this? I love these last 3. I think it's an opportunity of a lifetime. Don't talk to me about preseason next year. Nobody plays. Nobody plays in preseason. They play now. So I get to evaluate people now to find out, are you going to fight? And I got the big bad bullies. I got Philly and the Cowboys. So I've got 2 bullies and your supposed rival. If you can't rise to the occasion now, you don't have it in you. Why would I want you? This is ideal if you're a competitor. If you're over there now and you weren't getting playing time behind that group that lost 8 straight and you couldn't get on the field as a competitor, you should be elated. Now you get to go show it, because the problem was the people who make the decision as to who plays if you're a competitor. Now, if you're a bank robber and you just did to get a bag and get paid, then that's exactly what you saw. You can't convince me that they don't have some people hungry on those sidelines that thought the people ahead of them were garbage, and they're happy to have a chance to play. Prove me wrong.
And if they weren't thinking it, something wrong with their mindset.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Y'all act like, well, not y'all. Most people act like this is freebie. Man, this is the most competitive group of human beings on the planet. You're going to lose 8 straight weeks and ain't been no fights? Nothing happened? You got to be kidding me.
Did you want to see more reaction during the losing streak? Because I almost wondered if at some point, even if it was performative, if at some point DQ would have just flipped out. You know what I mean?
Well, he got to be who he is. That's not my decision. That's the management.
Sometimes you'll see players trying to get stuff going more often than not.
You think Mitchell? Could you imagine B. Mitchell on an 8-game losing streak?
Do either of you remember the longest losing streak you
5?
We had about 6, 7.
Yeah, 5.
I think we had 6 or 7.
You trying to make a 6-7 joke?
No, I'm telling you the truth.
Yeah.
Doc, how ornery were you during a 5-game losing streak that you clearly remember well?
Well, what it's humiliating. And how about this? When your coach is sleeping at the building, how do you feel?
Yeah.
See, that's what I'm saying. Don't fall for the okie doke. All right? I don't give a damn what they say. I worked for a man who slept at the building, deprived his family of his presence for 48 hours a week. So think about that when you hit the club or you go do your thing or you all this and that. This dude sleeps at the building. So I see him doing everything possible. And we got the greatest fan base on the planet. So you care, you say you claim, where we care, we bleed. No, you show it. You don't talk about it. We got the most vocal group on the planet. So if you just stop listening to them and just watch them, they'll show you who they are.
So, Doc, I had to pull this up because I found it interesting. So, obviously, you guys started 0-5 in Joe Gibbs' first season as a head coach. Yep. Turned things around at a pretty significant pace. The year before, though, in 80, with Jack Pardee at the helm, you guys also suffered a 5-game losing streak and then turned it around late and won your final 3. Did those feel different knowing it was
I wasn't there. I got an 81.
Okay. Sorry. I just was looking through the.
I remember that. I remember the run they had. Riggo was a beast. They got a guy was watching them. They beat Dallas. And no, I mean, in this town, you know how this community reacts to the burgundy and gold. If that's not enough to get you going, I need to get you out of here because you don't get it. I don't need my coach to be a motivational speaker. I'm getting paid. Yep. The biggest problem you have is if you really believe somebody's talking these guys into their performance. That's what the check is for. So either you're overpaying people. Beg your pardon?
I agree with that. I agree with that 100%. Like,
well, I know you do. You agree. You are a SEAL. I get you.
I just get to the point where I get tired of every time the coach being blamed because somebody after the game, I think it was Revo, who stated, he said, "Listen, man," he said, "were they happy about getting the win?" He said, "Yes." He said, "But I'm frustrated that it took us so long."
Exactly.
To try to figure this thing out as players.
Right. I love it.
Okay, because I think players getting together, being honest with each other, get stuff moving quicker than somebody doing a scheme for you.
Yeah,
and I think a lot of times that doesn't happen.
So who are your captains?
Do you think it matters that they do the week-to-week captains instead of like season captains, Doc?
I'm not going to get into their business. If they can live with their results, then they're fine. Because they had great success one year. They fell off the map the other. Nobody can be right. You can argue this and talk yourself into it. All I'm telling you, listen to Brother Mitchell, what he told you. We're talking about people who went through it, not read a book about it. See, to forget the marketing. Just straight out like Reeves. You have to identify you don't have that many studs on any team. To tell me I'm rotating, that's impossible. You don't have that many badasses on every team. These dudes are different. You can't say I'm alternate. Well, you can. You can do what the hell you want to. That young man next to you knows what I'm talking about. There's only so many guys that are willing to die for a cause. It's not unanimous. It never is. So you can convince yourself that you're picking all these people. There's not that many of them. You identify the people who are born leaders and you let them lead, and you take your behind over and do your X's and O's. Period.
I think the thing about I think people have to understand something, and I think we need to get to the point. The people that go out on Sunday, that's the people that they felt that week had a good game the week before or whatever. The leaders are the leaders. The captains are the captains from day one.
Thank you. And
to be honest with you, the captains of the team are not the ones that they vote on and that you do. The players know who the hell the captains are.
Exactly.
And I'll give them to you. I think captains on defense is Wagner.
Yeah.
I think on offense, it's probably a Biotish.
Yep.
And a Jaden, because the quarterback, they always throw and have them in there. And Revo's your special teams captain. Revo and Valor. I think that's your captains right there. No matter who goes out there on Sunday, it's about the people that one thing I know, when the players go out to practice, they know who's the dude.
Yeah.
No matter what the coach said, because a lot of times you go to some teams, the captains are who the coaches choose, not who the players choose. But
Just
if I
like
walk
the
into any locker room, I'll tell you who the damn captains are immediately.
Right? B. Mitch, just like the assistants. Everybody on the staff is not a good coach. They're not born to coach. They're not even real coaches. They're friends of family. That's the other thing this league does at an enormous amount. So when you have to try to get out of a jam, you need people that are really good with people, that are great teachers, that are communicators and get people to do their jobs properly and to teach them properly. That happens on every team, all across the league, everywhere. And Brian will tell you to a T, everybody knows who those people are. When it comes down to winning, you can gloss over it. But start losing and watch how people, they flee the scene. Gone. Nobody's got anything to say about it. They can't fix it. Players fix it. On the field, in play. They got to get it done. And then ownership has got to nudge it to make sure you let them know that you're not just about money, but you actually understand competitive athletics. That's a huge difference.
Indeed. Hey, Doc, one non-burgundy and gold for you. Who's the best team in the NFL?
I like Sean's group out in Los Angeles a lot, but I also, he's got to prove it against Seattle's nasty. And I know it's not real popular. Just like Houston, I like the Texans. You know me, you got to be able to show me you can stop people on demand.
Yeah.
And if you don't have aliens, when I look at Houston, they don't even look human. It looks like a sci-fi movie with their defense. They literally have cyborgs. You want to know how your team looks? Compare them to what Houston's defense looks like. You look like AARP compared to the Houston Texans defense. They look robotic, like aliens.
Doc, how often do you see DBs come up and run support like the way Houston plays defense?
Houston hits.
I don't, dude.
It blows me away every time I watch.
Yeah, they're different. Now, that doesn't mean they win it, but they are different. You know, it's just like when you look at Denver, and that's why I had false sense of security and hope the way we played, how we've played good teams here when we've turned it on and got our stuff together. Because we don't play complementary football. Our defense may not be as bad as it appeared to be, but you got to be in sync with your offense. If they're not going to help you out and grind that clock out and run the ball, then now you're just hoping things work for you. You can't control it because you refuse to play complimentary football because you're trying to prove a point.
See, I think
So
the
you're
first
allowed
half,
to do it. So I ain't mad at him. Trust me, I like him. I ain't mad at him. He's not in charge, but he acts like he is. So if they allow him
The
to get
first
away with
half I
it,
saw that,
why would
Doc.
I be mad at him?
The first half I saw that. I saw complimentary football.
Yep.
The second half I didn't see that.
Yeah, but that's the only time you see it.
And honestly, the complimentary football, the best stretch they had was 2 special teams plays surrounded by 3 excellent defensive plays. That was
Boy,
the stretch
doesn't
that
that
opened the
Hokie
game
look
up.
good? Who'd that Hokie remind you of?
Yeah, guy with a mustache. But
Isn't that
even
something?
before the, but Doc, even before the punt return, the punt that Tress ripped from his own 10, that
Yeah.
flip field position, and the coverage by Revo. I mean, think about
Unbelievable.
the field position change. Revo
It's
tackled that dude on
amazing.
the opposite 25.
Yeah. Just imagine where they would be if they could get somebody to make them run the damn ball and chew up clock and let that offensive line, the Fab Five, show off, flex their muscles. Just think. There's no way in you know where they'd have been this bad this year. Never will you get me to believe that.
Doc, we appreciate you. We'll see
Appreciate
you,
you, young
next
man.
Tuesday, sir.
Hey, Landfill. Thank you, Landfill. I know now that they
Landfill's on
win
vacation.
again, I'll be
Landfill didn't
I'll
do
be
nothing.
pushed
J-
back down.
JP,
You guys,
JP,
but it was nice
Landfill's at
talking
the
to you.
beach.
JP told
Oh.
Landfill to come get you, dog.
No,
Landfill's
I
at
did.
the beach.
I did.
You did what?
Jeff,
I
you
put
did
in.
nothing.
Jeff,
I
you
put
did
in the
nothing.
chat. I put in the chat. We should get Doc too. Do I need to post the screenshots on Twitter?
Walker.
After
man.
somebody already had put
Hey,
it
Walker
up.
brother,
to
I
Walker,
appreciate
baby.
you, man. Because
Doc,
my boy
are
B.
you
Mitch
available next
and my
Tuesday
boy
at 11?
JP. This is what happens when the win streak was going on. They go, Doc, who?
What win
Then the
streak?
thing falls
What
apart.
win streak?
See,
Last year?
you just lied on yourself, Jock. You said win streak was going on. When was that?
Hey, Doc, in case
I
you
got
blow us off next Tuesday, I'm going
Okay.
to say Merry Christmas right now.
Hey, look, man, I'm not going to do a Sheehan to you guys, okay? That's Coach Sheehan. Never here. All
You know what? I
Never
do
here. I'm
know, B.
always available.
Uh-huh.
For
Doc
you
used to
brothers.
always ask me to come on his post-game show and doesn't ask anymore.
Hey, he asked me
No,
to
no,
come
no.
on.
Toby
Clearly,
said,
Hey,
no,
I
no.
finally got on his show the other day.
I'm off his radar.
No. Toby said you don't want to do post game anymore, and I
That's
give
not
B. Mitch
accurate.
is so worn out. 'Cause he got 55 gigs, so
No.
I always feel
JP
bad.
work way more than I do.
I don't know, dude.
So,
Doc, you text,
No.
I call. That's how it goes, dude.
my man. Well, you know what? We'll light it up. We'll prove it this week.
Thank you for the time, Doc.
Okay.
We appreciate you, man.
Thank you guys, man. Number
All
love
right,
for
dude.
you.
Take care, man.
All right. you
The
got it.
great Rick Doc Walker. Give him a follow at Rick Doc Walker, joining us on the Rude Guest Hotline. We should hear from Commanders head coach Dan Quinn in moments.
Sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. With a short week, Saturday football against Philly. Back to work for the Commanders already in Ashburn. Looking for back-to-back wins for the first time this season. If they can upend the Eagles, Philly could clinch the NFC East title with a win on Saturday. The Commanders a 6.5-point underdog. Also, roster move today. Wide receiver Noah Brown injured again, placed on IR. Wide receiver Chris Moore has been activated from the practice squad. Caps hockey tonight. The Capitals up in Minnesota to take on the Wild. Caps trying to snap a 2-game skid. 8 p.m. face-off. The puck drop for the Caps tonight here on The Fan. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door. To boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The
Jeff.
Fan. This Jeff?
This used to be Jeff.
Not
Big
no
pun.
more.
Big pun.
Right now, Commanders head coach Dan Quinn addressing the media one day after announcing that Jaden Daniels would be shut down for the remainder of the season. Here is DQ.
What's up, everybody? We can get rolling. Today for us as a team is like an in-season Wednesday, and with the game being on Saturday, so push all that up. Our division tournament continues, and what we discussed with the team today was just the process of winning. You know, all the things that we need to do today, tomorrow, over the next 4 days to get ready, and a lot of that of the play style and the identity. A big part for us that continues to not be where the standard we want is the ball and the turnover margin. And so that's going to be something over these 3 games, man, we're really digging in on again to change that. And so, like, that's at the very much front of our thinking. But ready to get rocking. Just another, like, great rivalry game to be a part of. So, like, time to get rocking.
Surprisingly, I'm going to stick with Jaden. How I know that you're still in the middle. You still have 3 games left. His season's now over. How would you assess his season?
Yeah, I'll give you a better sense after, once I'm going to go through everything. Obviously, there's like not enough information for me to give you a full report on things. There's things that we want to work on here over the next 3 weeks, so that'll be a lot of things outside the pocket, John. But as an overall assessment, like, we've all missed the mark. We've all missed the mark. And so there'll be a number of things that all of us, we're going to go through a full process to this is what we're going to do, this is how we're going to fix it, this is where we're going to go at him, at coaching, at everything. So I'll give you a better sense, once I have more time to go through everything.
With the practice, what is the plan? Like, what things will he be working on in practice? How do you go about that to, again, others are preparing for games. You want to prepare them for other things. Like, What is the plan for him in practice? What kind of things will you be doing?
Well, there'll be some out-of-the-pocket things or some progression things that he'll go through. He'll work some of the scout cards on concepts that we have. So it'll be a little bit of a mix. Today's not quite as much. We're not going as fast. But even then, there's some post-practice work that he'll do too, John. So we felt like we got these 3 weeks. Can we get, like, very customized and specific of things outside the pocket first? And once we do that, then we thought that's how we'll, see how we can take best advantage of this. And I'll remind everybody, like, he wasn't cleared to play. And I think that's important, part of this, to know that, like, he's wanting to. And so, like, just we're not there. And so this was the right call, even though it was a difficult one.
We've talked about this, but sort of finding that balance to where you protect him but not, change his mindset or his style of play.
Yep.
Do you worry about that with him? Like, how do you kind of walk that line with him?
Yeah. All the way back to when he was injured with the elbow, one of his projects that he had, even while we were, in Spain, like, how does he use this superpower of his legs and outside the pocket while also protecting the team? And so that was the biggest topic, Nikki, to go through. And we all know this, when you take a big view of yourself. What do I need to do different? What can I do better? And so obviously to get injured, in a game that wasn't on a scrambling play, but he was still injured, like he was desperately wanting to prove that. And this is what I've saw, this is what I've developed and learned for it. And so there's plenty to work on, but we're clear about it. And so I think that's a good thing.
I know you have games you're looking ahead to still, but I know you're a big note taker too. So as you've gone through the season, have you made any notes on things that you would want to do differently going into year 3?
Absolutely. Yeah, that's the good part about doing it in segments. It helps. What could be different about camp? What could be different about an in-season format? What could be different about a practice? You could do it in those live moments, but now even there's some spaces. Wakes you up at night and you write, okay, what about this? What about that moment? I also, lean in on a person like Zach. He was to get surgery this week. I did an hour with you on Friday, and so I wanted to pick his brain just to find, things that he has. I've learned so much through the years from players. They're the ones doing it, going through it, and so I never want to miss those moments when I can.
Coach, kind of big picture question. There's been a lot of discussion around the league this week about how quarterbacks approach their progressions. I'm curious how you've seen the mental aspect of quarterbacking change over the last 10 to 15 years.
Yeah, it's an interesting topic, and it's a good one. Where does the read begin? So often there's so much shotgun now that's different than maybe 10 to 15 years where play action pass, your back was turned, you already know where the route's going to come, so you're quickly to go. So often now is it a half-field read, these 2 players or these 3 players, so the numbers, the concepts of how you go, the quickness that it goes into that, it's a lot, and it's a big deal. I'm glad that you asked it because it's part of their training, into it and the different styles of passes from 3-step to 5-step. And so going through those progressions, it's a big deal.
Dan, with obviously there's a big picture equation with sitting Jaden for the rest of the year. When you have 3 games left and the rest of the locker room is obviously still out there if they're healthy, how do you manage that as a coach of making sure guys don't kind of check out of those games even if the quarterback isn't?
Yeah, well, he's not cleared to play first, so I think I don't want to lose that, and I'm not trying to say one thing or another, but this is a player that wants to play, and so I want to start just by that first, and then after that I don't have and I have not had a sense of that with our team whatsoever. So I love this group. I love what they stand for. After the game, I told him, man, I don't want to go through something like this, but if I had to, these are the type of men I'd want to go through something really hard with, because the last 2 months for us as a team, as players and coaches, we've been as challenged as we've ever been. So they play for one another. It's not for one person. And so I think that's an important thing to remember, like when we're talking about an entire team sport, and there's so many things for us to play for and play really hard. We're right here in the division, and we play, these 17 are all we're guaranteed. So it's not like, some of our other professional sports where they get to play a lot more. It's really important.
This might seem a little out of left field, but you kind of left Javonte and Luke as open-ended. Maybe they could return. Do you expect either of them to return, or I guess I'd say anybody else that you're expecting to come back in these next 2 games?
Good question. No, not at this time.
What about Drake Jackson?
Yeah, Drake has been cleared to be a full, practice today. So we're looking forward to seeing how his week goes, and he would give himself a real shot to play as long as the week goes like we think.
We talked yesterday about Jaden's reaction to the news. How did Marcus react about the next 3 games being his, and then do you expect Jaden's role to flip, being out there at practice, getting Marcus ready to start the next 3?
I think that's that was important for Jaden to know that he felt this unconditional support from Marcus for the last 2 seasons. And so when you get to be back into that spot, that's a big deal. We talked a little bit about it, but we didn't spend a lot of time other than the fact that I know it's difficult when you're in, you're out, you're in, you're out. So getting all the reps, getting all the game plan, that's a big deal. And our team will they'll fight their ass off for Marcus. They love him and want to make sure playing our best that we're capable of playing.
Commanders head coach Dan Quinn, addressing the media there, made a big point of making sure everybody understands Jaden's still not cleared. Mm-hmm. I can't stress enough, Jaden wants to play. That dude always wants to play. This is the team making a decision they think is best for the entire organization. Haven't been able to do it yet, but we're going to do it now. Let's open up these phones. Let's let everybody react. 2, Jaden Daniels not playing the remainder of the season. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley.
Hey, it's B. Mitch here. FanDuel is the number one sportsbook with same game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same game parlay or track every stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. And right now is the perfect time to join because new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love the way you want. Head to FanDuel.com/Brian to sign up today. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook with the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. All right, we're going to open these phone lines up here in a minute. 800-636-1067. We'll do the whole last hour. Phones will be open, all right? That's how we'll
Let's
make
do
it
that,
up.
man.
We'll make it up to the people.
Yeah.
Power
to the people.
Dan Quinn just spoke, and a few things stood out to me from DQ's comments. He is very much making clear that the world knows Jaden is not medically cleared. He must have said that 6-7 times.
Yeah.
5 or 6 times. I'm moving away from 6-7. And I can understand
5 or
why.
7?
Because there's like this operational thought that they're just sitting Jaden now and he's fully healthy. And I think Dan Quinn is making a point of saying he's not fully healthy right now.
Well, I mean, I think anybody that opens up their damn eyes would see that. And like we talked about it before, once you play a game of football, you're never going to be 100% healthy. So it laughs at me. I laugh when people say, "Oh man, when he get back to 100%, if you gotta wait till he get back to 100%, he'll never play another down of football." But the thing of it is, these doctors also look at stuff and go, "Okay, when everything was going on in the game against Minnesota, adrenaline, you can flow, bro. But once that slows down and that swelling starts to sit in there, you got to pull back. Inflammation sometimes tell you if it's in there, I don't want you to go out there and start performing and doing stuff with it there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You don't want that thing to get infected, okay? Sometimes you have inflammation, it flows through, everything works out. But if you get it infected, that could be a hell of a problem. And the doctors are going to make those decisions based off of that.
And all of that stuff is fluid.
Yeah.
Stuff in the elbow and the decision-making process.
And what's in the elbow is fluid.
Kind of interesting, and I appreciate Tom Shad trying to do a little housekeeping. Earlier in the year, Javonte Jean-Baptiste, I never thought his injury, but Luke McCaffrey broke his collarbone. I thought maybe he could be back. Dan Quinn confirmed that Luke and JJB will not be back this year. Did say Drake Jackson, a guy that, they kind of used a roster spot on because I think they believe in long-term. They're hoping he could play by the end of the year.
All right.
And the other thing that stood out to me a bit was it was a great question by our friend Nikki Javala. And she leaned – the best thing to all the aspiring reporters out there, the best thing you could do is lean on knowledge of someone you know well. Because if you just ask DQ, hey, looking at this season, would you do anything different? He's going to be like, no, I'm just focused on Philly this weekend. That's an easy shutdown, right? But Nikki does a good job, and she knows Dan Quinn is a meticulous note taker. And that after every game, he does his after-action reports, and he looks back at all of this stuff. So you frame it as, I know that you like to look back on your previous experiences. Are there any things you would change this year based on your notes and your research? And you know what? When you do things the right way, like Nikki did, you get a really good answer.
Yeah.
And I thought DQ, he said absolutely yes. And then he mentioned going back as far as camp. And so I know that a lot of folks in the 24 hours since the Jaden news, folks are like, well, we got to see him in the preseason. And maybe that'll prove to be true. I'm not here to argue about the preseason, which is 9 months away or 8 or 10. I don't even know. But for me, Brian, as we look at an organization, 24, everything they hit, everything hit 21.
Yeah.
Every possible blackjack hand they got dealt, they got dealt a 6. They eventually got to 21, or they just got
11 all day.
Yeah, right, exactly. Everything went right.
Yeah.
This year, nothing did. That's just the reality. So they have to go
Snake
back to
eyes.
the drawing board. And
Snake eyes all day.
for me, I look to training camp. The preseason's its own entity. Training camp, however, you and I were here every day. It was not that physical. It was not that strenuous. Not that there weren't times, right? But I think we were surprised by how much they backed off. Maybe that's a byproduct of having a veteran roster, having older players that you know you can kind of trust to be ready.
Yep.
But I, for one, think that will look differently next year.
I think so. I think we can start looking at little things moving forward, even in the off season, okay, I'm sure there are going to be people looking at Jaden. There are going to be people looking at this staff of getting guys into shape, okay? They're going to be looking at the training staff. All that stuff pops up when you have a season like this.
Yeah.
And I think, listen, Chad does a damn great job here.
Englehart, yeah.
Yeah, getting people ready, getting them in shape and all. But you have years like this. I think people have to understand this. You know, I talk about it all the time. When I see a team who's very healthy all year, that's luck for the most part. You know, it has nothing to do with the damn training. Every weight, strength training person, strength training group in this league, they know what the hell they're doing. They do a great job. But when that injury bug start hitting, it's coming. And if you don't have a year of it, count your blessings. Because the next year you probably won't have it like that. And last year they were relatively healthy for the most part. This year, that thing came in, bro, and it hurts. And once you start getting people hurt, then all of a sudden that stress and that strain, the mental aspect, guys begin to try to, well, I had this guy on side of me, now I got a guy with less experience, so I'm trying to do his job, and they don't do their job great. And that thing snowballs. And you look at this season, that's exactly what happened. And yes, we try to dissect every little thing, but it's as simple as that. Once you start losing vital people, now your team starts to have stress and confusion and chaos. And what we've been dealing with, stress, confusion, and chaos.
Jaden Daniels played 4 games.
Yeah.
He's 4 complete games. He's their best player. When he was out there, half the other best players weren't out there.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this season was a mess. It was lost. Everyone involved made mistakes.
Yeah.
I believe in the culture of ownership, not in Josh Harris. I'm saying owning accountability, owning mistakes. I believe they have that culture here. I very much believe the staff, Adam Peters, DQ, everybody deserves to be back. I don't think there's going to be any major changes. Coordinator changes, hell, we already saw one. Could we see another on the offensive side of the ball? That's going to be a really interesting subplot for the next 5-6 weeks here, because it's not necessarily just the 3 weeks left of the regular season. It's what happens once Black Monday hits and all these coaching opportunities start opening. We'll see, dude, and it's premature to make a declaration on that. All that said, an unfortunate byproduct for DQ and AP, wherever they started in 2024, terra firma, new guys, let's see what you have. They went on a rocket ship up.
Yeah.
Expectations were really high. This year has been an absolute missile downwards into the ground. They don't start the same as 2024. Now there's a little more wariness. There's a lot more eyeballs. Do these dudes know what they were doing, or was that an outlier? Was that a fluke? And that's the reality of where this thing starts next season. Now, the reality for you, phone lines are open. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Jaden Daniels is shut down for the year. Do you agree with the decision? It's B. Mitch and Finley live at BigBear.ai Performance Center.
Brought to you by Elegant Smiles Dental Center. As the Commanders get set for Saturday football against Philly, they'll do so without their franchise QB. Jaden Daniels shut down for the year officially Monday. Dan Quinn was asked how Daniels himself reacted to the news.
I would say disappointed but understood as well. Like, this guy's a competitor. That's what, like, always stands out about him.
Roster moves being made today. Wide receiver Noah Brown placed on IR, and wide receiver Chris Moore activated from the practice squad. Commanders a 6.5-point underdog Saturday against Philly. Hockey, the Capitals are back on the ice tonight. They're trying to snap a 2-game skid. They will play at Minnesota. That's 8 p.m. tonight for the puck drop for Caps Hockey here on 106.7 The Fan. Elegant Smiles Dental Center in Alexandria has been creating confident smiles since 2005. At Elegant Smiles, you'll get dentistry with a touch of elegance from a talented, caring team. Visit ElegantSmilesDDS.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Myself, my name is Humpty, pronounced with the umpty. I love using thump as a verb right there. All right, B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. What was the club like when this would come on, B, when that song was hot?
Don't remember.
Really?
Yeah.
It had to be early 90s, right?
B was like 60 at that time.
Yeah, it's not even funny, dog. It sounds so stupid. If it was in 1990, I was like 60.
It came out in 1990. Yeah, that was not even funny.
No, that was so whack.
You don't remember that song in the club, though? I would imagine that'd be prime.
You know, I didn't hang
your
around.
rookie year.
I hung in the clubs. I hung in the older clubs. You know, I would hang around the little whack people like Jeff and people like that. I was hanging around the ladies.
I'm not
man.
whack. You could come out with me, dog.
If you check the text thread, it says you're whack.
And you said, "Ooh, that was a good one," because you're whack.
No,
see,
that's
when I was hanging out back then. You know, I was on a certain floor at the Ritz where they weren't playing at. They were playing on another floor, but where I was, it was smooth jazz and adult stuff.
The Ritz Carlton?
No, the Ritz used to be a club, son.
Just that much I was joking about. All right, we're opening these phone
Gates
lines
and all
up.
that. You know, I used to hang out at the good spots.
MGM National Harbor listener lines are open. Jaden Daniels has been shut down for the season. How are we feeling about it? Let's start with our boy Eli in D.C. What's up, Elijah?
Let's go, Eli. What's happening?
Yo, what's going on, fellas? Thanks for taking my call, man. For me,
Thanks for calling, bud.
It's a good. Oh, absolutely, man. It's a good decision for me. I think he's a confidence guy, and I think in his first year in the league before he came in, he was dialed up and he went 12-5. But I think they just need to get a plan and a process for him to be throwing the ball and just being active throughout the end of the year, active, through the off season, and then coming in ready. So I like the plan and just get it started fast and get him going and see what we get. Rather, in his style of ball, it requires him to be sharp and it requires him to be making a lot of decisions. And you can only do that when you're ready to roll, and I think that comes with time. So, it's not just putting him out on the field; it's putting him out on the field correctly and when it's time to do that. And it's not about just getting him smashed up because he's not putting the ball when it needs to be, because that comes with time, and that's a nuanced thing. You can't just do that by rolling yourself out on the field. So get him right. Let him know when his receiver put his foot in the field and turn. He knows it's time to fire that ball. So I just think that's what they need to do, and they'd be straight, man.
Thanks, buddy.
All right, brother. Appreciate
y'all.
I think, listen, man, I crunched the numbers on Jaden through the 4 complete games he played.
Mm-hmm.
He was not as good as last year. Last year he was outrageous. This year he was just regular good.
Mm-hmm.
He could 7 touchdowns against 2 turnovers, 63% completion, 220 yards per game, another 45 rush yards per game, about 5 yards per carry. He was good. Now, last year he was a top 5 quarterback. Those numbers this year, top 12. It's not great, but he only played 4 games, and in the 4 games he played, probably had Terry on the field once, twice. I think there's a lot
of factors go into that.
My thing of my list of concerns for 26, if you want to now say Jaden's durability, okay, like that's availability is the best ability, right?
Yeah.
And that's part of it. But of my concerns for 2026, Jaden Daniels' level of play doesn't crack the top 30. Like what we saw his rookie season, what we saw in spurts this second season, was somewhere between good to great. And I will bank on that for next year.
Yeah, I'm with that. I just think that if the season were to start and Terry was already there and everything like that, we'd probably be having a whole different conversation at this point. But it didn't. And I think the whole thing with Terry, and I think management has to look at stuff they did too. You got to look at how when you messed up chemistry, what happened to this football team. And they got to take that into effect as they move forward. Sometimes, just going out there being hard and you don't get the right chemistry going, you can have some messed up stuff. Because that offense has never hit its full stride, especially early in the season. They never got into a rhythm that we expected. It's like they were chasing the whole time. Sometimes like they were trying to force togetherness or whatever. When it wasn't there, that has to be worked upon. So moving forward, that has to be taken into consideration.
Phone lines are open. Let's go to G in Arlington. G, what do you think about shutting Jaden down?
Well, y'all forgive me for throwing the float. I think Jaden should have been shut down a long time ago when he had the brace on his knee. I actually think they should have basically just kept him out the game until the brace could come off and what have you, because you could tell when he was running out of the pocket, he really wasn't himself. And let's look at this too.
So you wanted to shut him down. The knee thing happened against Green Bay. I mean,
right. I don't.
He
I
came
don't
back
mean
against
shut
the
him down
Chargers.
out of for the whole season. I just mean we shouldn't have put him back in until he was fully ready. I just think
That Chargers
honestly,
game, his first game back after that, was probably his best game of the year.
Yeah, but you know what though, JP, Brian, you would attest to this too. Doc was right, man. You got to have somewhat of a running game with him as well, man. And I can't say our running game was on top of anything, and we pass more than we predominantly run.
I'm not trying to be annoying to you, dude, but
No, you good.
The Chargers game was the best running game they had. Bill was rookie of the week. I think he went for like 130 in that game.
Yeah, but JP,
I'm being specific to that game,
bro.
but
You know that. Yeah, I know. You know what I'm talking about. I mean, game to game. The other thing is I think we need to implement the babies in a little bit more. What I mean by that, the rookies like Lane, and see what they had. I watch a lot of good teams. They'll put players in that you've never heard of before, and usually they'll do it against us, and they'll have some type of a great game. But I just think we need to, like the tight ends, I think they needed to go in the game a little more. I think we need to try second string and third string wideouts to see what they had. And, a lot more of the running game. Maybe next year would be great, but shout out to the veterans. And I understand what Dan was doing. He was trying to build a winner here, and he did. It's only his second year here. So I can't really be that hard on him. But, yeah, I would say that we may need to look at defensive coordinator for next year. And maybe even him calling the defensive plays. But overall, I think we're going to be okay, man. I think we're going to be okay. I would just hope the fans just give him some time and get Jaden some time. He wants to play, but sometimes we can be our own worst enemy, man. So, yeah, the shutdown was a good shutdown. Yep. All
right, brother.
That's where
Appreciate your call.
Thank you.
Thanks for the call, dude.
All right, man.
I just looked this up. I think you'd be surprised by the rushing stats this year. I'm kind of surprised by them.
What do you mean?
They're fourth in the NFL
They're fourth in the
in
NFL in rushing.
And so you want to maybe dismiss that because you got quarterbacks that run. 7th in the NFL in rushing attempts.
Know what I would like to see though? I think if you just pull, like, to get a true assessment, pull the quarterback's runs out of there, and look at the runs in the first half and the second half.
Sure. I mean, you'd like to dig deeper.
That
on it.
would be drastic.
I think one
which I
thing
don't like.
From the surface level stats that kind of stands out
Yeah.
is 4th in the NFL in rush yards, 7th in rush attempts. So they are running a fair amount. But that number drops to 15th in rushing touchdowns.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, I mean, really the most egregious play sequencing of the season was at the goal line in Minnesota, where you went second and goal from the 2, 3 straight pass plays. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
that might be reflected there.
Yeah.
They have run the ball fairly effectively. To really do that, they've run the ball 401 times. Help me with this math, B.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so 401 carries as a team. Marcus accounts for – where are you at, Marcus? Marcus has run the ball 49 times and Jaden 58. So that's 110, right? 107.
294.
294 carries. I mean, if we really want to back this out. So Marcus has run for 298, Jaden for 278. So that's a little less than 600. Call it 575, something like that. Probably 585 is closer to right. So if you take out the quarterback carries and yardage, you're at 294 for about 1450. That would rank way differently. Now, a lot of those quarterback runs are designed, so it's not like it's all scrambles, but those numbers would skew different. We'll keep the phone lines going. We're going to keep the phones going the whole last hour here. Let's go to our guy Telly in D.C. What's up, Telly?
What's up, Telly?
L to the Redskins, B. Mitch, JP, what's happening, man? What's popping?
Telly, how are you, bud?
Man, I'm great, man. Hey, look, I'm cool with the shutdown. For one, I think the shutdown is good because you don't want to. So this is your QB, and you don't want to mortgage your future on an injury because of the lack of play calling or the lack of protection that's given to Jaden and the lack of protection that Jaden gives to himself. If you look at this past game, to me, this was a similar game that I've been actually calling for even last season. You know, even when Jaden was, I mean, quite fortunate to even play and survive a lot of those hits that he was taking last year. This year it took a toll on him. And I don't care if he was big as Cam Newton or whatever. Any quarterback taking that type of punishment is bound to be injured, regardless of his body frame. But when you have a play caller that called the game he did this last weekend, this past game, where it wasn't just one dimensional, where the defense just pin their ears back and just go after the quarterback because he in shotgun 95% of the time of the game. They switched it up. You had different formations, and I think that's the remedy going forward in developing your quarterback is having that strong run game, and then having the game slowed down because the defense is expecting that run game. And then you have JD with his skill set. The game slowed down. He can see the field, and he can make those reads and make those runs that's opening up to him. But until Cliff Kingsbury get it together, which I don't think he's going to change because we done seen that in the past. We will hope that the offensive mind will go ahead and change their game plan. I don't think he's going to change. But until we get an OC in here that will cater to that type of offense, then we going to see the same old. Hell to the Redskins, brothers. Y'all be easy.
All right, brother.
Thanks,
Appreciate
man.
you, man.
I got to say, I think the fan base is so down on Cliff. I think Cliff needs some of the same grace Dan Quinn is getting. offensively, they've been injured all year too. And not having Terry, I think we've seen as impacts this offense in a tremendous way. And I guess I'm saying that because I think folks need to be realistic. I think it's quite possible Cliff is back. Now, he's not going to get paid by Arizona this year, so they'll have to – my guess is his contract probably expires. And I do think he'll get some head coaching looks. But don't you think it's certainly possible Cliff is back?
Yeah, I don't see I'm leaving unless some college job pops up. I just don't look at the pro job right now popping up for him. And I believe that if he's back, it would be something more at the college level.
You think?
Yeah. I mean, if he's not back, it'll be something at the college level. But then coming back, he's going to have to enhance this offense a little bit. Because it gets to a point where you're looking at certain down and distance and you know what's coming. And I listen, I have watched this year cornerbacks jump those damn bubble screens.
The bubble screens.
If they are jumping them like that, there are times when people, if they don't just get nicked, they're coming to pick and go. If they are running past the blocker before the blocker gets set, they know it's coming. So that has to be changed up. I told you a long time ago, I'm looking for a blocker to just act like they blocking and slip past the guy. We haven't done it yet, but I have seen that play work over and over again, especially when guys start jumping it. And if you do it one time, I promise you they won't be jumping it again. Then it's more effective. So if you don't do any counter to what you're doing all the time, what it does is make people feel like like when you see the cornerbacks who the receivers come at them and they sit flat-footed because they know you running a damn dig or you running an out. You are not running past me, and I can just break on wherever you go. So until he does something to make them have to think twice, they're gonna keep jumping at those routes like that.
Well, one thing you've called for some time is something off of that wide receiver screen, and we just really haven't seen that. You know what I mean? Like,
listen, and I would have to believe they have it somewhere in their arsenal. I would have to believe that.
It's never arrived.
Yeah. So
let's keep the phone lines going. Dom is in Chicago. Dom, what's up,
Dom?
dude?
How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing fantastic, man. I want to tell you this, man. I'm glad Jaden, I respect the decision of the organization. They see what's happening, and they're going to protect them. And for the cause to say Jaden take all these hits, maybe I'm not seeing the same game they see. I mean, he gets hit like it's football. It's not like he's getting blown up. He's not taking these solid impacts like a Cam Newton and a Herbert, So for that part, and the callers that keep calling in and say, hey, man, I've been telling y'all, you remember I told you, we don't care what y'all called in and said because JP and Brian ain't going to remember that. You talk to a million daggone callers. So, when you say, I've been telling y'all all year, I told you, nobody remember that but you. So keep that, all right? And only call opinion I respect, Doc, JP, and Brian. And you could tell the ones that's listening to Doc, and then they call back to you, and they preaching the gospel. We know where that came from.
Yeah.
So be original. Keep it to yourself. Let Doc educate you. Let Brian educate you, but don't call back and hit them with the same garbage, man.
Appreciate you calling in.
Appreciate your call.
Yeah. What's up, Tom? Go ahead.
Kingsbury.
Yeah.
I think he's morphing now. We can see that. We can see that running game coming, but I don't think he want to unload it. You may not like this. It might be what they call a dry tank. You know what I mean? It's like a low-key tank. I'm running my game, but I really don't want to look like I'm giving up, but I'm playing. You know what I mean? Selective calling.
Mm-hmm.
But he's putting all this in his memory bank. So I think you're going to see a different football team next year as far as offense-wise.
All right, man.
Appreciate it, man.
I sure hope so.
Thanks for the call, Dom. All right, here's what we're going to do. The phone lines are packed. We're going to keep them going for the remainder of the program. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley on 106.7 The Fan.
This update brought to you by the Downtown DC Holiday Market. Are you ready for some meaningless football? The Commanders already getting back to work today for Saturday afternoon, 5 p.m. football against Philadelphia. Commanders a 6.5-point underdog against the Eagles. Moves made today. Noah Brown placed on the injured list. Wide receiver Chris Moore activated from the practice squad. Last night, Monday Night Football, Pittsburgh stays in first place in the AFC North. Steelers beat Miami 28-15. Hockey, the Capitals open to snap a 2-game skid tonight. They are still on the road at Minnesota. Caps hockey tonight, 8 p.m. face-off for the Caps tonight here on The Fan. It's back, DC. The Downtown Holiday Market runs until December 23rd, noon to 8 p.m. daily. Shop local, grab treats, and feel the holiday magic between 7th and 9th Streets Northwest. Downtown DC HolidayMarket.com. From the Crump Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Boom, boom, boom. Not at all.
Drip, drip, drip. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan, 1:30 on a cold Tuesday. Grant and Danny coming your way next. Right now, though, we're opening these phone lines up. MGM National Harbor listener lines, obviously big news with Jaden Daniels getting shut down for the season. A lot of folks have a lot of opinions. It's your chance to share them with us. Let's go to Disco in Laurel. What's up, Disco?
What up, Disco?
Hey, what up, B. Mitch? Hey, B. Mitch, don't even front, man. I was dancing right next to you at Republic Gardens in '94. So don't even, don't.
Hey, I was at Republic Gardens too.
Okay. Hey, look, I didn't see you do the Humpty dance. I wasn't doing that though, but you know. Anyway,
we left that for old Shock G.
Yeah, I know, right? So my point is this. Initially I wanted to see Jaden play because I do think reps are valuable. But I'll say this: Jaden Daniels going to get hit again. He's going to get smacked again. They're going to be design runs. There's going to be times where he's going to take chances. It's football. What I don't like about this is that the scrutiny it will open up. I'm suspecting in terms of play calling. Every time Cliff calls a play, Jaden gets hit, it's going to be fire Cliff. And why is he calling that? And why is he this? And why is it that? I just want him to play football. It's a rough game, and he has to do, as Dan Quinn said, he has to do better to protect himself. But he's going to get hit, and we just have to plan accordingly for that. But I'm just concerned about the what this will mean in terms of scrutinizing everything that he does moving forward.
Listen, I believe this offseason could do some dramatic stuff. I want people to understand one thing, okay? When he got hit in the knee, that had nothing to do with his size. The dude put a helmet on his damn knee.
Right.
Hamstring had nothing to do with his size. Falling on your elbow and the way he braced himself, that had nothing to do with size. Okay? It can happen to anybody in an awkward position. So the whole thing is about size. Like, if he had lowered his shoulder on a defensive back and they hit him and he got hurt, something like that, I'm like, okay, maybe all this stuff's true. If he gains any weight, 10 pounds is the max he needs to gain to maintain what he is and why he's effective.
Yeah. But let me ask you this, B.
All these people tell
go
him
ahead,
gain 20, gain 30, and they just make a narrative and run with it. Listen, bro, everybody, I saw Ben Roethlisberger get hurt. Cam Newton got hurt. So right now what we got to worry about is he has to learn how to manage a game better as a professional athlete. You know, manage himself, manage the other stuff. If he learns how to do that, he'll be okay because there are quarterbacks that weigh less than him, his height, that played in this league.
Yeah.
So
you know what, B. Mitch? Let me say this, and the two players that you look at, Russell Wilson and Jalen Hurts. Generally, they slide within 3 yards before anybody is near, and they still get popped. So you can do all the things. You can do all the things you want, but it's still football. But you're right. He has to learn to manage himself better. And Cam Newton and Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen, man, them guys would run like battering rams because they were much bigger. And I believe it's taking its toll. But you're right. Jaden has to learn how to manage himself, man. Thank you, man. Have a happy holiday.
Yeah, man. Appreciate
you, bud. Thank you. Good call right there. Speaking of good calls, B, we can all use a little help with the man upstairs this time of year.
Mm-hmm.
We have a reverend on the line. Hello.
Oh, man, Rev.
Hello, Rev T.
How you feeling,
doing?
brother?
Old Tannenbaum, I love your pretty branches. What's up, JP? Happy holidays. D-Miss.
What's up, man? How you feeling, brother?
Oh, man, I'm recuperating, D-Miss. You know, I was down, if y'all ain't know, I had spine surgery on that C3 and C4. You know, I wasn't going to walk no more, so I'm doing well. I'm healing. I'll go back to the roads at the beginning of the year, but listen here, man. Hey, let me tell my brothers and sisters something in this Commander Nation, regardless of my exile or not. Listen here, man. Stop tripping over that young boy being benched for the rest of the year. The younger done rejuvenated. He done revitalized. He done did a whole lot for the franchise. Y'all know what he got. We see what he can do. Let that younger go ahead and sit down and get healthy, man, and go ahead and try it again next year. I ain't even mad at it, man. I just called to tell y'all, Bammers, I love y'all, man. Happy holidays, Feliz Navidad, TJ's champions. We about to drop these toys at these schools, man, for these kids so that before they go out of school at the end of the week. Hey, Miss Rita extended it. We helped the Tanner Duffries this year, too, man, with them children with special needs with the toys. So I'm good, man. I love everybody, man. Y'all love on somebody, man. Hey, drink 1738. I don't drink Hennessy no more, B-Miss. I upgrade now, 1738. You hear that, JP?
I got you.
I did.
You hear that,
I did.
JP?
Do I still owe you a glass?
Man, no, Bam. I'm going to come down to the studio next week for Christmas. And I'm going to drink 17. Y'all can't drink, but I can. I love y'all. Hey,
All right,
man.
fool.
Hey,
Take care, man.
Happy holidays, y'all. Okay.
Same to you, bro. Take care of yourself, man.
Thank you, Reverend.
Dude, it's funny.
What's he drinking now?
1738.
What is that? Even higher end cognac?
I don't know if it's a cognac.
Hennessy's a cognac, right?
Yeah. You know, he drinks everything. He think if it's brown, he drink it. Just saying.
Well, Reverend, happy holidays to you, sir. We'll keep the phones going. Mark is in Landover Hills. What's up, Mark?
Hey, what's happening, JP? What's happening, B. Mitch? Happy holidays
What's
to
up,
you
man?
guys, man.
Same to you.
Hey, guys, real quick. Look, hey, man, I'm one of the guys that wanted him to play, and I know that's what you're asking. And I got to be honest, though, I was with Doc, and I'm still with Doc. And, hey, thanks for you guys having him on, man. You know how much I like Doc. And when you guys put your heads together, man, we always come to a good solution. And I'm with you guys on it that, man, I don't have a medical degree. And, man, I think if they're making that decision, it'll definitely set him back a little bit. But it might like Brian was saying, man, make him able to realize what's going on and be able to think more and help the team and realize that he has to protect himself more, like Brian was alluding to. And I think that's the most important thing that he needs to learn, and learn to work with the guys he's got. And I think that the offensive line and the young guys that they have on the team need to block better for him, and the offensive line needs to, they'll probably try and upgrade that in the draft some and load it up a little bit, and hopefully next year, like you guys were saying, they won't be put in the injury position, and they'll have a little bit more luck, like Brian was saying, because he's 100% correct about that as far as drafting and what's going to happen with injuries. That's just part of football, man, and every year is different, like you guys are always saying. And also, man, I know you guys are loaded up and from talking to Chris, and shout out to Heavy Metal. And I wanted to say, JP, man, that I wanted to tell you, man, that I really appreciate the little tidbits of information that you come up with during the show for all of us, and a lot of it is really, really plays into what we're talking about, and you do an excellent job on it, buddy. And hey, man, I'll get off here, and you guys take care. And hey, man, excellent show as always, and you guys be safe, man. I'll talk to you soon.
All right, Mark.
Thanks,
Take care,
Mark.
brother.
Appreciate it, dude. Let's keep the phones going before we run out of time. Jaden is in PA. What's up, Jaden? Oh,
damn.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we got you, dude.
Yeah, sorry about that. Happy holidays. Yeah, I think Daniels has to, or that doesn't have to, but he should be playing. I mean, you look at, and again, I know I don't even like comparing other guys in the QB class, but you look how much better like Caleb's gotten, Drake May and Bonix, just within like this season, he's only played 4 games. And I know, JP, you brought up the stats of the games he's finished, like 7 touchdowns, 1 pick, but that like kind of conveniently leaves out the pick against Seattle. He literally got hurt because he almost threw a pick. He did throw a pick against Minnesota. So it's been clunky since the first game of the year. I mean, we all agree that Giants game.
I'm not leaving things out, but I think to take the stats from games he's finished is the best snapshot of kind of who he is as a quarterback rather than the ups and downs of games he's leaving early. Just because, like, if you look at those, the yardage totals are going to be dramatically different.
Right, but I think the interception totals still count. Like, I mean, the pick against Seattle wasn't because he was hurt. He was playing. He was fully healthy. Same thing with Minnesota. So I think we can agree he hasn't been the same this year, even fully healthy. I mean, the game against the Giants, we won, 21-6, but he still wasn't playing. Offense still fell off. He kind of was still missing throws. So I just think these 3 games could at least get him in a flow for next year. Now he's pretty much starting next year.
Do you not believe that he's – I mean, because Dan Quinn must have said it 4 or 5 times today that he's still not cleared.
Jaden, he's had injuries, okay? Caleb didn't have injuries at the end of the year last year to try to take him out of games. Drake May didn't have him to take him out of the game. He's injured right now. So all of this talk that you're trying to put out there, you are ignoring the fact that he's injured and he's not cleared to play. So I understand what you're saying, but you're not the doctor, bro.
I'm not, but then I get that.
But
I think they're being
nothing.
smart about it.
He's not cleared to play. Have you? That's what I'm telling you.
He could have won the game 2 weeks ago, though. So 2 weeks ago, he's not feeling better. He could have won the game.
He's not cleared to play.
So he was cleared to go back in 2 weeks ago?
He wasn't cleared to go back
Minnesota?
in. They say he could have gone back in. They didn't say he was cleared to go back in. They say he could have gone back in.
If the point is the offense has been clunky, you're correct. That's I don't think many are debating that. As far as not playing him the rest of the way, Dan Quinn has repeatedly gone out of his way to say he's not cleared. So
do you guys believe that, though?
I don't care if you believe it or not. That's the problem with people today. You want to go based off of what you believe, but then you want everybody to listen to what you say. I don't care what you believe. If the man said it, I'm going to take what he said. I'm not here to try to dissect everybody's opinion or everybody's thing that they say. That's what society is now because social media makes us think like that. So why do I care if someone believes it or not?
thank you for the call. I'm going to try to sneak one more in. I know we got to go to break. Let's go to Charlie on line 1. Charlie, what do you think of the Jaden shutdown?
Oh, I'm so glad. Hey, B. Mitch and Jaden, JP, Merry Christmas. And, yeah, I'm really glad they're shutting him down because I don't want him to end up like RG3. Shanahan kept him in there and tore his knee up and it ended his career.
He kept himself in there, too, but you're right.
That's a different thing
Yeah,
right there,
but
Tony.
that damn Shanahan, man, he kept him in there, and they shouldn't have done that. I'm so happy. I'm looking for. I hate to say, looking forward to next year. Need a big wide receiver and a good cornerback to help out.
All right, man.
Appreciate the call.
Appreciate
Thank you, brother. If you're on hold, stay there. I'm going to try to get everybody in this last segment. Grant and Danny starting at 2. Nobody go anywhere. Hey, JP Finley here, and you've heard me talking about the great service I got from Door Pro America. They set me up with a new garage door, and it has been money. Way quieter than our old clanky door, and the MyQ app lets you open and close it from anywhere. If you've been putting off calling Door Pro America to try to save some cash, now is the time to act. You can schedule an appointment today and get a $0 trip and inspection fee on all service calls, plus a free estimate on a new garage door. While you're there, make sure you ask the guys Door Pro Advantage membership. That's the smart move for homeowners who want discounts and annual maintenance to keep everything on track. Trust me, upgrading your garage door doesn't just make your life easier, it also boosts the curb appeal of your home. So if your garage door needs a little maintenance or you're ready for a big upgrade, level up and go with Door Pro America. Call 877-DOOR-PRO. That's 877-DOOR-PRO, or visit doorproamerica.com and be sure to tell them JP Finley sent you. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. All right. I don't know. We're going to do the best we can, getting through everybody. Let's go to Steve in Fairfax.
What up, Steve?
Steve, what do you think of the JD5 shutdown?
I'm fine with it, guys. I don't think, honestly, 3 games is going to make a big deal. In my opinion, I understand the reps are important, but I think what a lot of people seem to forget is Jaden is a big student of the game. He studies, I think, on a different level than anybody else. And I just think he's going to come back more prepared, more ready to go, and learn from this. One thing we know about Jaden, he learns. And I think he's going to be, he's going to be fine. He's going to take care of himself. He'll learn from these experiences. And I think it's like B said earlier, he's medically not cleared. We're not a doctor, none of us are doctors. If the doctors are telling him that he's medically has a problem, then he has a problem. And that's it. That's the story. So, again, I bet on Jaden. I bet on his future, and I bet on his talent.
I like that. Good call. Thanks, Steve.
I like what Steve's saying. Like, I'm going to the doctor, and the doctor tell me this is what the problem is. I'm like, I don't feel that. But this is what the problem is, though. I'm telling you. But I'm telling the doctor I don't feel it. But you know what I go home and do? Exactly what the damn doctor tell me. Although I didn't feel it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But, like, now people want to, as soon as the man says, the doctor said this, the doctor said, do you believe him? Well, you know what? People have whole shows by doing that. I'm not going to be that person to question everything somebody says.
Rodney,
unless I know you're a pure liar.
Rodney in Virginia. What up, Rodney?
Hey, I got a new medical diagnosis for some of these fans. It's called Snyder PTSD. It's crazy. It's crazy how last year all the people, including JP and B. Mitch, and all the people that get paid professionally to talk about this sport and who know the sport. Oh, Jaden had the best historical rookie season of any quarterback ever to live. Now, he's not playing better than Marcus Mariota. Please shut up. Just shut up. I don't have a problem. I'm going whatever the doctor says. That's what's going to happen. You cannot make me believe that Jaden did what he did last year and we don't still have the same player. Okay, he got hurt. Everybody gets hurt. It's football. It's a collision sport. It's this Snyder PTSD. This is a new diagnosis. And I also want to say I want y'all to watch. Everybody to watch New England season, how they had the easy schedule this year like we had last year. Watch when they get that hard schedule, how Drake May gonna have to play against them good defenses, when the next schedule comes out. So everybody just needs to calm down. It's year 2. Everybody just take a break.
All right, bro. Appreciate the call.
Thanks, man. It's a good call. I like that one. You want me to sneak one more in here?
Yeah.
Sean is in Fredericksburg. What's up, Sean?
Hey guys, it's a first-time caller. I've listened to you guys every day for years. B. Mitch, I met you a few times. You've been awesome to me. You made a video for my mom one time, and JP, you're the class of the industry, man.
Thanks,
about
brother.
this whole thing. So I think the deal is because DQ said that Jaden could have gone in against the Vikings. I think that's why everybody's in a tizzy about is why is he not playing? And is there more clarity about that or no?
Well, he said he could have gone back in the game, and then what I say about that is, when a guy when that adrenaline is flowing, doctor come to you, grab your arm, how you feel that? No, I don't feel that. No. Can you go? Yeah, I can go. So that's what it means. But once you wake up that next morning, you're like, damn, what happened? You know what I mean? So he could have probably gone back in the game, but then the next day when the swelling goes down, this, that, and the other, they're like, nah, it's a little bit more. It's a little bit more tender than we think. We're not going to clear you. And then maybe throughout that week, if you're not taking anything, don't have that adrenaline flowing the same way, you still a little sore. The doctor's not going to clear you completely.
Sean, we got a boogie. Thank you for the call, bro. Appreciate you,
brother.
I'd be happy to skip bets. I don't think we made bets last night, but I suppose that's not how we operate.
I thought we did.
It's
Jay.
time for Heard It Here first.
I think you lost. That's why you're trying to skip the bets. Gather around, gather around.
White Brian.
Heavy metal was the only winner.
Wow. What'd you have last night?
I had the Steelers beating the spread.
They sure did. All right, well, you get
Don't
to
be
lead
all
us off.
happy. At that beginner's luck, you're going to lose tonight.
I know. I don't even know who's playing because there's no football on tonight. I'm like, what am I even supposed to be watching?
Caps are on
Can
tonight.
you watch something
All right,
other
let's
than
pick the
football?
Caps. I'll always go with the Caps.
That's who I was going with. Caps tonight, baby.
I think we got crazy college football starting tonight. Yeah, man.
We got
I,
tonight.
I don't know what the name of this bowl game is, but Troy is playing Jacksonville State.
Give me Troy.
Give me Jacksonville State plus the 2 and a hook.
Plus 2 and a hook. Give me Troy. Troy's from the Sun Belt.
I believe they are.
Yeah.
Troy went 8-5, as did the Jacksonville State Gamecocks.
Troy, and then I'm going to take, oh, man. I'm going to go with the Knicks against the Spurs.
Your Raging Cajuns play tomorrow night.
I know. I'm not going to be going to the game.
Is that? Are you?
I'm joking.
Where is it? Delaware.
Mobile.
Everybody in? White Brian.
Tennessee minus 3.5.
Thank you to everybody that listened to the show today. Thank you to Doc Walker for joining us. Thank you to Joe Beninati for joining us. Thank you to Kelly Stewart, Kelly in Vegas for joining us. Thanks for all the calls. Grant and Danny coming your way next. Appreciate you watching, listening, wherever you get the content. That's where we are. If you made it this far, owe you a beer.
Peace.
Brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. Commanders right back to work in Ashburn today, getting set for Saturday afternoon football against Philly. Jaden Daniels shut down for the final 3 games. Yeah, it's another thing that's gone wrong for Dan Quinn this season.
We thought we had a good plan, for the next 5, and just what the saying go, man plans and God laughs. It was you adjust, and that's what you do.
Yeah, Star-Lord had a plan, too. 12% of a plan. 4-10 for the Commanders, trying to win back-to-back games for the first time this year. Eagles with a win Saturday would clinch the NFC East. We've got Caps hockey tonight. Capitals on the road, back in action at Minnesota. Caps are trying to snap a 2-game skid. 8 p.m. for the puck drop tonight here on The Fan. Baldino's Lock and Keys, your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete with 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland. Stop by one near you today, or for more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Good Tuesday afternoon. Welcome into Grant and Danny. You are listening live to The Fan. We'll take you all the way up to 6:30 this evening. 4.5 hours of fun right here from our flagship studios in the nation's capital, in the Navy Yard, where we're pumped to be with you. At 5 o'clock, Bill is back on the show. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt coming off 18 carries for 96 yards and a touchdown. And at 3 o'clock, Barry Svrluga, columnist, Washington Post, wrote a piece disagreeing with the Commanders' decision to shut down Jaden Daniels. We'll talk to him in 1 hour. Danny Rouhier, happy Tuesday.
What do you say, buddy? I checked in with a physician buddy of mine. I have what's called jumper's knee. Now, the jokes write themselves for someone that cannot jump any longer, that maybe 30-some years ago could probably do okay in that regard. Now that's over, but that's what I have. I have jumper's knee. The front of my patella tendon, it's like I'm a real athlete with real sports injuries, except I'm not an athlete. It really bothers me all the time. Going up and down stairs, standing up, I make these terrible groans more than I normally do as an aging gentleman. But it means I can't play hoops for a little while, dude. I got to rest up.
Is this the injury that was suffered on the field in Minneapolis?
Yes.
While we played pickup football?
Yes. So it's been bugging me, and I played with it. I tried to play some pickleball with it. It was a little tender. I played hoops the other last week, thinking I'd be fine, and it was okay for most of the game. And then I took a step. I had the audacity to take a step. Now, this was a step to the right. I know that's very extreme. Before action even started, and this shooting discomfort, pain, looseness kind of shot up there, and I went, oh, that ain't right. I sat, and it's been bugging me ever since. But that's what it was. It was in Minnesota. I got injured on an NFL field.
Well, you are almost 50.
Yeah.
And you do play sports at night recreationally like a 14-year-old. So these are the types of things that can happen.
This is what's bound to happen.
This is kind of the way of the world.
And we've talked about this. I know how this is going to end, right? Operation Less Fat, always ongoing. I have to play sports, right? I can't just go jogging. You jogging people, God bless you. Your 13.1s, your 26.2s, good for you. It's not sustainable for me. What is finding stuff that I enjoy. I enjoy playing sports, enjoy pickleball, pick up hoops, lifting weights, whatever. This is how it's going to end, though. This one's jumper's knee. I'm icing it, doing stupid rehab exercises where I look like such a wuss. But eventually, the catastrophic one's coming. It is. That's how it's going to end.
When we took our tour at U.S. Bank Stadium in Minneapolis, which is probably the best NFL stadium in America, designed and built by the same architects and builders that will be building the new stadium here in the nation's capital for the Commanders.
We are in good hands.
Very excited about. Everybody can rest assured this is going to be a Taj Mahal, and it's going to be immaculate. But we went on this tour. We saw every nook and every cranny, and we saw every room basically in that stadium. It was really amazing. From the broadcast booth for Fox to the visitors' owner's suite where Josh Harris and Mitch Rails would be sitting the next day. We saw it all. But at the end of this private tour, they took us down on the field with our friends, the law firm Condori and Murat, who set it all up. And then we got to play football on the turf one day before the Commanders took the grass and went out and played indoors at U.S. Bank. And they ended up getting shut out 31-0, so that's not as cool a coincidence as maybe it would have been.
Mm-hmm.
But Jaden Daniels' season wasn't the only one that ended on that field, it sounds like.
Yeah.
Danny,
Our buddy Ibrahim got a swollen ankle. I got jumper's knee.
Ibi hurt his ankle trying to toe tap the sideline when I was trying to drop one in the bucket right over the chalk. And then you got a knee that left you in pain as we were walking around those jetway indoor hallways all over town in 0-degree weather.
Really strange. It didn't make any sense because it wasn't, I don't know, I've never had discomfort there. I've always been blessed with good knees. I've had bad everything else, like back and shins and feet, and I've had problems everywhere, just like everybody that's ever done anything. But knees have usually been okay, and this is my first one of these, and I didn't know what to make of it, and it has been really, really irritating, and I'm annoyed about it, and that's what I've got for you.
It is Tuesday, which means Commanders Survivor on Grant and Danny. And then there were 4. Go to Facebook.com/Grant and Danny. 4 hours, 10 minutes or so to vote. Starting right now, throughout the show, you're going to give one player immunity, and you're going to send somebody home. Laramie Tunsil got immunity for his performance last week in the 31-0 shutout loss because somebody had to get immunity. So he will be in the final 3 as we embark on Week 16. But either Deebo Samuel or Javon Kinlaw or Bobby Wagner, one of those 3 is going home. And, maybe more importantly, one of the 3 of Deebo Samuel, Javon Kinlaw, and Bobby Wagner is getting immunity, and because of that will then be one of the last men standing in Commander Survivor, the way it's going to work out. So go vote now, Facebook.com/Grant and Danny. We are down to our final 4.
Deebo, Laramie Tunsil, Javon Kinlaw, Bobby Wagner. I would not have had that in the office pool. Just starting off the season, right? Just the way that this whole thing began, the way that the season was going, I would not have guessed that this is how it would have ended up. But here we are.
Wagner's fascinating to me because he has 137 tackles, which is good for top 5 in the NFL. He is the consummate professional off of the field.
Hey, grown up.
Just a great leader of men. But he also gets burnt a bunch.
He leads the league in yards after the catch allowed in coverage. I mean, those stats are always hard to quantify because you don't know what zone and what responsibilities you have. You're doing your best. But it fits what the eye says, right? It's almost 500 yards after catches against Bobby Wagner.
Sometimes those stats are hard to quantify.
Mm-hmm.
This year, they're not that hard.
This one ain't that hard.
Just watch a couple of games. You'll see
who's
it.
the guy trailing? Oh, it's 54. Crap.
You'll see it. That said, I do find it really interesting that he is among the final 4, and who knows, could be in the last 2 standing if he gets immunity after what was a pretty solid game for him. Now, he did give up a touchdown to Tyrone Tracy on a red zone throw from Jackson Dart, but that was not a bad football play.
No.
I thought he was kind of in phase, did an okay job. It just so happened he got beat on that play, and he's tackling really, really well. He's not
a machine.
missed a tackle
Yeah.
in weeks and weeks and weeks.
If he can reach you, you go down.
Yeah.
Now it's that first part's doing a lot of work there. If he can't, then obviously you run by him. But if he gets his hands on you, go to the ground.
Show's live today all over the DMV on our normal 106.7 The Fan. Of course, we'll be live in Richmond for 3 hours today as well, AM 910, FM 105.1. If you are not going to be in the car, if you're making the rounds, doing errands, doing a little Christmas shopping, whatever you got going on, you can dial us up on the app for free. It's available wherever you are, the Odyssey app. And you can watch us if you're at home. Throw us on the screen with your smart TVs. The YouTube stream for 106.7 The Fan is how you can watch us in high definition on Grant and Danny.
By the way, Friday field trip. Just throwing it out there. Leesburg, Pupatella, we are making our return this Friday. So make plans accordingly. We love going to Leesburg and we love Pupatella. Let's bring it together.
Dare I say, because there have been some towns, there have been some locations that have been very good to the boys.
Uh-huh.
Reston is up there. Ashburn's always been very good.
Yep.
I feel like anytime we do anything in, the city of Fairfax, we crush.
Mm-hmm.
Leesburg's kind of become a little bit of a home base.
Is Leesburg our home court?
Now, it might be that I'm Leesburg Paulson, as you know, and that's where I'd like to move. I always talk about this, so I'll over-talk about it real quick, if you don't mind.
I'll allow it.
I always think about, moving out there until I realize it costs the exact same to do anything out there as it does, right outside the city.
Yep.
I'm like, I'll just go out to Leesburg and buy something. And you're like, oh, this is actually more expensive. But damn if I don't love Leesburg. It's the best.
Mm-hmm.
We're going back out to Leesburg, to Pupatella, to eat some pizza on Friday and talk about football. And we're doing it after a win, for goodness sake.
Wow.
And
It's been a long time since we've been able to say that.
For the first time all season, we're doing it the day before a game because the Commanders play on Saturday, not Sunday, at 5 p.m. I'm a little bit bummed, I got to say, because we've reached the point of the year where watching the Commanders feels a little bit like work, especially if Jaden Daniels is not going to play again, and we now know that he isn't. And so for these final 3 games, Eagles, Cowboys, Eagles, one of them is on Christmas Day proper. One of them is on a Saturday. It's not the normal day you carve out for your football escapades. And then the other is going to be Week 18 of the NFL season with a lot of postseason relevant games ongoing. To focus in on the Commanders rather than having a wandering eye to those other games, it's nice to have this standalone contest right now so you're not missing all the other good stuff that's happening. So Saturday, 5 o'clock, there's not another game going on. But I'll be at Northwest Stadium. I've got a bunch of obligations after the game, the locker room, take command, some other stuff I do. So I'm going to miss the beginning of Bears-Packers, and I am so fired up for that game Saturday night. Like, we're at a point now, Danny, where these huge end-of-season games, I don't know if you watched Bills-Patriots this weekend, was a blast, but we've now made it to the stretch run, the final 3 weeks. How about this? Thursday night, Rams-Seahawks, they're both 11-3.
Yes, please.
NFC West, driver's seat on the line. Saturday night, 8:20 East time, Packers, Bears, 9-4-1, 10-4. The winner, driver's seat for the NFC North. And then you got a bunch of important games on Sunday. Even the not very good games, even the not that interesting games like the Bucs and the Panthers. That's kind of a meh football game. 2 7-7 teams. The winners probably win in the division.
Sometimes 2 mediocre teams can make for great entertainment. I'm with you because there's something on the line, and this is why they've staggered the schedule like this for the end of season. God, we've only played 2 division games. Well, here comes the last 3 or 4, whatever it is down the stretch, right? Where you're going to be able to do that. So not every game's a division game, obviously, but a lot of them are. Green Bay, Chicago for supremacy. You already touched on it. But, some of these marquee matchups where this is now you can make a lot of hay in both the division race, conference race, et cetera, and a lot can change over the last couple weeks. And that's why they staggered the schedule like this.
So last week in Week 15 that just wrapped up this weekend into Monday Night Football, we talked about this, but every single game but Commanders-Giants had postseason ramifications. Literally every single one. This week is a lot different. There are a plethora of games that are 2 bad teams playing that aren't postseason relevant.
Yep.
Which means that a bunch of the games have 2 teams that need games. Which one's better? I don't really know. I've kind of debated this. Like last week, you had a lot of heavy favorites, 12, 13, 10 points, where a playoff-bound team is playing a bad team. But because of that, every game had somebody that needed something. You've got a lot more games on the schedule this week, like Vikings-Giants, where both teams have been eliminated.
Yeah, more Jets, New Orleans, more
Falcons-Cardinals. Like those games are happening where neither teams are making the playoffs. But because of that, you get 10-4 Jacksonville, 12-2 Denver. You get 11-3 New England and desperate Baltimore. You get 8-6 Pittsburgh, front runners now in the AFC North, and 8-6 Detroit, where both teams have to have that game. You get the 49ers on Monday Night Football, inexplicably still against Phil Rivers. He's going to start another game.
Here we go.
49ers, Colts, 10-4, 8-6. So this might actually be better because both teams need a lot of these games.
Yeah, this is what I would choose. The more both teams have something on the line games possible, as many of them as I can get, because it's the number one intense thing is the playoffs, where it's win or go home. The second most intense thing is this, where I have to win. No, I have to win. And now let's do battle. That when something's on the line for everybody, not just pride or some sort of, play out the string and see if I can win a job for next year. Those are cool things too, but nothing compares to this, where, like as you said with Detroit, they have to have it. They have to. They are desperate. They gave the Rams everything they can handle. Didn't have enough. If they're going to go to the postseason, a team with that kind of aspiration, they absolutely have to beat Pittsburgh this week. Give me that. Sign me up.
Speaking of Pittsburgh, they get a big win last night against the Dolphins, 28-15, and it wasn't that close. They led 28-3 with 10 minutes to go before Miami scored a couple of late touchdowns to make it look better. But their defense shoved it at home on Miami. And I'll tell you what, Tua Tagovailoa looks broken. I know it's a cold weather game, and he plays poorly in those games, but his numbers on the season, look at interceptions and just misfires, that contract is abysmal. That is a crippling disaster of a deal. It's one of the reasons I think that their GM, Chris Greer, over the years has already been fired this year. I think Mike McDaniel's going to keep his job. They had won 4 in a row before yesterday. Maybe that's still TBD based on how they finish these final few weeks. But when I watch them and I see how their defense came out and I see how they run the ball with Devin Achane, again, 5 yards per carry last night. When I see their skill guys, Achane out of the backfield's a star. Darren Waller at tight end is a mismatch waiting to happen, 2 touchdowns. Jalen Waddle, underutilized last night, but a good player. It feels like Tua's an anchor. I feel like he is holding that team back. I don't really know what they can do about it because you are boxed into that deal. They could do the Russell Wilson thing that Denver did and pay basically the same amount of money you'd be paying him to get rid of him, which is like $55 million against your cap next year, with or without him. If you have him, you pay that much. If you don't, you pay that much. And then you're taking on a bunch of dead money after that. But if they wanted to, they could go that route and draft or bring in some young ascending quarterback. But I just feel like they're in a bad way because of last night as an example. And I don't always feel this way. I felt like he gave them almost no chance. And otherwise, they were good enough to beat a pretty mediocre Steelers team.
Yeah, there are moments when everything works right in that offense that you've seen it over the years. I think people have caught on a little bit to some degree.
Like when they played Washington as an example.
That's an example where it doesn't matter if you don't have all the zip on the fastball. It doesn't matter as long as you're throwing with anticipation, touch. You're basically throwing it to a spot and one of their track stars is running underneath it and going after the catch. Or you flip it out to Devin Achane with a head of steam and, he's going to make you right.
He might be my number 3 back right now.
He's special.
That I would want in Washington. Jahmyr Gibbs is my 1 seed. I actually think Bijan Robinson's a more complete, better player. He's the best back in the league. But if I could take any back in the NFL and put him on my team in DC, 1 is Jahmyr Gibbs, 2 is Bijan Robinson, and is it crazy to say 3 is Devin Achane?
It's not.
That dude is a badass.
Well, that's the style. He'll run between the tackles because you have to every once in a while. That's not what he's here to do. He's here to get out to the side. He's going at 75% on cruise control. You're sprinting to catch up with him. You overcommit, he cuts back. If you don't overcommit, he runs around you. He's a joy to watch. They get him in space, and I love how creative it is. That Mike McDaniel comes from that. He was a run game coordinator back in the day. He comes from that Shanahan tree, and he's added to it. Their run stuff is awesome. I love watching them run the football. But pass-wise, it feels like people have caught on a little bit. There was a play last night where actually Tua burned it. It was actually really smart. But they have this whole run setup where you got a pulling guard. It looks like a run, and the tight end's going to leak out, or that it was a receiver's going to leak across. Where I think every defense 2 years ago was looking in the opposite direction, thinking it's Achane running around the edge, and the boot has already gone the other way, and someone's open. But Pittsburgh had it defended perfectly. It now requires more tight window throws. It now feels like nothing's easy anymore in the pass game for Miami, and you got to be able to zip it in there. And he's looking at his left arm going, I don't have any zip in here. I can throw it with touch. Do you need that?
I think you look at Tua's career and you go, the season Tyreek Hill did incredible things. He put up the numbers that got him paid. I think there's a lot of guys with Tyreek Hill elevating you that might have been able to put up big numbies in that offense with Mike McDaniel.
With that run game and some of the action off of that, yeah.
Here's actually where I wanted to start the show, though, on the phones with people, and we can open up the lines for the first time today on this next at 800-636-1067. There are 2 home games left in these final 3 games. I worry about what the atmosphere is going to look like. I know back in the day, the single biggest frustration for Dan Snyder, and one of the reasons inevitably that he made a lot of the decisions he did with coaches at the end of seasons, was the one thing he couldn't tolerate was that aerial shot in late December or January in the final weeks of the season where it's an empty stadium sans the other team's uniforms, right? The jerseys that fans are wearing of, in this case, the Eagles and the Cowboys. And there's going to be takeovers. I talk a lot about the thread I'm on with the season ticket holders that we have seats with, and the tailgating group that I'm a part of. The amount of people that are not going to the Christmas Day game that everybody was so excited about, so giddy about when we found out about it. I remember taking calls and people thought it was the coolest thing ever. Well, now you're 4-10 and it's a lost season and it's Christmas and it's not that cool anymore. It's going to be freezing and you're going to leave your family and go sit in those seats. A lot of people just aren't going to do it. And that's just one of the 2 games at this point. There's another one on Saturday night this weekend where you're giving up one of the valuable final days before Christmas that you have to do some kind of holiday activity or get some shopping done or do family stuff. I really fear that this is going to be somewhat awful to see visually. How many Commanders fans come to this game, how much it's taken over by the visiting crowds, because it's already been trending in that direction.
Yeah.
But the question, I guess, for you guys is if you have tickets to the game Are you going, or are you one of the people that is selling your tickets or going to eat the tickets? 800-636-1067. And then just for everybody else watching this thing, there's 3 games left still. What percentage of these games do you plan on watching? Is this still an every play, butt on the couch, can't do anything else, rearrange your holiday schedule event for you that you're going to lock in on these games and that everything else on Christmas Day or whatever other days are going to have to work around the Commanders? Like, how much do you plan on watching of these final 3 games? That's the question. 800-636-1067 if you want to hop in. 800-636-1067. We're Grant and Danny just getting started on a Survivor Tuesday on the Fan. Hey guys, it's GP for the FanDuel Sportsbook. FanDuel's an official sportsbook of 1067 The Fan. And FanDuel's the #1 sportsbook for same-game parlays. They've got everything you want for hoops, from points and rebounds to threes and assists. FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks this NBA season into one same-gamer. You can track every single stat live in the app, one of the many reasons I love this easy-to-use, safe app. Right now is the perfect time to join FanDuel like I did several years ago, because new customers right now are going to get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet hits. That's right. Bet 5 and win. You get $150 in bonus bets. What a deal. Bet the players you love the way you want to. FanDuel.com/GP, promo code GP to sign up. FanDuel.com/GP, the promo code is GP at FanDuel.com. Must be 21 and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus, which expires in a week. Restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER.
This update is brought to you by Downtown DC Holiday Market. In the NFL, the Commanders snapped their 8-game losing streak on Sunday, beating the Giants. Today, some roster moves for the team. They placed wide receiver Noah Brown on injured reserve. They signed wide receiver Chris Moore to the active roster and signed wide receiver River Craycraft and tight end G. Scott Jr. to the practice squad. Yesterday, we found out that the Commanders are going to be shutting down Jaden Daniels for the final 3 games. Other injury news around the league, the Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes had surgery on a torn ACL and LCL. It's unclear if he's going to be able to make the start of the next season. Hockey tonight, the Caps back in action in Minnesota taking on the Wild. 8 o'clock puck drop. Can hear the game right here on The Fan. It's back, DC. The Downtown Holiday Market runs November 21st to December 23rd, noon to 8 daily. Shop local, grab treats, and feel the holiday magic between 7th and 9th Streets Northwest. DowntownDCHolidayMarket.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Grant and Danny on The Fan. Thank you for making the show part of your day. We appreciate you. Tomorrow, we'll sink our teeth into college football and preview playoff weekend at 3 o'clock. We've also got Cynthia Freeland from NFL Network joining us at 5 o'clock to look ahead to Commanders-Eagles on Saturday and Week 16 in the NFL. Got a great show planned for you today, including Barry Svrluga to discuss the column he wrote. Disagrees with shutting Jaden Daniels down. We'll do that in 30 minutes. And Bill's on the show at 5 p.m. today after a 96-yard performance with a touchdown, the big triumphant return of Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt.
Good for him, man. It's been such a grind over the last couple of years for him, both with the NCAA's nonsense and slipping to the 7th round, et cetera, and in and out of the lineup at times. Like, it's been months since he's had one of these really big games. Cool for him to have that.
So here's my question for Commanders fans. And, Danny, you can answer this one to get us started. I want to know, first, for the people with tickets to go to Northwest Stadium over the final 2 games of the season, will you be going to the games? Yes or no? 800-636-1067. So I'll answer this for myself.
Mm-hmm.
They've got 2 homies left. The first is Saturday night against the Eagles, and I'm going to go to that game. I would love to sit at home and get ready for the great night game in the NFC North, and also JMU's in a college football playoff game. My wife's an alum. We're excited about that. We want to watch that game. I'm going to get home late and probably miss a couple quarters or close to the first half of that game, but it's part of it, right? So I'm going to be at the game on Saturday. I'm not going to go on Christmas. I've made that decision. Plan all along was to go. Got 4 kids at home, was going to leave them, go cover football. If it was a big, important, vital game, maybe it'd be a necessity to be out there. I don't necessarily have to be out there as it's currently constructed, so I'm not going to go. So I'm going to bet 500 on these final 2 games, and this will be non-illness or something like that. One of the few games over 20-plus years that I've missed at home. It's just part of the routine. It's what I like to do is to go cover those games. But that's my answer in terms of going. Now, in terms of watching the final 3, I'm a crazy person. I'll watch 100% of the snaps. I don't miss a snap, never have, and ideally won't at any point. So if I've got a 1 TV situation, everything else has to wait. Fantasy championship, ramifications for who's in and who's out. I'll catch the highlights after. I'm going to lock in. But that's the other question for people is if you're at home and the Commanders are playing with other games on, do you have that wandering eye? Are we at a point where you go, I'll check the score and flip over every now and then for some drives? But especially with Jaden Daniels out, these 3 games have lost some intrigue.
100%. So I'll put my fandom hat on for a second. It's a requirement for us. I mean, I'm watching. I'd watch it anyway, but it's, that's why we get into this thing is we love this team and we love the sports and we care about these things. We're passionate about it. If you can't fake that for, a couple of decades, if it's just not, it's too hard to do, I think, in my view. But anyway, so yeah, I'm watching it as part of my job. But putting my fan hat on, I would be more concerned this weekend with fantasy championships, DFS, the occasional bets, whatever, than I would be Hawkeye watching Washington play football. Because you already said it. The intrigue would be how Jaden Daniels plays. Whether I want him to or not is relevant. If he's in there, that's what I care about. I don't care about Billy the backup. I don't care about Mariota. I kind of know what I got there. There's not much intrigue. There's not much left on the line for me going to a last couple of games this year. I'm far more concerned about maybe winning some money with my fantasy championships or whatever. So I'd be watching, but not with the same passion, fervor when something's on the line. But of course, trying to separate that from our work obligations, which includes watching the hell out of it.
But we only get 17. We only get 17 of these things. And you're going to be army crawling through the parking lot over glass to get into that restaurant for some food in a couple of months.
We'll be Andy Dufresne in it, dude.
You will be desperate to watch Commanders football by the middle of February. You get 17. You got 3 more. You might as well soak them up, smoke them while you got them. Let's go to John in Fairfax on G&D. What is going to be your level of engagement here down the stretch?
Hey, you guys. Yeah, so first of all, I just want to say I listen to you all the time. You guys are fantastic.
Appreciate you, brother.
Your perspective on everything is just great. So here's the deal. I am a diehard Redskin fan, have been since the 70s. Every game, just like you said, Grant, I arrange everything around the food I'm going to have, how I set everything up in front of the TV. I'm that kind of a guy. Now, I have a band. This puts it in perspective. Last year, when we found out the Detroit game was on a Saturday night, I was losing my mind all week because my band's playing, and I'm obviously not going to be able to see the game. Thank God we get there, and they said, hey, don't worry about it. Everybody's going to watch the game. You guys only have to play an hour tonight. We'll pay you in full. We were happy campers. This Saturday, we obviously have this game, and we have a show coming up. I'm not that upset about it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh, of course. Yeah, I mean, the difference between a playoff game in Detroit to get to the NFC Championship game and whatever this is this weekend is a steak and filet, filet mignon and hamburger helper, right? It's night and day. I totally get that. Let's go to Usman in New York on Grant and Danny. What's up?
Hey, dude.
Hey, guys. So I'm 30 years old, diehard Skins fan. I think I can count on like one hand the number of plays I've missed my entire life. I had tickets to the game this past weekend. We completely punted them and ate the money. It was freezing cold, and given the starting lineup, I just figured forget it. We do have only 18 NFL weeks, and there's some crazy matchups going on, and so the Commanders game will be relegated to the laptop or the smaller TV.
Oh, look at you!
And I will not. Yep. So I'm not going to be going to any games for the rest of the season. I will say, though, I went to law school in Boston, and so I had the opportunity to go to a few Patriots games during, like, the Mac Jones era, and some of those games were duds, but the fans tended to come out there in droves, and I think it had a lot to do with the fact that the stadium was just in such a better environment. There's a lot to do around Foxborough.
Although, I will say, and thanks for the
Appreciate
call,
you.
that is a pain in the tuchus stadium to get into. You are opting into all of the traffic in and all of the traffic out. That is not a fun place to go by any means. I think all the Super Bowl championships that engendered a lot of passion and goodwill
makes it a little more worthwhile.
Probably a factor as well. It's also a good stadium. It's also a fun experience. I mean, you're going to this stadium, and they've done a lot of hard work. They've tried their best. They're doing everything they can to push a boulder up a hill and put lipstick on this pig. But it isn't a good stadium, and it isn't a great atmosphere. It's gotten a ton better. I think the atmosphere is certainly in a solid place in terms of the controllables now. But it's going to be freezing cold. It's a team that's favored to lose handily, and that isn't very good without the starting quarterback and the superstar player playing. So it's just going to be a bad situation. I do wonder what it's going to look like, though, Danny. Because even if they're good over the years at that stadium, Eagles game, Giants game,
there's always
Cowboys game, we know what it is. End of year when you're bad, it's terrible. This is that on another level, though. Eagles with a chance to basically clinch the division. Washington going into a holiday weekend on a Saturday night.
Without Daniels, without any intrigue.
They're eliminated, and they as of this week, publicly punted on the remainder of the season. I'm not knocking them for that. It's just what happened.
No, yeah, it's reality.
That's a tough sell now.
Yeah.
Hey, come on out. Buy your tickets now. By the way, Marcus Mariota's playing. But here's your tickets. They're $177 for the lower bowl. Who wants to come? That's tough.
Yeah, that's tickets going up in the Game Time app, and trying to unload them. And I understand that, by
and
the way.
it'll be 26 degrees, and you're going to be surrounded by Eagles fans. But I promise you'll have fun. I promise. And oh, by the way, the team might lose 27-10. But I'm telling you, you're going to have a good time.
Come on out, right?
Let's go to Daniel, who's in Virginia on G&D. What's up, Daniel?
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys. So here's my perspective. I'm coming from Warrenton. It's a long drive, and it's really an all-day affair to go to the games, which I'm more than willing to do when there's something on the line and willing to pay a premium. But when the games become preseason games, which essentially these have become, and the logistics of going to the game really bleed into the day before when you start prepping for tailgates and that sort of thing, I'm not willing to do that. I mean, it's like I said, it's a huge concession. And when there is something on the line, more than willing to do it. But in this situation, no way. And not because I'm a fair weather fan. Some people would call me that for that reason. But there's more to it than just, being there when it's important. It's making the sacrifices. And, when you have kids and grandchildren, that's what you're doing when you're going to those games and you're giving up a day and a half to do so. So I'm more than willing to do it when there's something on the line, but, there's absolutely nothing on the line here. It doesn't even seem like we're evaluating for next year when Ben Sinnott's getting targeted one time in the game and we're still playing Von Miller and Bobby Wagner almost every snap on defense. So I don't know. I don't know what the purpose of the game is. I don't know if it's a preseason game, but I can't do it.
It's basically a super cold preseason game, but you're playing starters that really need to win. Come on out.
Come on.
Enjoy
Come see the home team.
Explore the space. I understand.
Yeah, but his point about it's so expensive. And it's not like those concessions are getting cheaper.
No.
It's among the more expensive in the game.
Now, you've already paid. You could possibly make some of your nut back, I guess, if you put these online and some Eagles or Cowboys fan buys them or whatever. And more power to you. You should absolutely try to do that if that's what you need to do.
Right.
But you've paid for the tickets, you paid for the parking. It's not like you're paying again. But to his point, you're not going out there and sitting in the parking lot and not eating. Tailgate costs a little money to set up. It's also freezing cold.
Yeah.
Now, this is one of those things. I think it's correct, but every time I say it, I get crap for this, and that's fine. When they're indoors in the future, a justification of going to a game like this gets a little bit easier, I think, for a dad to take his kid, for the family. I haven't looked at the weather, right? Clary, what are we looking at on Saturday evening, 5 p.m. to 8 p.m.? It's going to be damn cold. I know that.
Freezing.
Much.
Yeah, I mean, doing it in Minnesota, if you couldn't do that skywalk indoor thing,
man.
You imagine being taking your 5-year-old and having to walk 10 city blocks in that whipping cold.
But here's the difference. I'm not even exaggerating. My kid is starting to get all in on sports and football and going to games with dad, and he loves it, right? He sets up the little helmets in front of the TV, and he's running around. Now, he can't lock in for 3 hours, but he'll watch a series and then go play with his trains and come back. If he wanted, I could take him to this game if it's indoors. I'm not taking him outside to sit in the lower bowl or upper bowl at 27 degrees for 3.5 hours bundled up.
Bunch of Eagles fans starting stuff, yeah. That'd be fun.
Oh, by the way, I'm getting punched in the back of the head by some goofball up 95 who eats cheesesteaks every Thursday night at a bar. I'm just not doing it.
Yeah, we're looking at 43 degrees around 5 p.m. this Saturday.
That's actually a lot better than I thought.
It's not bad, but it will get a little chillier as the day goes on, or as the night goes on.
So we're upper 30s basically during the game.
Yeah, second half upper 30s.
That's cold, but I was thinking it'd be mid 20s. That's actually, I take back everything I said. Let's pack the joint. Let's go out there and be warm together. 40s? That's comfortable. Who needs an indoor stadium?
Yeah, seriously, let's go.
800-636-1067. Spoken like a couple of guys that were in Minneapolis in -4 wind chill.
I was going to say, I just did it, man. I walked 2 city blocks in sub-zero temperatures.
If you have tickets, are you going to the game? If you don't, will you watch all 3 of these games every play? What kind of prioritization will you be doing? I think that caller said it right. Does this game go to the second screen for you as a football fan, or does it still get the primary screen viewing, and the laptop is how you're monitoring everything else? The phone is how you're actually checking in on the bets and the fantasy stuff. Also want to get into a trade the Nats made for the second time in 9 days. Paul Taboni was working the phones. We'll do that as soon as we return on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. We'll get back into the Commanders stretch run, final 3 games, no Jaden Daniels in a moment. The Nats made a trade yesterday. I wanted to hit on this briefly. So this is the second time in 9 days that Paul Taboni has worked the phones and made a deal. Last week, we told you about trading lefty reliever and closer for this team, Jose A. Ferrer, who goes out to Seattle to play for the Mariners for the catching prospect, who is a former 12th overall pick, Harry Ford, who's going to play in the World Baseball Classic for Great Britain. Ford is a 22-year-old who's big league ready, who's going to be the catcher of the future here, it would appear. He's a decent little player. I don't think he's a future star or anything like that, but he does immediately become the number 2 prospect in the system in MLB Pipeline's rankings for the record. Well, last night, before we left the station, Ryan comes up and he's like, whoa, look at this trade. And it's kind of surprising, honestly. The Nats shipped left-handed pitcher Jake Bennett to Boston, to the Red Sox, to Boney's old team. Bennett's a 25-year-old lefty, was a second-round pick back in 2022. He's huge. He's 6'6", 235. He actually, Danny, pitched in high school and in college with Cade Cavalli, interestingly. He missed all of 2024 in the Nats system with TJ. He came back last year, made 18 starts, and had some really good numbers. A 2.27 ERA, 75 innings, and right around 65 strikeouts, a 2.25 average against. He becomes Boston's number 7 pitching prospect. He's got a chance to pitch in their bullpen this year. Close to big league ready at 25. Well, the Nats, as you know, it seems like are rebuilding and may not be ready just yet. So what did they do? They flip him for a flamethrower named Luis Perales, who's a 22-year-old righty in Boston system, who missed most of this past season with TJ. Got hurt in 24, came back for the final couple of weeks of 25. But he throws 101 miles an hour out of the pen, nasty slider in the Arizona Fall League. He's a starting pitcher who, before the injury, had a really, really good splitter from somebody I was talking to last night, like one of the better splitters in minor league baseball. And the Nats, in talking to one of their execs last evening, like they feel like he's got a chance to be a starter. And so they're going to have him in the rotation, working with him to be a starting pitcher until he proves he can't do it. And then they're going to move him to the bullpen if and when that happens. And he's got a chance to become a really high-leverage, late-inning closer type reliever. But in 163 career minor league innings, he's got 228 strikeouts.
Yeah, the numbers jump out at you there. I mean, he is rail thin, by the way. He's got that, if you're thinking of like an older school reference, like Ramon Ortiz style build, or, you know, not necessarily Pedro, but like Pedro's brother kind of a deal, right? Just that pie throwing kind of whippy arm that just the ball just jumps out of his hand.
217 average against for his career with a strikeout rate over a dozen per 9. Like electrifying triple-digit fastball and stuff here. But it's a really high risk. Like, to me, Bennett's floor is way higher. He's a much safer prospect to be a big leaguer. Whereas Perales, because of the arm injury now, but also because of the fact that he walks a lot of guys, they think the control will come back the further he gets from TJ. He's just a more volatile arm, I'd say. But he immediately becomes the number 5 prospect in the system via pipeline. So they've now added their new number 2 and number 5 prospects in deals for Ferrer and Bennett this offseason.
Kind of tells you the story, right?
Taboni is taking some big swings here, and it's pretty cool. I don't know when the last time the Nats made a deal like this where they went prospect for prospect and got a higher ceiling, like potential big-time arm, but it's been a while. They're out of the box. Also, last thing I'll say about the trade is that you do this with Boston. Any trade Taboni wants to make with the Red Sox where he gets to bring in players that he helped to develop, that he helped to scout, that he has great intrinsic knowledge of, sign me up for
Probably
that.
a good idea, yeah.
Because he knows the good, the bad, the ugly. This guy, Perales, probably not available straight up for Bennett if he didn't just have one option left, because they put him on the 40-man roster in 2023. So for the last 2 years, he's had options used, even though he's never pitched in the big leagues. So that's probably why Boston's willing, unless he doesn't make the team, to move on from him anyway, because he might end up being like a Rule 5 type guy for them. But if you're the Nationals, you're going, well, heck, Jake Bennett, yeah, he's a nice little piece, but we'll take a flyer on this guy that Taboni loves.
Yeah, Bennett's ETA is this year. Perales' ETA probably 2 years from now. Now, it may change because, as you mentioned, with the options, but meaning like for a team that's not ready to compete, if he comes up at the end of this year, sometime next year, whatever, it doesn't matter. But we don't need Bennett's help right now this minute to win that 64th game.
2 trades in 9 days for Paul Taboni.
Not bad.
Keep on keeping on, buddy.
You chop that wood over there, Paul.
Let's make a 3rd trade. How about tomorrow? Does that work for everybody? Let's get to the phones and talk to Shane in D.C. on G&D. Shane, how much attention are you going to pay the Commanders in these final 3 games?
Hey, Commander Daniel, Lieutenant Grant. Hey, I'll be watching it like I'll watch Grass Grill. That's a zero. My boys are playing basketball that day, so I'll be watching basketball.
You're
It's
checking
basketball
out,
season for me.
Shane. You're checking out.
I am. Hey, look, I checked out officially last week. I mean, I'm disappointed because he should be playing, and I thought if they're going to do anything right, it's at least let him play. But once again, this organization is still where I still got a question mark with this organization still, and with Adam Peters. I mean, let's call it what it is.
So Shane, they shut down Jaden Daniels, and you shut down Shane. You decided
internal discussion.
If
Shane shutting down.
Done. I'm done. Mike and Ashburn, go ahead.
Hey, so this year was the first time I went to the stadium. I took my kids for the first time. My kids are 23 and 17. And I was psyched, man. We went to the opener and it was so fun, right? And so we were all pumped up and everything. I'm an 85 baby. So I've been through some hell and back, right?
Yeah, we're in the same generation of fans. We've never seen them good.
Right. So the thing is, man, I was so psyched to go because I wasn't going to go, under the old regime. I just told them it's not worth it. And so my kid, man, he started working and he gifted me for my anniversary some Eagles tickets, man, to go see it.
Oh wow!
And, I know I see where his heart's at, his mind's at. I'm like, man, I love you, but
yeah,
I'm not going there. I'm not going to go out
tough,
there. Man.
Though your boy gives you tickets. I think you got to go just to pay, or at least tell him you're going, and then go sit at the bar with your wife for a few hours and come back after. I don't know, man. If someone gives me tickets that's that heartfelt, I think I got to follow through on that.
That would be tough for me. my son's first job, and he saved money, and he got me tickets to something, and even if I don't want to go, it's
He's washing dishes at the restaurant.
Put a smile on my face and trot on over.
It's like getting a poster that you don't hang or something. Let's talk to Barry Svrluga of the Post next. Wrote a column today. Does not like the Daniel shutdown. This is the Fan.
This update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. In the NFL, roster moves for the Commanders today. They placed wide receiver Noah Brown on injured reserve, signed wide receiver Chris Moore to the active roster, and also signed wide receiver River Craycraft and tight end G. Scott Jr. to the practice squad. Other injuries around the league, the Chiefs, Patrick Mahomes had surgery on a torn ACL and LCL. Unclear if he's going to be able to make the start of next season. Last night, Monday Night Football, the Steelers beat the Dolphins 28-15. Hockey tonight, the Caps back in action after a couple of days off, taking on the Wild in Minnesota. 8 o'clock puck drop. Can hear the game right here on The Fan. This December only, score 10% off windows with a 5-window minimum and 10% off doors at Paul Henry's Window Installation. And through December 29th, get an additional 5% off Vitex windows. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
In 1 hour at 4 o'clock, our Beltway Blitz. And in 2 hours, right at 5 o'clock, Bill Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, fresh off 96 yards and a touchdown, joins us on Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
What are you doing to protect your family's assets? As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condori and Morad can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Let's go to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And welcome onto the show, the Washington Post's terrific columnist Barry Svrluga wrote a piece today. Shutting down Jayden Daniels opens up a lot of questions. If you haven't read it yet, you should check it out. Barry, thank you for a few minutes. How are you?
Great, guys. Thanks for having me.
You got it. So a lot of this story I really liked, and a lot of the column I frankly really agreed with, but I want to give you a chance first, just paint with a broad brush here to tell people your idea behind the piece.
Well, I think if Jayden Daniels is healthy, he should be playing football. And I think that while you could write this season off as completely lost, the last 3 games are, in fact, opportunities for him to reestablish a couple things. One, can he play a game from start to finish without getting hurt? 2, can he establish some sort of rhythm that reminds us of the magician he was in his rookie year, that he was not only an efficient and accurate pocket passer, but he was dangerous with his legs and judicious about the decisions he made. That character, frankly, has not been established in the 2025 season. That's largely because of injury and no continuity in the lineup. But when he's been out there, he hasn't been great either. So I saw the last month, certainly going into the Giants game, and even these last 3 games, as a chance to eliminate or at least minimize some of the concerns that you might have about the franchise centerpiece heading into what is now a massive 2026 season. As it turns out, benching him, and I'm not suggesting playing a hurt player, but there's a chance that he could have been cleared on Thursday or Friday, and why not play him then? If you bench him, now we have an off season of, hey, Jayden, what have you learned about your play style and how you have to adjust it so that you don't play 7 games again next year? You play 17 like you did when you were a rookie. And, hey, Dan Quinn, how are you going to help this guy save himself from himself, given how he likes to play? It just seems like the offseason has already been scripted, and it frankly is not very fun.
Barry, so there are a couple points I'd love to discuss with you. So the first one you just kind of referenced. The object, actually just sitting him down, doesn't confer the expertise to avoid injury, right? I think that's a point that you made. It's like, so what's going to change next preseason or next September or whatever? And as a shutdown proponent, I'm saying we need an overhaul. Everybody needs to do everything they possibly can, including him, to be coached in a different way, to have a different paradigm, whether it's a different elements of the offense that emphasize him being safe and not getting hit as much as he does, running differently, whatever it is. We need a big adjustment because he's been hurt each of the last several times he comes into the game. So you're right in that shutting him down doesn't automatically confer that, but hopefully a paradigm shift might. Your thoughts there?
Well, I would say, Danny, the last time he got hurt was pursuing a guy who just picked off a pass, and it seems to me that coaching that up this week would be like, hey, Jayden, never go after the guy who picked up a pass again, please. Like, it doesn't seem to be that complicated. I'm not trying at all to dismiss your thoughts about, okay, let's reboot here, because the most important thing is
that sang to me. Barry Svrluga's with us. Check out his column in the Post. He said, but sitting him sends the wrong message, too. By refusing to play Daniels, even if he's healthy, the Commanders are either saying he hasn't learned how to avoid injury by altering his playing style, or that they believe the way he plays makes injury more likely, or both. Well, guess what? When training camp opens in 2026, Daniels will be the starting quarterback. How does benching him now alleviate those concerns next fall? This is something I keep coming back to, Barry, which is I understand that you're saying if he doesn't play, he can't get hurt in these games. And nobody wants an injury, and certainly a Mahomes situation would be catastrophic. But it would be catastrophic in the spring or in the summer or in the fall, too. And I guess, yes, I get that those games, quote-unquote, matter more at that point. But, like, this is not going away. You're basically just kicking the can down the road as far as I'm concerned.
That's where I'm at with it, Grant, and that, you know, you're putting this guy in bubble wrap for the off season and saying open him in September very, very carefully, where in a situation where he won't have played another meaningful snap and therefore won't have made another meaningful decision about not just where to go with the football, but how to use his body in a particular way. And to Danny's point, which I don't think should be taken lightly, because I think this is like very much not a black and white discussion. And I think, you know, just in listening to callers or reading reactions to this piece, like people are kind of divided on it. And I think that's totally understandable, because it's very, very difficult, and it's going to be an issue that we're going to be dealing with for the entirety of his career. But I just feel like putting him on the shelf for 10 months or 9 months is just not the way he's going to develop into what he needs to develop into for this franchise to realize the potential that we all saw a year ago.
Barry Svrluga with us here on Grant and Danny. So I agree if he's you know in hibernation or in you know intergalactic sleep or on his couch, but presumably there's some practice that's going to happen here down the stretch. But I want to get back to one other point of this, Barry, before we look ahead. I'm weird. I understand that in general. We could just leave the sentence there, but I care so much about this timeline of he could have gone back into the game and now hasn't been cleared since. I care a lot about that. I feel like most people have moved on to kind of the net of the shutdown and the like, and kind of gives us, to me, a window into their thinking or the cohesiveness of a plan or otherwise. Go into that. Do you care about that at all, that sort of stuff, or are you just kind of dealing with the macro?
No, so I care about it, but I also think, not to be buying everything that they're selling, but I also think it's believable. The way they handled it is kind of believable. I think Dan Quinn in the moment after the Minnesota game was kind of scarred by what had happened against Seattle, in which he left the most important player in the franchise on the field in a blowout game and was questioned because of it, and had a big mea culpa about that the next day. I think in that moment against Minnesota, he wanted to say, look, I'm taking care of the player. He could have gone back in. It's my decision to hold him out, because that, was the opposite of what he did against Seattle. I am willing to believe, and maybe I'm naive and just some sort of rube that is too, stupid enough to take what the team says. I'm willing to believe that in that moment in Minneapolis, he showed enough range of motion and said, I'm good to go. It's my left elbow. It just got banged up. No big deal. I can go out there and make throws. And they said, sure, that makes sense. And Quinn stepped in. And then he slept on it. It got swollen. It hurt more. I'm willing to believe that changed over the course of that week. But because Dan Quinn said he could have gone back in, that kind of changed the narrative arc of the whole thing. If he had never said that, and in fact had said, yeah, he banged his elbow, we held him out, we'll check him out tomorrow, I don't think we're having this whole cloak and dagger nature to all of this.
Barris Faluga of the Post on Grant and Danny. There was another really interesting element of this column, and I have not seen the reaction to it. I don't know how closely you even monitor the reaction in terms of what people say.
He just hits refresh on those comments, right?
Exactly.
That's how he lives his life. Yeah.
But this is one of those where, we do this. I always joke it's a Colin Cowherd line, but we're writing, columns every opinion we're giving, and we take a lot of shrapnel for them all day long on the station, right? So I know how this goes. But I think this is a really interesting point you brought up. And you know where I'm going with this, Barry, about the relationship of Daniels with the staff. Now, let me just get this out of the way. It's very likely that either he completely signed off on this and said, yeah, guys, I totally get it. I'm good to go. Let's shut it down. Or even if he pushed back, that he is just a well-adjusted, reasonable dude, good kid, and no harm, no foul. But we have seen that over shutdowns and playing or not playing, when you're getting called out in the media and by fans, and people are questioning ridiculously your toughness and whatever else, relationships can change on stuff like this. This can actually be a hot button thing. And I hadn't really thought too much about that, but you brought that up. So go into that if you would.
Well, and I don't want to be sitting on some grassy knoll and creating conspiracies where they shouldn't exist. I mean, I think we want to tread cautiously here, and I wrote it that way. But I also think this is a really important relationship, the relationship between Jayden Daniels and the coaching staff. That's not just Cliff Kingsbury. It's Dan Quinn and Jayden Daniels and the front office in Adam Peters, and Jayden Daniels and the organization as a whole. We've seen, as you said, Grant, instances where those things have gone awry. And I'm not going to dredge them up and compare apples to oranges, but I do think those relationships are hugely important to how the entire organization functions going forward. And even if he's a pro about all of it, and I expect nothing else because that's the only thing he's shown since he got here, if there's a little bit of resentment and now there are questions in his mind and his camp's mind about how the organization manages his career, it's really not where you want to be going. It would be great to get to spring workouts, for him to be fully healthy, for him to say, look, I've got to take better care of my body and be more mindful of it, and we're going to make adjustments, and we're in lockstep in that. That's probably the most likely way for it to go, but I don't think it's a terribly hot take to say, this is a situation that bears monitoring, and we need to listen to how Jayden talks about the staff and the organization going forward, and we have to make sure that it seems like not only is everybody on the same page in terms of getting the most out of Jayden Daniels, but how does that relate to the overall success of the organization? Because those two things are so in lockstep. We've waited to have a quarterback here that can be someone you don't have to answer or ask questions about. it seemed like last year at this time, there was no doubt we had that person in place. And it just feels a little more rickety a year later, given all the things that have happened since.
Yeah, I think that's well put. Barry Svrluga with us here on G&D. So you referenced injuries to Mahomes, Micah Parsons, Tom Brady, historically, famously, got hurt early on in the season, derailed them, even though they went 11-5 that year, by the way, which is still crazy.
Yeah, right, exactly, with Matt Castle, right.
Matt Castle. But it's I've heard this a lot, and it sort of feels like, to me, kind of a shoulder shrug going, it's football, stuff happens. When I hear that, it sounds to me like, yeah, car accidents happen, so it's fine if you go 110 on the median. You know what I mean? Like, to me, I understand that this is a high-risk endeavor, but shouldn't we be prudent? Shouldn't we have the best practice to avoid some of those injuries? Just, again, kind of your thoughts there.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think car accidents happen, but you don't stop driving. That doesn't mean you go 110 on the median. And I do think, Danny, I think you are very mindful of, okay, this kid needs to make adjustments or we're going to go through this whole thing. If not next year, the following year, it's just going to be a yearly thing. And I think that makes total sense. I guess my take is that I don't feel like you need a whole off season's worth of adjustments to have him be a little bit smarter, that he could actually get smarter in the next 3 weeks. And again, I'm not advocating, if he's not medically cleared, then fine. And I also think, Grant, you brought up earlier that something changed in what Dan Quinn said publicly. I do think it's reasonable that when he first was saying, hey, game reps are really important, we've got 5 games, that's like 30% of our schedule remaining. That is different than if he wasn't cleared this week, and now you're looking at 2 games left, and now the risk reward is like a sliding scale. Like it kind of changes. I'm willing to buy into all of that. I just don't think that the reboot, like I said, should have to take 10 months. I think some thought could be put into it if he were cleared on Friday to be like, 1, Jayden, we're lecturing you. These are really, really important points. And 2, Cliff, here are things I don't want you to call. So I think I kind of feel like it could be done pretty thoroughly, but more on the fly and not have to wait until next September. And, again, 10 months of questions about whether the guy can stay healthy or not.
Last one, Barry Svrluga, the Post. Check out the column on Jayden Daniels. Are you, like most people, of the belief that if he is healthy, like if I'm looking into the crystal ball and I just came back from the future and I told you he's going to play 16 games next year, you feel like they've got a star and still like whether it's MVP, elite, top 5 or not, like they've got a really, really good starting quarterback here as long as he's on the field?
I do, because as much as I believe in, some of the danger he provides is because he's a weapon with his legs. I also think that he showed the ability as an accurate pocket passer and decision maker that, if he had to just sit in the pocket and throw it 30 times, there's no reason to think he couldn't do that. Is he a less dangerous player that way? Sure. Could he learn to pick apart defenses because he prepares really, really well, and his athletic ability already shows us that he can do that? I think so. So my bet is, and I would put a lot of chips in on this, like if he plays, he will be productive. I think his numbers were down this year in large part because the 7 games he did play were spread out over whatever it was, 3.5 months, and he never was able to get in a rhythm with a full complement of personnel around him. Give him the right weapons and consistent playing time and health. Like I just don't have a lot of doubts in his ability.
Barry, awesome with us as always. Great column. If we don't talk to you, have a great holiday, okay?
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Happy holidays.
Yeah, man.
Go check it out. Barry Svrluga of the Post on Grant and Danny. And it's well said at the end. And that's why I think a lot of us feel like they've got a franchise quarterback as long as he's healthy. But you can react to Barry's thoughts and the column and what we just discussed next if you'd like on the phones. 800-636-1067 if you want to react to anything Barry said about shutting Jayden Daniels down. 800-636-1067. I want to talk about another commander who may or may not be here next year to help Jayden Daniels out when he's back on the field. Wide receiver Deebo Samuel next on G&D.
This update is brought to you by Melwood. In the NFL, roster moves for the Commanders today. They placed Noah Brown on injured reserve. They signed Chris Moore back to the active roster. They also signed River Craycraft and G. Scott Jr. to the practice squad. Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes had surgery on a torn ACL and LCL. It's unclear if he's going to be able to make the start of next season. Last night, Monday Night Football, the Steelers beat the Dolphins 28-15. Hockey tonight, the Capitals back in action. They'll take on the Wild in Minnesota tonight, 8 o'clock puck drop, looking to snap a 2-game losing streak for the Caps. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. Support people with disabilities in your community by donating your unwanted vehicle to Melwood. Donating is fast, free, and easy. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD for more information. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
John Carlson and the Caps are in action tonight in Minnesota. We were just there. And in fact, it's funny how many people were already looking forward to that Caps game and Alex Ovechkin coming to town. That was a pretty hot ticket. But the Wild play in their own building. They're not downtown in the same building as the Timberwolves in Minneapolis. They're actually out in St. Paul in their own hockey-only venue, which is pretty sweet. So Kiprasov and that top line with Joel Eriksson and Matt Boldy tonight for the Wild taking on the Capitals. But how many people did you see wearing those jerseys around town? Like
all over the place.
They love their Minnesota Wild, man.
Yeah, now it was underneath several layers and coats and scarves and hats and things, but they would take off those outer layers. And, oh, look at another Wild jersey. That's cool, man. That's what an odyssey, because they were the Minnesota, it was the North Stars, something else, expansion, back and forth. But yeah, they are very into it up there. Hockey, I've learned this. Big deal in Minnesota.
Did you say Odyssey?
No, an odyssey. Because odyssey is a word.
Well, Odyssey is based on an Odyssey.
So I want you to imagine something.
But it's an audio Odyssey.
Hear me out.
Imagine, by the way.
Okay.
Changing your name.
Yep.
Not on the cheap, by the way.
Right.
And the big idea is that it's an audio Odyssey.
Yep.
That is a wacky bit.
Well, but what I think you don't, if I respectfully,
yes,
to you, I think you don't appreciate enough that it's audacious. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like you're going, it's audacious.
What's audacious?
The Odyssey.
The audio Odyssey?
There it is. It's an audacious Odyssey.
Bold.
Ipso facto together.
I'm trying to remember
Odyssey.
when, because it was during COVID.
Yeah, it was.
I know you were really mad about it. Those are the things I remember.
Yeah, those are the takeaways.
But I remember sitting in my basement watching the big rollout. I know that they said it's an Odyssey based on an Odyssey of audio. But I also think they did say it was audacious.
They kept telling us how audacious it was.
Well, in fairness, it's been I agree. It's been audacious. And it's an Odyssey.
Yeah, you're not. That's the part you underestimate is the audaciousness of it.
No, that's true. That's actually very
You know what I mean?
Where are you at on Deebo Samuel and your interest in bringing him back?
I've gone from excited to cooled to indifferent. And,
Indifferent's actually a good word because
Yeah.
as I sit here right now, I would not be upset at all at the right price to bring him back.
on a binary, I just don't think the right price exists. I think someone will pay for the high-end part of that skill set that you only get for a short amount of time.
If
it
he
feels
was
like.
willing to come back here for 1 year at, let's say, $15 million, I don't think this is a thing. I don't think it's reality.
Right.
But we've seen a few guys like Zach Ertz or Bobby Wagner or whatever end of their career hang around for 1 year deals because they think they can win.
Mhm.
Let's just say he sold on Jaden Daniels. Who was it recently that I was watching a public comment? Oh, it was Von Miller. Miller has his own show, and he was talking about Jaden, and he called him like this silent killer, and he's like, I'll do whatever I can to stay there and play with that guy again next year. Something along those lines. Like, players really respect this dude. They think he's the real deal. They think he's going to be a winner for years to come, and that's exciting to me. But if Deebo said, yeah, I could go get a 2-year deal for $30 million or 2-year deal for $40 million maybe, that isn't fully guaranteed. Or I could just sign a 1-year deal here for $14 million with incentives to make up to 20 or something. And he took that contract. I think I'd be interested in bringing him back, but it would not be through the guise of him being my number one weapon, which he was for the majority of the first half of the season with Terry out. And even when Terry's back, I still need another guy between Terry and Debo, probably. Like, Debo is now, to me, it's not that old. He's only 7 years into his career. He's only 29 years old, but there's more mileage on this car. There's more collisions. When you look at the Carfax report, there's a lot of things when you lift up that hood where you go, he lives hard on the field.
Yeah.
It's a lot of violence, collisions. It's a dude that's always on the precipice of kind of being out of football shape. Not a knock. I don't mean that negatively. It's just kind of the body type.
That's what it is, yeah.
So I would want to be a 1 year pact, and I would want it to be on the cheap if he's willing to come back. If it's a multi-year commitment,
I just don't see it.
To really build around him, I can't do that.
I can't either. And who knows how we haven't gotten to too many of these with Peters, right? Where there's, a history where he might love the guy so much just because he's, all he is tough as nails. He's a willing blocker. He's earning those tough yards. He's underneath, taking on a lot of contact, etc. And he may just say, yeah, that's the kind of dude we want around. And you haven't had too many of those bad contracts where you're looking up going, oh my God, when is this going to expire? When can we get out of this one? Because this is a disaster. We've done these short-term things to kind of build this group sort of in a hurry. And this is one of the first couple of crossroads. All in on paying Laremy Tunsil, by the way. Let's go market rate, lock him up. All pro caliber, whether he's a Pro Bowler, all pro, don't care. Position is solved. It's valuable. Let's do that. For Debo, though, if it is that 1 year deal that I think doesn't exist, I'm all for it. I just think there's more out there for him that he may not want to do that. Right?
I don't know what the market's going to be for him because there was so much mixed feeling and reporting on him coming into this year with Washington. Is he washed? Is he not? He was coming off of 51 catches for 670 yards, about 13 per catch, and his touchdowns had fallen off and his productivity had fallen off. He's averaging 9.3 yards per catch this year. 9.3. To give you context, that's tight end yard per. That's like a Zach Ertzian kind of number. But in his career, he's about a 14-yard per catch guy coming into this year. He had a year where he was over 18, which is an all-pro season. But for the most part, it's been somewhere between right around 11.5 and 15 yards per catch. This year, he's barely over 9. So I think you've seen back-to-back years where the explosiveness has gone away. Now, over the final 3, assuming he plays 3 times, he's going to end up in the 750 to 800-yard range on 70 or so catches. So this will be a better year than last year in terms of durability potentially and usage, but the calling card of Debo is kind of gone in the way of the prime of his career in San Francisco. And while that was a question coming into this year, I think we now know this is what it is. Also, early season Debo, before he got banged up, before he was taking on a bunch of contact, before he was running through tackles and trying to run people over, at the beginning of this season, he was a different guy.
Yeah.
Week 1 against the Giants, 7 for 77, I was going, they got something.
What a steal.
When he played at Atlanta even, had a touchdown, went 6 for 72. The next week against the Chargers. So this is right around 5 weeks into the season. They're 3-2. He goes 8 for 100 and a touchdown in that game. And he was a top 15 receiver or so in the league, certainly fantasy-wise at that point in terms of catches and yards and touchdowns. He had touchdowns in 3 of their first 5 games. But since then, when he got banged up going into the Bears game, it's just been different.
Yeah.
Yardages of 15, 11, 29, 41. He's had, I would say, 2 really productive games and 1 awesome game since week 5 against the Chargers, which is when they've been losing constantly.
Yeah.
The only game was that Miami game with the screen that went for a touchdown of 28 yards, and he went 7 for 74. Otherwise, it's a lot of 3 and 4 catch, 30 and 40-yard games where a bunch of the yards kind of come in garbage time.
He's a 3/3 guy. And what I mean is 1/3 of the games you're going to go, oh my God, how awesome is this? What a weapon. What an absolute joy it is to have this guy on the roster. 1/3, what are we even doing here? Why are we doing this? And then, there's a third that's kind of in the middle. That's sort of nondescript. People will pay a premium sometimes for that first third. Because if let's say, I'm just making this up. Let's say you're the Bills and you need one thing to get you over the top. You don't need him in week 5 playing the Jets, but you might in week 18 with the division on the line playing the Patriots. You know what I mean? Like, it's one of those things where somebody might fall in love with that potential. Maybe you pace him and keep him healthy or try to, such as it is, and sort of break it out when you need it. Maybe. Again, I have no idea how to anticipate what the market's going to be in this his walk year, his free agent year. And we're talking about 750, 800 total yard pace, which is not remarkable. That's not something that we usually want to pay up for.
I'm not going to roll the dice on Debo, I don't think, unless, again, this is a hometown discount after enjoying it here. And let's just say he really buys into the brotherhood.
Get that. Thank you. There's a bell.
And he's all in on DQ and Kingsbury and Jaden. But that's the path for me because I don't think you have the luxury of not getting younger. At that position, you're already going to be paying Terry big money, and he's going to be presumably your wide receiver one, and he's going to be 30, 31, whatever he's going to be into next season. Debo would be another 30-year-old wide receiver at good money. I'm just getting younger and faster and twitchier there. Your separators, people who can win in man coverage. Like, that's not really Debo's game. He is I always say, like a 18-wheeler. You get him rolling downhill, and nobody's going to stop him on some of this stuff around the line of scrimmage. You block it up. He goes and gets you 15 on a 3rd and 13 a couple of weeks ago against Minnesota on that opening drive. That's the secret sauce for him. But if I'm going to redo the receiver position, which I think I am, I'm kind of tearing this thing down to the basics here. Noah Brown back on injured reserve today. We haven't talked about that.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for your services.
Really appreciate it.
Hail Mary was amazing.
Yep.
It has been a good run. You can continue playing elsewhere. And it's not personal. I love the guy. It seems like a good dude. You just can't stay healthy. So moving on. But I've got Terry McLaurin and then depth pieces, Luke McCaffrey on a rookie deal, my kick returner, and Jalen Lane on a rookie deal, my punt returner, who will both be contributors on special teams and proved this year they could do those two things, kicks and punts at a high level. So that could be wide receivers like 4 and 5, let's say. Now I need wide receivers 2 and 3. My sneaky suspicion / fear is that one of those ends up being Brandon Ayuk, perhaps.
Yeah.
I think they're going to be players for him because it's Adam Peters and it's San Francisco and it's Daniel's best buddy and it's a guy who might be available on the cheap. And if you can get him on a 1-year show me nothing contract, then you absolutely should kick the tires. But I don't think you can bet big on him with his injury history. That the year
And whatever
he just
this
had.
is,
Well, yeah,
whatever's going on
I
right
mean,
now.
Kyle Shanahan is so over him, it's crazy.
Oh, yeah.
He was asked about him yesterday, and his answer, I think I tweeted it at Grant H. Paulson, but you could just tell, like, no one's ever been more exasperated by somebody than he is with Brandon.
You know what was the line? We haven't heard from him in months.
Yeah, he's like, I don't know, man. He's like, I know you guys are just getting wind of this, but I haven't seen the guy in 6 weeks, so we've known this is how this is going to go for a long time. Talking about putting him on this did not report list for the rest of the year. Basically just rolled out on San Francisco. Now, if you want to welcome that into the brotherhood, you're welcome to. But they've made a couple of these decisions where they're bringing these guys in where it's like, okay, that's not necessarily the brotherhood guy. That's more the me guy, it would feel like.
Not the past ring, but the ring before. Really resounding and kind of kept resonating for an extra, it's like 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 count.
Probably a good sign for the brotherhood.
See, like that's the regular ring. See, that one's vibrating a little bit more. It's still going. But now it's 2 ago was just unbelievable. That was the cleanest ring you've ever had.
4 weeks into the season, I was all in on re-upping with Debo. Midway point of the season, I would say I was like 60% on the scale.
I'm
of
starting
like
to Reggie
wanting to
Wayne.
do it.
Yeah.
As we've gone, I've dropped, and I'm now in the mid-40s. But you said something at the beginning of the conversation where you're like impartial or you don't really have a take. If they brought him back at the right price, I'd be fine, but I'm not moving mountains to do it. And my preference would actually be get younger, get faster, get more explosive with some wiggle.
Yeah, in an ideal world, let's just say I don't have to worry about anything. Yeah, on a binder, I'd rather have him than not have him, right? And it's a weapon you could trot out. If, certain matchups you can exploit, great. I'm still most interested in a speedy receiver on the opposite side. I need an outside guy that can take the top off the defense. They need a consistent deep threat for the weeks that maybe it's not the answer for McLaurin or that he can't go or something. They need someone who can go down the football field. Again, doesn't have to be every week. You need to have the option. That's happening with or without Debo Samuel for me as I'm sort of building this thing. So again, I'd like to have him, but I cannot go win a bidding war for that guy, whereas I will for Laramie Tunsil.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is The Fan. Next, we'll get you a double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports as we steamroll toward Christmas this month. And at 4 o'clock in 20 minutes, your Beltway Blitz on the teams you care the most about in town. Remember, we got Bill on the show in an hour 20 today, right at 5 o'clock. This is The Fan.
What's up, guys? Grant and Danny for our pals at Window Nation. You need to replace your windows, but you've put it off forever because of the cost? It's actually good you waited until right now this minute. You could take advantage of Window Nation's end-of-year sale. What's that look like, Danny? Great question. 50% off all window styles. That's all window styles. 0% interest financing for 5 years. Replace those old builder-grade windows or the old ones that have been in the house forever with custom-built, high-quality windows from Window Nation. I've done it. They've lowered my utility bills by hundreds over years. That adds up to, quick calculation, thousands.
Get the windows like Danny did, like I did, to protect and beautify your home. Choose from over 1,500 styles and colors. Installation crew, leaders average over a decade of experience. You can trust Window Nation like I have and like Danny has. A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau. That's why we trust them. It's why we love them. 50-point inspection of every window before it leaves the factory. 20-point inspection of every window when it's installed.
866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION. Or schedule that fast free estimate now at windownation.com.
Jaden Daniels did speak today out at the complex with the media about being shut down. We'll play that audio for you next hour so you can hear his reaction to what's been going on since he left the game in Minnesota and tried to get back onto the field, only now still to not be cleared some 10 days later. It is time for our double play, though. What's going on in our lives, nothing to do with sports. Double play is driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now's the time to get yourself a deal on a Honda. They bring us the double play each and every day. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealers today.
Wanted to do this yesterday, GP, but obviously we were super busy with Daniels and all the news and stuff. But an icon, a guy that's responsible for some of, quite frankly, some of my favorite projects, and a lot of people would sort of say the same about Rob Reiner, who he and his wife tragically found dead in their home just a couple of days ago. Nobody had a run like this. Like he was an actor, he was a director, he was a producer, responsible again for some of the all-time classic movies. His run here as a director. This is Spinal Tap, one of the great satirical comedies ever. Stand By Me, The Princess Bride, When Harry Met Sally, Misery, and A Few Good Men over a handful of years, basically over 7-8 years as a run, just as a director. Then again, as an actor, as a producer, small, hilarious roles like in The Wolf of Wall Street, where he played Jordan Belfort's father.
Right.
Again, unbelievable talent. Like going from When Harry Met Sally and The Princess Bride, or The Princess Bride, like this fairy tale, satirical, funny, fantasy kind of a thing. 2 years later is making Misery, like the all-time terrifying thriller, and then moves to courtroom drama, Few Good Men, etc. Just absolute smasholas.
Bombs, man. 450-foot second deck home runs. Some of the most legendary movies of his era, as you said, in a string. And you have one of those runs like he did. All of a sudden, that's one of those like Sandy Koufax-esque 5-year spans where you become one of the GOATs and a Hall of Famer. But he also did it with longevity, like was still doing pictures and heavily involved. I found him to be a hilarious bit role actor, too. I saw a couple of clips going around the internet. He has a daughter that is like a social media star or whatever, but she would do some of these videos where she would like be talking to him. And one of the ones I saw yesterday was just a video that she had posted at some point where she was like trying to get a rise out of him. And she was like cutting his hair at their house or something. And she's like, Dad, I want to get a butt lift, or like a whatever they call it, a Brazilian butt lift, like a BBL. And he's like, a what?
What?
And she's like, I want to get, it's like getting a big fake butt. And she's like telling him this on a hidden camera. But his reaction is just like the way he speaks, the way he talks. He is a hilariously funny guy.
Yeah.
And in some of these roles in these movies that he was in late that are, I would imagine in his career, Danny, like nothing burger movies, right? Like they're just like, oh yeah, I showed up on set for 2 days and I was literally in that movie for 4 minutes. He steals scenes. He does some really, really funny stuff.
I mean, he's written a million things, everything from jokes like Friars Club roasts back in the day to, regular TV shows, small appearances, big things, medium things. Just loved creating and made so many incredible projects over the years and was the driving force behind dozens more. Like you just sort of surprised and you go, wait, he did that too? Just again, and he bursts on the scene as kind of a foiled Archie Bunker on All in the Family. A show that was before my time, and I've definitely seen enough reruns that my dad used to love, but played the kind of late 60s, early 70s hippie son-in-law that was a great foil character for Archie Bunker's sort of, very dry, caustic, kind of conservative values sort of dude. And it was brilliant. The way they played off each other was unbelievable. There's an argument I remember about how to put your socks and shoes on the right sequence that they had, which is just this comedic genius thing, arguing about the dumbest small stuff. Before Seinfeld was Seinfeld, those guys his argument was, I can put my sock and shoe on first. That way, if I have to go outside, I can hop and not get my foot wet. And then Archie Bunker's got this whole comeback about it's disorderly to put one sock on and then a shoe. You got to put 2 socks on, then 2 shoes. Just amazing type stuff that they were doing way ahead of its time.
We'd be remiss, too, if we didn't acknowledge what the reports are,
yeah.
Right? Because this was not like a random thing where he got into a car accident. I mean, him and his wife were killed, allegedly, it sounds like, by his son, who struggles with addiction and mental issues and has for many years. But I don't know if you saw this last night. I guess what's really scary is they were at a pretty A-list event where they were at Christmas party at Conan O'Brien's house
Mm-hmm.
on Saturday night, where this kind of began. They get into this big shouting match, and I have not necessarily seen this up close and personal, and I am lucky for that, but a lot of people deal with this in their family with people who either battle addictions or who battle mental disorders or what have you. But the son is, I guess, volatile, and he's yelling and he's angry at the dad, and they have to leave the party, and people are worried. And by the time the next day they're checking in on him, he and the wife are no longer with us. I mean, now, those are the allegations. We don't know exactly what happened. But it just sounds like a tragic, awful, terrible thing. And it's this kind of news is just a kick to the shins. I mean, there's no way around it. And I feel like, there are times where there's positive news that you see, and there's accounts that I follow to try to get as much of that as I can. But over the weekend, it's just one thing after another of like, really? That's happening today? Like, families are dealing with that. People are dealing with that. That school is dealing with that. It's been a rough go of it, man.
It certainly has. No good way to transition out of that or around it. That's totally correct. It's still preliminary at this point, but certainly that's what it looks like to lay it out as you did. Just seems surreal, of course, but as we talk about this with sports and a far less serious type deal, where it's like, I remember that guy's whole career. And now he's a manager, and he's like a retread manager. He's been around forever. And now his son is a veteran in Major League Baseball or basketball or kind of whatever, right? It's the way time goes, of course. It's undefeated. But these things feel like yesterday for me. The projects that he was, as you said, knocking out of the park. For me, Stand By Me was, and this is, ratings and the way, movies worked. Like, kids were allowed to see crazy stuff back in the day that terrified us, and that sort of no one knew what to do about the rating system. It's gotten a little bit stricter in that way, like Dark Crystal and all sorts of things that we were just dealt with, terrifying things. But Stand By Me, as a kid, when it first came out, like I was allowed to see that, and it deals with some pretty adult themes. Now it's the kids are at the center of it, but they're going to see a dead body. The older brother of one of the guys has got a switchblade. There's abuse in one of the families and things like that. It's dealing with these really heavy things, and somehow he was able to make all those things accessible for kind of the wonderment of a child. That movie is a masterpiece, an all-timer, and it came out right when I was pretty much the age of those kids. Just amazing, man.
Bill going to be on the show in 1 hour. Our Beltway Blitz on the teams you care the most about in DC sports as soon as we return on Grant and Danny.
This update is sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. In the NFL, the Commanders are now on to Week 16 as they'll take on the Eagles on Saturday. Eagles with a clinching scenario. They'd win the NFC East with a win. It'd be the first time there's been a repeat NFC East champ since 2004. Roster moves for the Commanders today. They placed Noah Brown on injured reserve and signed Chris Moore to the active roster. They also signed wide receiver River Craycraft and G. Scott Jr. to the practice squad. Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes had surgery on his torn ACL and LCL. It's unclear if he's going to be ready to go for next season. Hockey tonight, the Caps back on the ice, taking on the Wild in Minnesota. 8 o'clock puck drop. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit doorproamerica.com. From DeCrop Metcalf, 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
What are you doing to protect your family's assets? The exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm Condori & Murad, would like to know. They'll set up your last will and testament or a living trust, put together a medical power of attorney for you. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today, right now, at kmlawyers.com, and be sure to mention us to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, coming off 96 yards and a tutty, joins the program in an hour at 5 o'clock, but right now it is time for your Beltway Blitz. We'll cover the Capitals, who play tonight in St. Paul, and the Commanders coming up on the Blitz. Let's get it started on the gridiron. And by gridiron, I mean basketball
He
court.
meant basketball court.
Let me be clear, basketball court.
Yeah, the gridiron basketball court.
Although perhaps Varun Shankar, who covers the Wizards for the Washington Post, likes playing football or something like that. I don't know. Varun, thank you for the time, buddy. How are you?
Doing well. How about yourselves?
Doing very well. So let's get up to speed on the Wiz. I'm actually excited about the Wemby experience potentially here on Thursday night playing the Spurs. But what do we need to know about this Wizards group? They're giving up a lot of points. They've been scratching and clawing and kind of doing exactly what they need to do. In moments, competing, but finding ways to lose.
You know, in Thursday's game, I think they're in San Antonio. I don't think Wembanyama is going to play. That's just an educated guess based on the fact that they've got the NBA Cup Finals tonight, and I think he's going to play pretty heavily, and they're going to want to rest him in that game. But I do think he's going to play when they come to D.C., I want to say Sunday, so that should be interesting. With the Wizards, the defense has been a problem, but they have been pretty good in their last game against Indiana. They allowed the fewest points the franchise has allowed in a game since 2021, and it was a pretty connected effort. And you saw some of the players who've been introduced into the rotation, whether it be Justin Champagnie and Jamir Watkins, the 2024 2025 second round pick, excuse me. Both of them have had a pretty good impact as definitive role players. And what I mean by that is they're not players who are expected to play a lot with the ball in their hands. They're not trying to make dribble moves or, trying to create anything. Their job is pretty simple. Defend, rebound, hustle, and hit open shots. Move without the basketball. Hit some open threes. Keep the flow of the offense moving. Attack a closeout if you need to. And, just keep everything moving. And I think they've done really well in those jobs. And the Wizards have done a good job of defining their roles very clearly.
Good to see Trey Johnson back on the court. I know there's probably going to be minutes restriction, Varun, as he's nursing the hip. What can you tell us there about his prognosis and what we're thinking about the next month or so?
Yeah, I think he's moving a little bit better, and I think you're seeing that primarily in his ability to move off the ball. Just in a couple of games, and this is more a function of the eye test than looking at any numbers, but it feels like he's zipping around the court a little bit more, and I think that's good because his abilities as a shooter, are not only his ability to make catch-and-shoot jumpers or off the dribble, it's that he's able to shoot off the move. And we've seen guys like Corey Kispert or Davis Bertans have success with that in D.C., but his ability to fly around a screen, pick up the ball, instantly shoot, even if he's a little bit off balance, that's stuff that really puts pressure on a defense. And we didn't see as much of that in the early part of the year. It was a lot of on-ball creation. I think that's something that's not his strength at this point in time. Someone with a decent amount of dribble moves and a good package there, but not someone with the greatest athleticism. And I think you see that as he went against NBA length and NBA defense. But his ability to move off the ball, getting a little bit better, making him more of a threat, I think that's going to help him get some easier shots and free up the rest of Washington's offense as well.
Bruin, a couple of games ago, Bub Carrington had a season-high 27. He's been in double figures in 3 in a row and in 4 of 5. How do you feel like he's coming along? That 10 for 20 shooting performance in 40 minutes was kind of what you dream about. And then also just sum up his season for me, if you would.
Yeah, for Bob, it's been a weird season. I think you're seeing someone who's trying to refit his game to the NBA's more analytically inclined tilt. And what I mean by that is he's someone who took a lot of mid-range shots growing up in AAU and in college. And when he came to the Wizards, they enabled that for a year, but I think a big focus entering year 2 was, we want you to get to the rim a little bit more, even if there's going to be some short-term struggles finishing there. We want you to get those reps, that experience to get better in that area. And then on the other hand, your shooting is great. Instead of taking a pull-up jumper from 3 feet inside the three-point arc, move that back and start taking that as a three-pointer and stretch out the defense that way. Give yourself that added value of the extra point, obviously, when you're shooting a three-pointer. And the former, with him finishing at the rim, has been a real struggle. Just he is someone who had a late growth spurt. I think you're seeing him try to adjust to finishing as a big guard rather than a small guard. And he's not the strongest player right now. He's trying to figure out how to go up against NBA shot blockers, and it's been a challenge. The three-point shot has been a real encouraging thing, and I think that for Carrington, if he's not going to be someone who plays well at the rim and plays with intent to get to the rim, which he has not really been so far in his career, it's going to be really important for him to be just like an absolute lights-out three-point shooter, and maybe that can make him a more effective player down the line as kind of a combo scoring guard who can give you some really good minutes and really fill up the scorebook.
What's the Will Riley plan?
Will Riley, I think at the beginning of the season, you saw that they were going to really slow play his development. He's really, really skinny, and I think that makes him a really tough player to have out there, especially on defense. But I think injuries, and you know, he spent some time with the Go-Go. He looked really good with the Go-Go, and I think that his quick integration into the lineup and some injuries above him have given him some early chances. You're seeing that he's someone who can really play with the ball in his hands. He has a really good feel of how to break down a defender, how to look at the angles and read their movements and mirror them, and how to break them down with the variety of moves he has. The next step for him is trying to incorporate that as part of a NBA team scheme, so it's not just him dribbling the ball. He can kind of figure out ways to create space for himself, but also his teammates.
Varun, thank you. We appreciate you as always.
Thank you so much. Have a good one.
See you, buddy.
From the Wizards to their Capital One Arena roommates, the Capitals. Our guy John Walton, who's going to be on the call of Caps hockey tonight, right here on 106.7 The Fan in about 4 hours, just after 8 o'clock East time. The Capitals are in St. Paul to take on the Wild and suddenly find themselves a point back from second and 4 points off the pace in the Metro, because the Canes have won 4 straight. The Isles have won 3 in a row. Capitals 7-1-2 over their last 10, sitting at 40 points. John, thanks for the time. We appreciate it. Give us the lay of the land for tonight with the Caps and the Wild.
Well, I think facing a team that's feeling pretty good about themselves in Minnesota, they've won 4 in a row, and they got Quinn Hughes in a trade on Friday from the Vancouver Canucks, who arguably, I think by anybody's estimation, in the top 3 of offensive defensemen in the NHL. So they're going for it here, and there's still a little bit of residual that the Caps are going to face tonight. And the Caps themselves, although to your point, have been very good, not just even in the last 10 games, I would say in the last 3 or 4 weeks, they have not been very good in the last 2, and most notably in Winnipeg, where it just really was a dud for all involved. So wanting to rebound, a full day of practice yesterday, of which the Caps haven't had a lot of practice time. I think getting back on the ice here, usually through the course of the Spencer Carberry era, when there is a game like we saw in Winnipeg, there's usually a pretty good bounce back. And I think that's probably what we're looking at here this evening, at least I would hope so, against a team in Minnesota, although they're good on the back end. They've got a lot of guys banged up front, including our old friend Marcus Johansson's not going to go tonight. He's out due to injury. So we will see, but hopefully a better effort than what we saw in Winnipeg a couple nights ago.
Any update on Ryan Leonard?
Going to be probably another 3 or 4 weeks, but I think that's probably as good as could have been hoped for in a situation like that. I think you will see him in the month of January. Not as soon for Pierre-Luc Dubois, but you get these guys back in the lineup, and we were just talking today. I mean, you get through between now and the first week of February, you are through 3/4 of the season, which is nuts because it has been so fast with the Olympic break coming up and all of these games in quick succession. So you lose those guys for a lot of games. But on the flip side, you hope that when the time comes, you get them back and they're fresh for the stretch run when there might be some other guys tired or beat up too. So hopefully get those guys back into the new year.
John, when do we find out who is in and who's out on the Olympic rosters? And what's the best case scenario in terms of number of Caps that could be participating?
That's a great question, and I think, it's funny, TJ Oshie is here. He's going to be on the broadcast tonight on Monumental with Joe and Craig as the third man in the booth, so that's going to be fun. I had a long chat with him for the weekend show coming up on Cap Saturday Face-Off today. We talked about Tom Wilson specifically. My sense is that Tom is going to go and play for Team Canada. I think in the body of work that Logan Thompson has put together, he cannot be ignored by Team Canada. I think he will be the backup going in, and if Jordan Binnington wobbles at all, I mean, we might see Logan Thompson starting for Canada. So I think there is an excellent chance that Logan will go, and Martin Feravari is going to go and play for Slovakia. I think there is a decent chance, I call it, 20%. Jacob Chychrun may very well figure into Team Canada's plans. Right on the very edge. There's so many good defensemen. It's about the toughest decor to make in the field. But given the fact that he's up to 12 goals and certainly has turned a lot of heads, I think the max is probably 4. I think 3 is probably a more likely number for that. But we will know. Team Canada's announced on New Year's Eve, and I think Team USA is New Year's Day, and I think the other teams just before that. So I think once you get past Christmas time and before New Year's, I think you're going to start to see all those teams get announced.
Give me a temperature check on Hendrix Lapierre.
Well, he's still trying to get it done. And I mean, it's not work ethic because it's there. And, a guy, if you'd go 75 games without a goal, you think he'd be down in the dumps. He's still as pleasant as anybody in the room. We've talked to him plenty since we've been here in the Twin Cities. You just pull for the guy, and you hope that there's one turns into bunches. I mean, the chances have been there. He had a really good chance in Winnipeg. I thought in the third period, the game was kind of put to bed already, but, just getting that one, and he was so close to doing it in Winnipeg. So it's been a really rough couple of seasons for him now, and this is now a longer stretch this season than last when he got sent to Hershey. I don't see that happening just because of waivers, but you'd like to think that he can work through it and try and find his way to get one, and then maybe there's a few that come behind it.
John Walton on the call of Caps Hockey, the radio network taking over about 4 hours from right now with Puck Drop. John, thank you, buddy. We appreciate you.
Thanks, fellas. Talk to you later.
See you, buddy. Got it. Listen to him on the Fan tonight. Let's keep the blitz moving. Now we can go to the gridiron. Right now.
Let's go to the hard court.
Now we go to the hardwood and talk hoops with Michael Phillips. He actually texted me and said, I really want to talk about the Wizards. Can we do that? Hello, Miguel. How are you?
Yeah, it's the Name 3 Guys on the Wizards challenge, and I am sweating bullets, buddy.
Marvin Bagley. What a game he had the other night, pal. I mean,
you're making that up. He's not a guy on the Wizards. You're pulling a bit on me.
He's gone 15-13 and 23-14 in the last 2 games.
You put some respect on the starting center's name.
Is Corey Kispert on the Wizards?
Yeah.
Yeah, he is.
All
You're
right.
up to 2.
This is an honest-to-goodness bit that Candace Buckner does with me in the press box at Commanders games. She'll name an NBA player, and I've got to give her one relevant fact about them. It's incredibly difficult for me.
Okay. I like this game, actually. Let me.
It's my one complete blind spot. You want to do college basketball? I'm there. You want to do NHL? We'll talk puck. Big trade the other day coming out of Vancouver. This is a complete blind spot for me.
Okay. How about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander?
Played at Kentucky. Remember him at Kentucky.
Yeah.
Presumably in the NBA now. Probably doing all right. Is he on the Wizards?
Are you doing a bit?
That's tough. Presumably, Miguel?
Is he on Oklahoma City? Is he one of the Oklahoma City
He is
guys?
the reigning most valuable player award in the association.
See, that's why I've heard of him. Good for him.
Oh, good Lord.
All right, I'll give you one more, and then we can actually talk about football. Because this is actually
this is not a bit, Danny.
This is too fun for me right now. I'm going to go with Anthony Edwards.
Anthony Edwards is
Don't say
in
goose.
Minnesota.
Don't say goose. There you go.
Minnesota.
Yeah.
All right. He's good. He's a good player.
Any other
People
info,
like
or
him.
just that's what we got?
That's good. Well,
Ant-Man in Minnesota.
Yes.
Okay.
Good at basketball. The file's pretty empty after that. We're just rummaging through some blank papers right now.
Okay, I lied. I'm going to do one more. It's just fun for me. That's all. Now, aren't we all having fun?
Yeah.
All right, I'm trying to go a little deeper cut here. Let's go with, how about Norman Powell?
That's tough.
No.
That's tough.
He just said
just said no.
No, not that one.
Check, please.
Okay, that was probably a little too deep of a cut. How about Austin Reeves?
Spell the last name.
Reaves. Reeves. Austin Reeves.
Austin Reeves. I do feel like I've heard of him. Who does he play for?
That's a Laker.
Who he play for?
He's a Laker. All right. Well, there you go. I know about Kawhi Leonard. He's got the fake deal. I know about LeBron. He's old. That's my LA player rundown for you. And Doncic, who got traded from Dallas.
We should
So
do
there
a
you go.
Michael
That's
Phillips, who he play for at some point.
three basketball players who play professionally in Los Angeles. That's pretty good.
You named so many.
I'm getting in on this bit with Candace in the press box on
This is great.
Saturday night. When I see
See you
you,
Saturday.
I'm going to put together a whole list. What did you make of the shutdown of Jaden Daniels?
I don't like it. I don't. I heard you talking about it, and I've talked about it on my show. It's the same thing. That I just think if he had played one more game and had even a little bit of success, it changes the offseason narrative so much. I think this is general manager driven. I think that Adam Peters has very little to gain by him playing, but I think the fan base, I think DQ, I think Jaden all have a lot to gain by him playing more football this season.
Are you not worried? Well, let me phrase it this way. Like, to me, everyone agrees. I think the baseline is that he needs to play football, and this is for anybody, to get better at football. The point I think a lot of us are making, though, is I don't think he's going to be able to play football when he's hurt again. And that's we kind of chase our own tail in that regard. What do you say to that for the folks of us that are so worried about the risk?
Well, there is risk, but this is data we need too, as well, about him protecting himself. And I didn't love the quote today about this being freak injuries. I think some of them are avoidable things. And look at Marcus Mariota, ran the ball 10 times on Sunday, never really felt like he was in danger, right? There's ways to play smart. There's ways to know game time and situation. These are all data points we need. Because, by the way, end of the third year is coming. That's the end of next year when they have to decide on the fifth-year option, when they start long-term contract negotiations with Jaden and his agent. These big decisions are coming down the line. And if you're asking me right now, today, guys, like, would I sign him to a 6-year deal, $70 million a year to be the franchise quarterback in Washington? My answer is yes. It's still yes, I would. I've seen enough from him. But we get a whole nother year of data here. And I think it's going to be very telling, what next year looks like.
Would you consider, in a world where they're shutting down Jaden Daniels, shutting down other veterans who have had some injury issues this year? Tunsil currently, Terry McLaurin. And if you're really, not going to either care that much about these 3 games, you might as well see what Ben Sinnott and see what Johnny Newton and see what other guys have by not playing Kinlaw and Payne and really making sure everybody's healthy for the offseason program.
I did. Tunsil for sure, absolutely. I think that's a pretty easy one. Take care of your veteran guys. I want to see as much of the young guys as possible. Bobby Wagner still played 100% of the snaps last week. And look, he is to be lauded for that. He is a consummate professional. He is still setting incredible NFL records, extending his streaks, all those things. Like, I don't begrudge him any of those things. And none of that benefits this team going into next year. They know who Bobby Wagner is. If he wants to play again, we'd love to have him. And also, those snaps, that green dot should be going to a young guy. We should be seeing what the young guys have, and that's the reason to watch, right? Yeah, I would love for them to beat the Cowboys. Beating the Cowboys is fun. It would liven up everybody's holiday. But more importantly, Let's see if Ben Sinnott can be a pass-catching tight end. I thought he looked really good as a blocking tight end. They have a blocking tight end. His name's John Bates. You need a pass-catching tight end next year. Can he be that guy? I want answers to those questions.
The rest of the way, anything else you're concerned about, like just in terms of watching? Because it's a lot of the bloom is off the rose here without Daniels, whether you like it or not. He's not playing. Anything else you're concerned with? You mentioned a couple of the young guys. Anybody else going to catch your eye?
By the way, Week 18 is such a dud week in the NFL, and so many guys sit out. If they do a mass sit out, is Mariota going to play, or are you going to let him sit too? Like, we're in a weird spot. Like, we're not that far from a Josh Johnson or Sam Hartman starting appearance in Week 18 here, by the way. Am I concerned about anything watching? I'm concerned about my mental health while watching, Danny. I'm not sure these are going to be my finest 9 hours of football viewing here over the next few weeks.
Miguel, thank you, buddy. Good catching up.
All right, take care, boys.
Thanks,
Got
man.
it. That is Michael Phillips. We're Grant and Danny. You are listening to The Fan. I want to get to some observations from around the NFL in Week 15. We'll do that next. Remember, we got Bill after a 95-yard game with a touchdown joining us at 5 right here on Grant and Danny. If you are getting on FanDuel to play NBA action and put together a same-game parlay tonight, you probably shouldn't ask Michael Phillips for his advice. That would be what I would tell you. FanDuel Sportsbook, official sportsbook of the Fan. #1 sportsbook for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel's the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live, all in one easy-to-use app right there on your phone. Awesome, safe, easy to use. Love the app. Right now is the perfect time to join. I did it years ago. A lot of people have done it over the course of this NBA season. But here's why it's great right now. You bet 5, you win, you get $150 in bonus bets. That's right. Bet $5, hit the bet, get $150 in bonus bets so that you can enjoy the FanDuel action. Bet on the players you love the way you want. FanDuel.com/GP to sign up today. FanDuel.com/GP. Promo code is GP at FanDuel.com. Got to be 21. Present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable. Bonus bet expires in a week. Restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This update is brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local bank, local Main Street Bank. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set to take on the Eagles in Week 16 on Saturday. Eagles can clinch the NFC East with a win. It'd be the first repeat NFC East champ since 2004. Today, roster moves for the Commanders. They placed Noah Brown on injured reserve, signed wide receiver Chris Moore to the active roster. They also signed River Craycraft and G. Scott Jr. to the practice squad. Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes had surgery on his torn ACL and LCL. It's unclear if he's going to be able to make the start of next season. Hockey tonight, the Caps back on the ice in Minnesota, taking on the Wild. 8 o'clock puck drop. Can hear the game right here on The Fan. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
In about 15 minutes, you'll hear from Jaden Daniels. He spoke with reporters about being shut down by the Commanders for the first time since they made the decision public yesterday. That's coming up on the show here on Grant and Danny. As a reminder, Friday we are out and about for a Friday field trip. We're back in Leesburg at Pupatella Pizza. Great spot. Family friendly. Bring the kids.
We love all those spots. That Leesburg one especially. They just know what the hell they're doing over there. The food's awesome. Great folks.
We're out there from 2 to 6:30, so you can do a late lunch, an early dinner. You can be there with us for happy hour with the boys if that's what you want to do. They got a full bar there, so come on out. Pupatella Pizza in Leesburg on Friday. Should be a good time. We'll talk to Bill coming up in 30 minutes, but Danny, I want to hop around the NFL here with some takeaways after Week 15. Let's start with the Bills. They got a massive win in Foxborough. They needed it.
What a game that was.
They were down 21-0. Then 24-7 at the half. They outscored the Patriots 28-7 after intermission. James Cook was great. Josh Allen was big. He's back in the MVP conversation. Threw 3 touchdown passes, ran for 48 yards. Cook on the ground, 22 for 107 in the game. The Bills sacked Drake May 4 times, picked him off once. New England ran for 148 yards from Travion Henderson and got 2 rushing touchdowns from May, and it still wasn't enough. Their defense faltered. The Bills still got a shot in the division. It's not going to be easy. They're 10-4. The Patriots are 11-3. New England finishes with the Ravens, the Jets, and the Dolphins, so they should go 2-1 at worst. The Bills still play Cleveland, Philadelphia, and the Jets. Let's say they go 3-0. They would still have a hard time unless the Patriots let up somewhere else.
That game is why I still think of the Bills as a Super Bowl contender. They're flawed. They got problems. There are things that aren't perfect, but you still have that. Josh Allen could do something special. If they get something from somebody, anybody, a first down catch from Shakir or James Cook running well, they're capable of beating anybody. That rip-roaring second-half comeback, you kind of go, I would not want to be in their way come playoff time.
The Chiefs can be eliminated?
Okay, they can be eliminated, okay.
I didn't know that. Patrick Mahomes tears his ACL late in the game as Kansas City was eliminated from the playoffs with a loss to the Chargers on Sunday. Injury to insult. 3rd straight loss for Kansas City. They fell to 6-8, and they're looking to shake things up now on offense. There's a lot of call that maybe Andy Reid's formations and usage and personnel's getting stale. They got to do something different than Matt Nagy, perhaps, as his top assistant. There's questions now about Travis Kelce's future. I don't know if I'm buying the Daily Mail reporting today, not necessarily a sports venture typically, that they've got a source close to Kelce saying that game made him decide he wanted to play one more year because he didn't want to go out without making the playoffs. But he's got a now big decision coming. Just yesterday on Monday Night Countdown, his brother Jason was saying he's going to have to get away from the game, think about it for a few weeks to decide what he wants to do. The sneaky storyline here, though, is the Chargers, who have won 3 in a row and 6 of 7.
They're 10-4, man.
They're 10-4, and here's the deal. Jim Harbaugh can coach.
Yep.
He's a bit of a wild card and a wackadoo, but he can coach football. They swept the Chiefs. They drive the stake through them to end their season.
They've done it in a bunch of different ways. They've had that offensive back and forth game. They've won kind of a slugfest. Think of the way they beat Philadelphia a couple weeks ago. They win this rock fight in a divisional game. They could sling it at times with Herbert if he's healthy and right. Getting Omarion Hampton back here down the stretch is helpful for them. Their defense has been really impressive to me over the last few weeks.
Team in the West in the AFC, though, is the Broncos. They're at the top of the division. They won a 12th straight game, the longest streak in the NFL. The Patriots on the East Coast have been getting more love with Drake May as an MVP candidate. Well, they had an 11-game winning streak snapped. The Broncos kept theirs going, got it to 12, longest in football. And how about Bo Nix? I thought he was tremendous in this game. 34-26 winners over the Packers. They were down 23-14 in the third quarter, which is kind of how they like it. They come back to win. Nix throws for 300 yards and 4 touchdowns. Denver's defense special again. Picked off Jordan Love twice. Sacked him 3 times. For the Packers, in addition to losing this game, they lose Micah Parsons, ACL tear, out for the season. That's a disaster. They also lose Christian Watson to a pretty serious chest injury. I mean, he, like Noah Brown, just cannot stay on the field. It's sad because he's very talented. Nobody more decimated right now with key injuries to really good players than the Pack. Their Pro Bowl center, their top edge, who's an all-pro, their tight end who was on his way to the Pro Bowl, their deep-threaded receiver, all out now for Green Bay as they try to navigate the NFC North.
It feels to me, and I wonder if you sense the same thing, like the governors are now off on Bo Nix. Meaning, okay, man, we feel like we're comfortable with you now. Let's air it out a little bit. You look at some of the pass attempt numbers over the last few weeks. The offensive numbers have been a bit more prolific. The throwing numbers have been there for him. It feels like there was maybe a lot of spoon feeding, or our defense is so good we can't let you beat us kind of deal. It now feels like it's winning time, and he's thriving a little bit.
Maybe. I mean, it was just a few weeks ago here where I didn't feel that way. I don't know if it's linear. I certainly think that was the case in that game. But I don't know if it's like a breakthrough where now they trust him and they're putting the team on his back. I would need to see a few more games to feel that way. Speaking of the NFC North and the Packers, though, the Bears were the big beneficiary of not only that Green Bay loss and some of those injuries, but Detroit losing to the Rams as well. They were the big winner in the division. They blow out the Browns 31-3, shoving it on Cleveland. They picked off Shedeur Sanders 3 times, sacked him 5 times. Caleb Williams goes for 240 and a pair through the air. The throw of the year candidate that he turned in on a touchdown to DJ Moore.
I mean, my God.
Ridiculous. Double coverage. Here's how I would describe the play if you didn't see it. Dude, no, don't
No.
Oh, cool. That was amazing. And the Bears ran for $150 as a team as well. Ben Johnson, man, he's got him humming.
That's against a great defense. I mean, Cleveland's offense is sad and terrible and miserable, and Sanders came crashing back down to earth. You mentioned it with the 3 picks and 18 for 35, horrendous in this game. Nothing doing on offense for Cleveland. But doing that for Chicago's offense against that defense, that's legit. That's the real deal Jim Neal right there. 31-3, and you mentioned a couple of those highlight plays. You put a couple of those together, again, that's something that could win a playoff game. You could also have those moments where you go, dude, what are you doing? And lose a playoff game? But man, oh man, the ceiling, wow.
I can't remember where I heard this, and I wish I could so I could give them credit. One of the smart football people that I read. But they basically said Caleb Williams is having a 6 season or a 5.5 season. And they're like, most guys that do that, they have a lot of 7 games and then a lot of 4.5 games or whatever, and it averages out. His throws are 9s and 2s.
Yes.
That's how he gets to 6+.
Yep.
You know what I mean? It's like it's a 9.5 or a 2, and then he meets in the middle. He misses layups. He just makes terrible throws, and then he makes egregious, ridiculous, high difficulty. 4 guys in the league can make the throw arm talent throws. And in the end, you get to him having kind of an average year at quarterback. But it's with outrageous and bad, not just like a little better than average and a little worse than average, if that makes sense. I mentioned the Lions. That game with the Rams was entertaining as heck. That was fun. I thought Jared Goff was great. He threw for 338 and 3 in the loss. He did everything he could. That defense, though, has just come apart at the seams. Too many injuries, and now they're getting gashed. Matt Stafford helping out his MVP hunt. 368 yards, 2 touchdowns. Early in the game, he throws a pick 6 right into the hands of Aiden Hutchinson, returned, and the Rams fell behind. You thought, uh-oh, here we go. But then the Rams went for 519 yards. They get to 11-3. Devontae Adams did leave with a bad hamstring injury. He'll be out Thursday night for sure against Seattle, and maybe for the presuming next several weeks. I mean, they're hopefully going to get a bye because they might need it now with this Dav Adams hamstring, depending on how bad it is. Puka Nacua, 9 for 181 for the Rams. They just did whatever they wanted against the Lions defense, which killed them. But I think it's got to be said, Danny, I thought Goff needed to play a nearly perfect game to keep him in it, And he really did. Like, he was excellent.
He was terrific. And you see when they go full throttle what you can do with Amon-Ra St. Brown close and, Jameson Williams maybe down the field, et cetera.
J-Mo is top 10 in the NFL in receiving yards now? Jameson Williams has come on big time.
They've needed it as they've had injuries to Laporta and not many other options. He's kind of emerged. But defensively for the Rams, that was my only kind of, I didn't know you guys could give that up right there. I know that was the kind of game it was, bit of a shootout style, but that was something I'm watching now kind of going forward. But who's better than Puka Nacua, by the way? Not many. That guy is special. What an unbelievable player he is. Went for $181.
Looking at some of the big storylines from Week 15 in the NFL, Seahawks surviving the Colts was fun. Seattle got 6 field goals, including one in the final minute to beat Phil Rivers in Indianapolis. The Colts had one script that they had to stick to win.
Mm-hmm.
Rivers can't really turn it over. You got to run the ball and play defense, and you got to hope that 15 wins it. And it almost happened, man. Rivers, to his credit, was accurate. The ball came out really fast. I was worried about Seattle's front getting to him, and he just didn't let them. Basically, it's a lot of throws behind the line of scrimmage and at the line of scrimmage. He didn't push the ball down the field almost at all, and he couldn't. He just didn't have the zip. He looked like, you pulled some guy out of the crowd, basically, to play quarterback. But he with his mind, knowing where to go with the ball and with his accuracy, the offense functioned for what it's worth. Now, it was not good. It was not impressive. I'm stunned that they're starting him again. I thought that was like a Riley Leonard's not available. We're breaking glass because of an emergency. Supposedly, Anthony Richardson's closer to being ready, and they're still going with Phil Rivers on Monday night against San Francisco, which is nuts. But they almost won that damn game. What a story that would have been. For Seattle, 113 through the air for Jackson Smith and Jigba. Seahawks 11-3, shot at the 1 seed. Now they've got the big Thursday night game I was talking about with the Rams. 2 11-3 teams.
Yeah, a little survive and advance feel to that one, right? Like that should have been a more lopsided victory from a team that might be the best in the sport, but you got through it. I mean, that was a tough game group there. You mentioned in Indianapolis.
Colts defense played great.
They really did. There was a moment in that game though where Rivers was right. I think it was a throw down the sideline to Downs, if that makes sense. Where I think it was either a zero blitz or some kind of moment where he saw it immediately, and as you said, he's not letting himself get hit, and he did that back foot. Little Rivers flip up in the air. Downs, it was too early for Downs. Downs running. He turns back, doesn't see the ball, lands right next to him. If he's on time looking for it, it's a touchdown.
Yeah.
He walks in. It was one of those things where I go, my God, Rivers already knew. Like he's 2 steps ahead of these guys, and they're not used to it.
It is amazing as you play the quarterback position for a long time.
How smart you get.
Just how much it all slows down. I've talked to Kirk Cousins about that a lot over the years. Like, your body's breaking down on you. Physically, you can't do things, but you wish you could just import that chip into your brain from 8-9 years ago and what you could accomplish. The Panthers probably had the worst loss. I guess you could say probably, and take it and throw it away. I mean, who had a worse loss than them? 20-17 in New Orleans. They did what the Bucs did with the Falcons on Thursday night, speaking of Kirko. 5 yards per play on offense for the Panthers was gross. 281 total. Bryce Young, 163 passing. Rico Dowdle, 3.1 per carry. Tyler Shuck was okay, ran for 32, threw for 272. And for the Panthers, they give up the game-winning field goal at the gun after a really bad 15-yard penalty, takes a long field goal that was probably not going to be made, and makes it a chip shot. Just a really brutal loss for a team that had a chance to take the lead in the division going into the final 3.
Yeah, they're the Caleb Williams of teams, right? It's wins that are 9s out of 10 and losses that are 2 out of 10. You're going, what are you doing? And then they've got a couple of pelts on the wall where you're going, that's incredibly impressive. I mean, they beat the Rams 2 weeks ago. That's one of the wins of the year. And now to New Orleans.
Other big winners for me, Jags, another blowout win. They're blowing everybody out right now.
All of a sudden, right?
48-20. Career day for Trevor Lawrence with 6 total touchdowns, 5 passing, 1 rushing. The Texans might be the hottest, best team in the league right now. They doubled up Arizona 40-20. The Ravens defense showed out against the Bengals, shut them down, 24-0 win for Baltimore. And the Eagles, speaking of shutouts and shoving it, just dominated the Raiders, who's got to be the worst team in the NFL. They play the Giants coming up for the first overall pick. I think the Giants will beat the Raiders, and Vegas ends up 1-1 picking a quarterback. Biggest losers, we talked about the Panthers. I think the Cowboys have to be on that list as well.
Yep.
34-26 to the Vikings. They played the Lions last week, the Vikings this week, 2 winnable games. They had the playoffs right in their palm, and now they're all but eliminated. They need to win out, and the Eagles would have to lose out for them to win the division. There's no path for the wild card. Their playoff chances after this loss are down to 1%.
Yeah, there were just enough moments there. Minnesota's defense wasn't great most of the game. Dallas had answers sometimes, but it was just enough plays made by, that one more blitz, that one extra play, et cetera. I actually thought J.J. McCarthy was decent in this game.
He was.
Again, not writing home saying I saw the best I've ever seen, but it's growth from where we were a little bit ago, where people in Minnesota are going, yeah, he really can't walk and chew gum, and he's lucky if his shoes are tied. Now sort of seems to be grabbing it a little bit, which is good.
Only 8 games played, so
yeah, still early.
Let's
Very
tap
early.
the brakes a little bit, give him a little bit of time here at this point. You just need him to show something, and he's starting.
He's doing
to,
that
for sure. Grant and Danny on the Fan. What did Jaden Daniels have to say today about being shut down by the Commanders? His sophomore season ending before he wanted it to. You will hear from him next on G&D. Yesterday, Dan Quinn said Jaden Daniels' sophomore season is over. He's being shut down with 3 games to go. Daniels met with the media today to discuss the decision for the first time. Here's how it sounded.
It was obviously disappointing. You know, I'm a competitor. I want to play, but I wasn't medically cleared to go, and sat down, talked to DQ and AP, and made the decision.
How do you feel physically?
I'm getting better. I mean, like I said, I didn't meet the markers to be cleared for contact except for this game. So now it's just focused on getting healthy and preparing for next year.
What's this season been like for you, just in general?
Frustrating, disappointing, a lot more emotions, but very much probably a lot of adversity that I've dealt with, on the field for the most part, and just trying to learn and keep moving forward.
What have you learned about yourself during this time because of all that?
Man, I haven't really sat to reflect, but I'll say the main one is it's not easy to rehab and get back out there, especially after something so traumatic like that. So just the perseverance and really just the passion and the want to, to be the best version of myself for my teammates.
Did you have done anything different? Go ahead, Ben. Sorry.
Sorry, you asked.
Just saying that, the rehab, how difficult it is. If you could have changed anything through the process, would you?
I mean, yeah, I would be healthy. That would be the main one. But nah, man, I just got to go with the battles, and obviously it's the story that God had written out for me, so we'll move forward and learn from it.
Dan said that you could have, in theory, gone back into that game. But then a couple days later, it felt a little bit different. What felt different for you? What did re-aggravation mean as far as how you felt?
I mean, adrenaline is a hell of a drug, so that's a big one. But things change, once stuff settled down.
It's probably unfamiliar territory for you, practicing with, you're not going to play, but how engaged are you in the game plan and getting Marcus ready to go?
I mean, that's my focus, man, being the best teammate for Marcus, being the best teammate in the locker room, anything Marcus needs, to be there for him, and just how supportive and how much he's meant to me in my career. It's time to, exchange roles and do that for him.
What do you think you can learn over these next 3 weeks?
Man, I mean, just continue to get better and see the game from a different lens, ask questions, as many questions as I can. Kind of have that time to really sit there and maybe ask DQ about situational football or go talk to the DB coach, Simo, and all those guys to see what they're thinking and how they would call this and, what are the rules and principles. So
Good Lord.
That's a lot I can learn.
Have you been surprised by the number of injuries you've had and games you've had to miss this season? That's not something you're used to.
Yeah, I have been surprised. I mean, nobody wants to be injured. You work so hard and put in so much work daily and in the off season to get to this point. So it's very hard for people and frustrating for people to deal with injuries.
Have you already started to think in terms of the off season, like things to do to help you avoid the injuries the next time? Anything like different types of training or anything that you already kind of
I mean, that's a tough question. I mean, I can't really avoid the injuries that I've dealt with. Those are just freak accidents. So, just you kind of reevaluate after each season.
Hey, Jaden, this has been tough going through this, but who has been the most instrumental in helping you navigate through this?
Man, my family in general. My mom and my dad, they kind of try to pry things out of me and everything, so they make sure that, mentally, that's probably the most important thing for me, especially dealing with something that I haven't dealt with before. So it's new territory for all of us, and, they've just been by my side and really just helping me navigate through things.
What are you doing in practice and over the next couple of weeks? What's your plan in practice to just work on? What is it you want to work on? What will you be doing?
Man, I'll be out there practicing whatever they need me to do. If I got to do scout team, I'll have fun with that and give the best looks and really just be out here, like I said, be supportive to all my teammates and still be engaged and bring the juice and the energy.
That they were freak injuries in your mind, does that add to the frustration in a way?
Yeah, I mean, other than, the one game I missed for a hamstring, my knee, and then obviously my elbow, those aren't something that you could really necessarily prepare for. Those are things that, like I said, freak accidents and things like that. So it's most definitely frustrating, and at that time, very, like, I would say traumatic and stuff like that, because you never know what you do and you see different things. So, man, I just kind of just move forward and, get ready for next year.
And you play in an era where everybody has an opinion and voices it regularly. Is that difficult to deal with, or are you just getting used to it? Like, how do you manage all that?
Man, we're in a time, like I said, everybody, like you said, everybody has an opinion, and everybody's entitled to their own opinion. Doesn't necessarily mean that applies to my life or I have to follow it. For me, it's just all that matters is like my inner circle in this building, and people are gonna have their opinions, whether you're doing good, whether you're doing bad. You're on the field, you're off the field, so kind of just move on and kind of brush to the side.
When did you know after Minnesota, like after the adrenaline wore off, that oh man, this is still a problem?
I woke up the next day. That's kind of when you really everything settles down. And I just woke up the next day. I did some tests, felt it in different things, and just kind of just being honest and going forward, because longevity is a big thing. So you want to be smart with these type of things.
How tough was that moment?
Super tough, man. I don't want to miss games at all. I've been frustrated this whole season missing games. I want to be out there to help my teammates as much as possible. So it's just been a frustrating year, disappointing year, but you learn from it and we move forward.
Candid, Jaden Daniels with reporters today after he was shut down yesterday by the Commanders. That last 30 seconds or so makes me think, I've been assuming he's kind of pushing back and battling and fighting to not be shut down. It almost sounded like he was on board with it. He's like, I was being honest and I felt something. Now, maybe that was just specific for this week, but he talked about longevity and wanted to think about the big picture. It didn't sound like someone who was like mad. He wasn't coming out to say, I wish they wouldn't have shut me down. Now, I don't know what's to be gained from that, but I kind of get the sense he was on board with this.
Yeah, or that at least it makes sense to him, right? If you're not cleared for this week, and then it's a short week where there's an instant turnaround, where you have to basically make your declaration 2 days later, 3 days later, because you're playing from Saturday to Thursday, then you're kind of at the end. And if you were feeling enough discomfort, it's one of those, I don't love this. I want to play. You heard him say that, but he's also a reasonable human being, and he kind of gets it, I think.
Next on Grant and Danny to kick off our 5 o'clock hour, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. Bill stops by for his weekly Tuesday conversation, this time after a really strong game. 18 carries, 96 yards, and a touchdown. You're listening to The Fan.
This sports update is fed by Paisanos, not just pizza, but something for everyone. Paisanospizza.com. In the NFL, the Commanders are now on to Week 16, where they'll take on the Eagles on Saturday at Northwest Stadium. The Eagles with a chance to clinch the NFC East with a win. It'd be the first repeat NFC East champ since 2004. Roster moves for the Commanders today. They placed Noah Brown on injured reserve and signed Chris Moore to the active roster. River Craycraft and G. Scott Jr. were signed to the practice squad. Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes had surgery on his torn ACL and LCL. It's unclear if he can make the start of next year. Hockey tonight, the Caps in Minnesota to take on the Wild. 8 o'clock puck drop. Can hear the game right here on The Fan. No one appreciates fan listeners more than Paisanos. Now score 30% off any order of $30 or more with promo code FAN30. Pizza, wings, pasta, salads, and more. Add it all to the cart and use promo code FAN30. Order now at Paisanospizza.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
We're Grant and Danny. This is The Fan. The show's brought to you by the law firm Condorian Murad.
What are you doing to protect your family's assets? As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condorian Murad can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Let's go to the Rude guest hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And talk to our guy, Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt. Bill is on the line after a big game against the Giants in the Meadowlands. Bill, congrats, man. You got a nice opportunity, and you really got going. 18 carries, 96 yards, and a touchdown. A productive game. How'd it feel good?
Appreciate that. Definitely felt good. Just to get a team win, and that was fun. We missed that kind of locker room after the game, so we just look forward to building on to it.
Did you guys turn up a little bit? What was the locker room like after the game?
That's the best. I feel like that's the best time when playing football. Like I feel like we play football for moments like that to turn up together after like a hard fought win. So that was the best thing about it.
Bill, it was funny. So we're texting on the group chat as a show. We're always rooting for you during the game. And when you got it going early and then you hit that 16-yard touchdown, we're like, all right, Cousin's going to talk to Bill again. You're
back in.
It's been a while.
We on good terms now, baby.
I mean, Cousin was just giving you the cold shoulder for about 2 months.
I don't blame him for it, though. So it's just like the competitive nature we got.
I love it. Take us through that play where it looks like a little counteraction, little misdirection going another, in the opposite way. And all of a sudden it looked like the Red Sea parted for you right there. Walk us through that play.
Okay, it was an outside zone play. And, I mean, we was really trying to stretch the defense. But, I mean, when we get movement, like, can you hear me, fine?
Yeah, we got you, buddy.
Okay, but when it was the outside long play originally, but like when my offensive line get movement like that and just like create a big hole like that, you got no choice but to take it and just let your talent take on from there on out. So I mean, it was a good job by the guys up front making that big hole for me, and I just had to do the rest to repair them.
If you guys have a question for Bill, you can hit us up at Grant H. Paulson at Funny Danny. You can hit us up in the chat on the YouTube channel. You can call us at 800-636-1067. We'll try to squeeze in a couple listener calls and questions for Bill at 800-636-1067. Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt on Grant and Danny. How much different was this week in terms of like the running mindset? What I mean by that is the Giants were dead last against the run. So all week long we were saying on the show they got to pound the football. And then you guys came out and you did it. I mean, you only threw it 19 times. I think there were only 10 completions. It opened some things up down the field. It's like 20 yards per completion from Marcus. But you guys really did run the football early, often, effectively. Was that preached all week by Cliff that it was going to be that kind of game?
Yeah, we wanna establish a run game so that it can open up a lot of more things for us, and like it was good to see everyone working together. I mean, my O-line, they came out there and that was ready, and like we just executed well, and
it was the type of game we wanted.
When you have a game like that where it just feels like every carry you're ripping off 5 or 6, 7 or 8 yards, when do you kind of start to feel that sort of rhythm as you're going? It feels like every play you're about to break one. When do you know in the course of the game? Yeah, go ahead.
You just get the feeling it at that point.
Yeah.
Like it's like I can't do no wrong. Like I'm feeling the cuts. I'm more decisive, and it just gets you in that groove. So it's always good when you're able to get to going early.
Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt, Bill, on Grant and Danny after a 96-yard performance and a touchdown. Did you guys kind of feel going in along the lines of what I was talking about, that maybe this was an area where you could thrive, like the O-line could win at the line of scrimmage and move them? Like, was that something you felt good about? And how quickly into the game did you figure out what was working and what you could stick with?
Yeah, that was the whole week. It was the emphasis like we want to run the ball. Like we gotta be physical up front and just move people, because that's what the game is won in the trenches. When you're able to run the ball, it opened up like so much for the offense. So like once we got that established, it was down here from there.
It also seems to me, Bill, it seems like when you get cooking a little bit, and you can kind of see your confidence. You're like, I almost had that one, or that was close to breaking it. Like every run early on, it was like 6, 14, 12, 4, 7. There were no stopped at the line of scrimmage. What's that feel like as you get into that rhythm as a back?
You just get in that groove. Like, man, let's go. Like, I mean, it's kind of hard to explain. You just gotta be back there, and it's like when you're making those cuts, you know they're the right cut. Like you're not thinking too much about it. You just out there playing your game. So I mean, I feel like once the running back get into his groove, it's going to be kind of hard to stop.
What's been the reaction in the locker room to knowing that Jaden's not going to come back this year for you guys? I know you rode with Marcus all year long. I know that's kind of normal now for you guys, but what was the reaction when you guys found out?
I mean, it's like, come on, let's go. We got 3 more games left. Everybody knows how special Jaden is, but I mean, we just like we got Marcus. Come on, he's our star quarterback. He's great. He's good. So, I mean, we just still preparing the same. I don't think it was like no reaction.
It's funny because everyone says these games aren't that important, to Danny's point. And there's 3 left. And for a rookie like you who's trying to earn everything in this league, what's that like? I mean, these are still car crashes you're getting into. You're out there, and if you take a play off, it could be your last play for a while. Like, what's your mindset in these games? It's 4-10. You're not going to the playoffs, and people are like, oh, I don't know how much these matter. Like, take us inside the mindset of a player.
Oh, I mean, I got 3 games to play, and shoot, I'm in the NFL, so like whenever I get a chance to step on that field, you never know. Like, you gotta go out and show out. So I mean, we're not looking at it like that. Nobody in the locker room. Like, we got three more chances to play the game we love, and we wanna just build momentum going into the next season. So that's what it's gonna do for us. Like, we just trying to build momentum and just go out there with our brothers. Like, we're not gonna quit on each other. So, like Coach said, it's like a tournament right now. We just got 3 more games to go.
So take me back on Sunday, right, where you guys have the lead, have the football, and unfortunately, your colleague, Jeremy McNichols, tough fumble. The Giants have the ball. They got a chance to go tie. What's going through your mind in that moment? I imagine the sideline was a little bit puckered.
Let's go. Like, we can't dwell on the last play that just happened. Like, our defense just got to go out here and get us a stop, in which they did. And, like, shout out to those guys. And, I mean, that's what the game is going to have, some adversity to it. Like, everything is not going to be perfect. So, I mean, adversity happened. It's just, like, how we was able to respond and, like, just find a way to win the game, because wins are hard to come across in this league. So.
Speaking of fumbles, Bill, I got to ask you about yours. You got whapped pretty good. Ball came out. What happened on that play?
Oh, gotta be like locked in on all details. Like, I know if it's like four players surrounding me, like I gotta have like that's when you definitely gotta be extra careful with carrying the football. But I mean that's all it is. Like never had any family issues in college or whatnot. So I'm not that type of back. So I just gotta be extra cautious. Like it's a different league. Like guys are like very elite, and I just gotta tighten up on my on the fundamentals and details, and just have extra security when there's 4 guys around you. So I mean, just gotta.
Was Josh Connerly recovered that? He had 2 recoveries.
Yeah,
he had 2.
Yeah, I said, thank you so much, bro.
I was gonna say I don't know how it works as a rookie.
On the sideline.
Do you have to pay him a nice dinner or take him out? Like what do you do?
I mean, they haven't hit me with the meal yet, but I mean, I wouldn't mind. Those guys work a lot, and they do a lot of dirty work that don't get a lot of recognition. But I mean, yeah, I definitely had to thank him after that phone. But I said, I appreciate you, bro.
Well, most of your carries on Sundays we were talking about, Ja'Cory. You're patient. You're sliding around. You're darting through. You're corkscrewing in certain moments to avoid some of the big shots. I think it was fourth quarter as you guys are putting the game away, right? So you rip off that 11-yarder. They call timeout. I think it was the next play after that. One of the rare times it feels like you took a pretty legit shot. I think I've got that play right. It was that one, and then you came out of the game.
Yeah, you talking about I think it was like some type of duo run.
Yeah,
and
right in the middle, and it was a couple big humans.
I ended up trying to jump cut and end up like not seeing the safety. And he got a pretty good shot on me.
Yeah. So A, Al, that probably hurt a lot. B, how you feeling after that? And are you saying anything to him after that moment like that, where it's like, okay, that was a good one, you got me, or can't hurt me? What's your thought there?
I mean, I'm like, all right, good play. Like, they all elite out here. I ain't say that to him, but I was like, okay, like that's a great tackle. Like, it's rare for me, like, to let a guy just come get a clean hit on me, like, without me, like, at least, like, making a move. But, I mean, I feel like that was a pretty good play by the safety. He came downhill and made a good football play.
All right, Bill, we got a couple listener questions for you. You can hit us up, 800-636-1067. We'll get to the calls in a second. Jamal says, seems like you're in good spirits after the win, Bill. How do you keep the positive energy up? You're such a positive guy during such a down season. What do you say to that?
I would say keep winning. Like, that'll create a lot of energy. Like, no one likes to lose. So, I mean, we just keep rolling, and, like, that'll just create energy itself.
Let's go to Alan, who's in Richmond, joining us on Grant and Danny. Alan, say hello to Bill. How are you?
Bill, hey guys, how's it going?
Hey man,
what up?
Hey, I got a question for your buddy Cousin. All right, what position does he play?
Ooh, Cousin the dog. What position?
Cousin, I would say he's more like a OC head coach type of dog.
Oh, really?
Oh, he's retired from the game. Yeah.
Cousin's wearing a Motorola headset on the sideline.
Yeah, so Cousin, he's one of those.
He's barking orders, though. He's still barking orders.
That's a good bet.
Exactly.
Is Cousin a cover his mouth with the play sheet kind of guy, or does he not even care?
It just depends.
Yeah.
It depends. He may cover it, but yeah, it just depends.
What kind of offense do you think Cousin runs? Does he get up under center and run a West Coast?
Under center and hand the ball off to his dad. That's what kind of play caller he is.
Wishbone, old school, yeah.
Power eye with Ben Sinnott at fullback, 82 in front of you. That's what he wants?
Let's go.
Yeah, for sure. He want to run the football.
Let's go to Perry and Olney on Grant and Danny.
Wants to run the ball.
Cousin's calling run plays. What's up, Perry? How are you?
I'm all right. Thanks for putting me on. Thanks for your great show as always. Now, I want to ask Bill 2 questions. The first one is pretty simple. What does he want to be called? Because you guys keep dancing around Bill and Ja'Cory and Bill and Ja'Cory. You can't make up your mind.
Yeah, we mix it up a little bit.
We mix and match.
So what does he want?
That's a good question. Bill, do you prefer Ja'Cory? Do you prefer Bill? Do you want JCM? What do you want to be? Cousin's dad? How do you want us to call you?
I prefer Bill.
Bill.
Bill it is?
Yeah, I like Bill.
Well, thank you. I like Bill, too. Bill, you're doing a great job. I have another question. The other one is regarding running backs. when the quarterback changes? Is there anything different when Jaden Daniels is at center versus Marcus, as far as running backs go?
No, not really. Not really. It's really not a difference.
At the what about the read option mesh point stuff? It seems like sometimes Marcus will even just keep it in there and ride it a little bit longer.
He's so good at it.
He's so good. And I'm not saying Jaden isn't. I think he's great at it too. But is there anything like that where you've got to know, okay, this week it's Marcus, or he might do it this way, anything like that?
No, not really. I just know Marcus. Sometimes he like to pull it, so that's the only difference.
Yeah, he's good. 40-plus yards again this week. He's had success doing that. All right, next up for you. So you got a weird schedule coming up here, Bill. You've got a Saturday game with the Eagles, but it's standalone, so the whole country's watching at 5 o'clock. I got to imagine that's awesome for you because you got so much family not in the area that they're watching. And then Christmas Day, you're playing against the Cowboys. What do you make of this schedule the next couple of weeks here?
Definitely excited for it. Know it's gonna be a grind, and that's why I signed up. I live for moments like this to where people at home or at the bar with their family, and they can just cut it on and just see us out there, just putting on a show. So I dream of stuff like this, and I'm definitely ready for the challenge. I know it's gonna be tough, but I'm ready for the challenge.
What does Bill's Christmas wish list look like? Have you written your letter to Santa yet?
Nah, not yet. I know I may get it. I may ask for an Apple Watch for Christmas.
Ooh, Apple Watch.
That's it. Nothing crazy.
I like that.
I'm addicted to mine. I can't imagine being without it again.
How long have you had the Apple Watch?
It's now about 3 years, but I remember there was so many years, Bill, where I didn't have one. I now can't imagine not having it at all times.
Yeah, I maybe just get a Apple Watch or something.
What are you gonna get, cousin?
Cousin, you know what's crazy? I sent cousin Christmas list out to a couple of the staff at Washington, and I think they got him a good Christmas list. So I just have to see what he have. I think he have clothes and stuff like that.
Clothes.
You sent his list out to who?
I sent the list out to someone on the staff.
Oh,
wow. Really? So you sent his Christmas list out. So he's going to have a banner Christmas.
He's going to have a haul.
He's going to get a lot of presents. You better hope that
it
was
kind of like a joking thing. And then I think they ended up getting him something for real. So I'll see.
That's great. All right, well, Bill, it's always good catching up. It was awesome watching you run
Good
all
way to
over
go,
the
buddy.
Giants. Stay hot, man. Let's go shock the Eagles here.
I appreciate that.
All right, be good. There's Bill with us on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Cousin is Bill Callahan. Who knew? He just wants to line it up. He wants to go heavy personnel.
Hat on a hat.
Football Cowboy cousin. He wants an extra tackle, 3 OTs, and we're going right downhill at you every play.
How about it?
Let's
He
run it
wants to
40
run the
times.
dang ball.
Give it to his dad. I love that. G&D on The Fan. Bill's been such a good sport, and he's just a good kid. He's very, very
so genuine.
fun. Yeah.
I don't
you
have
can
a,
just tell talking to him this is the nicest guy ever.
Yeah, so I've got a buddy who has never been able to hear it, just like he hears the beginning of the show, later in the show, has never been able to actually tune in and catch it live. Just go back in the podcast stuff. But he's like, what's it like talking to him? And I said, I know this sounds so cheesy and hokey. He has such a good spirit. Do you know what I mean? That's the only way I can think of it. It's just that he's such a kind, genuine, nice person, all the time. At first, you're going to is he messing with me? He's not, just a genuinely good dude.
I got to get your buddy the Odyssey app. It's not that hard to find that chapter. I mean, his buddy doesn't really know how to find podcasts.
He's in his mid-40s, and it's a little too much for him, to be honest with you.
Grant and Danny on The Fan. Jaden Daniels on being shut down. You just heard the audio. Let's talk about the bounce back that he will now try to put together over this offseason into 2026. That's next.
This update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set to take on the Eagles on Saturday. Eagles can clinch the NFC East with a win. It'd be the first time since 2004 that there would be a repeat NFC East champ. Roster moves for the Commanders today. They placed Noah Brown on injured reserve and signed Chris Moore to the active roster. NFL injuries, Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes had surgery on his torn ACL and LCL. It's unclear if he can make the start of next season. The Giants have waived their kicker Younghoe Koo. Hockey tonight, the Caps back on the ice as they'll take on the Wild in Minnesota. 8 o'clock puck drop. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today. For more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
We're just 9 days from Christmas. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan on the 16th of December. Thank you for making the show part of your day. We much appreciate it. Hard Knocks tonight, Danny. Episode 3, NFC East edition. And we were talking to the director of Hard Knocks on the show last week. It was a great interview. If you missed it, go podcast it wherever you get your audio. But he had mentioned that this was actually going to be maybe, I don't want to say more compelling, but the kind of thing that we like a lot more, which is because the Giants played the Commanders in a division game, there was going to be less game action, which meant more in the facility stuff, more on the practice field mic'd up, behind the scenes stuff, which is kind of what we dig.
Yeah, his point was when there's 4 games among the division teams, so they're playing teams out of the division, it becomes very complicated because you have to cover all 4 of those, and that's just a necessary block in the hour-long show. You're now talking about 20 minutes that have to be covering what happens in those games because the lead up and the build up, etc. Now, when there's, let's say for the sake of argument, there's 2 divisional games because they're 4 teams in the division are playing each other, you now have far more time to kind of explore the space.
It is a Tuesday, which means it's a Survivor Tuesday on Grant and Danny. You got to go vote. Facebook.com/Grant and Danny. You're going to kick a player off the island. You're going to give a player immunity. So you're sending somebody home and you're giving somebody immunity into the final 3. Go vote. Facebook.com/Grant and Danny. You got about 45 minutes left to vote. We're going to announce before we get out of here tonight who's getting sent home and who's getting immunity. One NFL storyline out of the quarterback position that I want to address before we get back to the Commanders and home base here. And that is that today, after a dreadful Monday Night Football performance by the Dolphins offense, and specifically by Tua Tagovailoa, Mike McDaniel was asked about benching Tua, and he said everything's on the table. This was the first time this season, really, that he has not come out and just taken his quarterbacks back and said that he would not be making a change. I think there's a good chance with 3 games to go that they sit Tua. Now, here's what's interesting. The contract scenario is one where you have already made your bed with Tua Tagovailoa. You have to pay him about $55 million against the cap next year if he's on your roster. And if he's not, you're doing the exact same thing to not have him. It's basically that Russell Wilson year 1 Sean Payton, or I guess year 2 Sean Payton, whatever it is, like fiasco, where you're paying him all the money to not be around. They could do that if they wanted to. I don't know, though. Is there a path to benching him for the final 3 games and bringing him back? That wouldn't make any sense to me. If you're wondering who else is in that building, they've got Zach Wilson, the former New York Jet, as the QB2, who would presumably get the next opportunity. Maybe Mike McDaniel wants to get a look-see with Wilson. Interestingly, by the way, Zach Wilson was in New York with Mike LaFleur, who's Matt LaFleur's little brother, who's very close with Mike McDaniel, follow me here, and all kind of incestuously staff to staff in that Shanahan tree. So there's some familiarity offensively. I'm sure that McDaniel, by way of LaFleur, knows Wilson pretty well. But here's another interesting name with the Dolphins. I didn't even realize he was in Miami. Toby and I were just talking about this guy a second ago. 7th round pick Quinn Ewers out of Texas. is on that depth chart as their third guy in the building. Could we possibly see him down the stretch to kick the tires? If really you're Mike McDaniel and you're trying to save your job and you want to maybe get a look at somebody else, it just complicates it. It's interesting because if you play Tua, maybe the highest floor still, and you go out there over the final few games and you show okay and you win another couple of games, they play the Bengals, winnable, the Bucks, maybe winnable,
right,
and then the Patriots. Like, let's say you go 2-1, you finish 8-9, you're probably keeping your job. If you get blown out 3 times and lose your last 4, you're probably getting fired. So how does that factor in the decision? I'm not sure, but it's going to be really interesting to see what he does. Tua was so bad last night.
Yes, he was.
I would get it. And he has been an anchor for them this season. If they got better quarterback play, that would be a team that would either be a wild card team or would have a legitimate chance to make the wild card this year. But he has killed them.
Yeah, there's no way around that at this point. The contract, the cap numbers, the dead cap numbers, whatever you want to call it, are unwieldy for Tua, especially if you're not sure he's the dude now, or maybe you know he's not the dude, but bear with me. Cap number this year, $39 million. Next year jumps to $56 million. Year after that, $53 million. 2028, it's $65 million. Dead cap, so if you just cut him, which is obviously not tenable, non-starter, you cut him after this season, that's a $137 million dead cap hit. 99 the following year, and then it goes down to slightly more manageable, I put that in quotation marks, of $31 million dead cap hit if you move on after 2027. So they're pretty married. I mean, they're stuck one way or the other with Tua. There's only so much you can do to get out of that thing.
I was about to say that's definitely the worst contract in the NFL, but it's definitely not.
Watson, Deshaun?
Deshaun Watson still exists. 5 years, $230 million, fully guaranteed. That will be the worst contract in sports history. It's going to be really hard to top that.
It may go down as. I mean, it's the leader in the clubhouse right now, right?
Here's why. Not only was he fully guaranteed for $230 million, there's no precedent in the NFL for anything like that. It was coming off of the allegations of 24 women saying he had done what he'd done. It was coming off of him being suspended and out of football. And the Browns were like, yeah, that's fine. We'll just give you this $230 million fully guaranteed. And then he's been horrendous. So you've added insult to whatever else there was. I think the Tua, though, 4-year deal, $212 million. They guaranteed him $167 million. Non-suspension off the field issues division, that's pretty hard to top.
2026. This is according to overthecap.com. So I'm not sure how if it's 100% accurate, but it's usually in the very close ballpark. Deshaun Watson's 2026 cap hit, $80,716,514.
How many void years can you add to that sucker?
I mean, oh my God.
How about Brandon Ayuk's contract? Now, it won't backfire as badly because it's only, listen to what I'm about to say, $120 million and $76 million of it's guaranteed over 4 years. But they gave him $4 and $76.
Yep.
They're actually able to get out of it because they basically fired him for cause, it sounds like. They're getting money back because he just stopped rehabbing and doing the stuff that he was supposed to do. I'm trying to think if there's anybody else on that. Maybe Cousins, the way that things went in Atlanta.
That's a pretty bad deal.
4 and 180 has to be in the discussion probably. I know he played well this past week and has been okay, actually, since coming off the bench. But he's came off of an Achilles. They gave him $180 million and immediately drafted a quarterback in the top 10. I've never really understood what their plan was at all. Thought it was bad for Cousins, bad for Penix. Like you had 2, so you didn't have 1. And here we are now, fast forwarding. He's going to be out at the end of the year. But what's crazy about that is Penix tore his ACL.
Yeah.
He's not going to be back maybe in week 1. So without Cousins and without Penix, you're still going to need a QB. You drafted one in the top 10. You paid another one $180 million. And you're going to have to give money to somebody to come in there who can start, which means you're not going to spend like $2 million on a crappy third quarterback.
And you shipped your first-round pick to somebody else. It's going to be a top 10 pick.
Yeah, they don't have a top 10 pick because the Rams have it. It's not somebody else, by the way. It's the best team in the conference.
Yes, of course.
The Rams.
Not beating those guys, but another nominee, the Kyler Murray deal, if they've moved on from him in Arizona, right? It's like this is the soft benching or whatever this is. We're shutting him down. He's not coming back. They're stuck with him for a pretty good chunk of change. $43 million, $53 million, $43 million. Not for another couple of years can they get out of that.
I wonder if that's tradable, though. Like, you're going to pay a price. It's a really good answer. I'll throw him on that list. But of all the guys we're talking about, I do think you might be able to trade that contract. Because with him, there's enough time he's
Yeah,
missed
2
this
years
year.
now. From 2 years from now, there's an out.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I feel like his play compared to Deshaun Watson
Mhm.
or Tua, I'm not saying Kyler Murray's a stud or anything, but he might be above the threshold of like unacceptable to start and pay
Right.
good money to. Let's get into Jaden Daniels because here in DC, we know we've got a guy, if he's healthy, who's above that threshold, who's going to be a franchise quarterback, hopefully. Here's the question I want to pose for Daniels, though. Assuming health, that's what we're going to do here for the sake of the conversation. We're going to say he is on the field and healthy next year. What are you concerned and nervous about? 800-636-1067. What are you most confident about? 800-636-1067. And just how much do you trust him to bounce back in a big, big way in 2026 with Cliff Kingsbury running this offense back next season? If he's healthy.
Right.
What's your level of confidence that he plays at a Pro Bowl level again?
Probably a 5.5 or 6 out of 10.
That low?
Yeah.
Why is it so low?
These injuries, we're underestimating how devastating they've been, and
Really? 'Cause
we're
he
even
hasn't had
assuming
a
health.
serious one yet.
Yeah, I mean the amount of time not doing the sport I think is really detrimental. I think there's also a lot of it that's been figured out. I don't know that I fully trust this front office to fully embrace the idea that they need way more weaponry. In year one, they got away with it. Year two, they didn't. I don't know. I'm hopeful that this is just a blip, and assuming health, he's fine and he's back. The thing that I feel most confident in, it's not going to be because something dragged him down, right? It's not going to be because he's getting media attention. There's going to be a documentary about his rehab, or he's going to go on the Tonight Show and be more of a celebrity. He's not going to be out making that money boss like other first-round picks that went number 2 overall, where it was more important to do that than go to OTAs. I would bet on that kid to do everything possible every single time, and that's part of the allure to me and the attraction. But just in terms of watching the ups and downs, I think those injuries have taken a toll already, and I worry that going forward with answers to Kingsbury's offense, I'm not totally confident that the personnel will be excellent next year. I'm nervous that we don't necessarily get back to that magic and then grow from that even beyond that rookie year.
We can make this our G&D poll of the day presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage, local long-distance residential commercial. 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience, and we'll get to your calls on this next at 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. The question is, what is your level of confidence in a bounce-back season looming for Jaden Daniels? If he's healthy, is that the one caveat for you, or is there more to it that you worry about next year when he is on the grass, assuming health? Grant and Danny on the Fan. Friday, we're in Leesburg at Pupatella Pizza. Come on out and hang with us. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. Next week, I will be in studio through the 23rd. I think we'll be off Christmas Eve, but the show will be in good hands. Fear not. We're getting closer and closer to the holidays. Of course, the Commanders play the Cowboys on Christmas Day. So from Sunday to Thursday, just like that, 2/3 of the season in the rear view. And then it is on to the offseason, the draft, and free agency, baby.
Just like that. No playoffs, though, this year, I don't think.
Next stop, Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Let's go find ourselves
several draft picks, please, with trade downs.
I was going to say a trade down partner. I mean, a nice starter on defense would be good, too, an edge or a safety or some impact player. But I want a lot of players. So go ahead and trade back. Let's do that. We'll talk more about that coming up in the weeks ahead. But right now we're talking Jayden Daniels, your confidence in a bounce back. Again, today I thought, as he always does, put on a clinic at the podium.
He's great.
Talking with reporters about the shutdown. And look, he's frustrated. He doesn't want to miss games. He's disappointed that he doesn't get to play. But you heard him talking about prioritizing his future and thinking about the long term here, and that he had to be honest with the staff. And the day after the Vikings game, he claims he woke up, and after wanting to go back in the game, his arm and his elbow felt a lot different. Let's go to Mark in Falls Church, home of the Jaguars. What's up, Mark?
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys. You mentioned the question about having confidence in Jayden next year for health, and one thing I wanted to say too is that I'm really glad that they decided to shut him down for the year. Hurts going down with the ACL tear, Mahomes, Parsons, all these guys are going down, and it's unfortunate. It's a violent game that they play. So back to your original question, am I confident Jayden next year? Absolutely, 1,000%. I have no doubt that he's going to come back and perform at an elite level. But what I'm really worried about is going to be more about the tight end position and our defense. Ertz going down. Not sure if he's going to be back next year, and if he even does come back, what
he
type
should
of
not
shape
be
he'll
back next year. Nothing
You
against
wouldn't
Zach
think,
Ertz, but they need to get faster, more explosive, someone who can press the field vertically. They need to get younger at that position. There's no real reason to bring him back, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Sinnott had a chance to. I mean, this was his
It
chance
doesn't have to be
come
Ben
out.
Sinnott. You got a whole offseason to go sign or draft guys. I mean, Ertz is 35 and will be coming off a torn ACL. Like, that's just not going to work.
I don't think he is. So that's the position right now that worries me most as far as going into next year, and just having that safety blanket that Jayden will have to be able to go out and actually play, the style of play that he does, that he's able to be free and be able to kind of do his own thing.
Thanks, buddy.
Appreciate
tight end's going to have to be a priority in terms of a lead pass catcher at the position. I like the term you use, kind of that safety valve for Jayden Daniels. You've got Bates, who they signed for $7 million a year on, I think, a 3-year deal last year. He'll be back for 2 more years. He's their lead blocking tight end. He's kind of your tight end, too. With Ertz gone, it's going to be Sinnott and Yankoff as the other 2 tight ends if you just come back with those 3. My guess is those guys compete for a spot if you keep 3. Or they have kept 4 because Yankoff is really good on special teams.
Yep.
So they could do that again, which means there's a guy not listed here who's not in the building. That would be your primary pass catcher, your weapon in the passing game. There will be players available like Isaiah Likely from Baltimore, Kyle Pitts. I'm not that interested in him. We could talk about that another time if you want. But he just had a monster game on Thursday Night Football with 3 touchdowns and won people fantasy games single-handedly this past week. He's one of the most skilled tight ends ever, was drafted in the top 5, hadn't really put it together consistently in the league since a 1,000-yard rookie season. But, those guys are out there. Maybe they sign one of those 2 guys.
Yeah, there'll be some free agent names. Now, it might dip back into the older player crowd, which I know a lot of people will recoil, but it all depends on value, right? I mean, Chico Okonkwo is an intriguing name.
Sorry to cut you off. They've shown no trepidation about signing older players. Like, I know they're going to try to get younger, and they're going to do it a little differently this offseason, but they're still going to have to sign some guys that are 30 or 31 to 1 or 2 year deals.
Totally. And you'd like to be younger and faster and more athletic everywhere. Sometimes exceptions have to be made. So wherever you can get the best value, that's going to help you. I mean, Likely's a great name. Cade Otton, I think, is a free agent out of Tampa. They're not going to re-sign him. But the point is, there are going to be some tight end names that you've heard of, and it's all about obviously fit and scheme and how it works with Kingsbury and Daniels and company. But that's an upgradable position, or you could dip back into the draft. You hate the idea of just 2 years ago, you took a second rounder that has turned into a backup blocking tight end at this point. But the reality is the reality, right? If Sinnott doesn't thrive in this audition the last few games as a pass catcher, then you kind of have to slam the gavel and say, well, whether regardless of what we think, here's what they think, and it means it's a bigger need than we would have hoped.
David Njoku.
That's another name, yep.
Free agent would interest me. He is 29 going on 30. Dallas Goedert's a really good player in Philadelphia. He's about to be 31. You could go into the veteran old guy from the Eagles tier.
Who's torched your ass a couple times.
the Ertz bracket. Otherwise, Tyler Higbee with the Rams. Again, older if they wanted to do a one-year deal. Pitts will be the youngest, most explosive of the players at 25. He's going to get overpaid and a ton of money. One other name I would throw out there, just like a guy that I would be intrigued by as a potential starter, would be if it's a one-year deal like Darren Waller, who caught 2 touchdowns for the Dolphins last night. I love him as a weapon. But if you wanted a multi-year deal for someone to be around here in the mix, Noah Fant from the Bengals doesn't make a lot of money. 28 years old, has bounced around. He would be interesting to me as well. Let's go to Elijah in D.C. on Grant and Danny. What's up, Elijah? How are you?
Hey, what's going on, Grant and Danny? Thanks for taking my call.
Got it, man.
I really appreciate it.
You bet.
I am confident in Jaden Daniels' ability to look like the quarterback that we know that he can be, but I still think it's going to be equally Cliff Kingsbury, his responsibility to help update this offense to be able to not make this so hard for him. And an update for me would be simple things. I would love for them to come out in a tight formation and then boom, go to spread out the defense. Maybe he starts under center, and then he looks, and then he backs up pre-snap to shotgun. I just would love to see them give him more time to diagnose pre-snap that isn't just dressing with the jet sweep behind a guy or some motion. I would like to see them break numbers wise. Okay, we're gonna move some guys from the play side. We're gonna move them to the back side. You know, just some certain things. Just how we rolled out here doesn't necessarily mean that's what you're gonna get. And I think that could help a little bit. I also like we've been talking about this tight end. I think a tight end could really, like a really good move tight end, schematically could just help ease some things.
Well, think about all of the different ways. Sorry to cut you off, Elijah, but we're up against the clock here. Whether it's a weapon at tight end, a burner at wide receiver, someone who could strike up the band at running back. Like, they're going to have an offseason to go find pieces and make Jaden Daniels' life easier. We talked ad nauseum about the injuries and the lack of skill on the outside at receiver at times this year. He went into that Cowboys game without Terry or Debo or Noah Brown, and they're like throwing to Jalen Lane and Chris Moore, basically.
Yeah.
Like, it should look nothing like that next year.
If you go into next year with Bill as your presumed, first and second down running back, and maybe another guy as a pass catcher or vice versa.
Yeah, McNichols replacement.
Yeah, this offensive line, Terry McLaurin, a speedy receiver to be named later, a more dynamic tight end, that's not a terrible starter kit.
No.
For a good offense.
Especially if your quarterback is supposed to be a superstar.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if your quarterback, we were told, was going to be, Mahomes, Allen, Brady, Burrow going into this season, right? Top 5 type quarterback in the league. Yeah, that should be plenty good enough. I mean, you look around at the MVP candidates right now, none of them have that supporting cast. Josh Allen doesn't. Drake May doesn't. Stafford does. He's got Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams, which is one of the reasons, by the way, he wouldn't be my MVP. I don't even think Jordan Love has that. He's got a bunch of third wide receivers that